Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I am on remote. Those guys are there in studio. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, you can see that. We will have a way going forward as I go back and forth from Los Angeles to have me on video as well. So you, those of you that missed my face this morning, I apologize. But and I'm sure that is the case. That is the case, especially Twitch. They're such nice people, and they really, really enjoy watching us. I don't know. I don't know why every morning those same people.
I've got news for you. They don't really watch. It's just a chat room at this point where they talk to each other. That's all it
is. And we just happen to be there.
Yeah, it's just a chat room we've created where they talk, and occasionally a lot of them will mute the show. Like, you can tell who's listening and who's not. So, like, about 60% of them don't even listen.
Right. They say, what did he say? Did he say something? What?
Yeah, what are y'all talking about? Yeah. So that's the case. Del, what's John's first, like, when are we going to notice something different about John when he's in L.A.? Like, what do you think his first move physically where we look on camera, like, is it going to be a necklace with shells? Like, that's kind of played out, but is it going to be, like, is the hair officially going to start being slicked back, or
I slick it back
is he just going to grow a soul patch underneath the bottom lip?
I don't think it'll be something aesthetic, like, to his face. I think we'll start to see changes in attire.
Oh, yeah.
We will all of a sudden he'll be
not it.
When she gets when she's in LA, she's going to say, "You know what, the guys here, tight shirts. We're going to see really tight shirts on."
No, she already did the pants like her heels, like they're culottes. We've already gone through this.
You can get them back out.
And I think at some point John's gonna stop talking about tea times and start talking about the surf. Like, he's gonna come on however we set up with the surf. What are those ponchos on? Those surf ponchos, because he's raring to go. Because the show will start at 5 o'clock. There, he'll be out by 8, and he's heading to the beach.
Yeah, I can see that. Eric Layden does that.
Yeah, I can see
surfs up.
Eric surfs.
I can see a board in the background at some point.
Yeah,
he'll just have his board ready to go, all waxed and ready to go. I feel like John's going to become an aquatics guy.
But Wendy is going to change the way you dress. Once she sees how guys in LA dress, that's how you've got to dress.
It's got to fit in.
Are you guys?
Your shirts are about to get a whole lot tighter,
are you
Johnny.
Two done yet?
See, I don't know about tight. I think.
You don't think tight?
I think maybe Wendy will say, John, I need you to be trend a little younger. So I think at some point,
or she could get rid of them.
Well, I mean, it's always up for discussion.
Likely.
That's up. Yeah, that's up for
more
debate.
likely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you two done?
No,
is this over?
Not particularly.
Are you done, Del? Keep going.
He's not here, so I can always pull down his mic
at
any point if he wants to interrupt
us.
What about you think he'll go more surfer or skater? What do you think? He won't skateboard, but maybe he'll go to like Zoomies or go to Vans and buy shoes from them. What do you think?
I can see him getting some Vans, but I still think he's just going to keep trending more towards the towards the Louis and the that's kind of the classic
stuff.
look.
Okay.
Yeah, the designer stuff will probably go a little harder in the paint on the designer stuff.
So I know this. I've already floated this by my wife. I'm not going to get a car. I'm just going to get a bike, and I'm going to ride around, and I'm going to put my golf clubs on my back, and ride around like it's a backpack.
I like that.
And ride to the course like that.
Yeah.
Or just Uber everywhere.
I like that for you.
Daryl Morey. No car, just Uber.
What'd your wife think about that?
She said, no, that's stupid. You're not going to do that because you'll want my car every day. So, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to be part of the smog and all that stuff out there.
Wait, they're not providing a driver and a car for her? What kind of crappy operation is that?
Yeah, it's not what I saw in news. What's the one with Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon?
The morning show?
Yeah,
the morning show. Yeah.
Well, no, they just shipped her car. She's got her own car. She's okay. She's doing okay with her car. And they shipped it, and it'll get there tomorrow or the next day. Yeah. So,
are they shipping your car?
Yeah, they will do. And as a matter of fact, I talked to Patrick Chastain. He's got a charger for me that I can bring with me, and I think I'm going to bring my.
I was going to say I did not want you running out of electricity there in Arizona. That would be unfortunate.
In Arizona?
Yeah.
He's not driving.
Oh,
there.
I'm not driving. They're shipping the car.
No, I was going to say they're shipping it now, but if you had to drive it, that would have been a nightmare for you.
Dude, I would run out of it by San Antonio.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
You get about I don't know. So the slower you drive, the more miles you get. So I don't get nearly as many miles as I should. So yeah, if you drive slowly and nicely, then you're going to get more miles. You can get up to like 300 miles. I can't do that. I never get near that. I get about 220. So because I drive a little.
Do you lose miles to the gallon when you're running through red lights? Is that part of the equation too?
No, he saves. There's no stop start for him.
Oh,
okay. It's the same running through red lights with an electric car.
No stop start.
It's the same. So you just you lose more when you. No, it doesn't matter. It depends on how fast you go, not how many laws you break.
You go pretty fast. So I'm just trying to figure out
how much
I've
made that drive
charge
before?
is affected.
I've made the drive from, at the time it was Austin to Los Angeles and back from Los Angeles to Austin. That I made that in college when I was going to pick up my my friends. I went with my friend's dad, and his sister was living in L.A., and we were going to get her and bring her back. And my gosh, that is the longest.
I did Phoenix to Lafayette
ever. Yeah,
Phoenix
that's probably about the same. Probably similar distance, maybe not quite as long, but yeah, it's just getting through Texas is. I mean, you cannot get out of Texas.
Well, I thought,
it's impossible.
I'm in El Paso. I'm almost there. There was another 700 miles.
No, you're not even close.
Right. Yeah. So that's the worst. I'll never do that again. No, they're gonna get to bring the truck, and so we're gonna. I'm not changing styles, okay?
It's easy for you to say now. You're not even living there yet.
I'm wearing my golf attire on a daily basis. I'll be playing golf and wearing my golf attire.
This is a man who changes attire depending on what his favorite coach is doing. Like,
we can't
his
trust
favorite
you.
exec. Oh, Alonzo, a Cleveland Browns guy. I'm going to wear Cleveland Browns gear. Just you wait. You're adaptable.
Wendy told me to wear this. We're not trusting you.
Yeah,
you're going to wear whatever you're told to wear. You're not even allowed in this conversation.
That's been the
At this point, you're like a doll. You're like a John doll instead of a Ken doll. Well, she gets to dress you up.
Okay, so
an American boy doll?
He's an American boy doll.
How much clothes do you think in the closet I bought for myself?
Not much.
No, next to nothing.
You get them for free? You beg for them, or she buys them for you?
Just golf shirts that I get at tournaments. Nothing do I have in my closet.
The stuff you get forced into wearing at the Houston Sports Award is not what you're going to get forced into wearing in L.A. They're going to be different things. Don't you worry.
Oh, yeah.
Listen. I'm my own man, okay? I'm the boss of what I wear. So
Wendy told me to wear these shoes. You've said that so many times to us.
She's on her way to the airport right now, I think.
Wendy, if you're 713-780-3776, it's not the best in terms of the signal today.
What's the matter? Oh, we got.
It's just it's just a.
It's
it's
go to 97.9.
Yeah,
that's where you go.
Like I said, I can't.
97.9. Wait for the HD2 to come up because it takes a couple of seconds. My buddy Martin, he goes, I went to the HD2 and it didn't come up, so it doesn't work. And I'm like, did you wait a couple seconds? Because it takes a couple. And then I'm in his car. Oh, look, it works. And you just have no patience whatsoever. 97.9. Go to the HD2 station and just hit +1. And you're there, and here we go. And you got a signal that is incomparable. It's the greatest signal. It's the best signal in the world. It doesn't get any better than this signal. So 97.9 HD2 is what you're looking for.
So yesterday, the Mariners are in a massive slide right now. Well, yeah, I mean, they're in a massive slide for the whole month. And they brought in an old nemesis of our Houston Astros, Mr. Randy Arozarena, was traded to the Seattle Mariners for a couple of minor leaguers, Adam Smith and Brody Hopkins, plus a player to be named later. And Randy Arozarena, hopefully they don't trade for Aroldis Garcia next. But old Randy Arozarena is now a Mariner. They needed to do something. So
yeah. Well, and I don't understand the Rays. The Rays are right there. I think they're a game behind Seattle for the wild card. Why are you giving them Randy Arozarena?
Is he coming up?
And for a couple A-ball guys. For a couple
well,
of
these
A-ball
might
guys
be really
and a
high
player to be named.
Yeah, these might be really high-end prospects. That's what I was saying. It's not going to cost an arm and a leg to just get an arm, a minor leaguer. It'll cost you nothing to get some arm. That's why I think they'll do it. But Randy Arozarena must have a contract coming up or something, because for them to get rid of him right now at the age of 29 is, yeah, I mean, right now he's dirt cheap, $716,000.
Right now, that's it.
Right now,
but
his contract is $716,000, and he is an arbitration 3 next year. And no, I take it back. This year, he got a 1 year. No, that was old. He got a 1 year, $8 million deal.
Okay.
Yeah, he got a $1 million, he got an $8 million deal, but he's got arbitration, and then so you have 2 years of pseudo club control with the arbitration. It's a really good move for the Mariners.
Well, he's also hitting .211 with a .712 OPS this year.
Well, that doesn't sound like If you think that he used steroids, which I obviously don't, but for people who do think that steroids were used,
are you confusing him with Adolis, or are you?
No, I'm going to put it on anybody who. No,
here.
We get blamed for things that didn't exist, like buzzers. So I'll just put it on not Chapman. I'll put it on Garcia. I'll put it on Arozarena. I'll put it on anybody who's beaten the Astros before. They must have been cheating too.
Well, speaking of cheating, did you see this? Have you seen? I gotta get to it. Have you seen the stats of Bobby Witt?
How good they are?
Well, home. He's got a 11%, 12% strikeout rate. Away, 21%. His walks to strikeouts are 0.8 at home, 0.18 on the road. His average is 414 at home, 270 on the road. His on base 468 to 304. Slugging 738.
Wait, 468 to 304?
Yeah. 468 on base to 304 on base away.
468 on base at home?
Yeah.
Good
slugging,
Lord.
738 slugging at home, 440 on the road. 1,200 OPS to 744. Ain't nothing funny going on at Royal Stadium. Kauffman Stadium.
What is that?
Nothing funny going on.
That's like old school Colorado numbers.
Well, that's worse than any of the cheaters for the Astros in 17.
Well, are they any? Well, yeah, but you still have to see if there's any other players.
Well, only he might be the only one cheating. You don't know. You don't know.
I don't think so.
You don't know.
Until he beats us, I'm not going to accuse him of cheating.
Well,
once you
stupid, ridiculous splits right there.
Yeah, they are. They are.
I mean, how do you explain that? Maybe because of the hitting background, or I just feel more comfortable at home. One question: is he married with kids? He must not be. He must be single, and he's having a good time at home.
Yeah, a lot of times you have the good time on the road, but
right.
No, I don't think he's married. He's 24 years old. He's not married.
You don't know.
No, I do. I'm actually looking at it right now. He's not married.
He's single.
So I actually know.
Well, that's why he's got such. That's why he's so good at home.
Maybe it is.
Maybe we need to get him married so we don't have to worry about the Royals anymore.
Yeah. Let me know when I'm supposed to be worried about the Royals. Does it start today, or when does it? Is that a thing now? We worry about the Royals.
I don't know if you heard. In 2016, the Royals beat us and won the World Series.
God, that was so long ago. That was before COVID. I was still doing a show with Matt Thomas. That was so long ago.
It was long ago.
You were doing a show probably with Sean Salisbury. I mean, my goodness. We were worried about the Royals that long ago? James Harden was here.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud was like in junior high.
Was he? Was he in junior high yet?
Yeah, probably so.
Or maybe.
I mean, we're talking about 8 years ago, and he's what, 22 now. He'd have been like 14. He would have been a freshman in high school.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about the Royals?
Yeah.
When C.J. Stroud didn't even have hair under his arms? No thanks.
I'm sorry, but Bobby
Glad you stuck with arms.
Yeah.
Thought that was going someplace else.
Yeah. What does Antonio Brown think about the hair?
Oh no, that's no.
Well, Wendy can't call in because she's getting on a plane, so it's open season. She's going to be on a plane for this whole show, so I don't care. My shiva getter is broke. All right, we got to talk about right now. We got to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Listen, you got the Olympics. You want to bet on the Olympics? You got all the Olympic games that you want to bet on. You got to bet on them in the morning because they're competing right now, as a matter of fact, in France or whatever's happening. I mean, they got some problems over there in France. But here's the deal. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You got baseball. You've got Olympics. You've got NFL futures, which is kind of a big deal. You got casino gambling. You got listen, I'm here at my daughter's, and her husband is on MyBookie, and he's cashing out. He's playing blackjack. He's playing casino games where you can see the dealer actually throw you the cards. That is so much better than just the machine. You have no idea what the monkey business is going on, but if you can see the dealer throwing you the cards, that's awesome. MyBookie.ag has it all. You got a signing bonus for coming in, and you're going to have you're going to be ready to get ready for this NFL season. What? You want to bet on the futures? You want to bet on your team winning over 9.5 games? Let's go. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell.
Raise your hand if a Colombian host, Colombiana, came in and said hello to you. Well, I didn't see her say that to Dell.
Lance is
I'll raise my hand.
Lance is such an awful person.
She said, "Where's John? John's not in today." And I said, "Nope."
So, Melissa Blanco, who some of you Twitch
Power
pervs
104.5
know from when she comes in here, and
105.3.
shows up, and she's made a couple of
Meet
appearances.
The team, Lance.
Yeah, he never does. You don't either, for the record.
I know everybody at the station.
That's not true. She came in and said, "Hey," and then she looked through the glass. "Hey, where's John?" I said, "Oh, he's in Oklahoma City." And Lance, because he's a terrible person, tried to make me feel bad by saying, "Oh, did she come say hi to you?" I have Evan, the intern, as proof that she came in here and said hello.
When John's not here, I kind of play the role of John too. Like, did she come say hi to you? That's something he would have said. So I kind of played the role of John.
You're the same guy. You're always awful. Don't blame John's lack of.
Thank you.
What's awful?
Lack of being
Thank
here.
you.
Everything's awful about you.
Thank you.
From
good
top
night.
down.
Hey, we are closing in on the trade deadline, boys.
I know.
Hey, did you see the latest? Jamison Talon and Eric Fetty are my kind of. This is what you were looking for, Lance. And you know what? This is exactly what you were thinking about. Fetty was in Japan he was in Korea last year, and the White Sox signed him to a 2-year, $15 million deal, which is a little much for a mid-starter. And Talon has been around forever. He's from Houston. Mm-hmm. Talon would be nice. That would be okay. I wouldn't mind that.
That's all I was saying. Like guys like that, and the Orioles are after him too. By the way.
Yeah, but you know what? You're on the hook for 7.5 next year for Fetty.
Big deal anyway. Well, I'm talking about
no. I'm sorry. You're on the hook for 15.
Yeah. Well, Talon this year he's 7 and 5.
I'm sorry. It is 7.5 next year. 7.5 next year. That's my bad. Yep.
Okay. Well, Talon is 7 and 5 with a 296. Started 17 games. His whip is, he's not a big strikeout pitcher. 100 innings pitched and 78 strikeouts, which is lower than the Astros usually, go with. But he's got a 114 whip. His career whip is 121. He's the kind of guy exactly the kind of guy that I was thinking. He's 32 years old. He's probably not going to cost you an arm and a leg in terms of, although he's going to cost you a little bit more because you are going to have a team like the Orioles going after him as well. But if you went after a pitcher like that, that's exactly the kind of guy. Frankly, it's actually a little bit better, I think statistically at least, than I was thinking. But he's not, he doesn't blow you away. His hits per innings pitch is not going to blow you away. Like, that's why he's on the market. They move off of they get out of some money, and then you've got a chance to pick up a guy who can, bolster your starting rotation if you need, and that would be a good move. Either one of those moves would be good moves to me. That's a move I almost think you have to make.
Do you see what they're trying to do? They're trying to add Montero to any deal.
Well, yeah,
as a salary dump.
Sure, you are.
Yeah, but you're going to have to give up even more. I mean, this is a Brock.
Well, you may have to pay. You may have to pay 50% of that.
Well, you might have. Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah, you might have to pick up some.
I wouldn't give up.
Or you got to give up. You got to give up better prospects.
I'm not going to. I'll pick up. You know what? We'll dump it, and we'll pick up $6 million of that. Just get this bad luck guy off my team.
This is an Osweiler situation where you're just trying to get rid of the guy and the money, and you'll.
And what a disaster that was.
Give them better players.
What a disaster that was. Right? You wanted to get rid of it, so you give up draft picks. Don't. Yeah. Just pay. You're better off just paying the money.
How do you feel about yourself if you're traded to a team, you and a second rounder for nothing?
Yeah, like Osweiler.
Yeah. How do you? I mean, you're like, oh, I guess that didn't.
I'll tell you how you feel. You feel like you're up in the broadcast booth doing college football games, like he is now.
Yeah, that would be. You know what? That is what he's doing. He's playing golf and he's living a good life. I think he's up in Wyoming. I'm pretty sure he's a member of a club up in Wyoming. Good for him. Good on him. He got what? 40. How much did he get? What was Osweiler's contract? It was ridiculous.
I think it was like $17 a year.
Yeah.
At that time, that was good money.
That was money then.
Way back when in 2014, that was good money.
But it would be nice to get out of the Montero deal if you can if you get out of that money. It would be nice to get out of there and lower your cap, lower your number, so that whoever you bring on doesn't put you in another tax threshold. That would be really nice.
Yeah,
and
that's
could offset
why.
the money.
Yeah, that's why you may have to do that.
Well, and not only that, but you want to get out of Montero. I mean, that would be really, really nice to get out of that deal.
Mm-hmm.
So we got some beef going on. This Cal Quantrill and Reese McGuire thing. Did you see?
There was some ugly things said by Quantrill to McGuire.
Yeah. He's
really
Quantrill's
ugly.
with the Rockies, and
I knew that was his dad.
McGuire is with the Red Sox.
So his dad is Paul Quantrill. It had to be. Former major leaguer Paul Quantrill is the dad of
Reese. Of Cal Quantrill.
Of Cal. Cal had some rough things to say.
Apparently, he struck him out. He struck out Reese McGuire, and then, he got him to hit a fly ball to center, and he began to celebrate with a big yell. And McGuire didn't appreciate being shown up by Quantrill, which led to the confrontation. Apparently, Quantrill said, "You pleasured yourself in a bleeping parking lot, you dumb bleep."
Mm-hmm.
And I missed this story. Did Reese McGuire get arrested for enjoying himself, for roughing up the suspect in a parking lot?
Well, as a matter of fact, John, let me read you the little story here. You bleeped off in a bleeping parking garage, you dumb bleep. McGuire was indeed arrested and charged with exposure of sexual organs in February 2020. I mean, that was, it's technically pre-COVID. We hadn't shut everything down when he played. Because I feel like if you did something in the middle of COVID, all sins are forgiven.
Because
it was a different time. You're in the middle of COVID. But that February doesn't quite count.
While parked in a strip mall parking lot in Florida, McGuire was arrested in 2020 for pleasuring himself. McGuire was embarrassed and apologetic over the incident, and he continues to take insults from it.
Here's what the deputy asked him. If you're down at an apartment next to the stadium, why would you come to a parking lot just to pleasure yourself? A deputy asked him in footage of the arrest obtained by TMZ. I don't know, responded McGuire. He pleaded no contest to a second-degree misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct. That's one of those things that I would, probably would have forgot about. But Quantrill must really hate him because
Quantrill didn't forget.
Yeah, no, he's had that loaded up for him. You whacked it in a parking lot, you dumb.
Listen, there are a lot of, and so the bench is cleared. There's a lot of guys you want to come to their defense, and you showing up my guy, or you came in high with your spikes, or you threw at him. I gotta defend the guy who was, spanking Hank in a parking lot. This is what I got to do. I know that's probably not your favorite thing. This is what the article says. But what really stands out in retrospect is Quantrill's lightning-fast recall of the details of a mortifying moment that happened more than 4 years ago. Pitchers and catchers consider swing tendencies and first-pitch aggression when they scout opposing hitters. But do they brush up on the most embarrassing moments of their opponents' lives as well? Perhaps what had been presumed to be baseball-only chatter during mound visits goes more like, let's start heater low and away. Called his teacher mom once and started singing during a Zoom meeting when he thought he was muted. That was lightning. That, to me, you don't recall that. You've just got that loaded. You already don't like that guy. No. You have something. There's something more there for you to be screaming that in the middle of a game.
You crapped in a tub of popcorn, you idiot.
Yeah.
Like, hey.
Right.
That was supposed to be our private conversation.
Well, on the radio?
Yeah.
You had a private conversation about that on the radio?
Yeah. Hey, why would you say that? That happened so many years ago. How do you have lightning fast recall? Because I don't like you.
Yeah. No, I had that loaded. It was loaded.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like he struck him out or Reese McGuire said anything to him.
No, he did strike him out, but he celebrated so hard that he needed to say that.
He flew out to center. It was a fly ball to center. And
is that what it was? I thought he struck him out.
No, he flew.
He did that on a fly out? Oh, my God, he hates you.
He does not like you. He does not like you one bit. You know who I like? I like Kent Jones. That's who I like. Kent Jones is a guy who is going to save you money. You know, I hear a lot of guys, I'll save you money. Oh, really? Okay, Kent Jones does this every day. Kent Jones does this for a living. Kent Jones, for 30 years, has been in this city, 29 to 30 years, has been in this city shopping mortgages for people. He's working his ass off to get you the best mortgage you could possibly get. Are you a veteran? You get a VA loan. Do you want a Fannie Mae, a Freddie Mac, an FHA, whatever it is? Okay, you can afford to buy a house, people. This is something that you can do. If you're paying rent to someone, that's the dumbest stuff. You're just making them rich. You are not building any wealth. When you buy a home, you're starting to build wealth, okay? And listen, I know the interest rates are high, but you can refi, and Kent Jones will do that for you as well. He'll do it all, and he'll save you thousands of dollars. He's going to work his ass off for you to make sure that you get the best loan that you can possibly get. He knows all of the different hacks. He knows all of the different ways to save money. He's been doing it for 30 years. People, if you're going to buy a home, there's one place. Or you want a scenario quote. How much is it going to cost me? He will give that to you as well. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
It's time to talk about Allstate Windows and Siding. It's a company who can do so much for you. And many of you had your eyes opened up after the weather that we had this last month. I mean, you know, it's been a nice summer other than the hurricane and the tornado, other than that. But a lot of you said, wow, my windows, I had one broken through, by either some debris or maybe even just the wind. And so you had to find a new window company. You had the vinyl siding ripped off of your home because of the wind. Allstate Windows and Siding, their windows are double pane, double strength. They're made in Texas specifically for our weather. which obviously is a lot different than other people. And so they're made to withstand the elements. And the closer you get to the coast, the stronger the window they have. But, I mean, their hurricane strength right now for us right here in the city of Houston, they are completely different the way that they build their windows. And they're going to have windows that look great but offer you the safety and the strength against the elements, besides just the upgraded appearance of your home. And Complete Siding Jobs, they've got big discounts for you on that regard as well. So make sure that you are checking out our good friends over at allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, let's talk a little Texans. Texans commenter put this out on Twitter. So we're gonna just use a little Texans commenter.
Yeah, well, it was an audio.
It's
an
audio
clip. D'Amico was mic'd up.
Mic'd up.
And I don't know where this originally aired, but he's the one who grabbed it.
It's from the Texans account. He just grabbed it, but it's officially from the Texans account.
Oh, from Houston. From the Houston Texans. That's right, because it said every snap matters or something like that. So it was from the Texans account.
Okay, so they had mic'd up, and he's watching a play. He's behind the play, and he's watching a play, and he makes reference to number 14.
I had to go to the roster and say, who is 14? And then I saw it. I'm like, oh, this makes sense.
When he said Mari, he says Mari during it. So I didn't know that's what they call Kamari Lassiter. It's Kamari Lassiter. He's wearing number 14. And here is D'Amico loving on what Kamari Lassiter is doing in practice.
Way to finish! Way to finish! Way to finish, 14! Way to finish! That kid freaking compete every snap. Love it. Love it. Every snap. Love it. There you go, Mari. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, that's
high
D'Amico.
Praise, bro.
That's D'Amico in a soundbite. That's D'Amico.
Yeah.
That competitive nature, and D'Amico wants to find dogs. I know it's going to be cliche. You hear that all the time, but that's what Kamari Lassiter's competitive nature is really high. Really, really high. And that's why D'Amico, I think that's one of the things that made D'Amico love him on tape. He's 180-some-odd pounds, but I had no doubt that he could play in at slot, because the big part of playing slot now is being able to defend the run. That's not a problem for him. He's more than willing, but they've got him outside because they think he can handle it physically and speed-wise. And, man, he is just really he is just a super competitive guy. I mean, he played for Kirby Smart, just like Nick said, and Kirby learned from Nick. In Alabama and Georgia, you're going to get guys who are going to be highly competitive by nature, and that's what we saw with D'Amico there. That's his guy now. That's his guy.
Well, man, and everything that Kamari Lassiter is saying at practice, all of his sound bites, it looks like his work ethic. If a coach is commenting on you at practice as a rookie like that is hot. You know what? That dude's going to be on the field and he's going to be making a contribution. He's doing everything right. That's awesome. I got to tell you, we got some good GMs here now. I mean, what Rafael Stone, his drafting ability and his ability to see talent, and you got to give it up for Nick. Nick is fantastic. He's finding a lot of gems, even a little bit later. With the hand that he got dealt the first couple of years with the draft picks and, just in the Deshaun situation, but what he's done, wow.
I think some of it, too, though, for the last 2 years has been D'Amico's and Slowick's impact on saying these are the kind of guys we want. I mean, I think there's a very distinct philosophy now at play. I think the Texans have, for a long time, not had great philosophy on what kind of players they wanted to draft. I think that was one of the biggest problems we had through the Gary Kubiak era, and they know it. They had a philosophical offense, but they were okay at getting those guys offensively. But man, they know D'Amico knows exactly what his defensive players are supposed to look like, and Bobby Slowick knows what his offensive players are supposed to look like, and that makes life way easier on Nick Caserio, where he's not trying to have to figure it out. Like D'Amico's got very specific types he likes, very specific.
Well, even before he got here, though, he brought in Nico, he brought in Stingley, Petrie. Pierce was good until the offense wasn't any good for him anymore. Even before D'Amico got here, he had some. No, he had.
I would say the Davis Mills draft wasn't that great, but he had Nico was a good one. Stingley up to this point has been. It's still incomplete. No matter what you say, I mean, it's incomplete. There was no first year and second year. He played half the year, played really well half the year. We can't say Jalen Green hasn't gotten it done when he plays half a year, but but Byron Stingley has gotten it done when he plays half a year. That's not consistent. Like, you got to play a whole year. You got to play a whole year before we crown your
Green's
ass.
on the court and not getting it done. Stingley was hurt, not getting it done. That's
well,
a big
it's 4
difference.
years in a row though he's been hurt.
Yeah,
You still have to play. It doesn't matter.
He's only been here for 2.
Do you get it done or not? Well, he still has a history of not staying healthy. He still has to prove that.
Yeah. Well, Jalen Green's a bad example, but
no,
we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Jalen Petrie, I'm not all that thrilled, but he's been a starter since day one. So, neither here nor there. I think they're doing a fantastic job of drafting, finding talent, and even a little bit later in the draft finding guys. You mentioned the slot and where Lassiter might play and what they might do. I think Lassiter is probably going to be outside. I think, but who's going to be inside offensively? Bobby Slowick was on green light with the Long brothers.
Yeah.
And asked about Diggs and how he might help the offense. And here's what Bobby Slowick had to say.
One thing I think that people underrate with Diggs is how good of a ball in hands player he is. He is a very, very good runner when he has the rock. So I think even just me going into it before he wound up coming here and I was watching the film, I knew he could run routes. I knew he had elite ball skills down the field for sure. He can track it better than most anyone I've been around. And he knows how to play off defenders to finish. But I was not expecting what I saw once he caught the ball. And there were a lot of underneath catches he had that I think most receivers in the NFL were probably getting 10 yards on, and Steph was taking them to the house, or he was taking them for 25. Or, it was a throw he caught at 4 yards that probably most guys would get 6, and he got 12. And how big of a deal that is for us in this offense. Like the difference between 2nd and 4 and 2nd and 1, or 2nd and 7 and 1st and 10, like for us, that's everything. The more we can stay on track, we really believe in what we can do as far as being efficient until we can get an explosive. So I really enjoy that part of his game.
This is what I wrote about him when he came out. It was years ago. Doesn't possess the strength or long speed to make a living as an outside receiver, but can be an extremely effective weapon from the slot as a pro, turning short third down throws into first downs. Diggs can make things happen when he has the ball in his hands and could become a consistent, productive weapon for the right offensive coordinator. I remember watching him at Maryland. This is what he did. They threw the ball to him, and he was awesome with yards after the catch. Awesome. Keenan McCardell was his coach at Maryland, and Keenan loved the guy, absolutely loved the guy. And he said, I can tell you this, get the ball in his hands, and he's a different kind of football player. That's what, that's actually when he came out, what he was known for was his yards after catch. And it's kind of funny to hear Bobby Slowick. I actually kind of forgot about it up to this point, but listening to Bobby Slowick talk about it, that's such a huge, huge thing in the NFL that not enough people take into account, the ability to turn 8 into 18, or the ability to turn a 7-yard run, a 7-yard catch into a touchdown, a 27-yard touchdown. Like that's That's massive. That's creating chunk plays with your ability as a running back. In essence, you get the ball in your hands, you're now a running back, and man, Diggs is good at that. Tank is good at that too. Tank's really good at that.
Yeah. No. We got yards after. We got some yak. Okay.
We got yak.
We got some yak.
Yak is not a problem.
Although we don't have that at running back, yards after contact. I think Joe Mixon was like one of the worst in the league last year.
Was he? Well, Dameon Pierce is a good yak guy. I just don't know if he'll play.
No, but I think I saw a stat where Joe Mixon was not good. It wasn't good. But we're not to worry because he's not going to get touched till he's about 6-7 yards down the field. So we're not worried about that. Not worried in the least. Hey, there's a little media beef going on. We'll talk about on the other side. A little skirmish brewing. A little brouhaha on Twitter. We'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we're talking about Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing. We're talking about our guy. We really, really, really like Billy Brown. We like him as a person. We like the way that he goes about it. I love when it's a family-owned business and, the owner's right there setting the tone for the philosophy of the business. We're not going to come in. We're not charging you just to show up at your house and give you an estimate. Other plumbers are doing that. The plumbing game has got a bad reputation, and Billy's trying to change that. And he's trying to give you the best quality workmanship and service that he can possibly give you, Lance. And he does this every day.
He does it every day because he understands that, a plumbing issue is a major, major concern for you, and it needs to be handled in a fast manner, and it needs to be done, with great transparency. And that's something he takes very seriously, being transparent with the pricing, with what the issue is, and what the work is that is being done. And it's an extremely trustworthy company with great pricing who, you can lock in on them and you're good to go. That's what we love about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Before we get to the hate, let's give a little love out. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is here. Go see the newest in hunting products, clothing, rifles, knives, and more. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is August 2nd through the 4th, and we are giving away a pair of tickets at 8 o'clock. A pair of tickets at 8 o'clock. Just call in 713-780-3776. It'll be caller 8 at 8. You want a pair of tickets to the Hunters Extravaganza. And if you go on Friday next week, you'll be able to see Gallant George and the Killer Bees there. They're going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 6. Caller 8 at 8 o'clock for those Hunters Extravaganza tickets.
There is before John gets to his beef, there is a concern brewing here in the city. And I don't know. We've had a lot of rain. Brian wants to know, is there a hurricane coming we don't know about? Because J.G. Cruz only leaves in emergencies. John, did Wendy tell you something about weather that we need to know about as a city?
No. I am not J.G. Cruz. Okay, I am in Oklahoma with my daughter and her daughter and my son-in-law, and that is, I just wanted to spend a nice long weekend with them, and then I'll be back on Monday and Tuesday, and then I got to head to L.A. But no, there's no impending hurricane where I'm ditching the city.
You will tell us, though, won't you?
I don't do that. I'm a man of the people. I will stand there strong.
Will you tell us if there is one coming?
Flies through our city. Was I not there 2 weeks ago for Beryl? Was I not at home?
Yeah, you
suffering
were here
like everyone else.
Of course,
with
of course, they also thought it was going west, and it took a northerly turn late. So,
yeah, no,
I
knew
would have
all
been on
along
a
it
jet
was
out
coming.
of here.
I knew all along it was coming. Okay, I got inside information.
Who's beefing, John? Who in the city of Houston? Is beefing
I don't
right
know.
now?
I don't know who Chris Baldwin is.
Chris Baldwin is the guy who famously called J.J. Watt a pizza boy at one point because he delivered pizzas. He said the draft pick was terrible.
Oh, wait. Here's the story.
Okay.
Chris Baldwin works for Paper City. Okay, now.
Yeah.
Apparently, he worked for Culture Map in the past.
He's been known as a bit of a hater in the past.
Okay. Well, he called Joseph Duarte out. And in a headline that says he called him out and says Oliver Luck is not a candidate for the University of Houston athletic director job, a Paper City exclusive, because Joseph Duarte a couple of weeks ago apparently mentioned in a tweet that he was that Oliver Luck was a candidate. Okay. And for the record, Joseph Duarte said, I received the same text from Oliver Luck a few days after I mentioned his name. Oliver Luck told him, I'm not a candidate, okay? About 2 weeks ago, actually, have the receipts. Did I feel the need to put it out there? No. I haven't mentioned his name since, and it's never been in any Houston Chronicle web or story. So Joseph Duarte says to Chris Baldwin, because Chris Baldwin is refuting a tweet of Joseph Duarte's. Since you've been dying for attention, Chris Baldwin, there's a difference between a tweet and an official report. Never said Oliver Luck was a candidate. Unlike when you reported Dana Holgerson was not on the hot seat and would be back as head coach. Have you even acknowledged Willie Fritz was hired? Also look forward to your article when J.J. Watt is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Here are the headlines of Chris Baldwin's stories in Paper City.
Hold on. Did Duarte bust out headlines on him?
Headlines. Paper City. Tillman Fertitta looks forward to Dana Holgerson's second season in Big 12. UH's billionaire believer says expectations will be higher next year for Houston's still chosen coach. And then a Culture Map story from 2011. Texans will rue the night they took pizza boy J.J. Watt over Nick Fairley. Houston lover. Yeah, I don't know that they're ruining the night that they took Pizza Boy. I don't know that I know Dana's no longer the head coach, and he that story. I mean, Tillman did. Now, in all fairness, Tillman did say that he wanted Dana back.
Well, in all fairness, Chris Baldwin has had to eat those words for many years through many people.
Right.
But Duarte hadn't gotten his licks in.
I mean,
he's like, and that's what happens when you say things like that. Now, granted, most of the times in most areas, you're not the headline writer for Culture or for Paper City or Culture Map, whoever he wrote that for at the time. He probably was the headline writer. That one probably did come from him in a smaller organization. They'll rue the day it was one of the worst takes that has
That's
ever
a bad
existed.
take.
I mean, I give him credit for going out on a limb and trying to shoot his shot, but when you do that, it's going to live forever, especially when the guy is a first ballot Hall of Fame.
So I clicked on the Paper City article that suggests that Oliver Luck is not a candidate. I'm trying to figure out what would prompt Joseph Duarte to take this type of action, because we hear reports and then another publication might refute a report, and it doesn't always lead to a back and forth. So he does reference the Chronicle article, I'm assuming written by Duarte.
Was it an article that he wrote,
a report?
or a tweet?
Sorry, a report. That's Joseph
Joseph said it was a tweet, not a report.
So, but in this world that we live in, and sure, he's a traditional journalist, so he's going to dispute it. But at this point, a tweet, how we gather our news, kind of feels like a report for most people. Now, it may not be the case, but when people see a tweet from an accredited person, they're like, "Oh, there's some real backing behind that."
Well, Joseph, since he did hear from Oliver right away, he should have put in there. He should have retracted it, if you want to know the truth. I mean, Oliver Luck says he's not a candidate, so I'm going to go with that. So I apologize for the earlier, and then maybe Chris Baldwin doesn't go. Whatever.
Retracted a tweet?
Pardon? He doesn't what?
You said he should have retracted a tweet?
A tweet that suggested Luck was the name to
suggested
watch.
No, you
Oliver
don't have
Luck,
to do that. You just delete it later.
Well, it's not deleted.
When you get too much heat, unless somebody screen capped you.
No, or you can say, well, I heard it from the horse's mouth. He's not a candidate. So there you have it. I mean, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong, and I've been wrong on tweets before. And you got to live. You got to live up to it.
So we got to pick a side. That's how this all works. Who do we side with, Baldwin or Duarte?
Well,
I'm going Kendrick.
Well, Duarte
Kendrick's
went
not
full.
involved.
Baldwin went full Cal Quantrill on him.
No, hold on.
Duarte,
Every beef you
Duarte
said there's a
went
Kendrick
full
and there's a Drake. Who is the Kendrick in this and who is the Drake?
No, you don't have to.
You have to now. It's
Well,
a Kendrick
there's
or a Drake.
There's a Quantrill and there's a McGuire.
Yeah, but McGuire didn't even say anything. I don't even know. He hasn't even released a diss track.
Well, but Joseph was ready with these headlines. He had them captured. He was ready to throw them. I mean, he was ready to fire.
This had to be. It's more than just it's
no,
not
he's
a
never
report
or
it's just a tweet. This is a long-standing thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he said, since you like attention, which suggests he hasn't liked Baldwin's the cut of that guy's jib for a while now.
I mean, Baldwin was pretty. I wasn't a big fan. I don't think I've ever had any direct interaction, but not enough for me to really say anything. And he's been off the radar, from my radar, for a little while now. So it doesn't. But
so you're siding with Duarte.
Joseph Duarte has. Duarte was ready. Like, he's wanted to say this for a while. Kind of like when Kendrick had basically written bars about Drake for years because he's hated him for years. And when the time came up, he was ready to release his diss tracks. And he had receipts. It's the same.
I feel like
obviously Duarte is Kendrick.
I feel like there's an entire generation of people asking Lance to stop talking about the Kendrick-Drake beef. Like, hey, leave that alone. We don't want you to.
Del,
we don't want you talking about it.
We don't. I don't care. Like you can't. You don't get to own it. You're not like me. You're not like me.
You feel like he's a white guy trying to get into a black situation?
I mean, it's fine. I mean, they're two of the biggest artists in the world, so it's not specific to black or white, but it's maybe more specific to Lance that I don't like.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I make you uncomfortable because I know what happened in that. Kendrick hated him forever, and he had bars written years in advance.
I don't like you reading up on it.
Years in advance.
Talking like an expert about it.
I am an expert on it, on Kendrick or Drake. I went in a rabbit hole, and I did a lot of studying on this. And I've even seen some videos that my daughter's shown me, or actually my son showed me, where, Dad, did you even know what these lyrics meant? And they're so sneak diss that you can't even, like, holy crap, Kendrick truly is a poet.
See, I'm not sure if it's the tone of him talking about it or just him reciting the facts. There's just something bothersome about it.
I knew you wouldn't like it.
John, you probably...
Reciting the facts. He even said that, John. He said, I don't know if I like him reciting the facts. He doesn't like me speaking on this because He doesn't like. He thinks I'm getting out of line.
Listen, there's a tone that
You can't speak on Caitlin Clark.
That's fine.
That's white folks' business.
Don't worry. I don't care enough. I don't care. You notice what
That's
doesn't
white folks'
You know
business.
what doesn't
Caitlin
happen
Clark.
you know what doesn't happen from 10 to 12? Caitlin Clark conversations. It doesn't happen. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Why
No,
not? Your show would be so much better if you got some Caitlin Clark in there.
You don't have to instruct me not to talk about Caitlin Clark. I'm more than fine.
Get some Caitlin Clark stuff going on in your show. It's so much better when you do
Maybe
it.
your show would be more popular. Okay.
Do people enjoy it when we talk about it on this show?
Yeah,
yes,
you love it.
They either love it or
People
hate it.
love
That's the point.
Yes.
Has Skip Bayless taught you nothing?
Thankfully, no.
You've got to love or hate something. And Stephen A., you got to. It's one or the other. They taught you that's the way you do media.
John, if I started like waxing poetic about Xander Schauffele or Mike Weir, whatever, that's what it feels like when he's talking about Drake.
Well,
Kendrick.
I see, but he's got a little more information about that than you do about golf. So
no, I know that
he's got a little more credibility.
No, I
Don't
know
forget
that they hit
he
a white
watched.
ball.
He watched the history of rap. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Well, how can I forget? It was part of the show for like 2 weeks. I remember.
Yes.
Yeah. It was great. 97.5 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurant Week in 2020.
Remember that part, Drake?
2024.
What did you call me?
It's time to
Actually,
raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. You dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefixed menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It starts August 1st, runs through September 2nd. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com for all the participating. This is when you get to go to really nice places and affordably do it. So this is a great thing. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com and see all the restaurants. And this is a great time to take advantage of that. Let's go. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that. I want to talk about TPC Industrial right now. Those are my guys. My man, Houston, he might be out there right now getting a job done somewhere. It's what they do. I know Archie's working. A lot of times I don't know about Houston, but I do know Archie's working because that's what he do. I do know that they have everything that you need in the PVF hose and fitting industry, okay? You got a job. Gas and oil. You're building something. You're trying to whatever. You're trying to get that gas. You're trying to get that oil, and you don't have the right parts. You need pipes or valves or fittings or flanges or forged steel or whatever, couplings, whatever, and you can't get them. And your company that's your supplier is not getting it to you. Well, guess what? These guys will. These guys will get it to you. This is what they depend on: service, fast service around the surrounding areas, a full state-of-the-art distribution center that has product in stock. And if they don't have it, they're going to find it right away and get it to your job site on time. Because if you don't have your stuff on site on time, you're wasting money. You're wasting man hours, and you don't want that. TPC Industrial. 346-226-3866, 346-226-3866, or tpcindl.com.
If you are still interested in those Hunters Extravaganza tickets, you can call in right now. 713-780-3776.
Let's go.
2024 Hunters Extravaganza from August 2nd through the 4th. We're giving away a pair of tickets right now. You can call in and get them.
All right, you see in Paris they had some sabotage to their metro stations.
No, at the Olympics?
Yeah.
What kind?
Apparently 5 different unguarded places. Everything was in place. They're ready for the opening ceremonies.
Yeah.
They're ready for the parade and everything else. France's state-owned rail company says the saboteurs either vandalized or tried to vandalize 5 signal boxes and electricity installations between 1 and 5:30 on Friday.
Oh, you know who's doing this? That same dumb group that throws chicken soup on paintings and gets in the roadways and spray paints what they think is Taylor Swift's jet. It's those same idiots.
I do like that you detected, you solved the case from thousands of miles away after hearing 2 sentences.
So I have to hear. Sometimes that's all you have to hear.
This is it. These are the saboteurs.
No, you know what you do in the first 48 hours. You've come up with suspects, potential suspects. I didn't solve it, but I'm telling you right now, my number one suspect are those idiots that try to get attention. You don't think they're on the list?
Oh, they're on the list.
Okay.
Well, but you said you know who did this.
I already know it's them. I don't need anything.
See,
I already know
you just watched Presumed Innocent, and you're still making.
That's true. And the ending,
wild accusations.
The ending caused me problems. I was like, I knew it was.
Well,
that's something like,
the ending was not what the book.
It's not.
No.
Don't say anything for people.
I can't say it, but I can tell you a different person.
Yeah,
did it in the book. That's all I can do.
Yep. Yeah, no, I know it's them. It's usually them. They do the dumb stuff. They glue their hands to the basketball floors. They spray paint people's jets. They throw, mustard on the Mona Lisa. They're dumb stuff that they do that they should get tased for because they're bringing awareness. They're bringing awareness to issues. Mm-hmm. Thanks for all your awareness. I appreciate it. It really makes me sympathetic to your cause when you're trying to ruin artwork and slow my basketball playoff games down.
Yeah, they attacked all the lines. Apparently, it was a massive, large-scale attack aimed at paralyzing its services involving arson, theft, targeting, cabling, not just at one place but multiple places.
It's probably them. I'm going to put it on them.
You're just going to put it on them?
They take responsibility for it.
They'll want They'll want the accusation.
Good. I'll give it to them.
Yeah. They just don't want anyone arrested.
They need to catch some tasers.
Well, okay. All right. Which is worse, them or the ones that sit in the middle of the highway?
Oh, man, the highway people are pretty bad.
Those are pretty bad, too.
And it really doesn't matter. It can be for Palestine. It could be for natural gas, or it could be for chickens. Like you have too many chickens with steroids in it. It doesn't take a lot to get people to try to shut down bridges and roads now.
Did you see what the Palestine protesters did to the Liberty Bell?
What'd you say?
Did you see what the Palestine protesters did to the Liberty Bell?
What did they do this time?
Oh, wait, go look it up. Just go look it up. It's awful. It's awful. And all around there, I mean, it's like just awful.
I ain't like that dirty ass trash ass city.
Yeah,
but you didn't need to do that. Who was that wide receiver from Baylor? Denzel Mims.
Yeah.
What do you mean he didn't need to do that? He didn't like that dirty ass trash ass city.
Yeah.
You can't tell that man what to like and not like. Okay. Oh, did you see that they're trying to move, that New Jersey is trying to take? I'm pretty sure it's the 76ers. New Jersey wants to move the 76ers to New Jersey.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
They want to move the Philadelphia 76ers to another state?
Yeah.
South Jersey loves themselves some Philadelphia sports.
They are.
Yeah. Well, New Jersey and Philadelphia are right.
They're very, very close, but still, you can't take. Come on now. Of course, the New York Giants are a Jersey-based team, but you can't take this out of the city of Philadelphia, the brotherly love, and they're going to put it in New Jersey. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, trying to get him to Camden. Yep, they're making a serious push. You know that the same owner owns the New Jersey Devils. So having them both together in New Jersey might make a little sense. Tad Brown is the president of both teams, former Rockets president. He's the president of both the 76ers and the New Jersey Devils. So that'll be interesting to see whether or not they do it. That Sixers fans would go nuts.
Doesn't the Josh Harris, so I believe the owner, doesn't he own the Commanders too?
Is it the same? Is it the same guy? Wow.
I think so.
It's good to be him. It's good to have all those teams. Now they haven't done anything since he's owned them. Let's go. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick up your game. All right. I'm surprised Daryl still has it. I'm not. No. Well. The disaster that it was, the James Harden disaster, bringing him over. I'm surprised that more heads didn't roll. And oh, by the way. Well, Elton Brand is really the GM. I hate to we always put GM on Daryl Morey. Elton Brand is
Daryl's the team president.
Daryl's ahead of him.
He's in charge of basketball operations.
So he's Elton Brand's
you
boss.
You do what I say.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Dylan Cease last night throws a no-hitter for the San Diego Padres. Dylan Cease, that's who I wanted them to go get this offseason. Dylan Cease throws a no-hitter, 114 pitches, which is a rarity nowadays. Only the fourth player to throw 114 pitches or more in a game this season. And it's rare to throw a 114-pitch no-hitter. 6 of the last 7 no-hitters have come on 108 pitches or less, with Michael Lorenzen's 2023 124 being the only exception. Nearly halfway through the 2020s, but that starkly contrasts with the previous decade, which saw 27 thrown on that many pitches or
Baseball,
more.
as we know it, has fundamentally changed. Like, I went through the hitting stuff, over the last decade. I showed you how the hitting has changed dramatically. And we know that do you know how many, like, if you go back and look at how many hitters hit 300 10 years ago versus now, you wouldn't believe it. It is astonishing, the list of 300 hitters, how far it's come down. And I told you the league batting average is in the 230s now, which is just absolutely, to me, you just, like, I see somebody hitting 260, I don't even think about it anymore. I don't even, yeah, that's fine. That used to be 230 used to be a light hitting shortstop or a catcher. 220 was Mark Bailey. Now it could be, now have you taken a look at the numbers for, what's his name, Philadelphia, who hits the Rockets, the left-hander, the little stout little.
Schwarber.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber. Have you looked at Kyle Schwarber's numbers?
What, 190 with 26 homers?
That's exactly what it is. I mean, the numbers may not be exactly it, but he's hitting right now. His OPS is 794, but his batting average now,
which is good.
Well, never mind. He's actually up to 238 now. He was way, way, way lower, and he's actually only got 19 home runs now. But yeah, his numbers for a while, and there's a few guys, they're just barely clipped 200. They're 200, 215, high strikeouts, and then it's just home run or bust.
238 though now is league average, right?
Yeah.
And he's hitting homers, so he's much more valuable than an average player.
Well, it's funny because his homers are way down. It was 46 in 2022, 47 last year. He's only at 19 right now with 421 plate appearances.
Oh, wow.
344 at-bats. Yeah, it's come way, way down this year.
Yeah.
Of course, he also had 200 strikeouts and 215 strikeouts a year before. This year, he's got 68 walks and 117 strikeouts so far. So he's
strikeouts are actually down.
It's actually, his on-base percentage is actually up over the last 2 years. Yeah. But his slugging and all that stuff is down.
He's putting bat on ball now. 238.
No, 238 is like, that's completely, hey, nice job.
Nice.
Way to go. That's 238, looking good. So, yeah, Dylan Cease gets a no-hitter. Congratulations. You had the Mets
Does it count,
sweeping
though,
the
if it's
Yankees.
the Nationals that you're no-hitting? Does that count?
Well, did it count when we lost to the A's 2 out of 3?
Yeah, it counted.
Yeah.
The A's are
unfortunately,
one of the most dangerous teams in baseball right now.
If you say.
Okay. You know who's dangerous is those guys that walk up to your door and they knock on your door and they want to fix your roof. That's dangerous. and Jason Brinkman says, don't do it. He's had to fix more of those jobs than he says. It's unbelievable. He says, yeah, those guys give me more business because they screw it up and I've got to come and fix it. Jason Brinkman has been doing this. He and his family for 50. It's BrinkmanQuality.com. When they put quality in their name, Brinkman Quality Roofing Services Incorporated. When they put quality in their name, they mean it, okay? And when you've been in business for 50 years, it means you're doing a quality job. And they've been doing a quality job for roofs in this city. Any kind of roof that you need. And by the way, it's not solar panels anymore. It's solar shingles, which look, part of the thing that, that look on my roof, I don't want that. But how about just shingles? And, by the way, the money that you'll save over the long haul, if you're going to be in this house for a while, you want these shingles because they're going to save you so much on electricity. They pay for themselves literally. But they've got everything you could. They got the metal roofs. They got the composition shingles. They've got any kind of flat roof, whatever it is. But if you haven't checked your roof in a while, you need them to come out and give you a bill of health. 281-480-7663. Insurance companies are refusing claims now because you don't have any proof that you have been working on that your roof was in good shape. Let Brinkman come and give you that clean bill of health. 281-480-7663 or Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We'll actually start taking your calls if you want to get in here. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Keith is here for his second tour of duty. What do you say, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. I won the tickets. I appreciate it. I'm going to give them to my neighbor who's into that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, you guys have met me. I'm not into that at all. I do want to talk about NFL kickers. The Lions kicker, Michael, the Honey Badger Badgley, the Money Badger, blew out his hamstring today, done for the season, IR. My two best options, I think, for the Lions is Packers legend Mason Crosby and Texas A&M legend, former Texan Randy Bullock. Who will the Lions sign as a very competitive team that made the NFC title game last year? They need a quality kicker. Are you going Crosby or Bullock?
Well, I'm automatically not going Bullock, so I would go Crosby.
Yeah, I would have to go Crosby too, although that's not a great choice. There's nobody else that a good young kicker, a rookie that didn't make a team. Because kicking is hard to make a team. You could be a good kicker and not make a team.
Isn't it amazing the change of perception with Kaimi Fairbairn? Really happy to have him on the team. I know there was the one year he kicked in the 70% range, but other than that, he's been pretty good for the Texans. He really has.
That was one thing, and Bill O'Brien locked him up to a $16 million deal, and we were like, what?
4 year, $4 million, right?
Yeah, and he's been worth it. He has been. You know, he's had a couple of injuries, which has hurt a little bit, but no, he's been solid. Is Kaimi now the best kicker in Texans history?
Out of who? Chris Brown or?
Yeah, I mean,
is that who was there for the 11? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. That feels like something we shouldn't even have a designation for that yet.
Why? I mean, it's
what?
okay. Well, to Kaimi's. For his parents, it's kind of a big deal.
The best
J.J. Watt, greatest Texan, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah.
he's a Hall of Famer. The greatest kicker in Texans history?
Yeah.
Who's your greatest punter in Texans history?
These are the times. These are those days, Lance, okay?
No, we actually can talk about what they're going to do out of do they have 4 wide receiver personnel or they're 2 tight end sets? We don't have to. These are not the days we have. They're actually in camp. We've got sound. As a matter of fact, let's go to the sound. We don't have to talk about is Kaimi Fairbairn the greatest kicker in Texans history?
Well, Will Kunkel did ask Cal and Hannah who they think the greatest kicker, and they had an answer.
Are we going to hear it or
no? Because I lied. They don't.
Oh, I was going to say that's weird that they asked that question.
Why would anyone ask that question?
Well, I mean, since we're talking kickers, and you brought up Kaimi and how good he is, I mean, we got to give him his props. We got to give some flowers. Dude is the best kicker in Texans history.
So you wanna have a real conversation? So let's rank them, John. Kaimi, you think is number 1?
Okay.
And then Chris Brown is 2.
Okay.
I'm going to go Randy Bullock at 4. I don't know
who's 3.
I don't know who's 3.
Is there a third? Is there
I'm
another
sure
kicker
there's a
somewhere?
part-timer who showed up because of an injury and is better than Randy Bullock.
I mean, every time, fat Aggie kicker, fat Aggie.
Didn't he help the Texans by doing something for another team?
He missed a big kick at one point.
He missed a big kick for the Bengals, no?
Yeah, he did. Oh. He was a Bengal, too. I want to hear from Bobby Slowick talking about C.J. Stroud. He was talking about his quarterback, and this is year 2, and we know we've got really, really high expectations. And he talked about C.J. Stroud's footwork, and that's something that if you really start to bear down on his tape, he's really gotten a lot better with his footwork. But, you know, maybe that's just my vantage point. Maybe Bobby Slowick doesn't see it the same. I don't know. Bobby, what do you think?
On that, I love that you use Burrow as a great example. Brady is the best example. I mean, we've thrown on and watched Brady. We've watched Breeze. We've watched Peyton. All the old quarterbacks. You could always, I shouldn't call them old. They'll get mad at me. But yeah. But
hey,
you know
the shoe fits.
Oh, you said it, not me. No, but we've thrown on all their film. I think it's always good to take those and learn from those. And Brady was elite at doing that. You know, how he got to the top may be different, but always getting to his launch point in the pocket and then being able to navigate push and being willing to take what the defense gave him in between his special plays made him an extremely efficient quarterback, you know, and that's something that CJ is really embracing and even right now working through in a very competitive camp.
I love a guy.
It's the little things like that that make you great. The ability to have that pocket mobility where he doesn't have to get out of the pocket, the footwork to get his feet. You know, your feet are supposed to follow your eyes. So when you're working left, you're working right. And more now, more than ever, quarterbacks are now being taught. Some quarterbacks on their own are trying to make, the trick shot throws where they look one way, throw the other, the feet are one way, the arm goes the other. And, I could argue there is it's not bad to have that in your bag so that you can go to that when you can't get your feet around because you need to have the arm talent to make a throw because of whatever's going on in the pocket. But fundamentally speaking, it's still extremely important for accuracy. And there's no doubt, John, you played the quarterback position. When it comes to accuracy, a big part of being an accurate quarterback is your feet and your consistency of repetition and your repeatability of your throwing motion. And C.J. Stroud has been the most accurate. Like, that's the first thing that stands out when you watch him is, man, he just puts it on people's hands all the time. And then you go look at his feet, and his feet are where they're supposed to be. And he's really good fundamentally. So, you're less likely to be an inconsistent passer and an inconsistent accuracy guy. When you see guys like that, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, who, kind of spray it around a little bit, their footwork is not great. But you live with it because they do other things that CJ's not going to do. But CJ is in that Burrow and Tom Brady win from the pocket camp. He has that, and he has the mechanics for it too.
And I love, CJ's, his commitment and his drive to be great. I mean, he's talking about we watch Breeze and Manning, and we watch Brady, and we're watching. I mean, and then they told the story about CJ. Slowick told the story about CJ, staying up late and texting teammates about stuff that he's seeing on a Wednesday night, and here I think we can do this or do that. Instead of getting sleep, he's up at midnight, texting guys about game plan and things that might work during the game. I mean, that kind of dedication. It's just so great to hear that the kid just wants to be great,
That's right. He wants to be great. That's the whole. Yep. The money stuff. We can talk about the money. We can worry about the money if it's going to change somebody. But if you fundamentally want to be great, like Michael Jordan was, like LeBron does, like Justin Verlander, Jose Altuve, it doesn't matter. You can go to a lot of players in a lot of sports. If you fundamentally want to be great, the money and the quest for money is not going to be a challenge for you.
No. That all comes. Be great, and all that other stuff comes. That's it. If you focus on the money, you're not going to get it.
And he seems like a pretty humble, like a relatively humble guy too. I think he's had real. They say the guy that's really important for him is Dylan Thompson on the staff, and ironically enough, he was a Jack Easterby guy. They brought him in, and he's character coach, and he's got a religious background to him, but. CJ he was a quarterback at South Carolina. I think the fact that he was a former quarterback, I think the fact that he and CJ have a very good relationship. Somebody who's close with CJ told me that Dylan's been great for him, really great. And I talked to John Beck, who worked with CJ Stroud for 2 or 3 years when he was coming out in a draft, and after the season was over, I said, John, did you see this coming? I wanted to know if he saw this year coming. And he talked about the maturity level of C.J. Stroud and said, C.J. is just, he just really, football means a lot to him. He means a lot to him. And I think that, Dylan Thompson, ironically enough, once again, a Jack Easterby hire who's still in there, has been incredible for C.J. Stroud and for some of the other guys. He's helped kind of center some of those guys. And with C.J., it's a quarterback, and he's going to have a lot on his plate. And look, he likes to get out there, get on the podcast, go out there and do things. But what I'm not hearing a lot about, we were just worried when Amber Rose got a ride from him. That was a nerve-wracking time for Houston. It was very nerve-wracking. We don't need to see that.
We don't need that. No.
It was. I'll be honest. If you tell me what were you more nervous about, Burl or Amber Rose, I'd say, honestly, Amber. Amber Rose could have wrecked my quarterback, and that could have been long-lasting. I eventually got power back. I lost an entire quarterback one time.
You don't know
and
that
his name
he hasn't
was,
been wrecked.
Not technically, but he doesn't feel wrecked.
Well, the season will determine if he's been wrecked or not.
Well, he's not with her.
You don't know that.
Well,
dude. He's not
that
with her.
happened in Austin.
You
We
know
got to
that.
see him. But
She'd
Lance,
be taking
I'm
pictures
I'm
of
with
him.
Dell. We got to see him play.
We got to see him
before.
play.
Nah,
we
we
don't know.
know.
We don't know. We don't know. You don't know. I got to see
And
him
if it's
play
not
first.
Amber Rose, it could be someone else. You never know.
Yeah, I
Since you're
know.
so concerned.
Well, and then hopefully they meet, and then they're saving, and then he's saving himself for
what?
marriage, and she
Suppose
saves
there's
herself for marriage, so you don't ruin anything, and he can be like a cool Russell Wilson.
So suppose he finds a 40-year-old like Jalen Green did, or a 50-year-old like Jalen Green.
Kind of out on that.
Yeah, right.
Although you're in it for love if you're doing that, I feel like.
Or she was up on your wall at one point, and now she's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been it too.
You
That
think?
could be. You know what else could be? You did too many shots of Maestro DeBell.
Well, yeah. Last night I had some cocktails. They did not have the Maestro Bell where I was over at Norigami's little hidden bar, and I was looking around and I'm like, I don't see any Maestro Bell here. I had to say something to the bartender, and so I had to have other drinks. I'm not going to have a tequila drink that's not Maestro Bell. I'll switch it up to another spirit. Okay, I'm not doing it. All right, we'll do it live. Well, that's what I was all about yesterday. Yeah, sure, I had several drinks, but it wasn't a different tequila because I don't cheat on Maestro Bell. Maestro Bell's smooth. Maestro Bell has a great flavor profile. Maestro Bell is as good as pretty much any of your top shelf tequilas you want to compare them against, because they are a top shelf tequila, but it's at a very reasonable price. And so you can get your hands on an elite reposada, añejo, smoked silver, cristalino, a silver. The cristalino, they invented the category, and they're all available through Maestro Bell. Nice packaging and even better products. So go with Maestro Bell. If you have never tried it, I think you're going to love it. Ask for it by name at the bar or liquor store. If they don't have it, it's Maestro Bell.
GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is the place to go to get your car sold. John Clay will be on our air tomorrow morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 and 97.9 HD2. He will be on tomorrow morning, and he will be espousing the wonders of buying cars. It is amazing. Now, he's got a producer, and I'm sure they put up what kind of car you're going to – and he's got it in front of him and all of that stuff. But for him to be giving out a price right there on the site for what that car is worth, what that truck is worth, I mean, that is pretty amazing stuff. You will love what John Clay Wolf does for you in that he is going to give you more for your vehicle. And if he can't, My buddy Michael, he got $100 from John Clay Wolf. I was like amazed. He was like, yeah. And CarMax came to John Clay Wolf and said, that's way too much for that vehicle. Here's $100, and he sent it to him. So he was going to stand behind that. If he can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you $100. So go armed, knowing what your vehicle is worth every single time. There's one place you have to go if you're selling your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
God, if we could just have somebody, if it could say like, the RZA, the Jizza, Old Dirty Bastard, Method Man, John Granado, like real fast, sneak John Granado in there with the Wu-Tang would be so nice.
Well, I'm not Old Dirty Bastard, okay? That's not.
There's a real guy, or he was.
ODB.
Yeah, he was a real guy.
Yeah, he was a real guy. Hey, I mentioned it just a second ago. 97.9 HD2. You got to get this. This is the way to listen. I understand we're having weather today, and there's static. It's tough. Okay, it's HD. The 97.9 HD2 station is the best way to listen. So if you've got an HD radio in your car, some people believe that they don't, but they're probably not all that bright, like Lance. If you just try it, go there. I didn't know I did either until I went and I tried it. I experimented. I don't have an AM radio on in my truck. I have all the AM stations that I want because it's all HD2. So here's the deal. I'm listening to us in HD2 97.9. It's perfect. It's perfect. So if you have any problems whatsoever, get to a 97.9 and the HD2 station. Do it. Do it. Do it now. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. TNT matched the offer and wants to be back in the NBA game, but NBA said, nah, we don't want you. And I think this is probably going to get a lawsuit. They matched the $1.8 billion Amazon offer, but the NBA says, no, the digital opportunities with Amazon align perfectly with the global interest in the NBA. Prime Video's massive subscriber base will dramatically expand our ability to reach our fans in new and innovative ways. And he says that Turner Sports has strongly disagreed with the NBA's move, saying it believes the league grossly misinterpreted our contractual rights. They said they had the right to match, and they matched Amazon's offer, and the NBA said no. So I think you're going to see there's a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit coming here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it'll have to be settled pretty quickly, obviously.
There will be damages that if it's not settled right away, there will be damages that TNT is going to go for.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Maybe there's a poison pill in there somewhere, but my guess is they just thought that Turner wouldn't match this, because obviously, look, we hear it at NFL, like everything has to go digital. Everything has to go digital and streaming. Streaming. That's all we get in the media now is you have to go to streaming because standard cable is dead or dying. You've got to, these channels will be available, but they'll be available in packages. And so getting away from TNT for their best business interests is probably the right thing to do. It's not the most convenient thing for me or you or for many people, but it is the right thing for them to do because that's how the youngest generation that loves basketball is consuming this. And so I get it, but at the same time, if they had it in there, they had a true right of first refusal where they could match and there's no poison pills in there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they've got a case if they want to explore it.
We have matched the Amazon offer as we have a contractual right to do, and do not believe the NBA can reject it. In doing so, they're rejecting the many fans who continue to show their unwavering support for our best-in-class coverage delivered through the full combined blah, 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 including our iconic Inside the NBA. You probably will get, I'm with you guys now, you probably get more people who would watch on Amazon than will watch on TNT. TNT is not a station that is very popular, whereas Amazon is hugely popular. And I can certainly see where the NBA would want to be partners with Amazon as opposed to TNT. But if it's in the contract that they can match, and then, that says it all. So we'll see who wins this thing. Warner Brothers' proposal, Discovery's most recent proposal, did not match the terms of Amazon Prime Video's offer. Therefore, we have entered into a long-term arrangement with Amazon. They want Amazon as a partner, not TNT. Even though Charles brings a lot of eyes, that show, Ernie and Charles and Kenny and Shaq,
it's a great show.
It is.
But they're not going to make entire broadcast decisions off of a pre- and post-game show. They're just not. And especially one where, you just never know how long Charles Barkley will do it or any of those guys. So, hopefully you just can go give enough money. Look, without Charles, and frankly, I mean, and they're not going to have Kenny Ernie is an Atlanta guy. Ernie is a TNT guy. I don't see Ernie going anywhere. Like, they're going to have their own people, and we'll just have to get used to it. It's the same way that Prime Thursday Night Football is. You'll just have to get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. And as a matter of fact,
a lot more games, though.
You're going to have double headers on Thursday nights after the NFL season is over. Yeah, you're going to have Friday night games on Amazon. You're going to have Thursday night double headers when football's over, and you're going to have Saturday afternoon games as well. So that's the deal with Amazon. And they probably bring a lot more eyes. Hey, how about Forrest Whitley is back throwing for Sugarland?
Okay.
How about that? Instead of sending prospects to another team, we got Forrest Whitley back.
Yeah, that's great.
He threw 9 innings, 5 hits, and 10 strikeouts.
No, that's good. That's good. I know. I didn't know we were still doing a Forrest Whitley thing.
No, he tossed 1 1/3 innings with a strikeout last night.
What do you think? Are you
over
on
his
board?
last 8 outings? Over his last 8 outings, he's given up in 9 innings. He's given up 5 hits and 10 strikeouts.
Okay, maybe he'll be a new arm, a new reliever. Maybe he's up when they call up to 40. But
a starter. Right
I got
there.
a question for you. Do you believe that the Astros will add an arm before the deadline?
Tell
people
probably.
the 2 that they're looking at.
The 2 that they're looking at, Jameson Taylor and Eric Fetty.
Similar
Sox,
numbers this year.
Eric
By the way,
Fetty.
similar ages, similar numbers, very similar types of guys.
Yeah. Well, Taylor is actually throwing pretty well this year.
Yeah.
He's a Houston area guy.
So's Fetty.
Yeah. Fetty's he's got a 2.98 ERA across 20 starts. That's not bad. Nearly 6 innings per appearance.
They're both sub-3 ERA.
Yeah.
They're both sub-3 ERA. They both have 7 wins, I believe. Their WHIP is both 1-1. They're very similar in a lot of the stuff. And Fetty is a 31-year-old, while Taylor is a 32-year-old. I think their age might help the Astros. I don't know. There's going to be some competition. But, John, I do think the Astros know that they've got to get another arm. They've got to protect against any more injuries. I mean, they just have to. We're still waiting for Justin Verlander. We're still waiting for Garcia. We're about to hit August, and still no Garcia, and still no Verlander so far.
Yeah. And then there's the Rays right-hander Zach Eflin. That's a possibility as well. So, I mean, I can see, they're all middle-of-the-road pitchers. This year, Eflin is got a 4.09. He's 5-7, 19 games started, 110 inning pitch. He's got a 1.16, not bad, 1.164 WHIP, which isn't bad. But of the 3, I think Taylor's got the most experience that would probably translate to this team. I would think, right?
I suppose. I think frankly, I think either one. But Taylor has, I mean, he's pitched for the Yankees, so he's got some high leverage,
and
he's got some high leverage background to him.
Taylor's doing this at Wrigley Field. Sometimes it's not a great hitting park if the wind's blowing in, but historically a hitter's park. With a 2.96 ERA in Wrigley Field, that ain't bad. That's pretty good.
He's got some postseason pitching under his belt too. Only 2 games. He's just pitched in 2 games.
But. Yeah, but he pitched for the Yankees, so he's been in high leverage.
Oh, we beat them, yeah.
Yeah, he's been in high leverage situations before. So, last year Fetty was it was in Korea. Nothing against Korea, but he came back here for a 2-year, $15 million deal, which is okay, I guess not today.
Yeah, he must have pitched real. They must have liked what they seen from a scouting standpoint.
Yeah, no, he pitched well there. He pitched well in the KBO.
I mean, this is the best year that Taylor's ever had statistically, at least from an ERA standpoint. And his WHIP historically has been 1.2, 1.1. I mean, he's had. This is about what he was early in his career with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but what a story! Houston kid comes home to win a World Series for him. I mean, that's awesome. Houston. I mean,
he is from the Woodlands.
Yeah.
Wow, he was the first. Oh man, I didn't even realize he was the second pick of the draft.
Wow, I didn't know
out of the Woodlands. He was a first rounder. Yeah. Debuted in 2016 when he was 24 years old. So he's had an okay career, but he's the kind of arm. This is the kind of guy that I've been thinking that they would have to go after. And so any of the 3 you mentioned would be fine with me. It'd be fine with me. Let's get another arm in here. Let's have somebody who can get some starts in case something goes wrong.
And trade him for Montero. Trade him for Montero.
If you could get rid of Montero's contract, that's fine, but you're going to have to probably eat a big chunk of it. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, you want to get the whole purpose of the activity is to get the money down.
No, the purpose of the activity is to get another arm.
Well,
that you can trust.
no. If you're trading Montero, you don't want to eat a lot of the money because then it's still on your cap. You want to get rid of him and get that off your cap. So, I don't know that they're going to be able to. People say, everybody's like, yeah, whatevs. No, thank you. You can keep Montero. Nice job. Nice signing. Well done. I'll tell you what was well done was when the folks at Air Team put my air conditioners in. I love that. Listen, AC is a science. They came in and they measured the entire house. And then so from there they go with how much tonnage you need for your air conditioner or whatever it is. I'm not an air conditioning expert. I just play one on the radio. But here's the deal: is they're so it's technologically so advanced, and they just care. They just want to make sure that you get that air conditioning. I bought just middle of the road air conditioners. I didn't get the highest end. I said, I can make do with these, and they were like, that is fine, and save me money, save me a bunch of money. I mean, you could spend a lot on air conditioners, people, but they're going to get you all of the rebates that you can possibly get. They want to make sure that you get all of the government subsidies that you can possibly get. You are looking for the best way to get that air conditioning in your house. If you have a problem with your air conditioning, man, it sucks, but you got to do it. 140,000 AC systems installed over 35 years. Air Team has been doing it, done it, knows the game. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-956-8326, or AirTeamLTD.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm watching Anthony Richardson at practice throw against the air, and it's I don't believe in it. I mean, I know your boy does. I just don't believe that Anthony Richardson's going to be that. He's just too inaccurate.
Yeah, I've got some real problems with him coming out. I haven't seen enough of him. I don't know. I mean,
he's missing guys. Oh, listen, he's throwing against air, and he's overthrowing them by
he's not
5
an accurate.
yards.
He wasn't an accurate guy coming out of college.
I know that.
This is going
so
to have
why
to
do we
be.
think he's going to be? I mean, is he going to do it all with his legs?
Well, you have to have a
Lamar. Is he Lamar Jackson?
No, you have to have a Lamar Jackson plan where he hurts you with his legs, but that he can hit the big long ball and hit the deep shots. You know, the problem is two of their better. They got a real steal this year, and a guy named Gould out of Wake Forest, a wide receiver who I love, and he's a lot like Josh Downs. Those two guys are little guys. Like, when you have inaccurate quarterbacks with little receivers, that's a concern. Now, they have Michael Pittman, who can rescue a lot of throws with his size and things like that. But A.D. Mitchell's a big guy with the big catch radius. But, yeah, I'm worried for him, too. Like I say, I'm worried for him. I think that's a concern, is Anthony Richardson is just by nature not an accurate quarterback. He's just not an accurate quarterback. So you have to be able to win in other ways, too. So we'll see. I mean, that's why the accuracy of a C.J. Stroud, inaccurate quarterbacks like Will Levis, like Anthony Richardson, they're both in the division. The same two quarterbacks who I thought were second-round prospects, I put second-round grades on them because of their accuracy issues. Honestly, I think they're both going to have a problem with consistency. When you can throw accurately, then you're smart in terms of the way that the way that you approach the game, you can be really good for a long time, and I think that's going to be C.J. Stroud. But Anthony Richardson, man, he's got a great upside, but he also has had a lot of injuries too. Injury has been a major factor in his background.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be Lamar, you better stay on the field. If you're going to win a couple of MVPs, you're going to be dominant in without being able to throw the ball all that well, then you got to stay on the field. I mean, he had 2 injuries in one season, and knocked him out. You know, if he's gonna run all the time because he's not accurate enough to throw all the time.
Yeah, got to be able to hold up.
And he's going to be in harm's way a lot.
I mean, he's built like Cam Newton, but Cam Newton was durable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cam was durable for the most part till he got later in his career. Cub fan Tim says, you guys are embarrassing yourselves. Learn how to pronounce his name. It's Tyon, not Talon.
How much does he want to bet?
Ooh.
How much does he want to bet?
Now remember
because I remember he
was
had
a Cub
this take
too, though.
He had this take before.
He did,
and I went and Jalen. It's Talon, and I will send it to him.
It's Talon
because it's Talon. It's Jamison Talon. I went to pronunciation and Jamison Talon, and I will send it to him. The pronunciation of Jamison Talon.
Ooh,
and he's wrong.
Again?
Yeah, he's Cub fan Timmy. He's not all that bright. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's right here.
Yeah, you go look it up. Go look Jamison.
Wait. I just don't know. I know the Mets pronounce it Tyon. MLB pronounces it Tyon.
Locked on Cubs, their YouTube channel, pronounces it Tyon.
I'll send you the pronunciation.
Well, but where's the pronunciation coming from?
The pronunciation is coming from.
Because I just saw one where it's coming from a site that is not directly related to him. This may not be the flex you think it is, John.
No, I'm sticking with it, and I will.
Well, I know you will, okay. But I don't know that you, because it is the double L, John, which can be a Y. Well, how to pronounce? We can't use the name engine. We got to go directly off of how the kid pronounces it.
I don't care how he pronounces it. I went to pronunciation, and that's how they pronounced it.
Well, how does he say it?
I don't care.
Yeah, you lost this one.
Yeah, it feels
Tony
like
Dorsett.
this is an
It feels like
Tony
he's lost.
Dorsett.
He's going
And that's
into
not right.
I've lost this one mode. I can tell.
Just called that man.
I don't care what he says.
Oh, it's Tyon.
Yeah.
The second one said Tyon.
Are you going to apologize?
It's Tyon.
Oh, screw Cub fan Timmy. He's a Cub fan. I don't care what he thinks about anything.
Yeah,
About
it's
anything.
Tyon. He was right.
He was right. I don't care. I don't care. It's not the first
That's what I
time
like.
was
You're
wrong.
the bigger man.
Clearly. A man
The
who
first one said Talon, and I'm going to go with the first one.
Well, it's.
No,
He's already been wrong
you
on this.
insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
You
I don't
insulted
care.
Cubs fan Timmy a little bit.
I don't. There's no care here. Zero.
If he came in more respectful and said, "Hey, John, I think it's Tyon," would you have?
No, he's
I
done it
don't
before.
care. He's Cub fan Timmy. Don't care.
Well, you heard him, Cub fan Timmy. No matter what you think, no matter if you're right or not, you're wrong when it comes to this show.
No, it's not that you're wrong. It's that I don't care.
Well,
There. It's like you. You don't care enough.
Well, but you were really wrong and insulting, and still
he may be an Astros pitcher, John. You're going to have to care a little bit.
a little bit.
Yeah. Tyon.
We'll see if
Jam-
you
is
keep
it
that
Jameson
same injury.
Or is it Jameson?
I haven't heard Jemison anywhere. Jemison,
haven't?
no.
Jameson?
No,
No.
I haven't heard that anywhere.
We have not heard that one. That is not something we've heard.
Okay.
We're going to get to some Texans talk coming up on the other side. We've got some Texans talk, some stuff from camp we're going to get to. Also, you've got you know what's dawned on me is that unfortunately, even when he retires, Draymond's going to be even worse. Like, we're not going to be able to live in a society without Draymond Green.
Oh, I know. How about Draymond, what he said? Let's go
Yeah.
on the other side. But first, you got to talk John Daspit.
And John Daspit, you're lucky you live in a society with John Daspit where he is the guy who is going to be fighting battles for you against insurance companies. The insurance companies want nothing more than to get the best deal against you when you've been injured. When you've been injured, it's through someone else's negligence, either out on the roadways, at the workplace, wherever it's been. The insurance company is the one who's supposed to pay out. They pay out for pain and suffering. They pay out for injury, your hospital bills, your doctor's bills. And what happens is a lot of times they take advantage of people who don't know any better, and most of us wouldn't. I mean, we're not personal injury lawyers, and they will just write you a check as quickly as they can. They want to get you this check to take care of your medical bills so that you're taken care of and give you a little taste of a little something for your trouble. And in the meantime, they are screwing you. They're giving you a quarter of what you deserve. You got to get your bills taken care of. You got to get any time missed from work. And when I say your bills, all your hospital bills, any bills you miss from, that you have to pay because of the workplace and you can't work and the bills are piling up on you, your physical therapy. And then what is your pain and suffering worth? Well, it depends on what your injury is. But I can tell you this, John Daspit fights for you. He wants to make sure that you get the right settlement and that you get something that is going to be, appropriate for what you went through. And he's not there doing business, for the insurance company. In fact, he doesn't hold their hands like a lot of these PI lawyers will, where they just want to get a deal done quick and they're in cahoots with the insurance agents. He's going against them. If they don't give you a fair deal, it's going to be hell to pay with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
All right, time to talk about HR&P. Time to talk about how you get your payroll to your people. Time to talk about doing your job, making more money. Bottom line is you're gonna save money. Bottom line is the technology is second to none. Proprietary technology that other people want. They want Mike Holly to sell it to him, and he's like, no, we're using this, and we're gonna be the leaders in the industry. And you hear all of the different people talking about and giving endorsements to HR&P. So many of his clients come here and do spots for him, just praising the way that HR&P handles their payroll and their HR and their tax and how it really – you're not an expert in the payroll game. They are. You don't know. You're doing it wrong. You're not doing it as well as you possibly can. You're doing it more expensively, okay? It's costing you more, and you're not doing it as well. And especially when it comes to tax time and the Affordable Care Act and all of that stuff, you want the best. You want somebody who knows what they're doing, who's an expert in the Affordable Care Act, and that's what they've got at HR&P. I just don't get it. Why are you still doing your payroll? We've got a one-person payroll department. That's it. One person. It's Laura. And she can handle all of it with, I don't know how many employees we have, but it's easy because we got HR&P. Make your life easier. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 1 hour to go this week as the Dodgers – we haven't even mentioned the Dodgers are in town. All right, this is kind of a big deal. We got the Dodgers in town, followed by Monday night, Paul Skeens in town. I don't care about the Pirates. Just
Skeens.
No, it's you can't say skeet.
I can say Skeens. Skeens.
I know what you're doing there, okay? Dodgers in town. Is that douchebag Kelly still on their team?
I don't know if Joe Kelly's there. I bet he is. Oh, man, I hate that guy.
I
don't hate a lot. I honestly don't hate a lot of players anymore. I used to. Like, there was some Jazz I truly hated. But I hate Joe Kelly.
I
hate Joe Kelly.
He's a douche.
You remember when Ohtani, got him a car or his wife a car?
Nah, Joe's back with the Dodgers.
He's with the Dodgers, yeah. This is
Matter
when
fact,
he joined the Dodgers.
He
gave up his number so Ohtani could get 17, and that's why I think Ohtani gave him a car.
Yeah, he was never with the Pirates.
No, he's with the Dodgers. I'm saying.
Well, I thought you were talking about when Skeens comes in.
I'm talking about the Dodgers.
Oh yeah, of course he's with them.
Yeah, he's been with the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, he was with the White Sox for a couple of years.
Yeah, he went back to the White Sox in 22, and then he came back to the Dodgers. He's such a douche. Such a douche. I mean, yeah, we played him and lit him up, didn't we? I think we lit him up.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, and when he was with the White Sox in 22.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, which was one of the happiest days of my life.
How would you rank him? Where's the land? Number 4, number 5? Where's lighting up Joe Kelly?
I've had a lot of happy days. I'm going to go probably a little bit lower than that. So one of the happiest days of my life could be like 23rd or 24th. Right.
So
I'm not putting it ahead of the birth. Okay. If you're not a good person if you don't put the birth of your children first.
Okay, but where do you put Astros 17 World Series?
17 World Series. Yeah, he was with Boston.
No, but where do you put that?
Where do I
game
put
7?
Yeah, where do you put that game?
Days of your
where
life?
do you put that? Yeah,
that was a great day.
I know.
We spray painted Nick's place with champagne.
Okay, so where do you put that on your days, your happiest days?
Oh, it's a better day than.
Is it about 7th?
Oh, it's up there. Yeah.
Okay, what about 22 World
22
Series?
22 was great.
What's higher, 17 or 22? Which one?
I probably 17. The first one's always the most special.
The first one, yeah. Okay, now marriage to Wendy.
marriage to Wendy is 1, 2, 3, or 4. I mean, you got to put the birth of your kids, otherwise
You don't
you're a
have the
bad
kids
person.
without the wife. The wife's got to be first.
Right.
Is that how it works?
Well, no, you can have kids
Oh,
without
she's
a
on a
wife.
plane. You can say whatever
Yeah,
you
what's
want.
he talking about? You can have kids without
You
getting
can
married.
have kids without a wife. I don't know if you heard.
This isn't
You
Puritan
couldn't have had.
times.
Well, wait a minute. You couldn't have had your kids without your wife.
No, but she didn't have to be my wife. I could have. I mean, could have
the
had
kids
kids.
can-
with-
But you did have a wedding, though.
But the wife.
we did.
But the
She
children.
wasn't going to pop out kids for you without getting
I
married.
don't like the popping
Wendy's
out
not.
stuff.
Wendy
Popping
is.
Popping out.
Yeah, Wendy's not doing that.
Well, the children still rank ahead of the wedding, correct?
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
the children
remember that.
have to-
Keep that
the
same energy.
happiest day. It
Wendy
has
would
to
rank
be,
the children ahead of
Okay,
her
then
wedding.
what's
blah, blah,
right
blah.
after your kids and Wendy? What's right after that?
Oh, I made the mistake once. Oh my God. Well, she's on a plane, so I can tell it. Somebody asked, "What was the best day of your life?" And this was a while ago, and I said, "Well, I shot a 76 in the morning.
Yeah.
Then I went and beat a traffic ticket.
Who?
Then I went to Frank Sinatra with a girl, and then afterwards, stuff happened."
Wait. Shot a 76. You weren't a serious golfer until more recently. What do you mean you
I know.
went?
That's why it was awesome. That's why it was awesome.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. When did this happen? You went to Frank Sinatra with another girl other than Wendy, and you shot a
this
76?
was before. Yes, this was way before. This was probably in the
You could shoot a 76 back then?
back then. I shot it. Yeah, that's why it was such a great day.
You
Yeah.
went to Sinatra.
Well, it was at Sharpstown, so that take a little bit off of it. But yeah. And I went to Sinatra. This was probably in 94, 92, 91, somewhere around there.
Wow.
No, it was around 93.
That's a
I got
good
here
day.
in 93, and I married Wendy in 95, so it was probably 93,
Yeah, so that's a good day for you.
94. It was a great day. So I said that.
Is that
and
5?
my wife was like, "Really? That was your best day?" Oh, God, did I catch it. And she still, to this day, if you say
Well,
best
of course
day,
she still uses
she's
that.
got that.
It's never
got
going
that.
away.
She's
But it
got
sounds
that in
like
her
that's number
arsenal.
5. That sounds like that's number 5.
That's a big day. It's
Yeah,
a
it
big
sounds like
day.
that's number 5.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, I guess I'm not supposed to start until like 7.
Yeah, you can't start until 7 or 8.
So I can't start until 7. But
Yeah.
I've
Well,
got a day. I've got a day in mind.
Which childbirth was the best of the 7 you have?
Oh, they're all equally great.
No, you can't. They can't be all equal. They have to rank.
They're all equally incredible.
No, which one was the best one of all the days your
Well,
children were born?
Drake was nerve-wracking. Alec was nerve-wracking. Mason had to go to Texas Children's Hospital because of his lungs. So I'd say the ones that got just cut out of there, it's easiest like that. Zip, zoop. We're all good.
Those are good. Those are the best ones.
Yeah. Just a little C-section. Yip, yip, yip. Here we go. We're all out of there. Probably Marty getting a girl. Now, I might not have said that same answer yesterday at about 3:30 if you'd asked me when I'm getting yelled at by her. Like I'm like, oh, we are not doing. This is not something that's going to be a thing where I'm getting talked to like this. I said, me and Mom, she's mad. I said, me and Mom are in here talking right now. Well, we were just kissing, but she was mainly just laying down. And she said, I don't care. Excuse me? Oh,
she's
yeah.
getting a little
she's
lippy
getting
now, isn't
very, very, very lippy. I think she's watching too much of this Dance Moms. She's watching some show on Netflix where these little girls are, on dance teams are like 8 to 10. It's like almost like those dumb pageant shows. And these moms are, they're always arguing. And I don't care what you say, Carol, your girl. And what are you watching? What are you watching? Why are we watching this? Because now she's got all this sass too.
Well,
I'm not doing this.
Yeah, there's the little pageant shows where the moms
They're the
are.
worst.
They're
the worst.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't do pageant shows? China. Their kids are beating our brains in. And Sebastian goes, oh, yeah. I used that one time. He goes, oh, yeah? Do you know that way more than half of their children have to work in factories? I said, where are you getting it? He goes, it's a fact. Go online. You can find it. It's a fact. There's videos about it. It's a fact. Their children work in factories. You don't even get to live a good life in China. And I said, I don't care. You're still cranking out a lot of, of our clothes. You're still cranking out a lot of our. Mm-hmm. What, Dale? You don't have to roll away from the microphone. These are accurate. Made in China.
Maybe China. You're right.
Made in China.
I don't care. They're still cranking out a lot of our clothes. You just were confronted with your child telling you that there's child labor going on in China.
I'm saying China's beating the brakes off us.
And your response was, I don't care. They're making all our clothes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the way you make it sound,
That's
it sounds
what you
bad.
Said.
But
that's what you said.
Well, basically, you don't have to just work in factories when you're in China.
He's kind of right.
That's not true.
You don't want John co-signing it.
Well, not sweatshops necessarily.
No. I'm with Lance on this one.
I don't care. They're making our clothes.
Well, but I didn't. But also our technology,
and they're making money while you're not doing anything, Sebastian.
Yeah, exactly.
How much?
What's your job? Nothing.
How much money are they making? Those kids in China?
I'm not saying kids. I'm saying like 16 and older. They're, you know what they're doing? They're learning their math. They're learning they listen to their parents. Of course, they don't have big families over there. That's been an issue. They shut that down. Like, where's your older brother? Yeah, you don't have one. Guess why? One child policy.
Yeah, you wouldn't survive in China. Your need for procreation wouldn't have gone well in China.
It wasn't my need, brother. Yeah. I could have done just fine.
All right, we got to break it there. PJ, you'll be first up on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and 97.9 HD2 right here. Don't you go anywhere. All right, time to talk about Houston Safe and Lock. It's your one-stop shop for everything locksmith, including commercial, residential, lock sales, installation, locksmith services. No job is too big or too small. You got a business and you need a key system, or you need to rekey, you need installation, access control, smart lock installation, PIN codes, smart device, credentials, fobs, key cards, whatever it is. Whatever it is, they got it for you. And Derek, these guys have been doing it for forever. Derek's going to guide you in the right direction on this lock thing. If you're a business especially, kind of a big deal that you have the right lock system in place so that you know who's coming and going, what's going out, what's coming in. If you're a residential, Medico is a great way to go. Great key that that no one can come in and duplicate your key. You're the only one that can do it, which is kind of a big deal as well. So no matter what it is, if you've got Lockwise, Houston Safe and Lock, 2 locations, Westheimer and the Beltway. They got King Safe and Lock, I-10, and Wirt, same company. Both locations have trained technicians, full showrooms of locks and safes on display. 975safe.com, 713-522-5555. Tell Derek you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, my God. The Dodgers, what is this stuff they got going on? Do you see this?
We can talk about that, but first, we were going to talk to PJ.
Oh, yeah, PJ has been waiting on hold. He wants to talk NFL. Let's get PJ in here. Hey, PJ.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, PJ.
Hey, Johnny, you a beach boy now? You what are you, thought you was a ally. What are you doing?
No, he's dark side. He's stepping to the bad side.
No, I am not. I'm here. I'm still a Houston guy. I'm not an LA guy. I can't stand I can't stand their teams. I can't stand the Lakers. No. I'm a Houston guy through and through. I'm just going to be doing some remotes, but I'll be back and forth. Don't worry about it, PJ.
You sound like that Texas A&M coach. I've risked my family to come here. And,
I am not Jim Schlossnagel. I am not
John
Jim
Schlossnagel.
Why would I go anywhere?
Right. I am not. I know. I said I'm going.
I left my family to be in Houston.
Listen. You think the kids are happy they're not going to have a place to come to in Houston? No. This is where they grew up. This is where we raised them.
Okay. Yeah, a lot don't care who tells it. But anyway, this is why I call. With the NFL wanting to add 18 games, if I'm the players, this is where you make your stand to get more guaranteed money and then expand the rosters, because I think this is the beginning of the end for preseason games. And I just want to hang up and get you guys' take on that. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, you got to – I mean, the paychecks have to go up, whether it's a percentage. Instead of 1/17th, you get, 1/18. You get 18 checks instead of 17 checks. So, game checks. So, yeah, you got to fight for that. You're saying, do you fight for more guaranteed money? That's still going to probably be – they're never going to have something – well, I shouldn't say never, but, John, that would have to be negotiated from – it would have to be the Players Association, a collectively bargained agreement to create a minimum amount of guaranteed money. And maybe that will happen one day. But I think for right now, it's still going to be up to the individual team. States' rights, they'll still decide what, some teams fundamentally don't believe in fully guaranteeing deals. Most teams don't. But that's an interesting thought, PJ, an interesting thought to utilize that as leverage. I mean, they're obviously going to have to get more money. They're going to have to get an extra paycheck. This is an extra game. And because you're playing more, John, you've added, because theoretically, and this is going to happen, you're going to go from 17 games to 18 games. Should more of it then, if you're taking on more head trauma, taking on more, pounding on the body, should there be a consideration for more guaranteed money or a higher percentage of the money being guaranteed a minimum amount of guaranteed money per contract?
Listen, we got to pay Raj his $63 million a year. So we got to have more people interested in more games. We got to put more players.
Who's spearheading this movement, Raj? Because he knows
more
what
lives
the people want.
For Roger Goodell to get
Risking
$63 million
lives?
a year, right?
Oh,
so this is what we got to do to make sure Raj can get his $63 million a year. So we need more games. We don't care about player safety. Yeah. Oh, the first thing that we care about is player safety. So we play. The Texans are going to play 3 games in 11 days. But we care about player safety.
Yeah, but they're going to be able to use those new Guardian caps, right?
Yes.
And now
that's been taken care of.
And now they even have like the caps that go over the Guardian caps that look like the team's helmet, so it won't look so bad.
You're fine.
Oh,
we're
so
fine.
the Great Gazoo.
Yeah.
They're
we
all
got
going to
it
look
fixed.
like the Great Gazoo.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't
fixed
love
it.
the way safety looks.
All of a sudden now you don't care
Maybe,
about
but
safety.
you like these dumb kickoffs where we have to kick left-footed for 2 points.
That's not
And then
how
if we
it goes.
landed at the 7, we get an extra timeout and all those rules. You like that. But God forbid Roger makes safety a big deal. You just want to use UFL or XFL kickoff rules. You're all for that. But safety, boy, John Granado stands against safety. That's a terrible hill to die on, John.
No. I'm fine. You want to look goofy to make sure that Roger Goodell gets his $63 million?
No,
I'm fine
we're doing
with
it
that.
to make sure the players are safe, unlike your dumb kickoff rules that you co-signed.
Oh, okay. Whatevs.
Now, remind me, how does the ball end up at the 35, John? Which is the kickoff that makes it end up at the 35?
We're not going to do this again. You can Google it on your NFL computer.
Because none of y'all know.
I do know, but
how do you end up at the 30?
We tried to explain this to you, and you ignored it. So just look it
How
up.
do you end up at the 30? Where do you line up on kickoffs?
You can Google it right now if you need the answer.
Do you get running
things
starts?
that you were calling the NFL and because you found out that they were going to do the XFL kickoff, you were embarrassing. Okay?
No, I wasn't.
And now you're squarely behind it for
now
safety
you're
reasons.
anti-safety for head trauma. Good Lord, what a terrible stance to take.
No, I'm okay with it.
Because you don't like the way it looks.
Just
quote
so Raj
unquote.
can get his 63.
It has nothing to do with Rogers 63.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does.
Play more games. Play 40 games a year. You know what? Play 3 times a week.
Good. Owners make
just
more
so
money.
Roger could get his money.
Good. Owners make more money so the players can make more money. This is what this is about. It's about making the most money possible for the players and the owners so that they can enjoy themselves.
Does that filter down to NFL Network?
It trickles.
Now
there's a trickle down.
John,
There's a trickle down.
We found his reasoning behind why he's so supportive.
I don't feel like it matters a whole lot for us.
Well, it
what
seems
they make.
like you're pushing it hard for a reason.
I'd like for it to.
I think you both have been very inconsistent in this segment.
No,
I'm all about player safety.
Extremely consistent. I need Roger to get his 63.
Well,
that's what I need.
That sounds sarcastic.
But
I'm about less games.
However he does it.
Less games, more Great Gazoo helmets, and flags on the quarterbacks. That's my stance.
And to be fair,
Paris Olaleye 2024.
So you are not swashnaggling or whatever this is. John, you're not swashnaggling this where you tell everybody that, no, why would I do that? And then before you know it, you're quitting and you're in L.A. golfing and scooping up poo. You're not doing that?
Scooping up poo?
I am. I'm not scooping up poo. I can promise you that.
Stafford wants to talk about Dak Prescott. When we come back, we will. I've got a take on Dak Prescott that I want to get to because it really, really cemented with me this morning reading an article. It's 9:27. It's time for John to tell you about a product.
Okay. My friends, I'm going to tell you about the Bronco Power Boost. I'm going to tell you about my man Billy over at Bronco Power. This dude is really, really cool. He's great. I love Billy. I've been talking to him. We talk almost on a daily basis. He has invented this thing. It's battery powered, but there's also a 27-pound generator that can go along with it that you can keep your refrigerator, your garage door, your Wi-Fi, your point of sale, your cash registers, your security systems. But most importantly, he said he just got a client that has refrigerated medicines. If you, in any way, shape, or form, have to keep your medicines refrigerated, Billy is here for you. Okay, it's a local client with freezer and refrigerators for vaccines in a pediatric clinic. Kind of a big deal if you have to keep anything refrigerated, and it's awfully important. this is the way to go. Generators fail. The Bronco Power Boost kicks on immediately, and it is going to save your lights, your TV, your Wi-Fi, your point of sale, your security cameras, your doors. It's going to keep you in business, or it's going to keep you comfortable at home. So if you're looking for a great way, okay, no maintenance. It kicks on by itself. You don't have to worry about it. The 30% discount from the government, okay, rebates from the government, and it's a lot cheaper. It's just a flat-out cheaper than buying a generator, way cheaper. So you're looking for a great way to do all these things, BroncoPowerBoost.com, BroncoPowerBoost.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Stafford is here. Wants to talk about Dak Prescott, but everybody's talking about Dak Prescott now. What up, Stafford?
Man, what's going on? Good morning, y'all. Y'all the best in Houston, you know? Y'all the best in Houston.
Thanks, pal.
Let me preface my comments by saying I am a lifelong Dallas Cowboy hater. I do not like the Cowboys. I am a full-blooded Houston Texans fan. With that being said, a couple of days ago, y'all were talking about Dak Prescott, and I didn't get a chance to call in. But and then I went home, and I was talking to my dad and my brother, and everyone's ragging on Dak. And it's like I understand. I've watched the same games y'all watch. Dak has had some bad postseason moments. Dak has made a career of bad postseason moments. I understand that, but this notion that you can't win a Super Bowl with Dak, if it's true, let's say it's true, there's 28 other quarterbacks you can't win a Super Bowl with in the NFL. And really, if you want to say Aaron Rodgers is done, which I believe Aaron Rodgers is done, he's only won one Super Bowl 15 years ago, then, you know, you can say 28, 29. Like, none of these guys are winning. Like, it's only 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league right now that have Super Bowls. Mahomes is winning them all. I get it. Like my brother said, well, Dak ain't losing to Mahomes. I get all of that. But, like, if the Cowboys
where they going to go? They're going in the quarterback purgatory. Because, for one, they're not going to get – they're going to win too many games with Dak Prescott this year, so they ain't going to have a top pick. They're going to have to trade for a quarterback. If they want to trade up in the draft, they're going to have to mortgage a lot in the future. So, I feel like we're too hard on Dak. I feel like the media is way too hard on Dak. Last thing, Tony Romo, Dak Prescott is better than Tony Romo. Tony Romo never had to beg for a contract. Every time Dak's been up for a contract, Dallas just crapped on him. Made him wait it out all the time. And this is why Dallas is in a situation every time because of how they've been treating him. But I'm done with that rant. That's my
Well, I think Dak has to, you're talking about making him wait. Well, what has he been asking for? Like, he wanted to be over a $40 million quarterback the first time. Now they're talking about $60 million. Dallas also may not be willing to – I don't know that Tony Romo was asking to be the highest paid quarterback at any point. That's exactly what Dak has been asking for. This is the second time that he's done that. I do think I do like one of the points he made, John. I always think it's kind of a – I think it's an easy little sports argument when you want to try to argue against someone that you can't win a Super Bowl with him. You can win a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer. You can win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott. You can win a Super Bowl with any quarterback, provided you have enough around them. Dak Prescott can win a Super Bowl. Absolutely, he can win a Super Bowl. Is he a guy that is going to make the biggest plays in the biggest moments when adversity's on the line? I don't know about that. I think things have to be right for him. But you can win a Super Bowl with Dak Prescott. I think it's always ridiculous to say you can't win this or win that with a certain player. Dak is good enough to get there, and Dak's good enough to win a Super Bowl. Now, is he good enough to be paid what he wants and what his agent wants? I think that's a fair question. You should never just pay somebody exactly what they want if you don't believe. The very best players do get paid what they want. Guess what? Dak's not one of the very best players. You just said it yourself, Stafford. So I think that, you can't just say, well, they just got to pay him. They're making him beg for money. No, it's part of business. When you're dealing with $40 million and $50 million and $60 million contracts, part of the business is deciding, man, do we want to do this? Is this what we want to do long term? When we got to pay Micah Parsons, we got to, CeeDee Lamb is stepping out of camp. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. It's just not about just, we think Dak's a good quarterback. Yeah, they think Dak's a good quarterback. Do they think he's a $56 million good quarterback?
I guess.
Do you think he's that?
You asked, you made the statement that Trent Dilfer could win. Brad Johnson won one. I guess the question is, can you build a team strong enough to help Dak win if you're paying him what you have to pay him, what he wants?
I would argue that they have in some ways. I mean, I would argue that what are you missing exactly? Your offensive line – it's not great, but everything doesn't have to be perfect to win a Super Bowl.
No, everything doesn't have to be perfect, but the Trent Dilfers and the Brad Johnsons and the Jim McMahons are few and far between.
Well, you've just named three out of like 54, 55.
Nick Foles can win a Super Bowl.
Who?
Foles can go on a playoff run and win
Nick
a Super Bowl.
Nick Foles, yeah, there's four. Joe Flacco.
Well, Carson Wentz was
Joe
before
Flacco
that happened.
won one.
Carson
There's
Wentz was an MVP candidate.
There's five, and then Foles
and
won.
So was
John.
Dak Prescott. He was an MVP. Last year was an MVP
and
candidate.
Foles won. Yeah. So I mean, there's five already. We're already to five guys who you can win a Super Bowl, but you have to have a certain type
or even
of team.
just get there.
Once
you get there, you got a shot. Brock Purdy, Jimmy G.
Yeah, but who's winning? Pat Mahomes is winning. Who's winning is
well, that's
Matthew
irrelevant
Stafford
for our conversation.
Tom Brady is winning. John Elway's winning.
Matt Stafford's
that's his Stafford's
Peyton
whole
Manning's
argument.
Winning.
Well, Matt Stafford's another one. What did we think of Matt Stafford before he got to the Rams?
Matt Stafford is a top 10 quarterback.
So is Dak Prescott.
Yeah, Dak Prescott's top 10
he's on the border.
Dak Prescott's in the top 10.
Okay, just do it then. And tell me where you're going to put Dak in.
Oh, you know what? You're going to put Burrow in, but I'm telling you, who's had a better 4-year run?
He
Joe
got
Burrow
to a
or
Super
Dak
Bowl
Prescott?
already. Joe Burrow got to a Super Bowl already.
That's great. What else has he done?
Well,
no, I mean, if you're going to sign
Dak Prescott's
guys to
never
contracts,
Dak Prescott doesn't get out of the first round.
You're using that, but Joe Burrow's not playing football all the time. Like, you got to play.
Oh, stop. Okay, you put Dak ahead of Joe Burrow. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, Joe Burrow gets this automatic entree when he can't stay on the field. Like this idea that we accept players not playing and still give them the adulation that they're the greatest in the game or whatever. Dude, you got to play. Especially if you're a quarterback.
But I don't know. I've seen a bunch of NFL experts. They have Joe second.
That's fine, but I just know Dak doesn't miss a lot of time. He did that one time with Cooper Rush.
But you don't win a lot of playoff games either.
But you're saying Dak. I mean, who do you think is better, Dak or who do you think is better, Dak or with the Eagles, Jalen Hurts?
You go with Trent Dilfer and see how many Super Bowls you win. He wins 1 out of 60.
Not the argument.
You got to have the guy.
He's substantially better than Trent Dilfer. Do you think Jalen Hurts is better or Dak?
I think it's close.
I don't. Jalen's had 1 year.
Oh, I think
Dak
it's real
close. Dak has been
close.
playing at a high level since 16.
Jalen was the quarterback of a team who fell apart last year.
Yeah, he was
and
there.
And he's also
the
quarterback of a team that made a Super Bowl.
That's great.
And it happened once.
What about the body of work?
And now that team is in flux, and if Jalen doesn't play better, everybody's getting cleaned out.
Yeah.
And, and Dak has won nothing.
I know, but Dak also wins
Dak
10,
has
11,
been part,
12 games.
And Dak has been part earlier in his career of some crappy Cowboys
So how
teams
long
too.
did it take Jordan to win? I mean, if you want to use that argument that Dak has won nothing, and I'm not calling him.
He's got a better supporting cast than Jordan did.
But Jordan, Olajuwon, sometimes it takes guys a long time. I don't think Dak is a premier quarterback, but to act like Dak's not one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league is just
okay. Name him. Then tell me where
I'll
he falls
go
in.
He's better than everybody. If you want to put Burrow in there, that's fine. You got Burrow and Lamar Jackson. He's better than Geno. He's better than everyone. You want to put Stafford, that's fine. But in that division, he's better than Kyler Murray.
Josh Allen?
I think he's better than – I'll give you Josh Allen. I don't know what to think on Aaron Rodgers right now. I got to wait and see.
I'll take Aaron Rodgers.
Tua, I think Tua and Dak are about the same, to be honest with you.
But
I think
that's
they
not
do a
even an
good
argument.
job, but that's not a knock on Dak.
The guys consistently put ahead
I
of
also
Dak.
think Tua's in the top 7.
The guys consistently put ahead, and Tua's a different argument.
Nobody
Herbert,
I'd put Dak ahead of Kirk Cousins. So everybody in that division.
Is he better than Herbert?
Yeah, I think he's been better than Herbert.
And Herbert's
100%.
consensus top 10. So if you put him ahead of Herbert, then yes, he's a top 10 quarterback. Because Herbert's always in the top 10.
You put him ahead of CJ?
Really, for what?
You put him ahead of CJ?
I'm putting CJ there, but he's had 1 year, rookie year. But I'm also projecting CJ right now. Yes, Dak historically is better than CJ, but that's also because CJ hasn't played enough football. Projection wise, I'm going to project CJ at the end of the year is better than Dak.
I'll give you Dak as a top 10 quarterback. I think he's borderline. He's right there at 10.
So if you're top 10, can you win a Super Bowl?
He's right.
Yes.
He's right at that neighborhood. He's right in that neighborhood. He doesn't win though, dude. He doesn't win.
But that doesn't mean he can't win. That doesn't mean he can't win. I think that you have to have some things. You got to also take a look at, is it his performance? How does the defense perform in some of the games he loses? I'm with you. Look, Dak is a tough one for me because I would never want to pay him $55 million. I would never want to pay him $60 million. Never would I want to do that. But that's a separate argument from, can you win a Super Bowl with him? I just think that, you can't just give in and say, well, Dak wants to get paid. Stop messing with him and just give him his money. No, that's like pay that man with Correa. You don't just – there's other decisions to be made. You have to think about this. Like Micah Parsons has potentially a bigger impact on the defense than Dak has on the offense. I mean, Micah Parsons has got to get paid. CeeDee Lamb is going to get paid. It's just this quarterback. This is a big problem in the NFL. These above average quarterbacks making elite money is just, Dallas. It's a tough one because I got to argue both sides a little bit. Yeah, I'm with Stafford on that. I think Dak can win a Super Bowl, but man, I don't. To your point, John. Do I think he's going to be a win because of when all the chips are down, he makes this incredible play above all odds and plays much better than the rest of his team? I don't know that to be the case. In fact, I would tell you it's probably not the case. But I've seen Joe Flacco go on a heater and win a Super Bowl. I've seen, Nick Foles go on a heater. And these guys played well after, when they needed to. And Dak's better than both those guys.
So Dak in the postseason is 2-5. He's 14-7 touchdowns to interceptions. He's 7.1 yards per attempt. By all measures, he's worse in the postseason.
Yes.
By all measures, he's worse in the postseason.
Mini quarterback. So are Lamar Jackson. Do you have the same vitriol for Lamar Jackson?
No, but Lamar. That's the thing about Lamar. He doesn't win in the postseason.
I know. Do you have the same vitriol for him, or do you
I
just
don't
say
have
the
vitriol
MVPs?
for anybody. I'm telling you. But Lamar Jackson is better. He's got a couple MVPs.
That's all you're. Then tell me how he performs in the postseason. Since it's all about winning a championship.
Right.
And you had Jalen Hurts and these guys who have gotten to – Joe Burrow got to a Super Bowl.
Well, listen, the Cowboys are going to have to pay him. Pay him, Cowboys, and see, you know what? That's great. Just keep on going. Keep rolling deck out there, see what happens.
Well, you have to. You got yourself in this position unless you want to,
give him $70 million. That'll be great. Give him 70 or 80.
Stop being this way.
No. Give him $100 million.
Stop being – Dell, will you tell him to stop being this way?
No, I just want him to wrap it up so we can get to another segment. I mean, this is John. I'm going to tell him to stop being some way?
Yeah.
He's dug in, Lance.
Okay, he tries to tell me what to do all the time.
I do not. I just tell you when you have something to do.
You do, and it's crap.
I'm not telling you what to do, but you may want to wrap up the segment so you have some time to do News of the Weird.
News of the Weird is next. You know what's weird is you two Dak lovers slathering
Lamar
all over
is 6
him.
touchdowns, 6
Slobbering
interceptions.
all over him.
He's 2-4. Lamar Jackson with 6 touchdowns and 6 interceptions, averaging 6 yards per attempt.
Yeah.
Keep that same energy with your guy, Lamar Jackson.
Okay, keep that same energy, Ravens. I don't care. I'm glad. Keep losing. I'm glad they lose. I'm glad the Cowboys lose.
So who's better, Lamar Jackson or
lose.
C.J. Stroud?
Who's better?
Yeah.
CJ.
2 MVPs, though. Wait a minute. 2 MVPs. How can CJ be better?
CJ can't have 2 MVPs. He's only been in the league
Well,
1 year.
he
He's
could
got a
have
Rookie
one.
of the
He
Year.
could have
He's got
one.
Rookie of the Year.
He could have taken the one from Lamar. They could be tied at 1. How could he be better?
He's
I just
better.
heard 2 MVPs make someone better.
Because they wouldn't give it to CJ there because the writers.
Because of
suck.
what? Racist against his hair?
Writers.
No, not racism against his hair because they're racist against the Texans.
Yes.
The Texans aren't a race of people.
Yes.
Yeah, but to us they are. We're a race. The people in Texas,
downtrodden.
It's our own thing.
Downtrodden.
A republic, even.
You know who's awesome? She's an MVP. Doc Manavis. Doc Manavis is an MVP because she's helping people. 100% of the people that go there with an enlarged prostate leave cured, leave without any pain. All the pain involved of shrinking your prostate is that they put in an IV in your groin area, but you know what? Not in your groin area, okay? And 45 minutes later, you're fine. I mean, it's unbelievable. The process is fantastic. Doc Manavis is going to cure you of that enlarged prostate. You're going to the bathroom way too much. Can't stop, up in the middle of the night all the time. You can't go to a game. You're in a bathroom you're in a bathroom line half the time. It's awful. Awful. Plus, it can lead to urinary tract infection, kidney infections, liver problems. It can lead to all of that. So it's important that you go see Doc Manavis. Don't get surgery. Do not get surgery. If you have an enlarged prostate, there's one place to go. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for News of the Weird. A Florida man, guys, 37 years old, arrested for kidnapping 27 people and forcing them to play Yahtzee for 36 hours straight. Do you think?
What?
This
Yahtzee?
Is from, at CBS News. This is from CBS News.
Do not use your chance too early in the match. Don't use chance too early in the match.
30. Okay. He kidnapped 27 people and forced them. He looks like he's really got a problem.
No, this sounds like some kind of comedy.
He's a real ginger, but he's got like blonde eyelashes. Eyebrows, and he's got he's scary.
And this happened in Florida?
Florida man.
Huh.
Florida man. I mean, that is scary.
That is news of the weird.
Would you play Yahtzee if you were going to get kidnapped by somebody?
Was he holding you at gunpoint? Who are these people he kidnapped?
How about that? 27 people, and he held. I don't know. He made them
I'm
play
not
Yahtzee.
playing a 27-person Yahtzee
Listen,
game.
of all the kidnappings, though, this is my favorite. This is the one I would want.
Oh yeah, cartel or Yahtzee guy.
Oh my God!
Not even
Hamas
close.
or Yahtzee guy. I mean, it's not even arguable. Yeah. Japan is asking young people why they are not marrying amid population crisis. It's not only okay. So China you only get one person. Japan, they're having a crisis. Nobody is having relations.
That's happening in our country too. You know that, right? With Gen Z,
I know
they don't want to drive. They don't want to drive anymore. They don't get driver's license when they're 16 like we used to. Oh yeah, it's a whole thing. Because everyone wants to live their quote unquote best life, and they're like, my best life doesn't involve one person for the rest of my life, and definitely doesn't involve kids. That's what they're saying.
And it's too expensive.
That's what the streets are saying.
Dell, there's a bunch of you. There's a bunch of you right now.
They're younger than me, but they've learned. Kids are expensive. They're a terrible investment, and how the housing market blows. It costs too much.
All that's kind of accurate. Only you're not Japanese.
Dell might be Japanese.
I am not Japanese. You may be Japanese considering something.
Apparently, you're not getting
Japanese
married and
at
having
heart.
kids. You're not having kids, getting married. You could be Japanese.
Well, stereotypes aside, people believe because of things. People believe Japanese people are smart, and in this case, they're doing a smart thing.
A seaside. I believe this is Florida. A seaside donkey owner is weighing kids to stop obese children from injuring his animals. Do you feel like fat kids shouldn't be able to ride a donkey?
Absolutely not. If we have roller coaster, if you have to be a certain height to ride roller coasters, then that donkey owner should be able to say, you can't get on.
Can you imagine taking your kids to one of those places and the guy goes, your kid's too fat to get on this donkey?
How
that's going to go. No,
what does he do?
He eyeballs it. He eyeballs it. And he looks at your kid and goes, not you.
Not you.
No, but he said he weighs him. The eyeball trick would be you could look how dense this kid. He could say your child is too densely.
Well, he would say this.
He's too big bone.
Hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
My donkey's got a long day ahead of him. He can't be giving a rise to your kid.
My donkey's already a little bit of a sway back. I don't need you making it worse.
First of all, it's a donkey. He's not living his best life already.
There's no chance.
Now
then don't put a big giant fat kid on him.
You're going to put a fat kid on him?
Yeah,
come on.
Don't do
That's
that.
Cruelty.
I just know if it's a Saturday, you're getting the kids out of the house, and you're like, hey, let's go to the petting zoo. They'll let you get a donkey ride. And the guy who owns the place goes, not your fat ass
There's
kid.
a flea
That's
market.
That's going to be a rough ride home.
There's like a huge flea market not that far from where I am, and I drive down that little street to get where they set up shops with like food, all this incredible food stalls where people just come out and just start cooking. And then there's the flea market down there, and they've got a donkey that I always see. I don't think they're weighing anybody. I think if you want to get on this donkey, I don't care how big you are, how much you've had to drink, just get on a donkey and give me my money.
Wow.
That's capitalism.
That's capitalism, but that poor donkey.
I don't think.
Man.
I don't think they care.
He won't be alive long. You keep putting
Well, on to the next.
On
Yeah, we're on to the next donkey.
Cocaine sharks have been found in Brazil. We got a new movie, boys. Cocaine shark.
What does that mean? Are they smuggling cocaine through sharks?
No, they're
these sharks eating cocaine?
They have found cocaine in the waters and are eating it and are going crazy. It's altering their behavior.
Hey, here's news of the weird.
Marine biologists found high levels of cocaine in their muscles and livers.
Well, maybe that's why they're all swimming up and attacking everyone now. Have you seen how far up? Have you seen where sharks are coming now?
Yeah.
They're all up in our business. I can't get in the water. There's just too many sharks. Here's news of the weird. A guy named El Casito just said, John, they have, meaning they meaning Lance and Dell, have Dak's juice all over their mouth.
You know, you don't have to read everything you see.
Wow.
Right?
But why would somebody say that? We were making
we were just having a conversation.
We were making a critical thinking argument about roster engagement and contracts, and this is Dak and juice and mouth.
We dare to say that Dak may be capable of winning a Super Bowl, so we have juice all over our mouths.
Yeah,
wow.
You guys are. That's what I said.
He must have not heard.
I felt the same way.
Well, at least it's not in our eye.
Okay, not in the eyes. Can we keep it out of the eyes?
We're picking a body part.
Keep going. Just keep going.
Okay. All right. 90 giant African snails were intercepted at Detroit Metropolitan Airport. Why are people bringing 90 giant African snails into our country? And how do you the only thing is, were they in his pants? Okay, because that seems to be the way everybody's now smuggling snakes in and every other thing, every spider's in.
Not a snail trail.
Stop.
Okay.
Oh, Ken, you guys are both done for the day. Let's wrap it up. Snail trail in his pants. Let's clean it up. Let's go home. At least you two should.
That's him. That's you two. Lance reading that. That's terrible.
Yeah, why
Lance.
would you read
what?
that tweet from Cafecito, whatever the hell his name was?
Because I'm just showing you what John's people are like. This is what you have wrought. We can't even have conversations without this kind of stuff. Yeah, John, I'm with you, bro.
That's right out of your playbook, saying, hey, man, get that dude stuff off your face.
I love that. That's my guy right there. That's my guy. All right, we're done. Delvincito and the headband are next right here on ESPN.
You're going to be disappointed. He's got a hat on today.
Oh, no, please. Delvincito and the Bandito. That's what the new name is. Okay?
I don't like it.
Kind of. He's got a bandana on. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Time for me to talk about Chastain Ford. Love Chastain Ford. Listen, they have been awesome to me. And, I speak for them, obviously. But here's the deal is they're awesome to everybody. Everybody. You join the Chastain family. Chastain, there's a reason that businesses go to Chastain Ford every single time when they want. I met a guy, Matt Hogue, as a matter of fact. He's got Hogue Landscaping. And he said, I buy all my trucks from Chastain. He's got a whole fleet out there now, 50 trucks. And he bought them all from Chastain because he knows that Patrick's going to take care of him. Patrick's going to give him the best deal. He's going to give him the best service. If you have a fleet of vehicles and some go down, Patrick Chastain says, I'll come to you and fix them. So you businesses out there that need your Ford cars or trucks fixed, they'll come to you. Mobile units that'll come out there and fix your vehicles. Listen, they do everything. They bend over backwards. They're the best. Chastain Ford is just simply the best, and you will love what they do for you. It would be it. It doesn't. You don't have to be a business. I know they're the best in the business, but they're also they're taking care of us as well, and they take care of me, and they're going to take care of you. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck. And, by the way, they still have 2023 F-150s on the lot that they're just dying to get rid of, and you're making the best deals you could possibly get. So get there now. ChastainFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
It's not going well for the show's adopted team. And we just adopted them yesterday because they happened to be on TV when the show started. But the girls from Virginia, the softball team trying to advance to the Little League World Series, are down big to North Carolina, 4-1 in the third. Don't know any of the girls' names, don't know their backgrounds, but it was on TV yesterday. Virginia was playing Florida, so I said, whoever won, we're going to choose that team to be the show's team. At least I did. Sean may have a different opinion. He may have a strong thought about the Louisiana team who's playing later today. But they're down, and it's not going well. Bottom of the third, they got 2 runners on for North Carolina.
Still a lot of time. Still a lot of time.
These
These girls are tough.
It's softball, so there's like 3 more innings, but
it's a big inning coming up next. Middle of the orders.
They got to get
at the top of the fifth.
Sure. I guess it might be the middle of the order. Who knows?
I'm just saying.
They got to get out of this inning without giving up any more runs, or it's going to be a long hill to climb. The girls of Virginia won yesterday. Now they have a chance to go to the World Series. But North Carolina can go home. I think the Little League World Series is held in Little League Girls World Series may be held in North Carolina, from what I can tell.
Oh, really?
From the graphic I saw, I think. So
I thought it was also in Williamsport.
I don't know.
I just thought.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not saying,
I would
I'm not
have
saying you're
assumed-
wrong. That's
yeah.
just I just assumed
I
that
would
they
have
had a
assumed
complex.
too that they would have had room for the girls too, but maybe they keep it separate. Like
Williamsport.
Well, Oklahoma is the place for the softball college World Series, and it's in Omaha, so it's different spots. Maybe there's a booming Little League girls softball industry in North Carolina.
I mean, check the score.
Yeah, we're talking about the Kings or the Queens in this case. Queens in this case. Better be gender correct and specific. So that's going on. It'll be on TV. I won't say it'll be entertaining, but at least I'm in on this, hoping the girls from Virginia come back.
Bases loaded. Probably won't mention it again today.
Nah, unlikely.
Unless
there's a giant comeback.
Maybe at the very end.
Yeah,
we might close the loop on that.
Yes, if the girls from Virginia come back and win. So what happened last night with no Astros baseball? Well, the questions leading up to the deadline were who was going to make a move. And my thought was because of the Astros and their all-in mentality, they'd make a big move to strengthen their pitching staff and, maybe get a hitter. But the first team to make a move in the AOS are the Seattle Mariners. They acquire Randy Arozarena. And you look at his numbers as a whole this year and you're like, ugh, whatever. He fits right in with Seattle. Those guys stink, and he stunk. But that's because he was so bad the first 2 months of the year. The last couple of months, he's been good. So the Mariners acquire Randy Arozarena when he's hot. Like you look at it, the 211 batting average, it's subpar overall. But the OPS of 893 in the month of June, over 900 in the month of July. Yeah, that's a pretty nice pickup for the Mariners, and they need it. They needed a boost to their lineup, and they get one as they are a full game behind the Astros. The Rangers won yesterday, so now the Astros are only 2.5 up on them. So we'll see what the Rangers try to do, if they do anything, to stay in the race and pick up someone that might give them a boost. The Astros are rumored to be after a couple pitchers. Jameson Taillon is one of them. He is a Chicago Cub. So that's partly where they're going to kind of reside. He's okay. That type of pitcher where anybody who you're talking about, you're going to pretty much couch anything with saying, he's okay. He's all right. That's where they are. Oh, no. A big double. I saw Sean shake his head, then look at the television. Big double by North Carolina. It looks like our Virginia girls are. That's phrasing. The girls from Virginia probably aren't going to come back in this one, unfortunately. North Carolina's putting it on them right now. But maybe they need a Jameson Taillon type. Just a guy who can eat up some innings. A girl who can eat up some innings. But right now, that's what the Astros are looking at, along with Eric Fedde. I'm going to go with Fedde. Is it Eric Fedde? I'm going to go with Eric Fedde as his name.
Fedde?
Fedde?
I'll go.
It's probably Fedde, right?
I'll call him Fedde.
Fedde, I added a little extra on. It's probably Fedde.
Honestly, what I'll do is wait until the first time Todd Callis talks about him.
If he's acquired, yeah.
Just go, that's his name.
Yeah, but Russell Dorsey from Yahoo Sports says the Astros, along with the Cardinals and like 8 other teams, are interested in White Sox Eric Fedde. Nightingale's talking about, along with Chandler Rome. Actually, Nightingale also reported the Cardinals interested in Fede. However we determine that name's gonna be pronounced. But Rosenthal and Chandler Rome from the Athletic are reporting that the Astros are in the mix for Cubs starter Jameson Taillon. So, will they have made a move by the time we're back on Monday? Who's to say? But those are the guys you can look at. You can convince yourself that that's the move that needs to be made or not. They're just, like I said in the past, I don't want to use the acronym JAG. I don't want to say that's a JAG because everyone, as soon as you hear it, you think, oh, you're insulting them. But they're just guys. Just another okay pitcher that'll help you get to the end of the season. Will you be counting on Jameson Taillon in a playoff series? Unlikely. You hope.
If you do, things either went really well
for him
or really poorly
for your other guys who are not coming back from injury or did get injured. Yeah, he is fine. He is like we talked about, maybe more 4th, 5th starter than the ERA is pretty good. I'll give him 3 or 4 status. Like was rumored, what Dana Brown said actually in his hit this week. He was talking about trying to be in the realm where they could get a guy who would land in that 3 or 4 range in their starting rotation. And, he's an improvement over Arrighetti. You'll take that. And Jake Bloss, certainly. So if you're on the lookout for a pitcher that the Astros could acquire, he's 32 years old. That's one of the guys you can look at as they try to bolster their rotation as they see the Dodgers coming to town. I'll ask you, Sean, you got your Astros hat on right now. It's been 7 years since that World Series now. There's been back and forth. There's been trash talk. Joe Kelly will be in the building, or you'll see Joe Kelly at least. Is the anger still there in you, or did you ever have any anger regarding the Dodgers and the back and forth that Dodger fans and Dodger players had, or did you just brush it off? Go, oh well, we won a title. Who cares?
Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry, not sorry. There's no, for me at least, there's no like hatred the other way.
Yeah, you might understand why they feel like
and
they have a problem.
I get why they're upset with us,
and I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it.
But the other way, I don't even think about you at all, to be honest with you, Dodger fans. You didn't they have a rally here at one point?
It'd be one thing if
a parade of Dodger fans came into town when the Dodgers were in town, and they walked down the streets banging trash cans or something. Didn't that happen?
I don't know.
I feel like it did.
Something that happened. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know. I don't like Joe Kelly.
Understandably.
Yeah, Joe Kelly's he's the one that's stands out above the rest of them. But even if you think about Mookie Betts wasn't on he was on the 2018 team, Red Sox team that cheated. You have Freddie Freeman who wasn't on that team. You have Shohei Ohtani who wasn't on that team. Tyler Glasnow wasn't on that. There's the Dodgers that you're gonna see in Minute Maid Park this weekend. None of them were on the team.
If you're hating the Dodgers,
Max Muncy was on the team.
It's like hating when people hate the people boo Yordan Alvarez when he had nothing to do with the cheating. It's the same thing. Same thing. You can hate the fans and hating the uniform, I get. But if you actually hate a player, particularly guys who said nothing and weren't even on the team, I'm not going to tell you to analyze yourself because be a fan the way you want to. Yeah. But it feels a little empty to me to care that much about this Dodger team and what they have to say because they haven't said anything.
Yeah.
Ohtani wasn't even in the league when all this stuff.
Yeah.
Back when the Astros allegedly, quote unquote, stole their World Series. At least they stole the home games. Stole that World Series from the Dodgers. I don't hate Ohtani.
Yeah.
I don't
Do you
care.
think Teoscar Hernandez is going to get a standing ovation as a returning member of the
He should get
2017
something.
Nationals?
He should get something on the scoreboard. Put a tribute video up on the scoreboard for Hernandez.
I'm sure. I think he played 5 games.
That's enough for me. Just give me that tribute video. I want to see it. feel like it's unlikely.
I'm coming home.
Anything to honor the days of Teoscar Hernandez in a Astros uniform. I would welcome it. Once again, we talked about it yesterday. The game isn't on Space City Home Network. If you're looking for the game today because you want to root on your hometown club against the hated Dodgers, you got to go to Apple TV for that. That's how you see it as it's a nice doubleheader. We've got Texas and Toronto before the Astros game. If I'm looking at this right, no, they're going to play. Oh, it's regional. They'll play an hour earlier. So I guess I don't know how Apple TV does that. I just thought they had one game a night when they do this. So Texas and Toronto are at 6:07, and the Astros are at 7:10. So I guess they'll have just two feeds. I can't really tell you. I didn't know they even did two games at once.
Also doing it where it's two Texas teams playing. It's
and I brought it up because you probably want to pay attention to what Texas is doing at this point. They've played well enough to make this a race. As I said, 2.5 games back, they swept the White Sox, finished that series off yesterday, and they have Toronto coming to town. So all of a sudden, you're not just scoreboard watching the Mariners. You're also looking at Texas, who was creeping towards 500. The Astros took a while for them to get there. Texas is making that climb too. Only a game under 500 at this point. Charles Barkley, in a statement, talks about the dissolution of the partnership from between TNT and the NBA. We'll get to that. It was released maybe less than an hour ago. It's a written statement, and Charles ain't thrilled with the NBA and their decision. If you missed it, we'll tell you what the NBA has decided and what TNT might do after a decision they don't agree with by the NBA. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Sean suggested we would never bring it up again, but because there's actually a review going on in girls softball, it's now a point of discussion during the break and maybe even on the show. And what looks like a great slide to get into third is being challenged. And Sean and I take issue. There's no challenges. Only because this game is on ESPN. Now you know what? It's big time now, so we're going to have a real review on this. And, of course, my favorite part of it is with the camera angles that they have, the shortstop is blocking the best view of this potential play. So that's on. Maybe it's my Virginia bias in this, but that's a great slide. She's safe. Let's keep it moving. What are we doing delaying the game over a slide? A challenge in Little League softball.
Yeah, I'm so.
It's ridiculous.
It is so ridiculous.
It's already at a point where
it's been like 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is still going on.
It was most of the commercial break was reviewing this play,
and the coach was disgusted at the player for what he thought was out before the umpire ruled it safe. Just looked at his watch, like, "Oh, pick it up, guys."
Yeah,
There's some drama going on.
You know, this third base coach, we haven't seen eye to eye in the past. I agree with him now.
Yeah, he's in a matter of seconds, or minutes at least, he's changed my view of him. We'll see what the call is.
Safe.
Just rule her safe and let's keep it moving. You guys don't have a rule. Oh, thank you, safe. like we had 3 minutes ago. I'm like Jeff Van Gundy with replays.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Look at you, coach. Don't you feel silly?
Coach.
That silly clap that you're doing right now. Okay, let's go on to things that don't have anything to do with deciding a regional championship in girls softball. I mentioned before we went to break, Charles Barkley issued a statement, released it to the media, and they're putting it out on different sites. He is not thrilled with the NBA's response to TNT trying to match the offer Amazon gave them. And that's where we are right now. The NBA cited Amazon's digital capabilities as the difference. So it wasn't just about the money. It's what Amazon could provide to the NBA in a digital way on their digital platforms that made the difference between sticking with TNT and moving on. Charles Barkley, clearly the NBA has wanted to break up with us from the beginning. I'm not sure TNT ever had a chance. TNT matched the money, but the league knows Amazon and these tech companies are the only ones willing to pay for the rights when they double in the future. The NBA didn't want to piss them off. It's a sad day when owners and commissioners choose money over the fans. It just sucks. I just want to thank everyone who has been at Turner for the last 24 years. They're the best people and the most talented, and they deserve better. I also want to thank the NBA and its fans, the best fans of sports. We're going to give you everything we have next season. Signed, Charles Barkley, TNT Inside the NBA analyst. I appreciate the sentiments, Charles Barkley. You better not show up on Amazon. Because that was what people were saying. Hey, just hire those guys. Let's bring them on. Because a lot of Charles Barkley's discuss with this was the fact that the behind-the-scenes guys or women and men were going to lose their jobs. He leaned on that a lot, that he thought it was a travesty because the people who work so hard behind the scenes are going to have to find jobs because, the NBA is a big deal when you have them on your network. I better not see him and Chuck and Kenny in 25, 26 hosting a show on Amazon. This statement means you can't be on that network. You can't be on Amazon. I'm not saying it won't happen. Just drop a bag. But I'm saying you're setting it up where you're telling us you're not going to be there.
Yeah. That's exactly what's happening here. Is that I always thought from the beginning oh my God, we're gonna lose inside the NBA was like a little overstated because like what you said, immediately after it comes out that Amazon's getting the package, they're also interested in hiring the TNT people.
I bet, yeah,
because we have two companies that didn't broadcast basketball last year entering with NBC and Amazon. Never mind, they can just go to ESPN too. So there's a lot of ways for this that ultimately what we care about is having those four guys on our TVs, and there's plenty of time for that to happen.
Yes, hard feelings, and as I said, commend Charles Barkley for fighting for the people whose names we don't know, but Don't ever rule out Amazon going, you know what? We're going to spend on you guys what we spend on an episode of Lord of the Rings. You want to come over?
Yeah.
Would you like a high-paying job where you're doing the same thing you always did? We welcome you. We'll see how that plays out.
Hey, The Boys is ending, so some money's going to free up.
Yeah, Gen V doesn't cost as much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see it happening, but at least initially, Barkley is letting it be known he ain't thrilled, and rightfully so.
I'm trying to get that Billy Butcher money,
that Carl Urban money. I can't pay Carl Urban in perpetuity. Let's give it to Charles and Kenny and Chuck and maybe Ernie. Although Ernie feels like the one holdout if it does come to it, where they're actually in a bidding war, and maybe they can convince the other guys. Ernie Johnson, the reporting on him was like he's not leaving TNT. He has other things he does with them. So, as of now, it'll be NBA on NBC, NBA on Amazon, with no Inside the NBA until the negotiations actually really begin there. And we'll see how that plays out. I know it's a great show, but honestly, the moments after the games are the best parts of that show. None of it, I don't really care that much about them talking about the games. All this, the interactions between those guys is cool. That's what I appreciate, and that could be done without the games. Like if they just wanted to give those guys a show, I would watch that.
Yeah, if they did it like how Shannon and Odrasenko do the nightcap during the football season, where they just hop on their computers after the Sunday night football game. I think it might be after the afternoon.
Or maybe like Inside the NFL, those shows where I would like to see all those guys in the same studio.
Yeah,
just because of the interactions between them. But something like that where it doesn't have to be attached to the actual games themselves.
Yeah, they could do a Max show or a YouTube
something
show.
like that.
Yeah,
I would watch that all the time. I don't need Minnesota versus Denver to lead into their commentary.
That is the thing, because they really don't talk that much about the game.
No, and they could talk about the best things in the week, or maybe they do twice a week. I don't know what they would want to do, but I hope in some way that show remains. But I don't need it to be attached to a network that calls the games or broadcasts the games.
They don't need to be throwing to Ian Eagle and Stan Van Gundy in Milwaukee for
that
Sixers Bucks.
No, that show can thrive with nice play. Sorry, she crashed headfirst into to a wall. That's going to be on SportsCenter.
That's the heart that the Virginia softball show.
Yeah, they bounced back. They're now in the game 8-4, and she made a great play. As much as we've been joking about some of the aesthetics of a challenge in a Little League softball game, that play is going to be shown in a lot of places. She went head first into the wall, made the catch for put out on a foul ball. It was, look at it again, Sean. We're looking
straight face first.
Big play on her part. No one even went over to check on her.
No.
Isn't that where we stop the game and go check on the athlete?
She's tough.
She made a great play. You guys,
Kyle Tucker does that. He misses a month.
Oh, come on. It was a foul ball off his shin.
She ran face. She's a 12-year-old girl, ran face first into a fence.
Kyle Tucker's like, yeah, but she got that little face protection thing on.
Oh, whoa.
I didn't say I would say it. I said Kyle Tucker would say
it. Kyle Tucker patriarchy.
Not me. Kyle said it, not me. Somehow that baseball missed the shin protector on Kyle Tucker, and we've been dealing with this for 2+ months now, and it will continue as well.
Dana Brown said he would be disappointed if he doesn't come back before September. What a way to set expectations.
Yeah, because even before that, he was discussing if it was August or September, then I would be really concerned. But if he doesn't come back before September, I would be disappointed. So I guess
that's not ruling it out.
So exactly, he didn't say it's impossible, and also suggests that Kyle Tucker in our August 15th date may be a little too quick. Maybe this thing is.
I'm taking the over on August 15th.
And this is all about his response to whatever injury it actually is and the work he's doing, because he's out there doing the light stuff to try to get himself back. So I don't know if that's a pain tolerance thing or strength in the area, but they're just waiting for him to properly respond to working out so they can continue to build him up. And that could take, I guess, 3+ months if Dana Brown's words can be read into. Maybe we're talking about Kyle Tucker coming back in September. Cool.
No, well, we would be disappointed if it's September.
Yeah.
Us and Dana Brown.
I would have needed him to say we would be shocked. Not that matters with the Astros timeline, but shocked if he doesn't come back till September.
We expect him to come back in August.
Something like that
would have been nicer.
But to our point,
saying the word September is just like,
scary.
Oh my God, there's no
nuts.
games left.
That's nuts, yeah. But to our point, we told them to stop putting a timeline on things because they're never right about it. So he's not taking our advice specifically, but he's in along those lines. If he's not back by September, I'll be disappointed. But I will not rule it out, so you can't use this against me later. I appreciate the being adaptable. It doesn't feel great, but they're setting it up where we're not going to even promise you that he's going to be back at any point. You'll know when we know. It's how it reads right now.
Love hearing that.
Hey, so a bat may be more important than you think if the Kyle Tucker thing will last into August and maybe into September, although it would disappoint Dana Brown, the GM of our Houston Astros. So we're going to move on to the Texans because at this point, the only person you really have to worry about is Joe Mixon. And by the way, he has until September to be back before it's a problem too. So now the question is, Sean, since we always like to do this, who's back first? Joe Mixon or Kyle Tucker? I'll let you think about it.
Okay.
We'll talk about that when we come back. We'll also hear from Bobby Slowick. He has some strong words and in a positive way about Stephon Diggs and C.J. Stroud. Very complimentary of C.J. Stroud, like everyone else. Eric, I see you. You want to talk about Kyle Tucker. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. But before I go to break, I want to talk about Restaurant Week. ESPN 975 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurants Week in 2024, and it's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. You dine out, you do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds go to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It starts August 1st and runs through September 2nd. Go to HoustonRestaurantsWeek.com to find all the participating restaurants. So it's a chance to buy local, support the Houston Food Bank, and eat great. I don't see the downside there. So go to HoustonRestaurantsWeek.com to find out about all the restaurants that are going to be involved in this great charity. When we come back, we'll hear from Bobby Slowick. We'll hear from Eric as well. They're at two different levels, but I got a feeling Eric might be more entertaining. We'll see when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We start with Eric. He wants to talk about Kyle Tucker, who may not be back. Well, it would be disappointing to the general manager if he's not back by September. No real timeline for his return. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del, great show. So with Cal Tucker being hurt this long, do you think that the Astros can re-sign him for less in the offseason? Also, I heard they're trying to get Isaac Paredes from Tampa Bay. And are you going to go see that movie Longlegs?
I will start, as always, back to front. I will see Longlegs at some point. I'm not sure me cowering in the theater is a great look for me, so I might just wait for that to come out digitally or whatever streaming service it makes it to. I have enough of them that eventually I'll be able to see it. Paredes, yes, that was the topic. John Heyman, we played some sound from him last week about Isaac Paredes and his potential of being an Astro. That lineup would suggest the way it fluctuates between being pretty good and then also being pretty awful, it may need an extra bat, and it's a long-term thing too, as Heyman talked about, that he could play first this year, and then, speaking of guys that may not be signed, if Bregman's not coming back, then he could go over to third. As far as Kyle Tucker is concerned, no, I don't think it works that way for players. Yes, I know I missed time. I know I was terrible in the postseason, but give me all my money. That's how the negotiations will go. The Astros might balk at it, mostly because of the years. He'll be in his upper 20s when it's time for him to sign, but lack of availability generally never stops a player of his caliber from getting his money. I mean, just how it is. That would be reasonable, but they're not getting a discount because a player would say, you've had me discounted for years. The system sets up where I can be great, and I have no recourse for a couple years, and then there's arbitration. This ain't the NFL where I'm just going to sit out and then get an extension. That's not the way it flies. So, no, Eric. Kyle Tucker's going to ask for it all, and then it becomes a thing where the Astros are going to do something they've never done before if they give him his money. Because the Astros don't give out long-term deals, and Kyle Tucker's going to be a guy who's going to ask. We're going to assume he's going to ask for all the money and all the years. Generally not the Astros' approach.
And I know it was 2 months ago now, but when he played, he was awesome.
Yeah.
We
may forget because it's been a long time.
I think he left the game the home run leader in baseball.
Yeah, so Kyle Tucker will tell you, when I'm on the field, I'm great. And he would also say, y'all been paying Lance McCullers for a couple years now, and he don't play. Why would I take a discount? What are we talking about here? I mean,
man has a point.
I mean, and then if I'm the Astros, I'd say, we've learned from our mistake.
Oh.
We've learned from our mistake, so we're not doing it.
That's always my favorite is when it happens with within teams or across the league where you go, well, they signed a terrible deal. Sign me to a terrible deal.
It won't. I know it sounds dumb, but it won't be terrible with me because I'm going to be great.
Hey, they made a mistake. You make a mistake.
Yeah, but aren't we supposed to learn from our mistakes?
Nah,
not this time though. Continue to make those mistakes. It's me. It's Kyle.
Remember?
I was great before I stopped playing baseball.
Remember the last catch of the 2022 World Series?
Yes, but we also remember all of your 2023 postseason. Had a bad run. Then I got hurt.
But and yeah, I forgot how we take the 2023 postseason performances by Astros hitters as gospel. Never mind the fact that they would not have won the Twins series without the contributions of
one Jose Abreu.
Yes, and that's why he's been rewarded with another contract extension. And that didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen. No.
Oh.
So we're just going to say 2023
cleanup.
The outlier. So Kyle Tucker bad in 2023 an outlier.
If I only look at those two things, I'm like I throw out the 2023 postseason as far as like the actual performances between these guys.
Yes. You're not going to lean on that when making your determination about how much money and how many years.
Because again, I'd be like, Kyle Tucker's asking for a new contract. Gotta give this first baseman a new contract.
He won us a series.
Yeah.
And Kyle Tucker, you might say, it'd be harsh to say, he cost us because he wasn't able to live up to his regular season. Yes.
He made it way harder.
His lack of performance hurt us, but we still had a chance. We had a Game 7 that we lost. We didn't win a home game in that series. Kyle Tucker's not at fault for that. He played poorly. It's not going to affect his contract. Neither is him being absent for 2 months now, maybe going into a third, and maybe longer, depending on what Dana Brown gave us earlier this week. So, no hometown discounts. Just give them all the money if you want to keep them. Pena, I see you. You want to talk entertainment, which can mean several things. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Man, this two-star underdog is a freaking grind, man. I'm on my junior year, and I'm barely about to start because the guy tore his Achilles, man. And I'm with North Carolina. It's a freaking grind, dude. What are y'all? Are y'all updates on that? On y'all Road to Glory? And what was I gonna say? I finished. Guys, I don't know if you watched it. I thought it was a pretty good ending. How do y'all feel about that? And have a great weekend.
I don't know what you said about the show, and you always hang up. So I don't have an answer because I don't know what you said. If you were trying to struggle through his phone breaking up and trying to figure out what the hell he's talking about, it's an inside thing for the show. We talk about it all the time. He was talking about EA college football. It gives you the option of picking if you want to be a 5-star recruit. You create yourself, and you try to go up the depth chart until you're playing on a weekly basis. He instead of starter or an elite player, he picked underdog, which means you are a lower level player with less attributes, so you have to build yourself up. So that's why I said he hadn't been playing until his junior year. I would advise you. I know you want to take the hard route, but if you want to play football and not sit on the bench and study, maybe not pick two-star underdog and then go to a Power 5 school. It's a rough road that way. If you want to play and not be bored, maybe pick a 3-star and go to UTSA, or pick a 4-star and go to UNC like you did. I understand. I appreciate the grind.
Yeah.
But don't complain about it now. Don't run from it, Dame.
Yes, especially in this new era of college football where
you can transfer
too.
You
can just transfer.
Get out of there.
Hypothetical 3-star quarterback that went to North Texas, transferring to LSU. Hypothetically.
Because
I know this borders on to talking about our fantasy team territory.
But he called in, so I'm trying to explain it to people, because through the breaking up of the phone, he was saying things that I don't know how many people knew what he was talking about.
No, that's good. I just don't want to
we're not gonna get into what we're doing.
Full thing about what I'm doing. But
yeah,
just
joking about you coming back from your week off and the grind you went through to build up Rice is fun in the first segment when you're back. But on a Friday, it's like
I'm not going to talk about the recruiting battles I'm in now.
Unless you bring a 5-star to Rice, and I want to hear about it.
SMU is kicking my ass.
I read Lashley's a killer on the trail. I don't know if you heard. And they got all that Metroplex money too.
I know. They're in a power conference too.
Barely.
Although the Americans a power conference in my eyes.
That's what you tell everybody every time they come calling, asking you to, hey, you want to come take this job? Hey, I'm the greatest job in the world. I'm in a power conference.
In one of the best cities for football talent there is, at a great university.
That is Sean's.
I'm 100% committed.
That is
to
Sean's
the Rice
answer
House.
every time someone in the media asks him whether he's going to take another job.
100% committed to the Rice House.
Yes. We'll get to a guy who probably won't be saying things like that when he's up for a head coaching job in the NFL. Bobby Slowick, he feels like the next in line. Although Ben Johnson, we thought he was taking a job, and he decided to hang out with Jared Goff for another year. Maybe Bobby Slowick does the same, considering what he said about C.J. Stroud. So we'll get to that. We'll also talk about actual head coaches in college football, not ones who just do it on PlayStation 5 like Sean does. We'll probably do that in the second hour of the show. Also, Michael Carroll will join us to maybe he'll randomly talk about the show that Pena was trying to get to before his phone broke up. I don't know. It's also Deadpool and Wolverine week. Twisters is doing well. Hell, we've got a meeting here on Saturday. Well, tomorrow. Just say tomorrow, Del. We got a meeting here tomorrow. I think that's going to be movie time for me. I'm going to show up to the meeting and then go to the movie. I don't think I'm going to call in from the movie. That might be a little insulting.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this meeting tomorrow is going to be a movie.
No.
Wow, when did you become 25?
No, I don't say things like that, and I also know the content of the meeting wouldn't fit that term. It'll be fine. They'll feed us. They'll feed us, which is cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
long as you stay away from a certain chicken place, I'm going to be good. I'm not going to mention the name. I slander them enough.
Early reports say that you'll be happy.
I've heard that.
Okay.
I've been told that chicken place with their
awesome sauce.
With their great sauce, yes. I'm not even joking about that. With their great sauce, you can figure it out. Will not be available tomorrow. We'll deal with something else and enjoy it. So, enough about me and the meeting. Bobby Slowick coming up next, and then in the second hour, as I said, we'll get to some actual college football conversation because Dabo has said some things about his portal stance, and Paul Feinbaum went after Matt Rule because why wouldn't he? We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
The Texans were on the practice field yesterday. They're wrapping up their work today as well, if they're not already done. But Bobby Slowick joined Chris Long on his podcast to discuss C.J. Stroud, among other things. And if you're the coordinator for maybe the best, definitely best second year quarterback in football, but maybe best quarterback under 25 in the NFL.
Best quarterback under however old Patrick Mahomes is.
That's up for discussion, I guess. You have him. We'll get to it a little bit later. Sean threw me off. It can be a discussion, but maybe we'll get to it in the second hour.
Yeah, sorry.
How dare you bring up a football topic when I already have my own football topic?
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
Big C.J. Stroud fan in there, like a lot of you are. But so he was on with Chris Long discussing C.J. among other things. But he got into something that we probably don't talk about a lot: C.J. Stroud's footwork. We see his ability to read a defense, make quick decisions, and even do some off-platform stuff, which you might have considered a weaker part of his game, particularly before we saw him against Georgia. He felt like more of a traditional, I'm going to stand in the pocket and rip it type guy, and that's certainly his strength. But he can move a little bit, make plays off platform. He certainly can do that. He proved that last year. And footwork is part of that, getting your body in a position to make those plays, whether you're in the pocket or out. Here is Bobby Slowick comparing C.J. Stroud to some of the greats and maybe the greatest quarterback of all time.
On that, I love that you use Burrow as a great example. Brady is the best example. I mean, we've thrown on and watched Brady. We've watched Breeze. We've watched Peyton. All the old quarterbacks. You could always, I shouldn't call them old. They'll get mad at me. But yeah. But
hey,
the
shoe fits.
Oh, you said it, not me. No, but we've thrown on all their film. I think it's always good to take those and learn from those. And Brady was elite at doing that. How he got to the top may be different, but always getting to his launch point in the pocket and then being able to navigate push and being willing to take what the defense gave him in between his special plays made him an extremely efficient quarterback, and that's something that CJ is really embracing, and even right now working through in a very competitive camp.
I love a guy.
Bobby Slowick with Chris Long on the Greenlight podcast. This combination, we're likely only going to have them here for one more year together. If you could squeeze a third year out of Bobby Slowick, that'd be cool. It just doesn't feel like that's how these things go. You've got young quarterback with young coordinator. This coordinator is from the Shanahan tree. It feels like, all right, he got his 2 years in. He put his time in. Some team's going to come calling. Now, the thing that might save the Texans is there may not be a job open that he wants. I think that's the only thing that keeps him here for a third year, because we expect the improvement to continue, the offense to be really good. All the weapons are there. We're going to hear from Slowick a little bit here on the newest weapon to the Texans, Stephon Diggs. But you just have to hope for bad jobs to be open. Somehow Mike McCarthy keeps his job, or maybe for whatever reason Slowick doesn't want to work under Jerry Jones. Thinking of other hot seat types. Who does he want to go to New York and work for the Jets and Woody Johnson? That's another one that could be available pretty quickly. It's the only way I see him not leaving. The jobs are bad. The ownership groups he doesn't want to work for, because if the jobs are out there that are good, I think he's gone.
Doesn't want the Philly job, or the Philly job doesn't open.
Yeah, I think he would. The Philly job feels like a good one. He would have to not want it. He would have to, or that one would have to not open. Like Nick Sirianni would have to figure it out. Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, the two new coordinators, get the job done, and Philly's on a roll again. I think that one would be a good one. Young quarterback, unless he doesn't like Jalen Hurts. feels like he would take that job. So maybe these Bobby Slowick sound bites, maybe relish them because there may be only a year of them left. And a guy who might help this team reach great heights, along with Slowick and C.J. Stroud, is Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs, who didn't start a fight yesterday, but was the recipient of a little hit from Jimmy Ward that began a fight between the Texans' offense and defense, has received rave reviews from everyone with the Texans. And here's his OC talking about what Stephon Diggs can provide beyond just simply catching a football from C.J. Stroud.
One thing I think that people underrate with Diggs is how good of a ball in hands player he is. He is a very, very good runner when he has the rock. So I think even just me going into it before he wound up coming here and I was watching the film, I knew he could run routes. I knew he had elite ball skills down the field for sure. He can track it better than most anyone I've been around. And he knows how to play off defenders to finish. But I was not expecting what I saw once he caught the ball. And there were a lot of underneath catches he had that I think most receivers in the NFL were probably getting 10 yards on, and Steph was taking them to the house, or he was taking them for 25. Or, it was a throw he caught at 4 yards that probably most guys would get 6, and he got 12. And how big of a deal that is for us in this offense. Like the difference between 2nd and 4 and 2nd and 1, or, 2nd and 7 and 1st and 10, like for us, that's everything. The more we can stay on track, we really believe in what we can do as far as being efficient until we can get an explosive. So I really enjoy that part of his game.
Yeah, watching him in the AFC East for years now, he's tough to bring down. Annoying because he was doing against my favorite team, but the short, choppy steps make you think, he's not really moving that fast. He breaks tackles. He's hard to bring down. Even as he gets, up there in age for a wide receiver, he can still be productive there. It is going to be a big year for motivation when it comes to Stephon Diggs. A lot of people talking about how the Bills' offense and Josh Allen got better when they stopped emphasizing him. They got more diverse. The turnovers dropped because Josh Allen wasn't trying to force feed Stephon Diggs. It's a big year for him to show that he's going to miss me more than I miss him. And the Bills don't have a replacement for Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs got himself into a pretty good situation. I mean, Josh Allen has certain attributes that no quarterback does, but C.J. Stroud's a pretty good, if replacement's the right word, I'm not sure, but pretty good guy to fall into if you're not going to be playing with one of the more physically gifted players in the league anymore, Josh Allen. Is Khalil Shakur and the rest of that wide receiver core going to make up for Stephon Diggs? I have my doubts. But, hey, maybe throwing to James Cook and Dalton Kincaid will be enough for the Bills, as they're one of the teams that people are wondering about. The Texans, I don't think there are many questions. The Bills are one of those teams who has quite a bit. Like, what are they going to be? Is that a team that is ready to take a step back, or is that a team that is going to prove some people wrong? If you look at that division, a lot of people believe the Bills are still going to win it. They just may not be a Super Bowl contender anymore. I don't really disagree. Until someone takes them out, maybe you just got to go with them. Do we trust Aaron Rodgers' Achilles? Do we trust the Dolphins, who always have late season swoons? So
I was going to say, I don't trust anybody in that division.
It's a division that may have like 3 playoff teams, but I don't know if any one of those teams you would believe is a real contender.
I think there's going to be 2 playoff teams out of those 3, but I have no idea which. Or I could see either one of them falling flat and winning 6 games.
Yeah, it's funny that thought, because the Jets have a good defense, and you think the combination of Breece Hall, Aaron Rodgers, with the caveat, the big one, if healthy, and Garrett Wilson would be enough to at least make them not fall flat. But the offensive line's not great. Is this a team just beholden completely, an organization beholden completely to Aaron Rodgers, and maybe he's now just an old dude who's coming off an Achilles, and he wasn't the same even in Green Bay in his final couple of years. He was fine, better than fine, but the last time he played for the Packers, he lost to Jared Goff in not a winner take all because the Lions couldn't make the playoffs, but do or die for the Packers. He couldn't beat the Lions for a chance to get to the playoffs. And maybe that jump-started the Lions in 2023. So that's way back in 2022. So Aaron Rodgers hadn't played football in over a year except for like 4 snaps. What is he going to be? The Bills lost older guys from their defense. They're transitioning into a different type of way of playing offense. And then the Dolphins is always going to be like that. That offense is going to be really good early. But if they see better teams late, how are they going to respond? So I think you're right. Questions abound for that division, but if things go right for all 3 of them, they could throw 3 playoff teams into the mix, and then they can all lose in the divisional round because I'm not sure any of them are real contenders. We'll come back with more from Bobby Slowick. He's talked about C.J. Stroud, and we heard from him talk about his footwork. Something else he got into was his ability to make throws, and really applauded his arm strength as well. So we'll do that. If we hear anything from the Texans today, we'll get to that as well. And we also have a giveaway to do. If you're a hunter, stay tuned. We're going to give you some tickets to the Hunters Extravaganza that begins next week here in town. 1 hour in, we'll be back with hour 2 when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. Maybe you think Josh Allen's winning an MVP. Maybe you think that belongs to C.J. Stroud. You can bet on that at MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag, the place where you can bet pretty much on anything. So, I'm not sure the Girls Little League World Series Regional is there, but it may not be that far away. MyBookie.ag provides you the chance to bet on the Olympics. They even have a big graphic up there talking about the Paris Olympics, so you can bet on that, track and field, the soccer tournaments going on, all that. Shout out to the U.S. for winning yesterday, the women at least, 3-0. So whether it be sports betting or the live casino option, MyBookie gives you the opportunity to make money. If you like a live dealer, they provide that to you. So the cards just don't pop out of nowhere. You see someone dealing you your cards when you're playing the likes of poker or baccarat and blackjack. And, of course, remember that promo code BET975. It's a thing you use to make your money go further. Whether you're signing up or you're an existing customer, MyBookie wants to help you win. Go to mybookie.ag. And just remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. We can do this here. Time for you to, well, at least you get a chance to win something. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is here. Go see the newest in hunting products, clothing, rifles, knives, and more. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is August 2nd through the 4th, and we are giving away a pair of tickets right now. Caller 7 to 713-780-3776 gets a pair of tickets. You can go any day, August 2nd through the 4th, for one day. So if you want to go to the Hunters Extravaganza, call them right now, 713-780-3776. And if you go on Friday of next week, make sure to find Gallant and George and the Killer Bees. They will be broadcasting live from 12 to 6. Caller 7 at 713-780-3776. We finished up last segment talking about Bobby Slowick discussing Stephon Diggs, and we heard from him earlier discussing C.J. Stroud and his footwork, comparing it to some of the best in the game to ever do it. So let's go to C.J.'s biggest talent beyond his ability to read defenses, his ability just simply to throw the football. I don't know if we would have considered him a big arm quarterback coming out of school. The ball kind of just even with the flick, the ball seemed to just fly out of his hand. It seems like an easy throwing motion. He's a guy who can hit pretty much anyone at any time. Just a talent. There's probably going to be a time, if it hasn't already happened, where we start to ask ourselves, how didn't we see it? I mean, the Bryce Young thing, I get. Bryce Young was a winner. He was at Alabama. He was a great college quarterback. He was a great high school quarterback too, but a great college quarterback. But I don't know if it's the Ohio State thing or just maybe we didn't see a lot of the creativity in CJ's game before that Georgia game. But after a year, we're looking at him like, what did we miss? How wasn't he clearly the number one overall selection? Sometimes everyone misses. And to be fair, he was going to be a top 5 pick no matter what. It's just there's been a clear difference in their performance, and the environment certainly matter. Bryce Young wasn't in a great one. What didn't help Bryce Young this week is he was walking around reporting to camp, and he had a backpack on. And we know Bryce Young is small for a quarterback. I didn't want to lean into all the jokes, but he did look like a high school kid going to school. The backpack was weighed down by whatever. It was hanging down near lower back area. I'm like, he looked like a high school kid.
My question was like, what's he having there?
Yeah, well, I don't change of clothes. I don't know what's in that bag.
It's
that
gotta
backpack.
be so heavy.
Yeah. Why is he wearing a backpack? Why is it so heavy? Why is it weighing him down so much? And we got to work on. He's got to get a PR person. Bryce, you know what they say about you. You cannot be seen in a backpack at any point.
He needs a 5'3" PR person
to understand, who has a complex, who understands what it's like.
Who also if they're ever seen next to each other.
Oh,
Bryce
just
Young
to walk next. So Bryce looks like a giant.
Bryce Young looks big.
Understood. You need smaller people around you.
Yeah.
For that instance, and as being a 5'9" person myself, I understand not being tall, but I'm also not an NFL quarterback and not scrutinized the way he is. It was a rough look. He'll be fine. I'm sure Bryce Young's dealt with that his entire life. He'll be fine.
Are you scrutinized as much as
No,
Bryce Young?
I'm clearly not. No.
7 to 10?
Well, by the two guys doing the show, sure. And maybe
Yeah.
Twitch a little bit too. But as far as, hey, little fella, you should be playing in the league. No,
Yeah.
I don't get anything close to that.
Luckily, we do a job where we have to sit down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't play basketball. Yeah, I sit down, the chair. Everyone sits in the chair. It pretty much equalizes you.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So that doesn't come up. You're under scrutiny for other things.
For other things, not my height. Maybe a lack of talent, but not my height. Bryce Young, people are questioning his talent too after that first year. But playing in Carolina ain't the same as dealing with Slowick and the Texans and what they put around them. And hell, the surprise that Tank Dell, Nico Collins could be so effective in year one. But don't wear a backpack when you're walking around anymore. Hey, just ride in a cart if you got to have that backpack on. But moving on. Enough about Bryce Young. Back to the guy in town. C.J. Stroud, arm strength, can make every throw. We saw that in that Colts game where even the Colts, after he hit that throw, were like, no way. What the? That couldn't have happened. That's the type of those are the type of things he can do on the field. Here's Bobby Slowick discussing C.J. Stroud and his arm and the throws it allows him to make.
But I would say the ones that I very rarely have seen that I just think are special are when he throws outside the numbers past 15 yards, like somewhere between 15 to 20 yards on the sideline, last in the progression, snapping back to it, not when it's number one. That's rare.
Bobby Slowick on CJ Stroud. He does the things that you love for a quarterback to do beyond the ordinary that you expect. What makes him, at least at this point, and we'll have this talk because Sean brought it up, maybe the best young quarterback, not named Patrick Mahomes, or at least the best quarterback younger than Patrick Mahomes in the league. And there's some, like Josh Allen's younger than Patrick Mahomes. Herbert is, Burrow is. The league has quite a few young quarterbacks who have done big things. So maybe we can have that talk when we get back. Let's stay on the clock here. He's been everything you can want. And the praise will continue. Just don't mess it up this year because the scars aren't there yet. We're having this talk pretty much all week. It happened a couple times on the show from 7 to 10. What quarterbacks are capable of winning the Super Bowl? No matter what they do in the regular season, putting up all the numbers, quarterbacking big-time offenses, are they capable of doing the thing that matters most, winning? And to its core, what we care about for the most part is, can my favorite team win titles? And if I have a player who I have to pay like $55 million to or more a year to do it, he has to win. He has to be capable of winning. So the Dak Prescott conversation came up today, got people fired up. Can he win a Super Bowl at 30 years old? Or are we writing him off at 30? And, of course, another guy whose contract is coming up who is in camp, sometimes practicing, sometimes not, is the man in Miami. Is he capable of winning? Are we writing the story on him at 26 years old? And, of course, Jordan Love's up next. I don't think people have a real decision on him yet. He's only done it for a season, so no one really knows. And in his first year, he probably should have at least made an NFC title game, if not for the Packers kind of throwing it away late against the 49ers. So CJ doesn't have those playoff scars yet. The Baltimore game, whatever. People can push that aside. Number one seed on the road. Tank wasn't there. You weren't set to beat that team. But 3 or 4 years from now, if he hasn't won anything, are we having these conversations about him despite knowing how good he is? I would predict yes, because that's how we treat every quarterback who's shown any level of talent and success if they don't win at all. We eventually lean the other way and go, how come this guy's never won? So when we come back, because Sean brought it to the table, and by the way, Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30 to give you what you should watch or shouldn't watch. Sean and I, and you guys can get into it, 713-780-3776. Who are the quarterbacks, and we'll rank them. Who are the best quarterbacks younger than Patrick Mahomes? Because he's a standard bearer. But the young guys are coming. There are a lot of them. And I think Sean has the local guy at number one. We'll see. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
We're back. And before we get to Michael Carroll and some lighthearted conversation about is he going to get that special edition Wolverine and Deadpool popcorn bucket with that movie being available to see, he's going to go see it tomorrow. I may do that too. It'll either be that or Twisters. He'll join us. He's the host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. You can hear it every Friday on 97.5 from 9 to 10 or in podcast form, wherever you might listen to your podcast. It's there. Let's get to the topic that Sean brought up. Sean more than suggested that C.J. Stroud's the best quarterback younger than Patrick Mahomes. And there's several. If you didn't know, and I mentioned it earlier, while Mahomes and Josh Allen are currently the same age, Josh Allen was born in 1996, Mahomes in 95. So Allen younger, 28 years old, but younger. So he counts. We have the likes of Justin Herbert and Kyler Murray and Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts. Obviously, Tua's younger as well, Joe Burrow too. I've given you those names, and you may still feel the way you feel knowing that Josh Allen's younger than Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Do you think CJ still belongs at the top of the list?
Burrow, Allen, and Lamar are the only.
And Lamar too. I forgot about Lamar. Mentioning him.
Are the only three, and he's 97, January 7th, 97. Also, what was happening in 1996 and 1997 for these three awesome quarterbacks were born? That's where the conversation is. I think that's where the only challenges that you have are. But if you go if you go one by one, it's C.J. Stroud takes. I like my quarterbacks to take care of the ball. Del. So Josh Allen, get out of my face.
You like a quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over a lot.
I like my quarterback that doesn't choke in the playoffs.
So you wouldn't. So who are you referring to there?
Lamar Jackson.
Okay, so Lamar Jackson loses a game to the eventual
Chiefs, yes.
champions, but you lost to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
That's not an answer.
It's a team game.
Oh, so now it's a team game. I thought you're playing the correct cards.
And then Joe Burrow, I like my quarterback who's out there every year.
Who plays?
Yeah.
CJ in his first year did miss
only
two games and parts of a third.
The Bengals wish Joe Burrow only missed 2 games every season.
That's true.
Half the time their season just ends in
over.
October.
Oh, look, Jake Browning's out there.
Cool.
Okay, this isn't going to end well, even though he played pretty well last year. So you're using things to disqualify other guys. Lamar Jackson, another guy who's hurt quite a bit, 2-time MVP, but according to you, he chokes, so he's out.
I'm saying that if you want to make C.J. Stroud's in the position where if you want to make the argument against any 3 of those guys, you have a winning play.
C.J. Stroud's in the position because he's only played 1 year, and as I said before, the scars haven't been built up yet. There's
only 1 playoff loss. All these guys have way
more. There's not enough data for you to start to pick apart maybe some of his issues. Well, he can't get past the divisional round. He's playing in a bad division. It's only year 1.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a lot of things the other guys have that you can use against them. So it's not a bad position to be in to say he's clearly the best young quarterback younger than Patrick Mahomes.
So, like you said, Burrow, December 96, Allen, May of 96, Lamar, January 97. So I can say definitively that C.J. Stroud is the best quarterback. And if you can't tell, we've been Googling these people's ages.
Definitely.
Just to verify.
Just to make sure.
But you can say with 100% certainty, I feel, that C.J. Stroud is the best quarterback since the release of Batman and Robin in 1997.
Okay.
I mean, that's where
definitively after a year of football.
Yes. Well, who do you have?
You don't think
Justin Herbert?
I don't even like Justin Herbert as a player. I think he is more hyped than he's actually shown.
Mm-hmm.
When was Joe Burrow born?
Joe Burrow was December 96.
So, okay, older. So who would even qualify younger than Batman and Robin?
That's where you get into the Herbert Tua zone of guys. Basically, all these. So Burrow is 2020, but he was in college it was the 2020 draft, but he was in college for 5 years. Allen and Lamar were both in the 18 draft, and Mahomes was in the 17 draft.
So are you back?
So you're basically going 19 draft and more recent.
So you're backing away from him being better than Allen.
I'm not backing away. I'm just saying if you want to be definitive about it, he's the best quarterback since the release of Batman and Robin in June of 1997.
What a movie to pick, too.
Can you tell I Googled 1997 movies?
Yes, I can. Because offhand, I wouldn't know when that movie was released. Doesn't deserve that type of attention, honestly. But you found a line in the sand, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, because I didn't want to go best quarterback born in the 2000s because
it's him and who else?
Yeah, that and I'm leaving 2 years on the table. I can't let Jalen Hurts escape this. I can't let Justin Herbert off the hook. I can't let your guy Tua off the hook.
Off the hook is one man's ranking. I can't let them off the hook.
Of my ranking.
Of your ranking, yes. Honestly,
I can't let Kyler Murray off the hook. Actually, Kyler Murray might be older. I don't know. No.
As far as the rankings, these arbitrary rankings, I would actually even just disqualify CJ because he's only been around for a year. Not because I don't think he can do it again, but all these other guys have warts that you can point to that a lot have to do with either situation or just the course of a career. Things happen, whether you get injured or a year doesn't go your way. It's actually unfair to even compare him to them because, as I said, maybe 3 years from now, we're having to talk about how come CJ can't get it done. And it may have nothing to do with him.
Yes.
And a lot to do with who's around him.
It's also a situation with all these guys that they're in their mid-20s.
And he's 22 years old.
Well, it's also they're in that spot where they've had just enough years in the league to pick apart and to parse, but also not so many that they get their one Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like they get their Matt Stafford Super Bowl, that they get their the Matt Ryan winning MVP in 2016 and going to the Super Bowl. Like they don't have that 1 year where you go, well, sure, but all of it hit this, or like if you were to do this argument about Peyton Manning in 2005, like you could just pre-2005 Peyton Manning has a worse case than a lot of these guys.
Sure. The game has changed because of partly Patrick Mahomes. We're accelerating timelines for quarterbacks and what they have to accomplish. You would say Joe Burrow, health aside, and that's always a big deal, was clearly a successful pick for the Bengals. And if they can find a way to keep him on the field, that's a hit.
Yes. So
once Herbert sure had an off year last year, but so far, that's a guy drafting in the top 6 where the Chargers hit on the quarterback. You remove Brian Flores hating him the last 2 years. If he could stay healthy when he's on the field, the Dolphins are a much better team, and that offense is great when Tua plays. But like you said, we have these other factors that add scars, that add data points that say, well, CJ has none of that, so I'm going to take the guy who has literally no negatives surrounding him, no bad data points, and go, why wouldn't I take that guy? Because of the maybe this kind of assumption that's probably a poor one to suggest nothing bad's ever going to happen in his career. Mm-mm. Because we have year one and it's always going to be a trajectory up and nothing bad or nothing that suggests, hey, maybe he had a down year.
Yes, we 100% agree on that.
It'll always be better.
Nothing bad will ever happen.
In fact, year one was his worst year. Every year will be an ascension to being the GOAT.
Yeah. So maybe I gotta, because you can't say definitively that he's the best quarterback since or younger than Patrick Mahomes. Now you can. Every single person's ranking might vary, and he might be higher than, one person walking around might have Lamar over him, but not the other two. One person might have the other two and not Lamar. They might have Allen, but not Burrow. And you can say definitively, though, no one will argue against you that C.J. Stroud is the best quarterback born after Batman and Robin, 1997.
Because that's how everyone's going to determine
Yeah,
their list.
So this weekend when you're hanging out, talking to people, waiting in line at the movie theaters, whatever. And this comes up, you can say, oh, yeah, 1997 Batman and Robin by Joel Schumacher.
That's
a nice, my
line.
line.
It's an oppressive one. It's an oppressive line, that particular movie. And if anyone out there is thinking like you, I may think they need to be hospitalized. But
it's available on Max, by the way.
Well, cool.
Might get
what Michael's probably not going to recommend you watch this weekend?
I don't know.
He usually doesn't go to things that have been out for, I don't know. What are we talking about, 17 years now?
Yes. No, 17 years.
What am I thinking? 97. Excuse me, 97. 27 years.
I was born in 1996.
Yeah. 27 years, excuse me.
Oh, you can also do Face Off.
Yeah, do Face Off's a better movie.
You can do Con Air.
Once again, a better movie. Nicolas Cage.
I don't know why Batman and Robin came up first before all these other 1997 movies.
1997 had some good movies, and then you dropped Batman and Robin.
Yeah, Air Force One.
Again, could have picked that. Good movies. That's 3 good movies you've mentioned and 1 bad one.
27 years old.
That are 27 years old, not 17. Maybe Michael will offer us some good movies to watch that are of a more recent vintage. Maybe 3 months old, maybe 2 weeks old, a week old, maybe not 27 years old. We'll talk to Michael Carroll when we come back, host of Comicast. Also, the guy who pretty much puts all the production stuff together here. So if you like what you hear, Michael Carroll is the guy behind it. And if you don't, I don't want to hear from you, to be honest. It's Michael Carroll. How dare you? We'll talk to Michael Carroll, host of Comicast, when we come back. Some guy is here. Michael Carroll joins us. Welcome, Michael.
Hello.
Michael Carroll hosts the Comicast with John Lee. A lot to get to on Comicast this week. As I told you before, if you want to hear it in podcast form, go to any place you hear a podcast, you listen to your podcast, it'll be there. If you happen to be driving around tonight, maybe you're coming home from an Astros game, you want to catch the back half of Comicast, it's on 97.5 from 9 to 10. Michael and John take you through what was a pretty interesting week in pop culture and particularly comic books. So, I mean, I would imagine the first thing you're going to recommend, considering you talked quite a bit about it, at least the reviews of it, first thing you might recommend this week is something you're going to see tomorrow.
Well, I mean, yes, there is a big little movie called Deadpool and Wolverine, but I'm here to talk to you about Batman and Robin, okay? Batman and Robin, one of the phenomenal Batman movies that just doesn't get enough praise.
All right, go ahead. Give it its praise.
I mean, think about all the puns you get out of that movie. Think about the bat nipples. Think about all the aspects of that movie that just stand the test of time.
Poison
Ivy, Dumb Bane. I mean, how can you not talk about that movie?
What's the plot to Batman and Robin?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I bet.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask.
Mr. Freeze is upset.
I know Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze is upset.
Well, that's generally his canon.
Time to put you on ice, or whatever he says.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Something along the line. We have.
That's all I got.
We have Batgirl. We have Alicia Silverstone as Batgirl in that movie as well.
It definitely has the most characters of any Batman movie.
Chris O'Donnell's Robin.
Yes, he plays Robin. Yes, he does.
He gets seduced by
Poison
Ivy.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, who was played by Uma Thurman.
That's true. I don't know who played Dumb Bane, but that's all. I just remember.
I don't even remember Dumb Bane being in the movie.
He's in there briefly, and he's just all jacked up, and and he just sounds like an ogre in like Lord of the Rings or something like that. Like it's very dumb.
Yeah, it's a guy who you wouldn't know from anything. Whoever Robert Fenton is.
Zero idea.
Yeah, exactly. But Tom Hardy was like, that's not my inspiration.
No, not at all.
No.
Okay. So it's not really Batman and Robin.
Okay.
It's not. I lied. It's Deadpool and Wolverine.
Okay.
I mean, it's the only wide release this weekend. It's everything else that's out there that's releasing this weekend is limited because, I mean, this is probably going to be the biggest movie of the year.
Going up against a monster, yeah.
It's already made $38 million in Thursday night previews, already made 60 to 70 overseas. Like, this is a big, big movie in just a day and a half, 2 days or whatever. So, I mean, this is the top pick of the weekend for streaming, for anything. This is the top pick of the weekend.
And the Metacritic score is not great. Rotten Tomatoes has it about 79%, but I saw there's another the audience score was at 98%. I saw.
I think this is definitely a movie that's going to resonate more with fans, obviously. I've read some of the reviews from critics that are just like not feeling it whatsoever. And I think the general consensus is they think it's a cash grab by Disney. They think it's cameo fest and there's nothing of note in there. I read a review that like was referenced in X-Men 2 and a quiet scene in X-Men 2 that's like a moment with Iceman and Wolverine where it's just a quiet moment. It's like, I mean, it's Deadpool and Wolverine. That's not the movie you're going to get this weekend.
What are we talking about?
What are we talking about here? This is like junk food movie to the 10th degree, but done in a fun way with a nice sized budget, I would imagine, but with the wit and just comedy of Ryan Reynolds going from the jump, uniting with his best friend on screen for the first time in however many years in terms of superhero aspect.
Sure.
Like, this is just a dumb, fun movie. The multiverse angle, I think it's wearing on critics as well.
I would assume.
It's hard to create stakes when people can die and just come back.
Yeah, I imagine critics loved Logan. So did I. But
yeah,
but it's and we see the it's not apparently not a cameo, but we see at least the appearance of X-23 in the trailer.
In that trailer, yeah.
And it's in reference to a different Wolverine, and the Wolverine that we're getting is saying, "I'm not that guy."
Yeah.
So that you're seeing the same actor, you're seeing the same character name, but it's not the same life. So I imagine if you're not into all the comic book hocus pocus, you're probably going to be bothered by some of it.
If you weren't into Deadpool, the first one, Deadpool 2 or anything like that, like you're obviously not going to like this one. It's that, but now with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and it is meta in terms of talking about
20th Century Fox and those X-Men films from that. I don't know because I haven't seen the movie yet, but it's seemingly like a final send-off for all those characters. It's a fun movie. Like, you're not going to get like, I don't know, Citizen Kane or some other like high tier, like thought-provoking thing. Deadpool's going to make stupid jokes. He's going to talk to the audience all the time. Hugh Jackman's going to be angry all the time and stab him a couple of times for it. Like, it's fun, and it plays off the nostalgia, obviously, but it's a fan service movie, probably, but that's okay. Like, I think that's okay. That's fine to have
Particularly
that.
when Deadpool's involved.
100%, yeah.
If you want to play on my emotions, I'm cool with that. I'm accepting. You're not manipulating me. I already know you're trying to manipulate me. I'm going in hoping that whatever strings you pull actually work.
I think Ryan and Hugh have, they're doing all the press. Like they're everywhere right now. And when they talk about it, it's just like, yeah, we got together and we thought this would be fun. Yeah, it's 100% going to make whatever money for Disney. Like, that's true. But I think at the core of it, it's just a bunch of friends having fun with this dumb story that I'm sure, like, it's not going to be perfect. I'm not expecting the villain to be a standout villain.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure the villain that they've portrayed in the trailers is
the actual villain. I don't want to give too much away, but if you've seen the trailer, the woman is the actor or actress, however you like to put that, who plays Diana, the young Diana in The Crown.
Oh, okay.
That's her. What's Emma Corrin? I think is her
I
name.
think that's
her name. She, according to what I looked up, her character is the sister, kind of the sister of Professor X.
Yeah.
But because it's a comic book. Once again, comic book hocus pocus.
Yeah.
You're gonna figure out that it's not a traditional. Sister, but
it's not. They were separated from birth or anything like that.
The best way I can describe it is she would be the sister to Professor X, and if they go into how it actually came about in the movie, maybe you'll learn more. But so
if
you're probably right. Yeah,
if they do, they're gonna make 100 jokes about it.
Yeah. So I'm interested. I'll probably see it Saturday.
Same.
I always say that like it's not tomorrow. I'll see it tomorrow night. Some showing at the local Cinemark at 11 p.m. just to stay away from the crowds as much as possible. That's my goal.
See, I'm the opposite. I'm going to go early to avoid all the
Well, I have a meeting to be at.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I got to be at that meeting too. What are you talking about?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
If Joe was a real one, he would just not bought out a theater, but tickets to the Deadpool Wolverine.
Oh, it's weird how it ended up being at 2 o'clock.
We're all coming here in the afternoon. Just, hey, that's a team bonding experience. Take us to the instead of paying for food, you're paying for food anyway. Take us to Deadpool Wolverine.
Yeah,
matinee's cheaper too.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saving you money in this hypothetical, Joe.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Just thank me.
Team
and
bonding.
go about your day.
Yeah.
Yeah, team bonding by no one speaking throughout the movie because that's what I'm looking for. I don't want to hear comments. To be fair,
you saying you don't want to hear from your fellow producers? And
not when I'm watching a movie.
No?
I don't really want to hear from them tomorrow. To be honest with you,
Hey,
but definitely not during a movie.
Okay, I got no comeback. I got no transition for that. I got nothing.
Welcome to my world, Michael.
I get it. I 100% get it.
Yeah.
So theater-wise,
okay.
That's it. 100%.
But what if you decided this is not the weekend? You'll catch it on a weekend where there's less crowds. What are you going to watch this weekend from your home?
There is a couple of to be honest, it's kind of a quiet thing, especially for what I think is our kind of purview in terms of what we watch. It's kind of a quiet weekend. There is the Taika Waititi Time Bandits that's hitting Apple TV Plus this weekend, which really quick. The young kid who's the star, I just discovered what his name is, like his real name, and it's Kal-El Tuck.
How old is he? Because there's some nerdy parents who decided we're going to do that.
We really love Superman. We're going to name our kid after Superman.
And, if you love Batman, naming your kid Bruce probably ain't going to work out for you, or at least the kid. I'm trying to think of other superhero nicknames that parents would give their kids that would clearly be an inspiration driven by the character. Like Kal-El is obvious. Is there any more? Peter, you could say that, but that's a regular name.
Yeah, most of the names are to a certain extent.
You have to be
regular.
an alien at this point, right?
Well, the name that comes to mind that I know got popular was Khaleesi. Daenerys.
Sure.
Which it's like,
Are you naming your daughter or son, whatever, Khaleesi, or you're naming them Daenerys? If you're going to one way, I think I would go Daenerys. I'm not naming the kid Khaleesi.
I can't imagine I would go Khaleesi. Because Danny
can be
that's
short.
short.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, it's still not great. Like the kid's gonna be, what's your name? Daenerys Johnson or something like that. I don't know.
I know parents, I can't speak to them. I'm not a parent. They have own, they feel that's my kid. I'll give them the name. But think of their future. Like parents like to think of their kids' future and like college and what they're going to be like. Don't saddle them with that name.
Kal-El.
There's a recent draft pick named Kal-El where it's close enough.
I guess it's close enough.
Yeah.
But if you look at the spelling and everything,
it's clearly the Superman.
It's literally letter for letter with the dash and everything. Like, come on. How's that kid going to fill out a Scantron? Is there a dash option? I guess there is nowadays. I don't know.
It's been a while since I've done a Scantron.
It's been a while.
It's been a little bit since I've been.
I wonder if I just display my age. It's like, Michael, they do all that by computers now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't think kids have to worry about Scantron.
All right,
anymore.
well, I'm old now. So the other thing you can watch this weekend, Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning hits Prime Video.
That movie was spoiled for me a week after it came out, and I've still never forgiven the podcaster for it. Like they gave me a death of a certain character, and I was like, wait a minute,
that's annoying.
What are we doing here? And I stopped listening to that podcast for months because she pissed me off.
Wow. Understandably so.
Yes.
What's the worst you've ever been? Is that like the worst you've ever been spoiled?
Well, somehow John knew, or maybe he just guessed that Robert Downey Jr.'s character Iron Man was going to die in Avengers Endgame.
No, that he probably got it from LaShawn
McCoy. That's what I was going to say.
I would think so, but I don't remember LaShawn McCoy talking about it.
He tweeted it.
I know, but I don't remember that happening at the time. I think John, like weeks before, was like, "Oh, Iron Man's going to die," and I didn't think anything of it. And then it happened.
And then it preemptive.
He's not
spoil.
Granato's not someone you would assume has
would be looking into spoilers, would know anything. No. I mean, his wife does work for a Disney corporation. Work for the Disney Corporation. So now you think about it, maybe he knew something.
Had dinner with Kevin Feige
at some point. Maybe Kevin Feige in front of the shareholders had a thing, and somehow he let it slip because that would have happened.
The worst one for me was I was in the theater for Force Awakens, the Star Wars Force Awakens, and I had done a post about I'm seeing it right now or something. I'm sitting in the theater before I think the previews were just starting, and it was one of those things where somebody commented on it and it appeared on my lock screen.
Sure.
And it was one of those things where I read it before I could stop myself, and they were like, Han Solo dies, Ben Solo, they said everything. And I was just like,
what are we doing? I told you I'm in the theater. I didn't tell you I just walked out of it.
And somehow Palpatine returned? What?
Yeah.
Well, that
that's a spoiler 5 years.
Yeah, and somehow he knew.
Wow, that's very good.
So yeah, like Michael said, there's one movie to go watch. At least if you're one of us.
Yes,
it's Deadpool & Wolverine. Maybe you haven't seen Twisters yet. You want to see that? I get that. That's on my list too.
I was telling MC I was thinking about Barbenheiming Twisters and Wolverine and Deadpool.
Which one would you go see first, though?
I think you got to end with Twisters.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I could see that.
Because there is supposed to be a bit of an emotional bit to Deadpool Wolverine. Maybe after that, if you are racked with I don't know, maybe not sorrow, but emotions, you just want to see big explosions happen with no real investment.
I was thinking pure adrenaline.
Yeah.
For when I'm in hour 5 and 6 at a movie theater. Yeah. It's like, give me just a shot of adrenaline and Glenn Powell smirking.
Yeah. And that one guy that yells, "Twins!"
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. I might start clapping in the theater, man.
Applauding.
Woo!
Sean's the one person in the theater that's doing that.
Look at that destructive force that if in real life would kill thousands of people.
Woo! F5, baby.
Yeah. I know we deal with hurricanes here, but it ain't tornadoes.
I don't think I've ever dealt with someone that's cheering on the weather in a movie.
You're supposed to be hoping that people survive.
This guy's over here. Yeah, go weather.
Well,
yeah.
he's just mimicking the storm chasers. They do that to the F5 too.
That's true.
Yeah, that twins thing wasn't like, oh no, twins.
No, it was twins.
Yeah,
he was very much.
Yeah. He was thrilled by it.
It was very excited.
So Twisters is on mine. Yeah, Sean, I might do a double too. Might see both. I got the time. I'm not building a dynasty every minute of my day.
Of course, you could always catch up on The Boys. That's done.
That's done. Sure.
Acolyte finished last week. House of the Dragon, phenomenal right now.
Yeah, I loved episode 6. Two more episodes to go, and we've got a new Dragon Rider. That's as much as I'll say if you haven't seen it. A new Dragon Rider who has set the tone where you don't have to be from a royal family or be from a complete family where you're not a bastard.
Also, Sea Smoke. I mean, I'll say at least the dragon name. Sea Smoke chasing down this person.
Yes.
And somebody put I'm here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Sea Smoke did feel like a car salesman.
Yes.
You walked into the lot. You were prey. You weren't getting away. So, House of the Dragon, phenomenal. You can watch that. Of course, Sunday's episode will be a big one, and we'll all be watching that as well. Michael Carroll, I want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll talk again next week. We both should have a review of Deadpool and Wolverine. Did we laugh? Did we cry? Did we care that Paul Rudd's head is giant and used as a lair for maybe a villain of the movie or maybe just one villain in the movie? We'll talk about that next week. Comicast, 9 to 10 on ESPN 97.5. Also in podcast form. You can listen to it now. Comicast, hosted by John Lee, Michael Carroll. We'll talk to Michael next week. We got one more segment here to go on the show. And we're going to hear from Paul Feinbaum. He has some things to say about Matt Rule. They weren't complimentary because when does Paul Feinbaum ever compliment anyone not named Kirby Smart or Nick Saban? We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
This will be quick here, but before we wrap it up, I did want to get to a couple things, starting with, remember, rock the mic. If you or someone you know are already hosting a podcast or want to do that, we're giving you a chance to get some exposure. You can send in a 3 to 5 minute video to rockthemic975@gmail.com. Give us your best Houston sports take. If you're the winner, which we will decide that at Carbach Brewery during a live finale, you're going to have the chance to have a podcast hosted on ESPN Houston, our YouTube channel. You can come in here and do the show, or maybe even do it from home. Video is amazing. We can find a way to get it done for you. So, 3 to 5 minute video, send it to rockthemic975@gmail.com. And let's hear your best Houston sports take. We talked a lot about CJ Stroud. Maybe you have a different opinion on things. Send it in. We'd love to hear from you. Okay, Paul Feinbaum needs no bigger platform than what he has on ESPN. He is probably their go-to guy for college football topics. We all know the genesis of him. SEC, that show, big time. I don't know how much he says positive about people who don't belong in the SEC. We heard him rip Lincoln Riley a couple weeks ago. Now he goes after Matt Rule. Matt Rule, the coach at Nebraska, formerly at Baylor, had a stint in Carolina, which wasn't successful. He's back in college where he probably belongs. Here's Paul Feinbaum on Matt Rule and that Nebraska program.
I think 4 teams from this league should get in every year because this is the best league. This is the NFL of college football on my mind. It stretches from coast to coast, different time zones, different weather. That's not to diminish any other league. The SEC is amazing. These other leagues are great, but the challenge in the Big Ten is going to be really difficult.
So he says the Big Ten should just automatically get 4 teams in the playoff. Paul, what do you think of that?
Matt, stay in your lane, okay? Job 1, win enough games to get to some stupid bowl game. Don't worry about the big boys because you're not one of them. We saw what you did in the NFL. You were a complete disaster in Carolina. You somehow got this job in Nebraska, and you're talking like you belong at the table with Ohio State and Georgia. You don't. Just try to win maybe 6 games. Quit choking big games on the final play and leave the punditry to the professionals. Thank you.
This has been a public service announcement from Paul Feinbaum, and it absolutely lived up
Not
to
his best. That felt forced. That felt like, hey, Paul, you're on the show, say something. That didn't feel like it came from the heart. I feel like Paul was like, I'm on this show. They got me on here to say something. I feel the pressure. Let me take a shot at Matt Rule. Even from the beginning, that pause, getting into it. You've been better, Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah, maybe instead of worry about making some stupid bowl game, maybe try making the Fenway Bowl or drop the actual bowl name.
I know you're on debate television. You got to give a take, Paul Feinbaum. You're on the show, but that ain't natural for him. He probably didn't have that much of a feeling about Matt Rule. Had to say it.
He should have been like, yes. If the Big Ten gets 4, that means the SEC should get 6.
Or something like,
even if the math doesn't work.
You know what, Paul? You know what, Matt? The Big Ten's pretty good. I don't know why anyone's going to you for opinions on it. You're not going to play a part in the playoff.
Exactly.
But
I know which one those 4 teams won't be.
Yeah, there may get 4. Nebraska won't be one of them. Not for the foreseeable future. We are done for the day. At least I am. Sean will get you through Gallant and George coming up here next. Caleb Beach, follow them. We'll be back on Monday. I'm sure there will be plenty to discuss. But we're done with the week, and we're done for the show. What does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
That we did. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Here's a ground ball right side, could do it. The Houston Astros are world champions for the first time in franchise history.
The good days before the cheating scandal.
Well, someone alleged
With
that
Joe Buck on the call.
that moment was a cheating scandal, but we don't do that here. What is up, everybody? Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday, July 26th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. And your Houston Astros are going to play one of their biggest rivals, a team that they don't play that much, but a team that they beat in 7 games in the 2017 World Series 3 times over the weekend, with Framber Valdez on the hill tonight against Gavin Stone, Ronel Blanco on the hill tomorrow against Justin Robleski, and then Spencer Arrighetti against somebody on Sunday. It's always fun to play against the Dodgers. I feel like few teams elicit, Joe, the kind of just emotion that the Dodgers do if you're an Astros fan watching them play a baseball game on any given night.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to, because even 2017, it was fine. Like, there wasn't that heat that there was there in the rivalry. It was just a World Series. It wasn't that big of a deal. There wasn't the hate for the Dodgers yet. It all starts in 2019 when everything starts to come out and Cody Bellinger and all these other Dodgers players start running their mouth about, fake MVPs and stealing MVPs and all this stuff. That's when it really starts. And you get the Carlos Correa, like one of the all-time moments in like television or interview Astros history, maybe number 1.
He should have been inducted into
so
the
great.
WWE Hall of Fame without having ever wrestled for that moment right there. That was some next level Hulk Hogan right in the camera, pointing at the people at home, bleep talking.
It was so good. Like that was peak Carlos Correa, honestly, at that point. But that's when it all started. And that's when, like, this is the real rivalry. Like, the fact that rivalry week is happening next year in Major League Baseball and the Astros are not playing the Dodgers, I think it's stupid. Because Joe Kelly hitting Carlos Correa, everything that happened in 2020 and beyond is the hatred with the fans is way better than anything else the Astros have.
And it seems like the hatred with the fans carries over to the players.
Yes.
Maybe less so now because of so many people having left both squads, but I'm excited for this weekend, more excited for this series this weekend than anything else going over the weekend, including another Houston Texans training camp practice. Oof, today. Not so good in the rain. The Olympics opening ceremonies tonight. Sorry, I'm not wearing any American gear today.
It's in 30 minutes.
Yeah, but it doesn't air on television until like 5:30.
That's
or so.
stupid.
No, it's not. What? I got to watch it in the morning? It's outrageous.
Just air when it's live.
No. Everything Olympics is pre-recorded. They're still the only sport where you're watching pre-recorded for the most part.
Yeah.
So you've got that, and on top of that, perhaps some deadline moves with the trade deadline less than a week away. So the big move last night, the Seattle Mariners are putting their chips in the middle of the table, I guess, because they made a trade with the Tampa Bay Rays. They got all-star outfielder Randy Arozarena. Arozarena is hitting .211, slugging .318. He's got I think this is on-base percentage, a .394 slugging percentage with 15 homers, 16 stolen bases in his first 100 games. Arguably the most coveted outfielder in this year's trade market because he's dynamic, and he's also done well, Joe, in clutch situations in the past. The question, is this desperation by the Mariners, or is this actually a good move? His numbers this year do stink.
They do, but in the last month, he's hitting .288 with a .937 OPS.
Look at you.
He's got 5 home runs in the last month. 6 stolen bases. He's turned the corner back to being the guy that is an all-star and a very good player. So the start of his season is obviously a majority of his season is a total disaster. But if you're going after the last month, this is a really good move for the Mariners. If he can stay being that guy to put him in the lineup with Julio Rodriguez. And honestly, I was shocked. When I saw he was traded and then it was to the Mariners, I was surprised. I didn't think they were going to buy. I thought they were going to stand pat and wait till Tuesday and then potentially sell So this one surprised me a little bit.
It surprised me too, but they didn't really give up much to get him to lower level minor leaguers. So I look at this as wishful desperation. They are throwing up a bit of a Hail Mary here. And to your point, okay, he's hitting better of late. But this can't be the last move for the Mariners. Hoping Randy Arozarena becomes Randy Arozarena of the past alone is not going to make the worst offense in baseball decent.
No, it should be one of like 4 moves.
Right, exactly.
That they make.
I don't even know if this makes them bad. Like they're the worst right now. They're trying to get to bad or below average and hoping that will help their pitching. They're the worst though.
Yeah, one guy does not totally turn around a season. It doesn't.
Especially if Julio's hurt and the shortstop J.P. Crawford's out for a while. He wasn't hitting well either.
This move doesn't make me change my stance on being more worried about the Mariners now than the Rangers.
You're still more worried about the Rangers.
Yeah, the Rangers, to me, even with this move, they're still the bigger threat to the Houston Astros winning the AL West this season. And, the Mariners, like making this move, getting rid of Ty France, who was dead weight, and bringing up a prospect instead to fill that void to try to get more production at first base. They're wise moves. They've just dug themselves such a hole in terms of the quality of their lineup that I'm not sure 2 or 3 moves like this makes them a playoff contender anymore. I just don't see their offense flipping a switch and being dominant all of a sudden.
Down in a hole and I don't know if I can be saved. They're from Seattle, right? Alice in Chains?
I think so.
They're grunge. I know that.
And a lot of grunge comes from Seattle.
Down in a hole, we're going to our grave.
Yes, from Seattle.
Hell yeah.
Confirmed.
Look at me. Grunge music.
Grunge music, Paul.
A genre I discovered in 2018.
When you moved to Seattle?
Before I moved to Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Chris Cornell passed away, and then I got into a real grunge kick. Specifically his acoustic stuff. Holy crap, it's incredible. So that's the first move. Does that mean the Houston Astros have to make a move now? I say yes. And I know that, yes, Randy Arozarena is not doing much for the Seattle Mariners, but I just cannot believe how calm and patient, if not procrastinating, the Astros are being when it comes to acquiring that extra starting pitcher or a bullpen guy.
Mm-hmm.
All we've seen as far as rumors for the Astros is that they're trying to get rid of Rafael Montero. Great. That's awesome. But I need something to be brought in here. I feel like with Rafael Montero, you are probably paying a team to get rid of him.
Yeah, you're taking on a contract so that comes up in the Jamison Taillon story. I think it was the Chandler reported that they're interested in him. He's got 2 more years at another $36 million total, I believe it is.
Jamison Taillon is a starting pitcher?
Yes, he's with the Cubs currently.
Okay.
And I think that's what their hope is like, hey, we'll take this guy on if you take on Montero, and maybe they take on another bad contract with it. If they can pull that off, that would be great. Getting rid of Rafael Montero in a deal and acquiring something of quality, it sounds wonderful right now. But
I'd be all back on Dana Brown, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be like, hey, Dana Brown, did what everything should have been done already and getting rid of Jose Abreu, and he finds somebody to pawn off Rafael Montero on.
Great.
Let's do it.
Good start.
Good job, buddy boy.
Those are good moves. What the Arozarena trade most signifies, though, that is intriguing for me is that 2 names that we've talked about a little bit over the last couple of days, Isaac Paredes and Zach Eflin, the starting pitcher from the Rays and the first baseman. Now it's very clear the Rays are open for business. That, being 4 or 5 games back, whatever it is, of the playoffs right now, of the wild card seed, the Rays are going to go into sell mode. And even though they're right there on the cusp of being a playoff team, by trading to Arozarena, they're waving the white flag. And that means that if you want Paredes, if you want Eflin, that these are moves that are now obtainable for Dana Brown and the Houston Astros. And not getting at least one of those guys would surprise me because they've been so heavily connected already to them specifically that, it makes a lot of sense. So Dana Brown needs to go get his guys now. Go fill some holes in this roster.
Fill some holes.
And find a way to take on someone, beg someone to take on Montero. Beg.
What would you do? How do you get Rafael Montero away? I would offer the finest food from Houston. Got to go to the Southwest side, get some Asian food.
Mm-hmm.
Pinkerton's barbecue, a Highway Cantina margarita, perhaps some of the fried oysters as well from there.
Is there a Whataburger in Tampa Bay?
No, they don't have Whataburger.
So maybe we send some Whataburger to the Rays?
No, come on, man. Listen, I know everyone likes Whataburger. Don't get me started on Whataburger.
I know.
There's a big menu. Congratulations on the big menu, and congratulations on the Texas toast. Get my order right, okay? No, we're sending the big guns, okay? We're sending Papa Steak. We're sending good stuff. No, listen, it's a lot of money.
I thought the Astros were trying to save money, not spend more.
Yes.
Do you think Jim Crane will eat part of that contract to do this? I know he ate the entire Jose Abreu contract, but will he pay half of Rafael Montero's contract and then just have the Cubs or the Rays pay the other half? I don't know if he'll do it again. I think he would rather give up a better prospect in a deal and tell Dana Brown to give up too much in a deal to attach Montero to.
I think that the best way to get Jim Crane to do this is to, as I've said before, imply he's poor. Nothing that a rich person hates more than when somebody flexes on them. This is one of the perks of sometimes hanging out with, and by the way, this is literally everybody that I know, but somebody who makes more money than you. When they offer to pay the check is to see the guys fight over paying the check. And I don't care that I'm not even trying to enter the fray. Like, if the checks get split, great.
Yeah.
I'm going to get Venmo'd afterwards anyway. But seeing two of your friends big bleeping it over who's splitting the check for some outrageously priced dinner, it's a very fun thing to do. Rich people don't like to seem like they're not the richest. So Jim Crane, if he's not buying out Rafael Montero's contract, gotta say,
not rich.
He's a poor.
You ever been in that situation though, where like you're gonna go out with someone and they're gonna pick up the tab, but it's still kind of awkward because you have to offer
all the time, Joe.
You have to offer.
I always offer, and my friends are very generous and very kind to me, but not to everybody else. To me, they're kind.
Like there used to be a lot of Saturdays where I would go watch college football with Salisbury, and like he would just start buying shots. And like at one point I was like, hey man, like we just need to like have a conversation here. I can't pay for this. So, we got to stop or you got to pay for it.
Shots on a Saturday?
Yeah, we used to go.
Yeah.
We used to go hard for college football Saturdays.
How many are you taking?
4 or 5.
What kind?
I take vodka or tequila shots.
You do vodka shots?
Yeah.
You're a psycho.
I know.
Ugh.
I know. Vodka or tequila.
Tequila
always.
goes down smooth. That's a controversial take.
I like vodka.
Vodka shots.
Yeah.
You're more of a man than me. You're just dumping motor fuel in your gullet.
No, if you get like Tito's, it's okay. You're all right.
Vodka is not good as a shot.
Probably true.
Vodka in a martini, vodka in a Bloody Mary. Vodka goes well with other things, but straight by itself, you're a psycho.
That's okay.
Good for you. No, I'm impressed, Joe.
Yeah. Okay, get
you smoking cigars last night, drinking bottles of wine.
Yeah, you got to get chilled though. You can't just like that. That helps. Get the vodka chilled.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just saying, like.
Well,
I'm just clarifying.
Joe, I mean, that's implied.
Like, I'm just saying, I'm not ripping like a warm shot of vodka.
A warm shot of vodka. That's alcoholic behavior. Okay, let's.
That's
relax.
like I have to fly a plane later. This is the only way that gets me through it.
You have to fly on a plane or fly the plane.
Either.
Okay.
Either. I've seen the movie Flight.
Yeah, and also that's like basically I think every single plane flying in Russia. Everyone's just bleep canned out there. Props to them. Like they're flying while drunk, but they shouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Bad guys. Bad guys up there. All right, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Was it desperation by the Mariners to trade for Randy Arozarena, or is it actually a good move? And is Dana Brown going to do something anytime soon? I think he has to. Up next, hey guys, you get to hate on the Los Angeles Dodgers for the entirety of this show. We're going to play highlights from the 2017 World Series every single segment. And if you've got just a quick little one-liner that you want to drop on them, a little haterade to pour all over them and then set it on fire, go and do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on Twitch at ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You sign up and you're going to get a deposit bonus of up to $1,000 right away. Hell yeah. You can bet on so many things. You can bet on live poker. You can bet on live blackjack with live dealers, but you're sitting at home. You can bet on the 2024 presidential election. Former President Donald Trump, minus 180. Kamala Harris, plus 140. Yesterday was Kamala Harris Day. I can't believe that actually happened. But you can also bet on the Olympics. You can bet on baseball too. You can bet on anything with mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
10th inning, Altuve into left center field. Back at the wall. It is gone. Jose Altuve has put Houston on top. 4-3 here in the 10th. Here's one into left center field off the bat of Correa. Altuve and Correa go back to back. And it's 5-3 here in the 10th inning with Houston on top.
Hell yeah. You know, Game 2 of the 2017 World Series wasn't quite Game 5, but it was a pretty good game. Pretty scary game.
Mm-hmm.
You had some lead changes and such, and the Astros, they're able to pull it out. Thanks to that George Springer go-ahead home run.
Game 2 is underrated for sure, but Game 5 is just so good. It's one of the best games I've ever seen.
I was so tired after that day because that was one of those days where I also was working for the Texans flagship station at the time, and the Texans played the Seattle Seahawks earlier that day. So the game went straight from the end of the Seahawks game, which was also a barn burner. It was a shootout. I think Deshaun Watson it was like his first great game right before he tore his ACL. There was some drama about whether or not the Texans would actually play because of the inmates running the prison comments that Bob McNair had made being leaked. There was an actual possibility the Texans wouldn't play in that game. At least that's what we were told. DeAndre Hopkins had stormed out of a team meeting. Bill O'Brien was like, I mean, the players, I side with the players here. And then that game happens, and then you go from that straight into Game 5. I just stayed at the Texans flagship station in a room by myself watching on the TV, and I was there for a good 12 hours straight.
That's a long day, Paul.
It was a long day.
That's a lot
of sports.
Didn't Bill O'Brien also have like a terrible fourth down decision in that? I feel like there's a punt Because
I think so.
All the Deshaun Watson losses in 2017, which was like 3 because he only played in 6 games. All of them, people were like, well, they could be 6-0 with Deshaun Watson if they made like 4 different fourth down decisions and they all went the right way.
Well, Watson did throw 3 picks in that game for what it's worth. One was returned for a touchdown by Earl Thomas. So I don't know if O'Brien really determined that game. That was actually one of the few that Watson definitely, although he played well in it, lost the game. There's a lot of those, and people always would blame Bill O'Brien instead of Watson.
Yeah, that's what I remember is that like his rookie year, it was just like all of the losses are on Bill O'Brien. All the wins are on Deshaun Watson.
100%. All right, so as far as the Los Angeles Dodgers go, here's how they're doing of late. They have a very, very, very nice record, 62-42, way up in the NL West. It is their first visit here to Houston since a 2-game series in 2021. They will be without Mookie Betts. Also, a couple of other guys, Max Muncy, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and Walker Buehler. They're all on the injured list.
And Dustin May, don't forget.
Yes.
He's the guy who tore his esophagus.
That's right.
I just want to bring it up again, just, because it's got to get mentioned. He was already out. He wasn't going to pitch anyways, but I just want to, mention that one again. Ohtani's playing incredible, though.
This is Shohei Ohtani now on a team with a pulse. As opposed to being on the Angels, now he is on Los Dodgers.
And it's a good time for this series, too, because the Astros really need a big bounce back, and there's really no better team to do it against if you can against the Dodgers. I do think it's time. We do declare this the 3rd World Series of the season.
3rd World Series of the season.
They're
okay.
They're 2-0.
Okay.
They're 5-1 in games that we've declared as World Series games. So we need another series win this weekend. We'll see how Arrighetti does on Sunday. Still don't feel great about that game. But I wish I could also watch the game tonight because I'm not going to get an Apple TV subscription. So I guess I'll watch the replay later. But this is a big series because even without Mookie Betts, to go into the deadline, you always want to feel positive because it's then you win the series and then you add players and then just all the vibes are good. And hopefully Rafael Montero won't be on the team by next Wednesday. That'd be awesome. Then vibes are even higher.
But that can't be the only trade deadline move.
No.
That can't be the only one. Don't let Dana Brown, who regularly listens to this radio program, don't let him think that all he has to do is get rid of Rafael Montero.
No, that would be a bummer.
That would
be a massive bummer if that was the only thing he did.
I have a question that our listeners might be able to answer. There is a disproportionate amount of Dodgers fans that live in Houston. I think that's also the same for the Yankees. If you went to the Astros-Yankees games earlier this year, you would see a lot of Yankees fans leaving the stadium. But I've always wondered why that's the case with the Dodgers. Obviously, there's lots of transplants that live in Houston, and I'm sure there's some people that have come over from L.A. to Houston. And again, I'm generalizing a little bit here. It does seem like there's a cultural thing with Dodger fans that are across the United States. And I am surprised that so many stick with them. I will imagine at these games between the Astros and Dodgers this weekend, there will be a lot of Dodgers fans there. And I know some of you hear that and you're probably encouraged to strap up, right? Because you don't want to get punched in the back of the head and put in a coma. You don't want to get stabbed in the parking lot. But you can't do that. You can't bring a gun to a stadium, okay? I know the Dodgers fans make you uneasy, but you can't do that. It's illegal.
The Yankees ones don't surprise me, the Yankee fans, because they're just that group of people who they root for the Yankees, the Cowboys, and Duke.
And the Lakers.
And that's the group.
Maybe they root for the Patriots now.
Yeah, like they just are this collective bandwagon fandom, a lot of the Yankees fans. Dodgers fans, I don't understand. Because besides a Mickey Mouse World Series, what do they have to accomplish if you're under under 40?
They moved from Brooklyn to LA?
Yeah.
Wait, that happened way before too.
Yeah.
Really, I mean they're until they won the Bubble World Series, much like the Lakers won the Bubble NBA title. Interesting. LA. Pretty bad
Conspiracy?
sports town. The Rams are the only team that won with a legitimate title. But, yeah, there was a long stretch where they hadn't done a damn thing.
Yeah, they hadn't won a World Series since 1988. It's the idea that there's all these Dodgers fans who, like you
grew up in Houston are a Dodgers fan. I guess there are a lot of transplants. We know a lot of people are leaving California because why would you want to live there? And they're moving to Texas.
Yeah.
So maybe that's part of
But
it.
I think this is a before thing though. This is just a general observation I've made, and I think there's something that has to do that I wouldn't be able to tell you with Latino or Latinx culture. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Is it Latinx? But I even looked it up. I was like, why are there so many Dodgers fans everywhere? And one of the first articles I saw is that, like, hey, did you know that Dodger Stadium was built in the Chavez Ravine, and they just kicked a bunch of Mexican Americans out of the area to build that stadium? And yet, seems to be it does seem to be culturally for some, like if you're Mexican or Latin American, you might be rooting for the Dodgers. Come on, guys. The Astros have to be that team now. Come on.
If you live in Houston, you should root for the Astros.
But I think that's the case, number one. But number two, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if you're from the Caribbean or if you're from, although actually I don't know off the top of my head if the Astros have anybody who is from Mexico. But I think if you're from the Caribbean or from Venezuela especially, or from, South America, I feel like you should be rooting for the Houston Astros, not Los Dodgers.
Yeah, I agree. Vote for the Astros.
Come on, guys.
Vote for the Astros. Astros, good guys. Dodgers, bad guys.
100%. And be careful out there. Be careful out there if you're going to the ballpark this weekend. Seriously, it does seem like Dodgers fans are, among fan bases, more likely to lose their cool and get in a squab with you.
Yeah, I was trying to decide if I wanted to go to one of the games this weekend. I don't really want to deal with the headache of Dodgers fans, honestly. Maybe I'm a soft boy for that, but I'd rather just watch the games at home.
If you're in the outfield, you might have that. You might have that happen. Someone texts in from the 832. This rivalry goes back further than 2017. That's right. I forgot they were in the National League West together. My first ever game was 86 against Fernando Valenzuela, and the Astros had Nolan Ryan. It was epic. The Astrodome was electric. Beat LA chants rang loud and proud. I was 8 years old. I will never forget it. That's when my hatred for the Dodgers began.
Okay. That makes sense, but it's been amplified since 2019,
100%.
the end of 2019.
It does suck that the Astros left the National League. Yeah, it does. Come on.
Now that the DH is universal, I would agree. I liked having the Astros in the Central better, and obviously I didn't live in Houston when they were in the National League. But I always preferred American League Baseball because I hated watching pitchers hit. I just thought it was such a waste of time. And the fact that the American League was where the DH was, I would always say American League's better than the NL. But I kind of hope it gets reverted back.
The weekend I moved here, actually, the weekend of my first show, this was in October of 2011 over at the flagship. That was my first time down here, was the day that they announced the move to the American League.
Oh, really?
And I remember a lot of people were pissed off.
Yeah, I'm sure they were.
Because it's like, oh, the Cardinals rivalry, bye. The Dodgers rivalry, a lesser degree, because they were in different divisions at that point, bye. I don't know if it ever was quite that with the Cubs, because the Cubs, no offense, Joe, have always sucked.
Yep.
I don't know if it was like that with...
Probably not with the Pirates.
Right.
But you have the Cardinals rivalry, and what is really taking place of that? I mean, you have the Mariners rivalry is just not there. Like, there is a Yankees rivalry, but that's all playoff based.
Right. Basically, all the Astros' main rivals these days are playoff based, except for the Rangers, who did reignite it last year.
Yeah.
And now I would assume that down the stretch, it could potentially get testy again. But this year, it's been rather underwhelming considering both teams played each other in the ALCS.
Yeah, it's just weird how the AL West rivalry, maybe because it's not really been competitive since the Astros have moved to it. Like really, the Rangers controlled the division for quite a while, and then the Astros have dominated it virtually since 2015. So there hasn't really been an extended period of time, as Sean laid out yesterday, where the Rangers and the Astros have both been good, or the Astros and the Mariners have both been really good, or the Astros and the A's. So, like, there's just not that juice. And that's why, to me, there is more juice with this one, because the amount of trash that, like, the fans and the players talked about the Astros post-2019, and then you go back to 2017 and the World Series and how great of a World Series it was. Like, even
It really was a good one.
there was great games all across. You go, they win 7 games. It's all of it was a fantastic World Series. So it's nice that they play again. I wish they played them more often, so there'd be some more juice during the regular season.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Naves behind the glass. Up next, I was out at Houston Texans training camp today, and I got to say, I think we have discovered what the Achilles heel for the Houston Texans in 2024 is. Plus, another fight. Back up fight! Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
That is smoked. It is gone. 1-0 Houston.
That was Yuli Gurriel taking Yu Darvish deep in Game 3 of the World Series. If I'm not mistaken, Joe, that was also the game where Yuli Gurriel made the Astros look like villains for the first time ever because he did a racist thing.
Yeah, I forgot about that until you put those names in the same sentence, and I was like, oh, yeah. Yuli got suspended the next season. And I remember there was a big controversy at the time that they did that they decided not to suspend him during the World Series.
There's been a couple of potential suspensions for the Astros in pivotal series. Brian Abreu this past year. That one, the fact that he got suspended at all was ridiculous. Odolis Garcia, calm down, dude. Goose Fraba. But the Yu Darvish one with Yuli Gurriel, I thought there was a chance that he might get suspended for that.
Because it does kind of fall apart where it's like, so what MLB is saying is what he did was so bad that he needs to get suspended. But it wasn't so bad that he needs to get suspended for the World Series, is what they're saying. They're saying this was racist and bad. But come on, we're not going to suspend you for the World Series.
I guess it's not that racist and bad then.
Yeah, it's like the argument kind of falls apart.
I mean, it's just, and that was a trendsetter because they could really never suspend anyone during the playoffs ever again. Like in 2020, if you go back to the Dodgers,
At least if you did racist things.
Yeah, I mean, really anything.
Baseball was encouraging their players to be racist during the World Series.
They did it to Abreu. There would have been there could have been some kind of suspension in 2020 if the Dodgers didn't win the World Series in that last game because they broke the COVID protocols by letting Justin Turner start the game and then get yanked out of the game in the middle out of it.
Yeah.
Which is still, if they would have stopped the World Series, I think the MLB is so glad the Dodgers won that night.
I 100%. Number one. Number two. I mean, I know that things have aged in a way where we all realize that we took masking far too seriously during COVID-19. I'm sure there's some medical experts out there who are like, "You shut up, Paul. That's misinformation." But in the moment, I mean, having that scandal to throw back at the Dodgers would have been nice.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if it turned into a bunch of them got it. Like, why was Justin Turner playing in this game while being a super spreader, potentially killing many, many other players in the game?
I really didn't like the Dodgers. I've never have. And then part of me was like, I hope they lose this game and then they just cancel the World Series. And just like there's just no World Series champion in 2020. And then the Dodgers have a chance to win it and they just get it taken away from them.
Once it got started, you knew that they were going to finish it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Anyway, Houston Texans training camp practice number 7 finished earlier. I have some observations.
What you got?
Joe, first off, we need to get rid of roofs in football. Hashtag make football outside again. I like the elements. Little rain, little drizzle. That's what separates football from all the soft sports. Oh, baseball, it's drizzling. We can't play. Basketball, it's got to be 72 degrees inside. We can't play outside on blacktop. Football plays in the snow, plays in the heat, plays in the rain, plays in the hurricanes, plays in the monsoons, plays in the apocalypse, plays in Bane blowing up a stadium. Football outside is where football should be. And any of these softies who want football to be played inside, I'm sorry. I want to do an Oklahoma drill against you right now. I will bite your ass up, bitch.
I don't know, Paul. It kind of sounds like Texans offense might not agree with you.
Well, that's the problem.
I was also going to say Hurricane Barrel's already helped out by making NRG outside.
Yeah, it's partially outside. It's like a tester.
They're going to have to get used to playing in the elements.
And they were not good in the elements today. Again, one practice. You don't want to make too much of it. But I felt, guys, like I was watching that game against the New York Jets. Remember that game where C.J. Stroud eventually left with a concussion, but the Texans offense couldn't do anything? Man, they were sloppy as hell today. Stroud got sacked as much as you can get sacked in a training camp practice because they don't allow you to tackle the quarterbacks wearing the red jerseys. Stroud got sacked at least 5 times, if not more. And there was a moment as well in the middle of the practice where all of the Texans offensive players, Stroud brought them over to the side. They got on a knee and they started talking about something. I don't know what. What I was thinking, and this is speculation, was that they were talking about how they need to be less sloppy than they have been, the first team unit, in practice earlier. And then immediately afterwards, false start, sack.
Oof.
It was like, I mean, you imagine you have like that. It's like calling a timeout and getting called for a delay of game coming out of the timeout.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what you want to see happen. Yeah, it just seems the offense is really struggling in camp so far.
I wouldn't say consistently struggling. They've had their moments, but today was bad. So it's just practice and it's not full pads, but they definitely missed, I think, Laramie Tunsil out there at left tackle. Blake Fisher's in there, and I mean, he's a rookie, so he's having his issues. But defensively, some nice plays. Really like what I'm seeing out of Jalen Petrie when he does occasionally line up at that nickel spot. At safety, that means that MJ Stewart, who got hurt last year, and Jimmy Ward are the 2 starting safeties. We haven't seen that much Kalen Bullock in that spot yet, though we do see Bullock out there. Bullock is really tall, the guy that they drafted safety out of USC. But Petrie's actually looked pretty good in that nickel spot, specifically in man coverage. He had a couple of moments covering guys like Stephon Diggs where he was with the guy step for step.
Interesting. Look, the NFL's putting out their top 100 players, and the number 57, the 57th player in the NFL, according to the players,
Diggs?
is a free agent.
Oh.
And it's Justin Simmons.
Oh.
Yeah, Diggs is 56, Simmons is 57. So if they're going to move Petrie into the nickel spot, they're adding a veteran safety this offseason.
Yeah, I wonder if in certain packages they just put Stewart out there, and for the most part, if they're in base, it's going to be Petrie back there. But you got to remember that teams barely play base anymore.
Yeah, but MJ Stewart, not to be too disrespectful, but Anthony Richardson's going to cook him if he's your safety out there. I don't. That makes me nervous.
I think you could do better. I'm with you there. It's between Stewart and Eric Murray.
I did see the video of the Jimmy Ward hit on Stephon Diggs from the other day, finally. Oh, man. That was
that's just football.
That was an aggressive play against your own team. The defense they're swarming.
Yeah, someone put together a compilation of all these swarmy moments of practice on Wednesday for the Texans.
That, swarmy moments.
Texans swarm. Like the sound effects. You ever play those old football games circa like 96, 97, and at the snap it would be the same noise. Like,
the best for that was Blitz, though. Blitz had the best sound effects. Especially like when you would jump on the guy after the play was over.
It was like the same noise every time you hit the button.
It was great.
Yeah, I used to just do at the end of the play, you just press the two buttons over and over and over again, just absolutely clobber the guy until he's dead.
What a great game NFL Blitz is.
What a violent game. But
we need it back.
I know. Why did they get rid of it? Oh, concussions. Well, the lawsuit already happened. You can bring it back now.
Because they went too far. They made the version where your player they would show him break his leg.
That one was that.
And then you could give him steroids
but that
to
one
get him
was,
back on the field.
That one was an NFL license, though.
I know.
Those were fictional teams.
They went too far.
Continuing to talk about what I saw at Houston Texans training camp practice number 7 today, there was a fight.
Okay.
Back-to-back practices with a fight. Backup fight! It's always fun when two players that probably aren't going to make the roster get in a fight. This time it was two whiteys.
Ooh.
It was Ben Skowronek, the wide receiver, and linebacker Max Tooley.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to read it.
I was like, at first I was like, can Paul not read his own handwriting?
No, I can.
Okay.
I can. I'm reading it from my reporter notebook here, guys. I'm a big J journalist.
How do you keep it dry? Like, did you have like an umbrella? Were you like holding an umbrella?
There was a tent.
Oh, okay.
There was a tent out there. I stood under the tent.
Oh, so you weren't really in the elements.
No, but my feet are soaked. My shoes were not underneath the tent. So my feet right now, like I'm kind of cold because my feetsies are cold.
He said football is an outdoor sport. He didn't say that watching football is an outdoor sport.
Well, watching football is
journalism very much an indoor sport.
I need waterproof sneakers. I don't have any. So I honestly I should have worn my boots out there.
Those like rubber ones with like the toes.
Yeah. And literally would only wear them for something like this. So kind of a wasted purchase. I don't know. You should have seen DJ Bieneme out there. He's wearing a Louisville jacket. He looked like the Gorton's fisherman. I mean, it was like that was a real raincoat.
Was it like one of those big ones like the quarterback wears when he's on the sideline?
Yeah, I gave him some crap for that. It drew at least one laugh calling him the Gordon's fisherman.
Hey, DJ Bieneme is going to be joining us Tuesdays at 2:00 every Tuesday.
Tuesdays at 2.
Watch on YouTube, see if he's wearing that big jacket.
Maybe we'll just tell him he has to wear it one day.
Oh yeah, yeah. Bring it into studio.
If it's a day like today, you might.
Yeah, you can't. You got to wear that, before the first game. Mm-hmm. Make sure, since you picked the Colts to win the division, DJ.
I know. My God. Oh, he's coming in here with the bank. So, what else happened? D'Amico talked about fights, and he said that fighting is a learning opportunity. Like you learn to not punch somebody, you get thrown out of practice right away if you punch somebody. So that's the rules for, I guess, fights. Is if you punch somebody, you're out. But if you start a fight and that doesn't mean you're out.
As long as you don't throw a punch.
No punches.
Yeah.
Because you might hurt yourself.
Yeah. I understand the rule.
Yeah, but they've got the special helmet pads on, so it's like the one time if you're going to punch someone in the face with their helmet on, it might not hurt as bad.
Still don't do it.
Yeah, it's very stupid that football players do that.
The Matt Khalil Award former Houston Texans tackle, for worst player at practice. This is a tough one. Okay. Could have been Mike Ford. John Mechie is bullying Mike Ford. He is a backup corner. But I'm going to give it to Robert Woods. He had a muff punt.
Didn't he have one earlier?
I think that's
Woods has not had a good camp.
That's
thus
two
far.
practices in a row.
Yeah, Wood has not had a good. Woods has not had a good camp.
He's getting cut.
Who's it? Shoot, I got to think of a name for this. But just because Colin Gillespie played for the Houston Texans and once was the 12th man, I'm going to call this the Colin Gillespie Award for the best player at practice. And guys, today, guess who that goes to?
I love you can hear the pages turning. It's very
because again these. I wrote my notes, mother bleeper.
Things are I'm giving you credit. Things are too digital now. You're an old school
Yeah,
reporter
old school.
with the.
I'm old school.
You
baby.
might light a cigarette in there.
I'm giving it to Ben, and now I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Skoranek.
Skoranek. I'm giving it to Ben Skoranek. Ben Skoranek was making some insane. He had a one-handed catch on the sideline. I mean, he did us white guys proud today. He had a good practice playing wide receiver, wearing number 26, sticking out like a sore thumb.
26.
I love everything about.
They gotta
this
get this guy a new number.
No. I like it.
I like it.
I like it. It's great.
It's very American Athletic Conference to have a white wide receiver wearing a number in the 20s, but I like it. I like it.
James Wall on the YouTube says, "LOL, when you said you're a real journalist, LOL, good joke." I was out there. Were you, bitch?
He took notes with a pen in the pen.
Yeah, I didn't see. Where's your notebook? Can I check your work?
You should get one of those old, actual, old school ones where you're flips.
Yeah. You know what?
Skinny.
I couldn't find one. This was something I found at I think I got this at HEB. So there you go, guys. Those are observations from Texans training camp practice number 6. Coming up next, did you know the Olympics? They're in progress right now. They're starting. The opening ceremonies are going on right now. And guess who is carrying the colors of the United States of America? You'll find out next. Stick around. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
That's into right center field. Well hit. Won't be caught. It is gone for a home run. George Springer goes deep, and the Astros are back on top by 2.
George Springer, World Series MVP, home run in 4 straight games in that World Series.
George Springer. Seems like he doesn't miss the Astros. I don't know why. I just get that vibe.
Yeah.
Like
that was in game 2. I miss him. I know he's had a rough year, and he's dealt with a lot of injuries, but he was, of the Astros players, the most beloved player in that clubhouse for quite some time. People used to call him the heart and soul of the Houston Astros, even if Jose Altuve was maybe the best player. So the United States are in Paris, France, for the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. And did you see this? Did you hear about this? Snoop Dogg is one of the torchbearers carrying the Olympic flame in the final stretch today.
All right.
So he carried the torch through the streets of Saint-Denis, the northern Paris suburb that is home to Stade de France, Stadium Olympique. The town's mayor, Mathieu Hanotin, said on X. What are you laughing at? Why are you laughing at my culture?
Because I pulled up. No, I'm not.
Son
I'm
of a
sorry.
bitch.
I'm not. I'm laughing at Snoop Dogg's tweet. He put out the photo of him holding it, and as soon as you open it, everyone replaced the torch with blunts.
Hell
and it's
yeah.
so funny. So it looks like he's walking down the street with a big blunt.
It's not his first time with a torch.
It would have been sick if he used the torch to light up a J.
Hey, but you know what? Sometimes you have to have people represent the country who coach its best athletes.
That's true.
C.J. Stroud, coached by Snoop Dogg.
Texans Swarm.
So Snoop Dogg, watch out, D'Amico.
United States Swarm.
I didn't know what word. I was going to go with swarm. It could be a lot of words there. Yeah. So in a way, the Houston Texans carried the torch.
So several degrees of Kevin Bacon separation.
I would be so upset if I was French. And I was like, wait, Snoop? I mean, it's cool that Snoop, but like, it's not a French guy?
Most popular. Well, I'm assuming every single country gets to have one person carry it. And if the United States shows Snoop Dogg, that is pretty amazing. Considering what Snoop Dogg used to be considered, which was, and I'm not saying this, I'm just saying how people described rappers in the 90s. This man's a thug. How dare he put this music out there that's changing our children.
He was literally on trial for murder. Yes, I think that's
that
fair.
too. And now here he is. He's like beloved Corona spokesman carrying the Olympic torch.
Is he doing the Peacock show with Kevin Hart again?
I hope so.
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, I just can't wait for the 2028 opening ceremony.
Oh, he's gonna be all over that.
Like, what? It's gonna be wild in LA. Like that is gonna be a masterclass. Like you think about like what we do with the Super Bowl and all these big events. Like I think back to the Snoop Dogg Super Bowl halftime. You could do that with the Olympic ceremony times 10.
Is the Atlanta's the last U.S. Olympics, right? So, at least the Summer Olympics.
Yeah, summer, yes. Huh. Because before, I think, but since that, it would only
like
been
Salt Lake.
Yeah. I think at that point. So yeah, back in LA.
Okay, but every country gets a torchbearer.
Correct.
I was gonna say like, why is he starting the Olympics?
I'm looking at who would be on the same level as Snoop Dogg as far as French artists go, and all I got as far as people I recognize on this list.
Are they all from the 1700s?
No. Actually, you got, but they're like EDM people. It's Daft Punk and David Guetta. These are two Frenchies.
David Guetta. All right.
Yeah.
It's a name I haven't thought of in a while.
But are they French or are they from France?
Whoa. What are you, the French? What are you?
I don't like where this is headed.
What are you, the Argentina soccer team? My God.
I'm just saying, like, are they born in America, but they're just 100% French?
Yes, that's what, listen, I don't know, but hey, this is something that legitimately the Argentina soccer team got in trouble for after winning Copa Americana.
Yeah.
They got in trouble. So here's why, Joe. I don't think you did anything wrong here.
No.
I'm trying to defend
I
you.
also don't think I did anything wrong, so I'm more confused than anything. But please explain.
So when Argentina won Copa America, they did this chant, and the chant was about how France, who they beat in the World Cup 2 years ago, has a bunch of players who are either the sons of immigrants or are immigrants. And there's a couple, because there's a relationship between Algeria and some other African countries and France, because France used to, basically possess them as colonies. But there's also some really like effed up comments by Argentina in there about how like the French the French immigrants like having sex with trans people and stuff like that. Like, it's horrible things that were said in this song, and you, in a way, asking if these French people are really French.
I disassociate myself with what that thing
could be on the Argentina soccer team.
I'm not Argentinian, so.
Not surprising that a country that harbored Nazis would perhaps bust into a song about racial purity after winning the Copa America.
Yeah, that's the funniest part. They're singing about France, who
Yep.
who they did not play.
Yeah.
After winning this championship.
That's really weird.
Anyway, guys, there you go. We'll have some more Olympic updates, including the beds. Can you have sex in them? Among other things, because the Olympics are back, 2024. But up next, it's 1 o'clock, and the Astros haven't made a move before this weekend series against the Dodgers. There is someone that they could potentially move, though. You'll find out who that is next. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
Another 3-2 and a high fly ball. Deep left center field. At the wall. Tie game. Unbelievable. Altuve. 7-7.
That game got more drunk. That was just the start. The second down three-run home run by the Houston Astros in Game 5 of the 2017 World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yeah, we're cheating a little bit on a Friday, using nostalgia to pander to y'all out there, but it's Astros-Dodgers this weekend.
Yeah.
And as Joe George declared, it is the third World Series of the year for the Astros. They are 2-0 in World Series this season, and they are 5-1 in World Series games this year.
Go.
Swept the Baltimore Orioles in their first World Series of the year, and their last World Series of the year was against the Seattle Mariners last weekend.
Yep.
Where they took 2 of 3.
And now, as Sean said though on Monday, please win Sunday's game.
Yes.
Because the vibes are just better when we get here on Monday.
It's a very good point.
So Spencer Arrighetti versus TBD. Let's get the dub. TBD's not good.
No.
You wouldn't think.
You wouldn't think.
What if the Dodgers, they're like, actually, this is our World Series because we don't play anybody in the National League, and they make Shohei Ohtani come back out as the starter for Sunday.
Pitching left-handed.
Like a dramatic, imagine a Willis Reed moment in baseball in July. It's Shohei Ohtani coming up to the mound.
Yeah.
His arm is, his elbow's wobbling around and stuff. I can't believe that somebody who has an elbow injury to the point where he can't throw a baseball can hit 30 home runs and be second in baseball.
I know. I saw someone talking about how he should just make the decision to not, why is he going to pitch again? What's the purpose? I mean, first of all, his contract is great. You kind of paid him to do both. But if he said today, he's like, I'm done. I'm not going to pitch. I'm just gonna hit. But the fact that he can do both is bizarre.
Well, I don't get why he would stop. I mean, what's the worst that would happen from him pitching?
Exactly.
He gets Tommy John,
and he hits again.
he just
becomes a DH
he's
again.
He's doing that right now. He is quitting pitching right now.
Yeah.
And there's another thing that he can do, and I don't. He hasn't won a Cy Young, but he's gotten Cy Young vote. He's been third place in Cy Young.
Would you let him pitch again if you were the Dodgers?
I mean, I'm paying him to do both.
Yeah.
The contract says. Because I remember talking about it with Joel and Jeremy a lot before it happened. It was like, well, I would want to put in a clause in his contract if he would allow it of, if you're not going to pitch, I'm not paying you all this money.
Yeah.
Besides this first year. If in 5 years or whatever, he took that weird deferral thing. And I think that's part of the reason why he took the deferral was that if he didn't, pitch, it's like, yeah, you got to pay him later, but you're not paying up front. I also wonder if at some point they find a way to make him their closer. Since he's just DHing, if there's a way to send him out into the bullpen and let him get ready and he closes later in his career instead of being a starter.
Yeah, when you mentioned the Willis Reed thing, I was thinking him in the playoff, this year's playoffs, if he can get healthy enough to pitch just an inning or two.
It would be badass. I mean, yeah, Shohei Ohtani, the gambling scandal, all that stuff. But I do, as a baseball player, like everybody, basic take, I like Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's hard. How can you not be in awe of Shohei Ohtani?
Sometimes the basic take is just the right one, where it's this guy's awesome.
If my real question, and there might be some doctors out there who could text in, and maybe there's people that aren't doctors that have their own take on this. My question is about, okay, if Shohei Ohtani has to have another Tommy John surgery and then another Tommy John surgery, at what point does the Tommy John surgery the stacking of Tommy Johns affect him at the plate?
That's a good
I don't
question.
think at all.
Ever? Not ever?
Because it's all about the rotation.
I get that.
But if you can play recovering from Tommy John, but you cannot pitch for a year and a half. So you basically miss no time as a hitter if you get Tommy John surgery, and you cannot pitch for a year and a half. I assume it's just because the UCL is only needed while pitching or throwing a ball, and not really needed to swing a bat. You can probably not have a UCL and swing a bat.
Yeah, because Bryce Harper
does.
He didn't just DH.
Yeah.
He played some first base, so in theory he had to throw the ball to second base or home.
Okay.
At some point, so
it's legitimately just about putting spin on the ball.
I think it's a pitching injury.
Gotta be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, these are
it's fascinating because
not doctors. A little asterisk.
No one here is a doctor,
but I think it's just a pitching thing.
Okay. These guys are gone for 18 months, and then
that's what's crazy about it.
Ohtani's just yeah, I can hit a baseball.
You're gone that long, but it's only a pitching injury.
Yeah, it's like a part of it's like if you're a machine, it's just one part that helps you do this one thing. You could every other part of the machine runs perfectly fine. It's just you cannot do one thing, and that's pitch or baseball.
It's like the piece of NRG Stadium's roof that's missing.
Oh,
exactly. You can still open up the roof,
but that one piece
and close it.
You need it to really
close
all the
way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Rafael Montero could be on the move. This courtesy of a report from The Athletic, Chandler Rome, about what the Astros might do at the trade deadline. Joe, you mentioned there's a rumor about them potentially going after Jameson Taillon. On top of that, they are looking to find a team to take on Rafael Montero's disastrous 3-year, $34.5 million deal as part of a trade package. It's halfway through. I am really curious as to what it would take any baseball team to take on a bad salary. Because in basketball, it happens all the time. Baseball, why would you take on Rafael Montero's contract?
The other team, it gets you a better prospect?
I guess.
It's okay. So
how though?
So let's say, okay, so yesterday Randy Arozarena gets traded for like what I think it was the 14th and the 30th best prospects.
Yeah, a couple of
in the Mariners
scrubs.
system.
No offense to them.
So let's say you have a deal for Isaac Paredes from the Rays, and they ask for the exact same thing, 14 and 30, but to take on Rafael Montero, you have to give up the 12th best prospect and the 24th best prospect in your system. Like I wonder if it's just that. Like you just go up the prospect ladder a little bit and just say, yeah, we'll take on this bad contract, or you do what the Mets did for the Scherzer and Verlander trades, and you eat a portion of it, and then teams will stomach it. Because I would rather, if I was Jim Crane, I'd rather pay half of Rafael Montero's contract to have him go somewhere else and not be on the roster. Because you're not going to pay that guy that much money to just not play, just like with Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu was on the roster. They were paying him all that money. They were going to pay him. Rafael Montero's making all this money. If he's on the roster, they're going to use him.
Both Montero and Abreu are this year and next year, right? They're both.
Yes.
They were both 3-year deals.
3-year deals. Abreu was 58.5 and Montero 34.5. And by the way,
so we're like halfway through both those.
We do have a Jose Abreu update too.
What?
This is from Francis Romero, who is a baseball sports reporter for the BBWAA.
Is he on the Mariners too?
No. Jose Abreu will most likely not play in the remainder of the 2024 season per sources. It is believed that he will take a break. Is that voluntary break?
Yeah.
And if conditions are right, he will return for 2025 with some opportunity with an MLB team. I mean, this is coming straight from Abreu's agent.
Yeah. 100%. Most likely not play. You mean no one wants you?
He will most likely not play.
Like,
what if somebody brings him in?
The only way back, and I
Is
don't
the
think
White Sox?
Yes. Only way.
White Sox, Marlins. Only two teams I can see being like, sure, we're not doing anything. Let's sign them. You're just a crappy team. Maybe he figures something out and you can trade him at the deadline. Or if you're the White Sox, just again, I don't know the appetite in Chicago for a Jose Abreu farewell season, but maybe you can do that. Bring some good vibes to a crappy vibe team.
Yeah, I would be stunned if we ever see Jose Abreu on a diamond again.
Well, hang on. There's lots of diamonds. I mean,
Yeah.
Mexico, Japan, Korea.
And Robinson Cano running the Mexican League.
Yeah, but like
China, Saudi Arabia.
Where did they throw 82-mile-an-hour
Live
fastballs?
baseball?
Because that's what he can hit.
Saudi Arabia.
Cool.
I bet Saudi Arabia is the lowest tier with the
Yeah.
highest pay if there is a baseball league out there.
No, there's not yet, but I bet you there's one coming.
They honestly, this has been my take for a while. They should do live basketball, live baseball, and just do it how they do like soccer and golf, where it's like, yeah, we'll sign the washed up guys. Like, yeah, Russell Westbrook, instead of getting $6 million to play for the Nuggets, how about $600 million to play in Saudi Arabia?
So like Lionel Messi in
Messi
MLS.
plays in MLS.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Ronaldo is the example because he literally plays in Saudi.
Oh, damn! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he got out of it somehow.
No,
he seems like a weasel.
No, the soccer guys that like if you're 32 plus and were once good at soccer, you probably play in Saudi Arabia.
Thinking about what it would take to get rid of Rafael Montero and thinking about what it might have taken to get rid of Jose Abreu does have me thinking about, the guy number one that was so hard to get rid of that you had to trade a second-round pick to dump him. The Texans trading a second-round pick and Brock Osweiler to Cleveland for nothing.
Hey, every salary dump trade has its own story, right?
I mean, you can trade draft picks now.
In baseball, you can't?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they changed that recently.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
So maybe the Astros have to trade like a
Let me
third
get
round
on-
pick to get rid of Rafael Montero.
Yeah, let me get on the MLB trade machine and start working some magic.
Like I just think you're gonna have to give up a better prospect. It might be, if they ask for 3 guys and you say no to all of them, but then they go, well, we'll take on Montero if you give us this one. You might do it. Like, you're not trading, Bryce Matthews and Jacob Melton to make this happen, but like maybe Will Wagner is part of a trade, and you're like, hey, we'll give you Will Wagner because we're gonna bring Alex Bregman back.
That was going to be my question. Is it a prospect? Like, does it rise to the level of a prospect whose name we know? Because the 5 prospects that we know the name of, I'm like, I don't want to. I don't just to salary dump. I rather, hey, Jim Crane, just eat more of that money instead of including a player.
Yeah, I would say no. Like, you might know their name, but like they're not going to be a guy you're banking on.
Okay.
In the future to get rid of Montero.
I'm with you. A couple of comments both on YouTube and on Twitch. From YouTube, Tony Yayo says Lance should have been a 3-year deal. Lance McCullers counting for. I see LMJ. I think LaMarcus Aldridge. I don't know why. LMJ counting for $15 million, probably for 3 more years. I'll be stunned if we see him ever again. Can they salary dump Lance McCullers? Bring back Odorizzi instead. Captain Fish 317 says it's always Montero and Abreu, never McCullers. Racist. LOL. That's fair to an extent. I mean, McCullers' contract is the worst of all the contracts. Jeremy Branham once told me that was a good contract, but he knows baseball.
Shots fired.
That wasn't a shot. That was a fact. Jeremy knows baseball, and Jeremy told me that the Lance McCullers contract wasn't bad. Those are facts.
While I hear you, I hear these guys. They're right. Trading Lance McCullers would be awesome. It's never, ever, ever happening. He doesn't play baseball anymore. Jose Abreu can go up there and pretend to swing a bat at a fastball and never hit it. Rafael Montero can every 4 appearances give you a shutout inning. Lance McCullers, he's untradeable because he doesn't play. Because you can never expect him to play again. This is just he's unmovable. And Jim Crane loves him.
Well, it's because you don't want to get rid of the greatest cheerleader in Houston sports history. I'm sorry, I like Lance McCullers.
I do too.
And I don't want to move on from him. I have good memories with Lance McCullers. Do I have good memories with Rafael Montero? No. Do I have good memories with Jose Abreu? No.
And it's
2017. Guess what? As we've proven today, still holds up.
Mm-hmm. there are guys that just they're part of an organization no matter what, and sometimes it's because they get hurt, but also because their connection. And Lance's connection with the front office, or specifically the ownership group, it makes him unmovable. I think Jim Crane would rather have Lance McCullers opening coffee shops inside of his ballpark than trade him.
I thought you were gonna say than pitch. It's like, no, he probably wishes he pitched.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, the money's bigger than Montero. The money goes out longer than Montero. That's why we don't talk about him getting cut or traded.
Yeah,
because we're not sure if Jim Crane is going to eat the money for Montero. We weren't sure he was going to eat the money for Abreu. Now we're asking him to eat more and again longer money for a guy who, again, World Series hero in 2017, World Series hero in 2022 for pitching. For pitching a lot of innings against the Phillies, even though he's giving up 1 million home runs.
Yeah, I love the idea, but it's never going to happen.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. You heard Sean Mapes behind the glass there. 713-780-3776 to call to text. A couple interesting texts I want to read to keep this conversation going to a degree. Plus, there are some bizarre Astros conspiracy theories out there. Some Astros fans are really putting on their tinfoil hats when it comes to why Kyle Tucker still hasn't returned from his injury. We'll share some of those with you next. They're fun, at least. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He lifts it into left, down the line, at the wall. Goodbye!
Hell yeah. That's right, Dodgers fans thinking about going to Minute Maid Park today. We won it in 2017. Did we cheat? Did we not cheat? Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? You'll always have that in the back of your head. And you'll always see at Minute Maid Park, 2017 World Series champs. Bitch. Just think about it. Think about it some more. We know you think about it all the time.
Oh, I bet you Dodgers fans just think about it. Literally, that's all they think about.
Oh, they stare at that with impotent rage in the ballpark, thinking about whether or not they should stab a rando, because that's what Dodger fans are known to do. That's
True.
factual. Check it out. I'm not saying all Dodgers fans carry shivs and go, at a ballpark.
But some do.
There's enough where there's multiple
There's
stories.
enough where there's a concern.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there you go, guys. Very excited for Astros and Dodgers this weekend. We've changed the television to the opening ceremonies for the Olympics right now. On the television screen, it says égalité, which means equality. Kind of funny that they're glamorizing the old French Revolution, which, okay, got rid of monarchy, but a lot of murder, a lot of death along the way. There's some sort of Cirque du Soleil, Joe-esque
Yeah, there's some weird threesome
exercise.
thing that was just happening.
Oh, there's a threesome? I missed that.
That was, I don't know, something
It's
was
a
happening.
ménage à trois.
Ménage
Yeah.
à trois,
Yeah.
J'aime beaucoup les ménages à trois parce que les ménages à trois, c'est trois personnes, pas deux personnes.
Yeah.
I just said it's a menage a trois. It's three people, not two people.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I got nervous when you started saying ménage à trois and then other things in French that I
And I
don't
was like,
know. And I'm
we
like,
still have to-
I hope you're not.
Yeah, because like we still have to legally dump those if we.
Oh, I can't say voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir. I don't know.
I don't know what you said.
I
That's
said,
the problem.
will you sleep with me tonight?
Oh, that's fine.
Is it more vulgar than that?
No.
Okay.
No.
then
No,
that's fine.
there's a song from Moulin Rouge where
Great movie.
they played it with Christina Aguilera in it.
Okay,
they played
so-
it on the radio back in the day.
Is that all the French you know? It's from Moulin Rouge?
No,
Or
I was
did you,
French club president.
Oh.
Yeah, I speak it decently.
Nerd.
Yeah, yeah. How did I get into Syracuse? I mean, it's a tough school to get into.
Le Presidente.
Oui. Les stars.
What do you do in French
C'est
club?
moi. Nothing. I just got the title and did absolutely nothing. I just wanted it for my transcript.
That is something I've been wondering since high school when we had a French club, and I always thought all the other clubs have some action that they're doing.
I was supposed to organize a exchange trip where French students would come visit us because the year before we visited Quebec, which is a French-speaking province in Canada. That was a fun time. My roommate at the house we were staying at, who would later go to jail for insurance fraud, he had a temper tantrum when LSU beat J.J. Redick and Duke in the NCAA tournament. So I had to lie to our host family that, no, he wasn't mad about the basketball game. I lied and said that his cousin died.
Why didn't you say his cousin was on the basketball team?
No. No, because, I mean, if you say he broke something. So I was like, oh, now we're both going to get in trouble. So, and that's when I knew I was French club president material, because I could lie to make something happen. Anyway, sorry, we're all over the place, but the Olympics opening ceremonies are going on. They are something else to watch. Honestly, I would love to do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 edition of this show where we just try to figure out what's going on with this on mute. For those who don't know, there's a bunch of people wearing all gold that are dancing on a bridge with a bunch of like sparklers going off behind them. And then there's this band now. I
think the last thing was a preview of the newest Olympic sport.
Okay.
Breakdancing.
I forgot. You're right. That is a sport.
It blows my mind.
we have more things to discuss in the Olympics, like are the sex beds working and are people banging yet? But we haven't. That's later in the show. That's more 3-hour stuff. There are a lot of people with really interesting conspiracy theories when it comes to Kyle Tucker and his absence. I noticed this from a video that I posted to my YouTube channel and from a video that at ESPN Houston posted as well. We talked about Dana Brown and his comments about Kyle Tucker, where basically he said, well, we're hoping he's back before September, which doesn't make you feel great that he's going to be coming back to the Astros anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have all sorts of tinfoil hat takes online. I'll give them some credit. I like a good take. All takes matter. The crazier, the better. But some people are suggesting that the reason that Kyle Tucker is not playing is because, one, the Astros are thinking about trading him. I don't think it works like that because he's on the injured list. Two, because they're trying to prevent Tucker from having a career year, so they'd have to pay him in arbitration.
Okay.
And three, same thing except for a long-term deal. They can use this against him.
I appreciate the thought process that goes into this. If it was gonna be one of them, though, I would say it's more Tucker being disgruntled. If you made me choose,
yeah,
no, I would choose that one.
Okay.
I don't think the Astros couldn't withhold Kyle Tucker from playing legally. Like the the MLBPA would file a grievance. That would never happen. But if Kyle Tucker is unhappy with the way he's being treated, he could slow down, especially because it's just a deep bruise, so there's nothing broken. So all you really can do in this injury is go off the word of Kyle Tucker, and just whatever he says goes. I'm a little nervous right now, though.
Yeah.
How often does Dana Brown meet with the media?
Not often, but often enough. I would assume we'll hear from him in the next week.
Well, we'll hear from him today.
Oh.
After Joe Espada speaks to the media.
Oh.
I got some nervous feelings that Dana Brown's going to speak to the media. He's doing all this stuff. He just did Will Kunkel's podcast, and he's talking about Kyle Tucker on the flagship. And I'm just wondering if we're going to get some bad news today.
Interesting.
Conspiracy theory before it happens. I hope I'm wrong, but I just feel like telling the
not
media,
crazy.
telling the media in a PR email that, hey, Dana Brown's going to be available today in the clubhouse, just gives me bad vibes of what could come.
Man. Yeah, that makes me a little nervous now that you bring it up.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I hope you're wrong too. Damn, Joe.
You just ruined my Friday.
Sorry.
Whole time I'm gonna be thinking, what is Dana Brown?
Maybe there'll be a trade by 4:00. Maybe it's already done, and they're just gonna.
They normally announce the trade, or at least the reporters announce it.
I know.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Because what are you gonna ask? If there's not an injury update, honestly, what are you gonna ask him today? Who are you trading for? And he's gonna give you a non-answer. He's meeting he's meeting with the media to tell them something. It might be about Lance. Maybe it's not Kyle.
Kyle Tucker's ahead of schedule.
Luis Garcia.
Justin
Verlander.
Yep. There's a lot of options.
They're all ahead of schedule. They're all gonna pitch this weekend against the Dodgers. No. That's what they're gonna say.
Ohtani's been traded to the Astros.
Yeah, it's an introductory press conference with Shohei Ohtani.
It is Gallant George, Sean Mapes, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Put that on the table as well. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. What is Dana Brown going to announce today? Up next, we are 41 days away from the start of the NFL season. We're going to talk about, one, the best rivalry in the NFL right now, and two, a rivalry that one team clearly wants to happen. I don't think they want none of this, do we? Stick around, Gallant George. 41 days away from the start of the NFL season. We could talk about some of the Hall of Famers who wore the number 41, like Clark Hinkle, Arnie Herber, and Cal Hubbard. Man, those all sound like old players.
I don't know any of those guys.
I'll be perfectly honest, I'm too lazy to look them up because the only number 41 anyone should ever talk about in NFL history is the one and only 1998 Walter Payton Man of the Year, Eugene Robinson. Do you know the story of Eugene Robinson, Joe George?
I don't think I do.
You bring up Walter Payton Man of the Year. I think I know where this is going.
A newspaper article from the Washington Post from February 1st, 1999, page D7. Atlanta Falcons safety Eugene Robinson was arrested Saturday night on a misdemeanor charge of soliciting sex from a prostitute, declared his innocence, and apologized to his team and family after tonight's Super Bowl. Robinson, a 35-year-old free safety, started the game after being released from custody Saturday night with a notice to appear in court next month.
That's incredible.
Robinson legitimately the night before had been announced as the recipient of the Man of the Year award in the NFL.
Now I know this story. Now I remember
Incredible.
They really don't.
This
they
is
don't
the
have
award.
scandals like this anymore.
The award was actually 1999 Bart Starr Award from Athletes in Action, which is a religious group. He had an apology. Do you want to hear the apology?
Oh, yes, of course.
yeah, I want to know.
Reading from a prepared text, Robinson said, quote, "I regret I was not maintaining the standards I set for myself. I will have to begin shortly to make amends to everyone who knows me. I want to thank all the people, a lot of the football players, a lot of the fans, and particularly my family who supported and prayed for me at this very, very low point. I really believe and strongly believe that I will be found innocent of this."
Well, you didn't pay her?
He's apologizing, but I will be found innocent of this. What I really want to do now is apologize first to my Lord Jesus Christ, secondly to my wife and kids. I think you should apologize to the wife and kids first, then Jesus. Mostly.
I think the power ranking of apologies, they go at the top.
Specifically for this apology,
Yeah.
I think yes.
Jesus will always be there. And thirdly, to my teammates, because again, he spent the night before the Super Bowl in jail.
Yeah, I think Jesus goes third on this list. I think he goes wife and teammates 1, teammates 2. It's the Super Bowl.
Unbelievable. So there you go, guys.
Jesus is always number 3 in my heart. That's what Joe George was saying.
Number 41.
Man.
Again, they don't imagine if that happened.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
If it happens today, do they play in the game?
I don't think so.
I think they might.
Malcolm Butler got benched in the Super Bowl. You think that player wouldn't get benched in the Super Bowl if he was out all night?
But we don't know what Malcolm Butler did.
Exactly.
To this day.
What if he had a Eugene Robinson situation? We don't know.
We would know. No, we would know because
we still don't know.
No, the jail would tell us.
They didn't reveal it in the documentary?
I don't think so, no.
Really?
I think truly no one knows what the hell happened
then?
to slander Bill Belichick.
I guess so.
It must have just been like a bad week of practice or something like boring, where it's just like something that Bill Belichick was like, nah, no thanks.
The rivalry between the Chiefs and Bengals, it gets better by the year. Jamar Chase, Bengals wide receiver, was asked as part of the NFL's countdown for the top 100 players about the player who is number 1 on the list, which is presumed to be Patrick Mahomes. Here's what he had to say.
And who is the number 1 player on the top 100 this year?
On the what?
Top 100.
I'm not saying him. I give credit when it's due, but I'm not saying his name.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. I'm not saying his name, brother. I'm sorry. Joe Burrow. I'm not saying that guy's name. He's good. He's amazing. He's good. Not gonna lie. I'm salty, though. I'm a little salty. 2 years in a row. But I'm putting Burrow first.
That is a perfect way to answer that question. Because you're standing up for your quarterback. And on top of that, you're showing that, like, hey, listen, I respect Mahomes, but F that guy.
Also, 2 years in a row, Jake Browning was your quarterback, man. Like, it's not Joe Burrow's fault. It's not your fault. Jake Browning was the quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals when they lost to the Chiefs last year.
I will say, though, I mean, Jake Browning wasn't bad, all things considered, last year.
He was pretty good.
He was surprisingly good.
As backup quarterbacks, yeah, he was good.
Yeah, it was pretty respectable from Jake Browning down the stretch last
I would take Jake Browning over Davis Mills for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Call it in.
Mm-hmm.
I would take Jake Browning over Gardner Minshew if I was the Raiders, for sure.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah,
I would too. That's an open competition, by the way. Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew.
Hell yeah.
Aiden O'Connell doing it for the
Riveting
Irish.
competition.
Yes,
I'm
it is
sure.
actually, because their great Irish American, Joe, is fighting for a job.
I agree. I'm Team Aiden O'Connell.
No one talked about Aiden O'Connell last year. They all talk about Tommy DeVito because Italians love playing into stereotypes.
I do like this by Jamar Chase because he's not.
I do too.
He's not lying to us. He's not like, hey, I know you're not stupid. Like Mahomes is the best player in the league. I'm not gonna lie and be like, I actually think it's Joe Burrow, and it's like, I know we all know who number one is.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it because you know what? Some rivalries they still count.
I like it. You also had this moment, and it's very unintelligible, but the Raiders, they believe they are the Chiefs' arch rival. And I would imagine some Chiefs fans look at the Raiders as arch rivals from their back and forths in the 70s and the 80s. But it has been very one-sided for 20 plus years, Chiefs versus Raiders. And the Raiders are doing themselves no favors, even if they beat the Chiefs down the stretch last year, which they did. This video of what appears to be a puppet of Kermit the Frog, who Patrick Mahomes sounds like a little bit, with an afro, I think it's a bad look. Here's the audio of Raiders players laughing instead of impersonating Kermit the Frog.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I'm gonna get. Let's see. They play twice this year. Patrick Mahomes throws for over 8.5 touchdowns
He'll definitely go for more
in the 2 games.
Why do the Raiders give Mahomes cannon fodder?
That's pretty good.
That's
That's
C
good.
minus.
It's,
I wasn't sure if I could do it. I've never done it.
It's solid. It's
Okay.
it's solid. Yeah. That's better.
Yeah, it's like I know that's Kermit.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
A plus, but I know that's
like
Kermit.
we know it's Kermit. Like we know we get the intent.
Thank you.
It's just stupid.
Being very supportive teammates today.
I just why would you do this if you're the Raiders?
Hey, they
Why?
beat him on Christmas.
And if you did it, why would you post it?
But then your coach is having to say, like, we already nipped it in the butt. It's
Bud.
over, bud.
I screw that up all the time too.
I do too. I always forget.
It makes like nipping it in the butt
makes sense.
It does make sense.
I also just always thought that's what it was for the longest time.
I thought it was like you want to. I always thought like you don't want it to bite you in the ass. Like that's what I thought it was.
Yes.
But it is different because you are nipping the bud of a
rose
flower or something. I don't know, man. I don't play with flowers. I'm
Yeah.
a straight man.
You're outside watching football
Yeah.
under a tent.
Yeah, that's right.
Getting that
Football guy.
feet wet.
My feet are.
I don't like the way that sounds.
My feet are so wet. Yeah, Rex Ryan, easy over there. Speaking of head coaches in
I
the
was
NFL,
a supportive teammate saying you have a good impersonation, and then you call me Rex Ryan.
Well, listen, I'm just making jokes.
Just making sure we're on the same page here.
We're just riffing. Shoot. Oh yeah, Dan Campbell. Speaking of loud, lovable head coaches in the NFL, Dan Campbell has a new hype man. This hype man seems to be everywhere these days.
Yo, maniacs, Hulk Hogan here, the greatest of all time, and my new tag team partner, Campbell Mania brother, is going to run wild this year. Super Bowl, nothing but greatness, nothing but victory. So what you going to do when the Detroit Lions in Campbell Mania runs wild on you, brother? What you going to do?
He must. His agent's getting out there because Trump rally,
Yeah.
Republican National Convention, and now this.
I mean, he's not welcome in the WWE anymore, pretty much. So I'm not
He's not welcome where?
in the WWE.
Why not?
They don't. Yeah.
Did he do something bad?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know there was the sex tape that got leaked.
When he dropped the N-word.
Oh, I didn't know he did that.
Yeah.
I thought this was over his didn't one of his kids get in an accident and kill
Yes.
somebody?
He hasn't been. I don't think he hasn't been in the WWE since Vince got exposed for being a terrible person.
I think it's a little bit of like, hey, while we're cleaning up the Vince
Yeah.
McMahon stuff, let's also
Yeah.
Man.
But you know what? Hey, Lions, Super Bowl. Hulk Hogan said. That's what Hulk Hogan said.
I have a problem with Campbell Mania. It's a little lazy.
But Hogan's always a little lazy.
That is
Everything is just mania.
That is true. But
what you gonna do, brother?
I did like the shirt rip though at the Trump rally.
Yeah, I did
Just
too.
like it's always nice to see.
I also I loved Trump watching it.
You just could tell he was so happy.
He was so pumped.
He was so.
I
happy.
mean, who wouldn't be if Hulk Hogan's hyping you up and rips off his shirt in
Yeah.
front of a crowd for you? Hell yeah!
I also love how he's got like the colored bandanas depending
Mhm.
on where he's at. So he's got a Detroit Lions blue bandana in the photo.
how many bandanas do you think he has?
One for every occasion he could ever have.
Yeah, I bet like one that every single color palette possible, so that it matches what he's wearing.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. So, do you think he had the Detroit Lions bandana already before this appearance?
I bet they gave him it.
That's true. They probably have it at the team shop.
Yeah, something like that.
You think they sell bandanas at team shops?
Maybe.
You're the bandana guy.
I would like a bandana at a team shop.
Do you have a
Might
Texans
buy
one?
it.
Yeah. Do you have a Texans like bandana?
No, the only one I have is a Longhorns one.
That makes sense.
The only sports one I have.
That makes sense.
Did you know Hong Kong has their own team? That's interesting. I thought it was one China.
I like how I think the boats are the same size, but some countries take up the entire boat. Some are like certain sections.
For reference, the Olympics introductory ceremonies are on our television,
yes.
and that was just a passing comment by me because there's a Hong Kong boat.
And that upset Paul. He was like, "Wait a second."
Is it like the Russian thing?
What's the Russian thing?
Where they're not representing Russia?
Oh, I wonder if Russia's going to have a boat. It's a great question.
Because I think they're independent.
Yeah,
they
we'll
go
find
as
out.
independent athletes.
Coming up next, does Russia have its own boat? You'll have to find out next. No, seriously, on Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, we're going to continue to get you pumped for this weekend's Astros and Dodgers series at Minute Maid Park. And Round Ball Rock is back on NBC, but we lost something along the way. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Here's one into right. Back at the wall. It is another home run. McCann. And the 3-run lead is back.
What a game. Game 5 of the 2017 World Series between the Astros and Dodgers. More Astros and Dodgers this weekend. Very excited for that series to get started. You got Fromber on the hill tonight against Gavin Stone with first pitch at Minute Maid Park at 7:10. Okay, for those who don't know, Inside the NBA as a television show on TNT, it seems like it's no more.
Yeah, they're going to do this season.
After this year, it'll be over. And it's because, Joe, it seems that the NBA rejected a matching offer by Amazon. Excuse me, they rejected a matching offer to Amazon from TNT to carry live games. So TNT is arguing, like, what? Wait, we had the rights, and we offered as much as Amazon, and they're giving it to Amazon anyway.
Yeah, and look, and Charles Barkley put out a statement today saying that he said clearly the NBA has wanted to break up with us from the beginning, which is interesting to hear that because, you know, Charles has talked about retiring. I'm still not totally bought in. I feel like Ernie's not leaving Warner Brothers TNT. He said he's going to retire there. I still feel like Shaq and Kenny and Charles will end up at ESPN or NBC potentially as well. And like that will go on, but there's a chance that it doesn't. And maybe it's just Kenny and Shaq go somewhere, or all three guys go their own direction. Just a bummer. It's the best studio show we've had in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe ever. And it's gone.
I will never watch another studio show. This is the only one I actually go out of my way to watch. I mean, the NFL ones are so bad, really. Like, the Fox one at least has a little bit of fun, but the CBS one is just like person talks looking into the camera, very self-importantly. Next. So, if you're into those, the era is over, officially. But I guess the good news is that Round Ball Rock, arguably the greatest sports jam that there is, you know, the music that you hear coming in and out of a commercial break, it's back. For those who don't know, the person who made this is John Tesh. John Tesh is an intense fellow. There is a YouTube video online, and I encourage that you watch it, because watching him do this air dribbling while running up and around the stage is all time. But this is John Tesh explaining how Round Ball Rock, the jam, the banger for the NBA on NBC, began.
One of the things I've discovered is that there are many different ways to write a song, and the most unusual way came to me when I was in Europe about 4 or 5 years ago. I was trying to write a sports theme, and I did not have a piano in the hotel where I was staying, so I did probably what many of you have done, faced with a similar situation. I called my answering machine at home, and I left a message for myself. And although that sounds goofy, what happened was that theme that I sang into the machine is the theme that they play every time the Chicago Bulls crush another basketball team. So I am singing themes into my machine regularly. And special bonus for you folks, I have brought the original answering machine tape with me so I can play it for you. I know you were dying to hear it. There we go. But it has to be played on the original answering machine. So here now, the original demo tape for this particular song for pro basketball.
Hi, this is a message for me about the NBA theme. Here's an idea. It goes like this.
And then, if you watch this video, John Tesh gets up and he starts air dribbling around on stage. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
I've never seen the first that part.
Oh, it's so good.
I've seen what you're talking about now, where he starts the air dribble thing and then it actually starts playing. I'd never heard him explain it like that.
If you've never seen this, go watch it. You'll laugh. And then, I mean, you hear the music, and the music is iconic. Hit me, Sean. Banana basketball. Give me the ball because I'm gonna dunk it.
The best part is that after you hear the voice message that he left himself, he really nailed it on the first try. It was no rough draft. No second draft needed. He got it and didn't really change anything.
I do wonder if it's fake. If he found a old school voice mail machine and redid this so that he could do it.
He re-recorded the.
Yeah.
Don't ruin the story.
Yeah, nah. Conspiracy theories?
Let this
For Kyle
legend
Tucker?
live.
Fine. For Round Ball Rock? Veto.
No.
Yeah,
because he probably did clean it up a little. Because he probably was like, and then come in with some hi-hats or whatever. Some very technical music stuff that at least I don't know. I was going to say none of us know. I don't know if you guys know. Some technical music where he's like, and then the horns go, or whatever.
I'm just glad it's back in our lives. It's been so nice to hear.
It was if you watched Big East basketball, but sadly I don't watch Big East basketball anymore because that was what they would play on, I believe, Fox Sports 1 for any Big East basketball game. By the way, while we're talking about sports media news, did you see Stephen A. Smith's podcast title?
No.
Yes, I did.
This is what always terrifies us with our interns, who sometimes are too tired to think up one of these, and I understand why. This is a daunting one. Stephen A. Smith blasted for this podcast description. Another horrifying police shooting, comma. Does Tatum lack aura? Oh man. That's not Stephen A.'s fault.
No,
that's
it's not.
That's whoever titled Stephen A.'s podcast fault.
Like, no, it's not his fault, but like, you gotta be smarter than that. How do you like just read that and then hit publish?
Well, sometimes it's hard to transition from one topic to another.
Yeah, like what are you supposed to? He led off the show talking about a horrible thing, and then the B block. Does Tatum have aura? You have to include the A and the B in the title.
Speaking of shooting, you know who wasn't shooting so hot in the NBA Finals? Jason Tatum.
I mean, that's how it reads basically, because someone put like right away they took the word police out of it, and it just reads like a normal sentence. It just says another horrifying shooting. Does Tatum lack aura? Like that actually reads like an NBA Finals
just
topic.
Take the word police.
Yeah, you take police out, and it makes sense, but doesn't really like that's tough. That's tough. And he's always, there's when you get that big in media, like, and I guess like lower level media, people are like this too. I'm always curious like what his reaction's like. Like as he starts to get roasted on social media for this.
Yeah,
I wonder like
mentions.
Like is he freaking out, or is he fun?
He doesn't care.
Yeah, I think he's.
I doesn't know about it.
Numbers, or he's numbers are numbers.
Numbies.
Yeah. Actually, he probably doesn't know because he doesn't run his own Twitter account because that was posted on his Twitter account.
Exactly.
He obviously didn't write that.
I mean, numbers are numbers because this. Okay.
Must be nice to have someone manage your social media feed.
His last podcast.
These old school guys.
Was RIP Inside the NBA. TNT Major League Fumbled. It got 223,000 impressions. Okay.
223,000.
This police Jason Tatum one got 7.6 million impressions.
Okay, so like 40.
See, it works.
So
28 times.
It works. Here's the thing, guys. Sometimes you just need to get your name out there by any means necessary.
Yeah.
Like Ingrid Andress. She butchers the national anthem for the Home Run Derby.
The Home Run Derby. Not the game.
A week before releasing her album or her single, Colorado. Although I'm not sure if it's actually been released, but people are talking about her. People wouldn't have been talking about some rando singing the Home Run Derby's the Home Run Derby's national anthem. Now they're talking about her.
Good point.
People are talking about the Stephen A. Smith podcast.
Yeah.
Not show? Okay.
Or it might be called the Stephen A. Smith Show. I don't know.
It's a podcast.
It is a podcast.
Yes.
Wait, why is this lady holding the Texas flag? We're talking back to the Olympics
There's just a bunch
procession.
of gold things coming out from the
It's
ground.
probably a French flag.
Yeah, you would think so, but no, it
Does
does
it have a
not.
star?
It does not look like this is a tricolor flag that she's holding. See, there's like the red.
But she's part of the flag.
Oh, her dress is
I think
the red
it's
one.
like.
You know what? France and your art, I get it. Enough already.
When you're just like singing on top of a building.
See, when you're that artsy and you're smoking cigarettes and everyone there's like really skinny and a little snooty, like this is why Germany always bullies them. They're just asking for it.
This is very.
Look at you, nerd. Here's your art. And the Germans just come over the border and invade again.
It's very pretentious.
She's been singing for a while. They must
3
have
times the last 150 years.
They must have a really long national anthem. She just keeps going.
Just
Allons les enfants de la patrie. I know that's the first part.
Of course, French Club knows.
That's the first part.
Yeah, he had to sing it with his hand on a baguette.
It's a really violent song. It's a really violent song.
Really?
Oh yeah. There's like mentions of blood like throughout it. Yeah. It's
now they have like
pretty hard.
Weird
Anyway.
circus Jabberwocky.
Yep, they do. Classic the Olympics, everybody. It is Gallant George. He is Joe George. Sean Babes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. Coming up next on this little radio program of ours, we're still waiting for the Astros to do something. The Mariners did. Why aren't the Astros trying to keep up with Seattle? They aren't, at least for now. 713-780-3776 to call to text. It's Gallant and George on a Friday. Stay put.
What's up?
That's the best part about some of these iconic Astros playoff calls. Bobby Dynamite coming in the background, blasting that horn. Hell yeah, dude.
I do love Bobby Dynamite. I feel like it's not as loud as it used to be. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way they do the TV broadcast now. But I feel like you don't hear it as prevalently.
That's true, I think.
Like, it really does stand out on those calls, like how loud it is.
Probably better crowd mics on Fox than on Space City Home Network.
I think it's a World Series thing.
Yeah, they juiced it up a little bit.
They probably also cranked the horn a little bit. They probably also bump up the volume a little bit on the train because it's going to be a louder crowd.
That's true.
They have to get it over the crowd noise.
I like that. Yeah, because, I mean, these days, Minute Maid Park crowds, they are lacking.
Yeah, you'll get a noise complaint from the neighbors if Bobby Dynamite.
Challenge for everybody, because as Joe said earlier in the show, this is the Astros' third World Series of the year. They have won their first two. They swept the Baltimore Orioles. They took down the Seattle Mariners last weekend, 2-3. You guys got to show up. You can't be acting like y'all were in that series against the Minnesota Twins in the playoffs. I was there. You guys were dead. It was low energy. I didn't like it. Against the Rangers, people came to play. But just like that one Seattle Mariners fan online said, like, they're coming to our park and we're going to scare them with our noise.
Yeah.
That's how I actually want you guys to approach this weekend's games. If you're going to any of these Astros-Dodgers games, I want your voice hoarse. I want you showing up to work on Monday and for your boss to be concerned about your well-being. Not because you're hungover, because your voice is ragged.
But maybe hungover too, if you feel like it.
How's your voice doing, by the way? This is your flu game.
Actually, I feel good. I was a little worried.
Smoked a cigar.
Yeah, I had a cigar last night.
Had a bottle of wine.
Yeah, we had a cigar event at my wife's restaurant,
Mhm.
Zamidis, Houston Restaurant Week. It's happening right now. We're a proud sponsor this year, media partner for Houston Restaurant Week. I was a little worried this morning when I woke up. I was like,
Hey, listen, it affects the voice.
Yeah.
As somebody who used to, in a past radio life, have somebody on my radio show every single day who may or may not have had a good deal of wine to drink every night, and then during his interviews would be coughing and clearing his throat the whole time. It doesn't help your voice. Nope, not saying the name of that person. Just saying that's something
I'm just
that happens.
pondering. I know you're not going to say it, so I'm pondering in my mind. If I can guess it in my head before you tell me during the break.
And to the trade deadline we go. Baseball. It's a sport, and its trade deadline is less than a week away. And the first big move of baseball's pre-trade deadline season is that the Seattle Mariners traded for the Rays' Randy Arozarena, an outfielder. For those who don't know, Arozarena's had some really incredible success in the 2020 American League Championship Series against the Astros, the 2023 World Baseball Classic. He plays big on the biggest stages, but this year he is slashing 211, 318, 394, 15 homers, 16 stolen bases. The Mariners needed someone to help juice their offense. This helps, though I do wonder if this is also a move of desperation, hoping that it'll actually turn into something great for Seattle.
Yeah, it helps them now, but it doesn't make them a great offense. I mean, they're the worst offense in baseball. Basically,
You're hoping to go from worst to bad with this move.
Yeah.
And they're probably not done. I mean, they need to make more moves happen, for sure.
But will they make an expensive move? Like, that's where I'm so curious, like what they're going to do.
It doesn't feel like they're all in. It feels like this is a move that they made because they've been getting criticized of late for not being aggressive, but it doesn't feel like they're going to do something after that. And I say that as someone who used to cover the team and just doesn't really respect their lack of commitment to winning.
This is what do they say? 54% is their goal.
They're looking to, over the course of the next decade, win 54% of their games.
Yeah, like this is a move that helps you win 54% of your games this season.
For sure.
So it's if that's really your goal,
because you're winning 30% of your games right now.
Yeah, like that.
If that.
That's going to help you probably get there by the end of the season. It's a team that you have a situation where your first baseman, you cut Ty France, and you put a prospect in there, and the Rays have 2 first basemen available for trade. Mark Topkin of the Tampa Bay Times, he's now adding in that the Astros are interested in acquiring Yandy Diaz, who the Rays are activating off the restricted list today.
So the Rays are just getting rid of everybody.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going into full sell mode at this point. And the Rays and the Astros are being connected on 3 players now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to take a wild guess and say that when the deadline is over here next week, a new player will come from Tampa Bay.
Yeah, it does seem that way. By the way, the Astros did not get James Paxton from the Los Angeles Dodgers, as a lot of people had been beating the drum for, because the Boston Red Sox, they got him. They traded a minor league infielder for the 35-year-old pitcher. LA had designated him for assignment on Monday. He has a 4.43 ERA over the course of the year. I know a lot of people were pushing for Paxton, and I wouldn't have hated it, but Paxton likely would get hurt. I feel like with Paxton, it is a ticking time bomb. He's just had absolutely brutal luck on that front.
And you want more. You want more than Paxton. Like the pushback that was there when we were talking about it, I understand it. You want a better pitcher than that. But it was also it's a sense of desperation from my perspective, at least, when talking about acquiring Paxton, if the Astros could have done it, because I don't want to see Jake Bloss pitch anymore. He's just not ready yet. Like, it's no offense to him, but he's a minor league guy.
Yeah, the Paxton stuff was more of I just want James Paxton, A, for free, B, for 4 starts until just to buy this rotation some time to get healthy, and you're not paying a lot for those 4 starts.
Also of note, as far as pitchers, this is somebody that the Astros potentially could have gone after. Somebody that I literally had never heard of until Joe George brought him up to me. Joe George knows ball. Do I? I try.
I think you know ball.
I try. It's too much. There's too many things. There's too many random bits of history and words in the French language to know to pay attention to teams that aren't the Houston Astros. But Garrett Crochet is pulling a Josh Hader. What does that mean? Well, Josh Hader recently, how many years ago was this? Was this a year and a half ago? Basically told the Milwaukee Brewers, don't pitch me past a certain point without an extension.
Yep.
Well, now, Garrett Crochet, his reps are telling teams he will not pitch in the playoffs without a contract extension, and he doesn't want to go to the bullpen. This is one of the best numbered pitchers in all of baseball, per Alden Gonzalez, an ESPN baseball reporter. He is not going to play in the playoffs unless you give him an extension. This is ballsy.
I mean,
why would you want to stay on the White Sox?
I love the move just because it just shows like how confident you are in yourself.
Player empowerment.
I mean, look, this is his first year starting games for the White Sox. He was drafted as a starter out of Tennessee, and they called him up the year he got drafted to pitch out of the bullpen to make a playoff push in 2020. And he finally put him in the rotation. So, like, I get why that part of the deal is, hey, I'm not going back to the bullpen. I'm a starter. Don't even think about it. I don't know why any team would. But I just love this idea of, like, hey, I'm not coming unless you give me a deal. And maybe he's confident that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But, like, also, I think if I was the other team, I would test it.
Yeah?
Like, well, does this help or hurt his trade value? I assume it hurts the White Sox here.
It hurts the White Sox. I don't know if it hurts his trade value necessarily because
if I'm let's just
well,
as
actually,
an example,
you know what? No, that's dumb. That's dumb by me. Sorry, I'm talking out of my butt for a second there. No, that's a move that definitely hurts whatever the White Sox could theoretically get for him. So maybe this is him just trying to pull a nephew on the White Sox too.
Yeah,
he's sick of it here or there.
But like, it's like if you're the Astros, now you have to trade prospects and you have to give him a contract so he can pitch in the playoffs. So I'm not giving you good prospects.
I think it's
That's good prospect.
I think it's I want to lock in a starter deal and a good starter deal because is this his first year starting? Because I know he was a bullpen guy for a while.
Yeah, it's his first year.
It's his first year starting.
That's why I never heard of him. That makes me feel better.
He's been awesome this first half of the season, this first 100 games of the season. And so I see it more as I want to lock in I'm a good starter price right now on my next team. I don't want to either have to play out the string or move back to the bullpens. Like, no, I'm a starter. I'm the best starter available at the deadline. Pay me like it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what this is about.
Interesting. We'll see what happens on that front. A very ballsy move, though. So there is some trade deadline drama going on, but nothing really percolating for the Houston Astros right now.
Also, we're talking about wanting to lock in a top-level deal.
I just saw this.
We have some breaking news.
We do, and we'll get to it on the other side. Massive contract given out. Oh, boy. Someone here in town is going to get paid in a couple of years based off of this one. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Want to tell you about my friends at LaBerge Lake Charles. The sportsbook at LaBerge Lake Charles is your go-to spot for betting and watching all your favorite Texas teams. They've got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks, 3 over-the-counter terminals. And while you're there, look, you can play blackjack. They've got roulette. They've got slot machines in there as well. There's great food. There's great drinks. You can get Carbox Crawford Bock on tap. It's an awesome place, a great environment. We'll be out there at the end of August. We'll have a couple weekend trips coming up throughout the year as well to watch the Texans or to watch some college football on a Saturday. And you can become a Penn Play Reward member right now. All you have to do is download the app. You'll enter your date of birth. You'll be all set and ready to go. You can win up to $500 in Penn Cash every single week. If you're not a member, just go to PennPlaySports.com/cover5 or download the app today. Must be 21 up. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700. LaBerge Lake Charles, the best place to go and bet on your Texas teams.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
High fly ball, goodbye. One pitch to Springer, and we're tied again.
What a game that was. Game 5 of the 2017 World Series. Sorry, I keep on getting distracted.
At first I thought maybe that was Pitbull.
I thought it was like Pitbull's at the Olympics
I thought
now.
it was Howie Mandel.
And then I thought it was Vin Diesel.
Yeah, it's just some bald guy up there. Screw these French people and their stupid introductions to the Olympics.
Howie Mandel.
They're
I
just
didn't know he was French.
They're just giving me ADD up here. Anyway, guys, we have some interesting news in the National Football League. The Miami Dolphins have signed Tua Tagovailoa to an extension, 4 years, $212.4 million, $161.7 million in guarantees. It is the largest 4-year deal in NFL history. Very specific, but the agent didn't feel so great saying that. It's the largest deal for a quarterback in NFL history. Deshaun Watson's contract, 5 years, $230 million, fully guaranteed. So Tua got paid by the Miami Dolphins, and my gut reaction, Joe, sorry, I think they're going to come to regret this. I think that Tua is one of those quarterbacks that is certainly good and is better than not having Tua, to have a Tua. But I also feel like Tua is somebody who lends himself to getting hurt a lot because he's a smaller quarterback. And on top of that, I don't think he's ever going to be one of the top 8 quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think you need to have one of those to win a Super Bowl.
Do you think there's going to be a team that stops doing this eventually?
It's a great question. It seems like every single team is so scared of the unknown that they're willing to pay their quarterback that they're clearly not that sold on. And I think just how long it took them to give this deal is proof that the Dolphins, they might like Tua, but they're not that excited about Tua.
On a per-year basis, Tua Tagovailoa is now the 3rd highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Joe Burrow at $55 million, Trevor Lawrence is $55 million, Tua is $53.1, and then Jared Goff $53. So those are the 4 highest paid quarterbacks on a per year basis are Joe Burrow, makes sense, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, and Jared Goff. That's crazy. I'm with you. Like this is a deal that they're gonna regret. I'm curious what the guarantees look like, how much that's up front versus how much of that is they can get out of after the 3rd year. And just maybe they only stuck with him for 3 years. But this is just, I just don't understand. I don't understand how you do this. And if you're Dak Prescott, you're a happy person. And Jordan Love, you're so happy right now. They're gonna each get $53 million at least.
The Dak one I wonder about, and we'll talk about what Jerry Jones had to say after finally showing up to Cowboys training camp after his little paternity suit deal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, C.J. Stroud's going to get paid too, man.
Aaron Wilson is saying 167 guaranteed.
Okay.
So 167 out of the 212.
Well, so he's going to be, that's all 4 years. Like, maybe that 4th year they can get out of it. But, just the guy that, I know he was healthy last year. It's really hard to pay a quarterback who, when all I think about him is him, like, seizing up on the field. Like from his concussions. Like,
that one was really scary.
It's all I can think about. And like the idea you're going to pay a quarterback who's got real traumatic brain issues this much money just seems like a very bad decision.
Especially when, on top of that, he has shown, much like the Dolphins seem to do every single year, that at the end of the year, they're just not the same for whatever reason. And look, they have the best weapons in football, you could argue.
Mm-hmm.
They have 2 of the fastest players we've ever seen in Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. A-Chain in the backfield, along with who's that other running back that they have?
Oh, Raheem Mostert.
He scores all the touchdowns. Yeah, man. I don't get this one, but hey, Miami Dolphins, they paid a guy, and I am all for guys earning that money.
What do you think CJ's contract is like? 70 million?
I don't know.
65 million?
I don't know. I leave the number. The numbers talk to me, Joe. It just doesn't really do anything for me. It's going to be a lot.
Yeah, it's just like
there's more deals to come.
Yeah,
like we got 2 to 3 more years of deals coming before Stroud gets paid. So yeah, it's going to be a bleep ton. The NFL just continues to go upwards in trajectory in terms of revenue and profits and everything.
65?
I think 65 sounds about right. I mean, it's just crazy to think that that's going to be one player.
What if he pulled the most hardo move ever? He signed a $1 contract for 1 year so that they can get somebody else back on the books.
Yeah.
Like bring Stephon Diggs back after a couple of seasons for just one more year. One last ride.
Trade for Jamar Chase. There we go.
Hell yeah, dude.
Because, Joe Burrow's making all that money. They can't pay him.
Shut up. Did I sound white when I said that? I know
A
I
little
did.
bit,
I know I did. Hey, by the way, CJ Stroud, again, he's impressing everybody. Chris Long hosts the Greenlight podcast. I think it's a very fun podcast. I like Chris Long a lot. I think he's a good host, considering he's an ex-player especially, too. Like, a really good show. He had Bobby Slowick on, the Texans offensive coordinator, and he and Bobby talked about CJ.
What do you think is the thing about him that stands out to you that makes him not a 22, 23-year-old kid? Because when I watch him, it's apparent to me that he's like a veteran.
Yeah, and it ties right to that tireless competitor and worker to the point where he probably needs to get more sleep. Like really, he'll be up watching film, and this isn't even game plan time. And when we're talking right now in training camp, he's sending texts to receivers, to coaches, to everybody from film, of clips of how he wants to make some adjustments, things he's thinking through the course of plays. And it's like 11:30 p.m., man, go to sleep, CJ, come on, man. So, but he works, and it's endless. He cares a lot. He wants to win at everything. He wants to be the best at everything, which I think you would agree is a common trait with all the guys that become fantastic football players. And he really embraces that. Not to mention he's extremely talented on top of all of that.
Texas Swarm!
Sleep!
That too.
I Bobby was like, it's 11:30. Go to bed. Oh, come on, Bobby. You sound old there. I know practice is early in the morning,
And that's
but
coming from a parent. Damn.
you sound a little old there, Bobby.
What time do you go to bed, Joe? I mean, I know Junior sometimes keeps
like
you up.
1?
1 a.m.?
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Because I'm at work. I'm with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes to bed. And then the wife goes to sleep. And then that's when Call of Duty happens.
That's Joe time.
Yeah. That's me time.
Joe time is midnight to 1.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how much time is it? It's
just somewhere between. Usually it's like 11:30, maybe 11.
Okay.
Depends on how late Dana works that night.
Gotcha. So if you watch, you play video games, do you do anything else? Do you ever cheat on your spouse watching a TV show?
No.
Well, that's Sean's laughing, but that is a big thing. Like some couples get mad.
The phrasing was funny.
The phrasing
do you ever
funny.
cheat
Well,
on
that's
your
what it's
wife
called.
watching a TV show?
That's what it's called, isn't it?
I've never heard it called that, but I like
It's
it.
watch
So-
cheat. I guess should I call it
Yeah.
that? No, people get mad when you watch something without them.
Yeah,
Like, why can't I watch it without them?
No, you don't have to call it cheating on your wife.
Well, one of the reasons that I feel like I might be single forever and not hate it all that much, assuming that occasionally, things going on these
go to the
beds
Olympics.
in the Olympics, is because the idea that I have to wait for somebody else to do something with me. Sorry, 35 years into the game, I don't really want to have to wait on somebody else. I'm a very selfish person.
Like I see where like Dana doesn't watch Game of Thrones, so I kind of enjoy that I don't have
So you can watch it whenever you want.
I can watch it whenever I want. Like
that might be ideal. Just you watch different.
Because like we don't have any shows that we're watching right now that I would feel the need to do that. But like if she wasn't home, if we watched Game of Thrones together and she wasn't home, I would watch it without her. I would just watch it again.
That's cheating on your wife. Television wise.
Or TV cheating.
TV cheating. My bad.
Cheater.
TV cheating. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't wait.
Yeah, I hate that. That it's and I've heard like couples get mad at each other over stuff like this.
Just lie.
Sometimes when you watch a television show with somebody else too, they ask questions the whole time, or they make witty comments the whole time.
Okay, so that's
or comments that they think are witty the whole time.
That's me.
Or they spoil the plot the whole time.
Dana asks questions when we're watching a show that I've watched before. Like she's like asking me to spoil the show, and I'm like, I don't know how to answer that question without ruining the whole conversation, like without spoiling it. So I'm just like, don't know, or I just ignore her.
That's good.
The Olympic procession is still ongoing. We're watching it on the TV in studio. Wait, Puerto Rico is part of the United States of America. Why don't we annex their team? We annex their territory. Those should be Americans.
Yeah.
I recognize Puerto Rico as a state. Maybe our government doesn't,
I'm
but
sure
I do.
That means a lot to him, I'm sure.
Yeah, a lot of my best friends are Puerto Rican. I'm not kidding on that front.
But they probably like having their own team.
That's how we get Carlos Correa on Team USA.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, right there.
That's how we do it.
You know,
Our World Baseball Classic team just got a lot better. Wow.
a lot better. Yeah, I mean, I would just let them have their own team though. They can play here if they want. They could choose, like Joel Embiid. I know he's not from Puerto Rico, but he chose America.
There's a video just like today of Tyrese Halliburton telling Joel Embiid he wants to see his passport. And then Joel Embiid's waving an American flag, and Tyrese Halliburton's like, "Give me your passport right now."
Do you think everyone's booing North Korea as they come in?
You should be allowed to boo.
North Korea is trying to steal state secrets of France right now in this boat as we speak. They're breathing all this freedom, and they're like, "We need to stop it."
Like when England came up, do you think they?
Oh,
do you think
yeah,
they
dude.
no way they cheered.
That's where they all started pooping in the river like they
Yeah.
said they were going to do for the mayor.
Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu.
Do we need to dump that?
No, that means sacred lightning.
Oh, wow.
Yep, there you go.
Is that really what that means?
Yeah.
What is
sacred lightning?
So what? Like, what's the context of it?
It's probably like a GD.
Okay, I guess
imagine.
So. Yeah, that
It's
makes
basically
sense.
it's actually it means holy God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
my
it's
bad.
more of an.
It means holy blue.
Oh my God.
But
OMG.
that means it's holy God.
Makes sense.
That's basically that way they're not being sacrilegious. It's basically us saying like Jesus H. Murphy. That's what my dad does.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry, we're all over the place. There's like a fashion show going on. There was a really hot girl that was wearing like an all France flag. I don't know.
There's some breakdancing.
We might need to change the channel. I might be a little too distracted by this. Hey! Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're continuing to be nostalgic with the Astros and Dodgers playing each other this weekend. Some more highlights from 2017 World Series on deck. And we do this segment for ratings every now and then. Because look, it's July. We need those numbies. No, we ain't talking about Olympics. We're talking about the boys. Stick around.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it in 10.
The end of Game 5. The greatest game in the history of baseball played here in Houston, Texas.
It's got to be at the top.
It is my... of all the baseball games I remember watching, I remember that game more fondly than any of them. And that includes like seeing the Red Sox win the World Series for the first time.
Well, even if you were just totally neutral,
That game was insane.
Yeah, it's an absolutely electric baseball game.
Yeah.
Like, and I thought the year before, I thought Game 7 in 2016 was pretty wild with the rain delay. But then Game 5, it trumped it, and it wasn't even close.
It's every inning or every half inning, one team would score 4 runs.
Yeah.
And then the other team would respond with a 3-run home run. And then it would just, the game would constantly get tied. It was like a rubber band back and forth. It was an insane game.
I don't want to read through this whole list, but this says this random website has it at 11, and there's no chance that that's correct.
11?
How many in the top 10 are like
Yankees?
Black and white times?
Oh,
no.
that too.
I was going to say, like, there's probably like a 1945 World Series.
How many of these involve
2.
segregation?
Only,
yeah,
there's
post Jackie Robinson, please.
Yeah, there's 2 from the 50s in here.
Okay.
Most of it's modern, but a lot of them, like, some of these games, like, I don't remember the...
One of them probably has the Willie Mays catch, I would assume.
Mm-hmm. Like, this has,
Bobby
like,
Thompson hit a walk-off home run for the New York Giants. That's actually something that happens.
This one has, like, it has number 10, which this is a great game, too. It's 2001 Game 7, Schilling versus Clemens, Diamondbacks, Yankees, when Luis Gonzalez walked it off.
Ooh, yeah, I like that one.
Walk-off Game 7s. That's
especially
it helps.
Yeah.
It helps you a lot.
New York couldn't even win a World Series after 9/11.
Yep.
I was rooting so hard against New York there. Like Boston just stays Boston all the times.
There's no.
Well, because that was before 04 too, so you're
exactly
as bitter as it could be.
Oh, I was pretty hyped about that World Series. No doubt about it. I mean, here's the other thing too. Like, no one had won in my lifetime at that point. That was when the Patriots hadn't even won. So I was taking my little victories where I could get, which was like Ray Bork, a former Bruins defenseman, winning with the Colorado Avalanche. He got a parade in Boston.
They'll never be top.
He got a parade.
You don't know that story?
Boston was such a loser sports town in the 90s. It's insane.
I didn't know that.
The Patriots making the Super Bowl 31, was about as good as it got. The Red Sox had some good fun players, but they underachieved. The Celtics hired Rick Pitino. Oh, my God. What a disaster that was. And, the Bruins were always cheapies. So there you go.
It's crazy that they had only the 90s was only bad for Boston. It wasn't like they had never won anything.
No, but they went from 86 to 01 without winning a bleep.
Yeah, but that's
15 years.
Yeah, that's not that much time.
But for a town like that, that's a long time. Just saying.
I guess.
A town that cares about sports more than anything.
I think
that's a long time.
It's the only town. It's the only city in the country where you can say 15 years is a long time between championships.
Philadelphia, probably. I think Philadelphia was pretty close.
Philadelphia was.
Oh, wait, no, they had 08
They
with
had like
Phillies.
$1 million.
Not really.
Yeah, you have the Phillies and what? Yeah, you said 08?
08, but before that.
Since 2000, it's the Phillies and the Eagles.
Yeah.
2.
Oh, duh, Eagles.
No, but since 08, like going backwards, it's like the Sixers in the 80s.
I don't know if the Sixers really won that much in the 80s.
Well,
they
won one.
The
They won one in the 80s.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about titles, period, in that city.
Philly doesn't have many. I mean, there's a reason that there's a statue of Rocky.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They went a million years without winning.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm not sure. There's a lot I've learned about you doing this show together.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one thing that bothers you the most in life is that Rocky has a statue.
Doesn't bother me the most.
No. I
There's a lot of things that bother me.
It's
more
like
than that.
maybe top 10.
I don't even think it's top 10. This is just my defense mechanism whenever my Philadelphian family comes after me, because they do this a lot. Like they're getting chesty during the Astros Phillies World Series. Like the Phillies are the best. Like you guys had like 83 wins. Shut up. Shut up. Some random Philadelphians. I was on a date downtown Houston with a lady. And she decides to get chesty with these people wearing Philly stuff, and they get chesty with her. And I'm like, you guys have 85 wins. You're lucky to be here, okay? Focus on football. That's all you actually really care about. You don't know anything about baseball. I barely do, but at least I can claim that I do because I've watched the Astros the last 7 years. Hey, by the way, sorry, this was an all over the place kind of segment.
It's okay.
We do this every now and then to try to get ratings. It's time for another rousing edition of Dallas Cowboys content. Let's play with the boys. Jerry Jones finally showed up at Cowboys training camp. And oh boy, it was a great press conference.
It was something.
I actually listened to the whole thing. He quoted Benjamin Franklin pros and cons lists at one point. I mean, it was a doozy. The best part was when he compared himself to Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
In my life, played option quarterback so many times and wait until the last leaf on the tree. And if you want to picture an pure option quarterback going out to the sideline, I have run that ball and kept it and not hand it off to the back, not pitch it back, not throw it. And I have run that thing all the way out to the sideline before I made the decision. Because I couldn't get whatever it took it wasn't right for me to make the decision. And so what our fans, what you're seeing, what we deal with is we're buying time. We're option quarterback, and then we're going on out toward the sideline, and we haven't handed it off. We haven't pitched it. We're trying to make our mind up what to do. Does that sound like Mahomes to you? A little bit? Okay. It do. It really do. So having said that, I'm just trying to give you a description here. That's what we're doing. And we're waiting for something to happen in the morning.
I don't know who I enjoy going off script more. Jerry's just riffing up there. Between he and Donald Trump, I do not know who I enjoy riffing more. Donald Trump had like a Hannibal Lecter reference the other day, which made me laugh very hard.
Yeah, I think he got it wrong too.
No, I think he actually did get it right. It was just a weird place to say, like, they're calling me Hannibal Lecter. I'm someone you want to have over for dinner.
Does anyone know what the question was?
No, I don't. Jerry was really on one of this press
Is this your handwriting?
I didn't take notes on this. No, I didn't take notes on this. What I do know is that Jerry was asked, I think, about a lack of moves, and that's what he had to say. He also, this is him trying to explain what he meant when he said all in at the beginning of the offseason.
Here, I'm all in. I'm all in. Sometimes being all in means you narrow. You remove the months out here that are in the future. And you narrow it down to where all we're talking about is right now and the next playoff season. And that's it for everybody.
So they're all in because all they're talking about is training camp.
Yeah.
And the playoffs.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm telling you, he had another all-in answer too in this press conference, and he is just making things up on the fly, completely riffing. It's insane.
I'm glad he's back. Well, it's going to be a sad day when we don't have Jerry Jones content.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Like, it is a content factor.
Cowboys fans don't know what they have. They get mad all about, oh, Jerry's so meddlesome. He hasn't been that bad, honestly. There's worse organizations for sure. He's been a little meddlesome, but there's worse organizations.
If anything, like, he hasn't been meddlesome enough. He hasn't been rash enough. He keeps these
With
coaches.
Jason Garrett.
Yeah, he keeps these bum coaches around.
So he was asked about why he didn't give Mike McCarthy, Sean, an extension, and he said because they lost to Green Bay in the playoffs. I think that's a perfectly acceptable reason to not give Mike McCarthy an extension. Yeah. What? This idea like of a lame duck coach not being good is so stupid.
It's the dumbest thing in sports. Because it happens across the sports too, where like every coach is like, well, I can't coach on the last year of my contract. They won't listen to me.
Yeah.
It's like, but every player can play on their last deal.
Yeah, it's like for some reason coaches in their mind think that they're going to lose the locker room if they're on a lame duck year. Because the players, they know it means the organization doesn't believe in the coach, so why should I believe in a coach? It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, but every coach gets fired with 2 years left on their deal now.
Yeah.
So now, if you have 2 years left on your deal, is that basically a lame duck now? Like if you're just not constantly extended, if you don't have a 5-year deal at all times.
If you don't have a lifetime deal with pension,
if you're not a tenured
lame
professor,
duck.
you're on the hot seat,
lame
buddy.
duck professor.
I'm glad he shouldn't be a lame duck coach because he should have been a fired coach.
Yeah.
But, McCarthy?
Yeah.
I don't think that's on McCarthy, their loss.
I thought he was getting fired because I thought they were going to get Belichick.
Well, speaking of Bill Belichick, right after that press conference was done, here's what Jerry Jones had to say off mic about Bill Belichick. I think he may be the best coach, certainly of my time in the NFL, and I happen to be part of a team that had the great Tom Landry and fired him. And I'd put him right there. Bill's a friend and great coach. I'd root for the Cowboys if Bill Belichick was the head coach.
I do wonder how they work together.
Sorry. I think they could.
It just doesn't feel like two guys who want too much control.
Man, I don't think if Jerry's got Bill there, even if Bill's in his advanced age and not a good roster evaluator, Jerry's going to step to the side for Bill.
Yeah, I think Bill freaking Belichick is the guy who you're okay handing the wheel to. Of anyone.
Yeah.
Of anyone on the planet. Because like even Jimmy Johnson, who won 2 Super Bowls with the Cowboys, he wasn't regarded as obviously the greatest coach in NFL history. Like there's a little bit more cachet even with Bill Belichick than there was with the last time that he gave a coach any modicum of control. I guess Parcells had a little bit, but since he really handed over the wheel and did a lot of winning.
Yeah, I think Bill will be a coach in the NFL next year for sure. I just don't know if it'll be Dallas. I still feel like Philly's up there too.
I will have mixed feelings about him with Philly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you hear the Kyle Shanahan thing that Kyle Shanahan reportedly offered Bill?
I did. We haven't touched on that.
Yeah. The
Man.
DC job.
I'd prefer the Niners if
That
Bill
would
was
be
on that.
crazy. Kyle Shanahan and Bill Belichick on one staff.
Oh
would
my
be
God.
Wild.
No, that would be, I mean.
Pause. It's like,
they'd go undefeated, I bet.
Yeah. You'd root for every team if they had Bill Belichick, except for the Eagles.
And the Titans.
Yeah, I wouldn't root for, if he was on the Titans, I would, he might be dead.
What a hilarious thought of just him in the like Titans hoodie.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, those ugly
Him and
uniforms.
Mayo Boy. Just like hanging
Stop.
out.
I have to puke. 713-780-3776. I'm going to go puke in that trash can. That is playing with the boys. It's generally, we just do it as a segment whenever Jerry Jones talks. I like Jerry Jones. All y'all haters. You wish you had a Jerry Jones owner. Because he's fun. Anyway, coming up next on Gallant and George, a little garbage time and one last check-in with the Olympics as the United States is about to be entered on the River Seine. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is America, Ken. If you don't know the facts, then you gotta shut.
That's right, Carlos. Carlos Correa might not be with the Houston Astros this weekend at Minute Maid Park, but he'll always be right here. Just beat my chest. In my heart, in Joe's heart, in Sean's heart, in everyone's heart. Carlos Correa is one of us forever.
Bring him back.
I hope he comes to this series. Is he injured?
I don't think so right now.
It is always a fair question to ask.
I'm okay. In 15 years, I'll be okay if Carlos Correa is the shadow general manager of the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Yeah.
I'll be okay. I think I'd be okay if the Skull and Bones Society that runs the Astros goes from the Killer Bees to Correa and Altuve
and Bregman.
Yeah. Get the three-headed monster in there.
Correa delivered in the playoffs. Bregman delivered in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Altuve delivered in the playoffs.
Those guys have rings.
Yeah. They know. My favorite part of the Olympic ceremony just happened.
What's that?
The live look into Tahiti for the surfers. Oh. Because that's where the surfing's at.
Oh, they can't surf in France?
Apparently not.
I guess the water would be kind of
Head up
cold.
Head up to
Ibiza?
I was going to say Normandy.
Spain. Yeah, Normandy.
That's the only beach I know in France.
That's sacrilegious. You can't do that. All right, time for a little garbage time to get out of here. Some important Olympic stories to discuss. People have been wondering if the cardboard, very environmental friendly beds in the Olympic Village are going to be able to handle the hanky-panky that's going to be going down over the next couple of weeks. Guess what, guys? It can. There's going to be lots of banging going on at the Olympics. Per authorities of the IOC, up to 4 people can jump up and down on these beds without it breaking.
Okay.
Wow.
So they're just like, hey, guys, when you expand your horizons, keep it to 4.
Mm-hmm.
A menage a quattro. I don't know what 4 in French is.
Quatre.
It's what?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You could be speaking like
I just said 1 through 10.
Okay. You could be speaking the
worst things in the
world. The language they speak in Game of Thrones. And I'd be nodding along. That and French, yeah. I know the same amount.
Un peu. Je parle un peu de français, mais je ne dois pas le français depuis j'ai 19 ans. There you go.
Do I have to dump any of that?
No. I just said, I speak French, but I haven't studied it since I was 19. Boom.
I do appreciate that you're keeping it.
I'm keeping it PG.
You're keeping it to. You always keep it PG.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, the problem for the Olympics is that the women are complaining that they're not matching with enough people on Tinder.
Oh, really?
Here's the problem. Tinder is not a good app anymore. I speak from experience. I never get any matches on Tinder when I go back on them.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to go back on the dates because the apps again, because the girl that I thought things were going somewhere with, she ghosted me, definitely. So bummed out by that. But Bumble, Hinge, that's where the action is.
So they just make the move.
Yeah, they got
to Hinge.
They got to use different apps.
At this point, I'm surprised there's not just like an Olympic Tinder.
Yeah. Who?
Just like for
great point.
Like,
create an app,
a special app for the athletes.
The problem is that the young people these days are just a lot more awkward about going up to people and introducing themselves to them. So
athletesmeet.com.
Yeah.
Paul trying to get in.
I will definitely try to get in and getting rejected. You have to drop your
credentials. You have to drop some credentials.
You know what? And listen, like I don't have issues with this man. But Jake Asman being on the dating app Raya and me not being on the dating app Raya makes my blood boil still.
I just don't understand how it's possible.
He got on. He's got more YouTube followers than me. I'm a nobody, Joe. I'm a nobody.
You mean somebody to me.
Nobody likes me.
He can't get you the invite?
Yeah, isn't it like referral
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah, he hasn't invited
He won't
me
do
in.
it?
He hasn't invited me in.
Doesn't want that competition.
Doesn't want that competition.
Scared to compete.
Mm-hmm. It's like Rocky not wanting to fight
I
against
just
Clever
figured
Lang.
like there'd be a height requirement for that app or something.
She's not that small, Mr. Short Stuff.
Jake's shorter than I am.
Wait, what?
No, actually, I don't know if
He's
is or
definitely
not.
not shorter than you, Joe. Joe, there are very few. No offense.
I know. Hey, but I'm married. He's not. Tinder worked for me.
That's true. Oh, was it a Tinder? Is your wife a Tinder wife?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. A Tinder wife.
Is your wife a Tinder wife?
Listen, I'm a little punchy right now. I'm tired. From bringing you all this riveting training camp content.
Wait. Joe, what did you just say?
Tinderella.
Very good.
I like
That's how we end the week.
Yep.
And on that note,
bye.
So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. For Sean Mapes and Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. Killer Bees are next. Peace. Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees as Jeremy comes back Monday, but before then, never fear, B-Mac is here, and Brian McDonald and I will take you all the way till 6 o'clock with B-Rod behind the glass, Austin Rodriguez taking us with the two of us doing all the hard work. B-Mac, what's good in your world?
Well, it's still raining, Joel. Feels like every day we've done the show this week.
At least we're not at the Olympics.
I mean, yeah.
Really raining there.
As Paul was leaving the studio, it's like, man, my feet are so wet. He was out at training camp today, because he's doing the Lord's work. He's been out at Texans training camp practice, I think, pretty much every day. And he absolutely got soaked today. Came into work with wet socks. I guess didn't even have time to change because he's
you act
he's
like
a,
you
he's a
feel
go-getter.
sorry for him.
He's a go. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, come on, it's Paul.
You have no sympathy for anyone?
No, I have for certain people, but Paul is. I mean,
Paul does good work. I can.
Paul will sympathize more than anybody else can sympathize for him.
Okay, and you would sympathize more for yourself than anyone else would. It would.
Not really.
There's a lot of similarities there. I don't think you're willing to admit.
Well, I mean, some people stayed at a Holiday Inn Select last night. Some people are psychoanalyzers, but I normally try and stay away from sympathy mode for myself. Try and just keep toughing it out. Paulie can tough it out.
Okay.
My wife did that to me the other day.
Okay.
We were walking the dogs the other day, and it was raining.
Uh-huh.
And she always gives me the guilt trip of the fact that if I wear a jacket, she's like, really? I like the rain. I like running in the rain. I was like, and she ran cross country and everything like
She's
that.
calling you soft?
Yeah. And I'm like, so wait a minute. So you ran cross country and things. She goes, yeah, and I liked running in the rain. I go, well, when your socks get wet and then your shoes are, you like that feeling? She's like, oh, you feel that? I'm like, okay, toughness, whatever.
Apparently you're soft.
I guess
That's
so.
what we found out today. We're only 2 minutes into the
And
show.
I am
We already
soft.
found out that Joel is in fact soft.
Indeed. There you have that. And the opening ceremony is going on right now in pouring rain. And apropos, the teams are all in boats. But you can watch it as to your heart's content tonight.
Does anyone really care?
I was just
about
going to
the
say,
opening?
who's watching that tonight?
I mean, especially since you could have already watched it. I don't think anyone under the age of 60 is going to watch it, honestly.
1, you could have already watched it. 2, the Astros are playing the Dodgers.
Well, 3, there's not actual sports happening. It's just basically a long-ass Macy's Day Parade, which maybe people like parade. Maybe the same people who watch the opening ceremony like parades, but I can't think of anything more boring than those stupid Macy's like Thanksgiving, Christmas Day, New Year's Day parades. Just like, oh, it's a float of Mickey and Donald
Well, my
Duck.
wife and kids
It's like,
love 'em.
oh, now there's a marching band from some school in California I've never heard of. Cool.
Well, Lisa
Just the most boring crap. Anyway, the same people who watch that boring crap also watch the opening ceremonies. Oh, it's the group of athletes from France marching down with their flags. Oh, now it's the group from whatever country that I've barely heard of, except for every 4 years when we watch the Olympics. Who cares?
Yeah, to me, it's like you're right. The one thing is you can already see it right now, but people are going to actually, I guess, watch that tonight as opposed to live baseball or so many other things you can watch. Now, I'll watch the actual Olympics.
Yeah, no, I'll watch. I mean, I'm not going to be glued to it for the entire time, but I will definitely watch as much of the events as I can. But like the opening ceremony is just, I don't get the appeal of that.
I don't either. I'm not big on that, but at least it means that the games are kicking off so that periodically when there aren't other good sports to watch, you can check in and see some of the events, and you can also follow some of the ones that you're interested in. And speaking of events, there was an event that happened in Major League Baseball as we get closer to the trade deadline that indirectly affects your Houston Astros. No, we don't care about A.J. Puck getting traded to the Arizona Diamondbacks, but you do care when the team that you're only one game ahead in the standings, the Seattle Mariners.
Although Boston Rodriguez might.
That's right.
He's a Diamondbacks. He's even got the Diamondbacks hat on right now. Austin, were you fired up about AJ Puck coming to the Diamondbacks? Did that move your needle?
I was living and breathing, wondering if we were going to get him.
Yeah, I sense the sarcasm dripping through.
Well, the Puck stops there, and you get him, and the Mariners get Randy Arozarena, and that was quite the acquisition by the Seattle Mariners to really kind of fire people up for maybe that's the first domino of many to fall between now and the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. But if you're an Astros fan and you watch that, you got to feel some kind of way, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, about the Mariners actually trying to make a move, which I don't think that is going to be their only one before the deadline.
No, it can't be their only move because let's be honest about this move itself. When you first hear the name, and I'll admit that I was guilty of this as well. When you first see the headline, Mariners get Randy Arozarena, my first thought was, oh crap, like they made a move. But then when you have more than a few seconds to think about it, it's like, wait, he's been terrible this year. Like, I mean,
see, I don't buy that though.
You can say that, but the numbers say,
in the last 2 months, he has been red hot. So it's like if you're going to tell me that Bregman has figured it out to have a decent year, then I'm going to tell you that Arozarena.
Yeah, but the numbers between Bregman and Arozarena are miles apart. Like, I mean, you're right. Like, they both had slow starts and have been better. I mean, I would say Bregman's obviously started way sooner than Arozarena's hot streak.
True.
But when you look at their overall numbers, Arozarena's hitting 211, Bregman's above 250. His OPS is 712, Bregman's well above that. Right now, Arozarena has his lowest win offensive probability added of his career. He's actually negative 1.3 games. And then you look at his WAR. His WAR is 0.8. I mean, it's 0. He hasn't even added a win to the Rays. Right now, Jose Siri. Like, will we freak out if the Mariners added Jose Siri? Jose Siri's got a higher WAR than Randy Arozarena. His is 1.4 to Arozarena being 0.8.
If you look at his numbers in June and July, just June and July, he has been a different player than you're right. I mean, look, and there's no, sometimes it's like pitchers or anything else. Like Hunter Brown's ERA should be a hell of a lot lower, but he is still fighting to try and combat how bad his early season starts were that got him with an inflated ERA, or the fact that Bregman is going to spend the rest of the season trying to get back from the hole that he dug for himself.
Sure.
But when you look at Arozarena the last 2 months and you look at his numbers and his OPS and his slugging and everything that he's been doing, it's like, hey, this guy's still a damn good baseball player. Players go through these things. Sometimes these slumps are going to happen. But for a team that desperately needs offense and knowing that J-Rod has been scuffling for most of the year too, even though he's gotten hot recently, this is a move they had to make. And I honestly don't think they gave up as much as I expected you to have to give up to get a player of Randy Arozarena's skill set.
I mean, that might just because of how bad he's been this year. I mean, that might be part of it. But putting aside his bad overall numbers, and I'll go with you on, yes, he's definitely been a lot better in June and July. But even going with that, the Mariners have been so bad on offense, bottom 3 in the league, that just adding a Randy Arozarena, even factoring in maybe Julio Rodriguez starting to play better in the second half like he's done in the past, just adding Randy Arozarena to their lineup isn't going to take the Mariners from a bottom 3 offense to suddenly, top half of the league in a matter that makes a difference for them. Like, they need at least 3 bats probably added to their lineup to actually turn them into a lineup that would not be wasting their starting pitching every night. Like, it's a move they had to make, especially considering the price they pay. Like you said, it wasn't much. It was like their 12th and 24th prospect. Is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
So I mean, I think it's a no-brainer move for them, but this isn't a move that strikes much fear in me. One, because, Randy Arozarena, sure, he's been hot lately, but his year overall has been bad. And who's to say that he couldn't then go through a cold streak once he gets to Seattle, especially since you factor in Seattle's not a great ballpark to hit at. And even if he does turn it around and continue this hot streak that he's had in June and July, the Mariners' offense has been so bad that just adding Randy Arozarena would take them from, 28th best offense to 21st. I mean, on the high side, it doesn't really move the needle to me or make me really fear the Mariners at all. I would still fear the Rangers more right now than I do the Mariners.
Look, and I think that just because of the fact that their offense is so prolific and they could be getting some pitchers back, there's no joke in the fact that you have to look in your rearview mirror and know they're only 2.5 behind you, and that's something that you have to pay attention to. I mean, Arozarena, since June 1st, he's got a 920 OPS.
It's really good.
So he's really coming on, and he's got a 290 batting average since then as well. And his slash numbers are 290, 402, 517, 920 OPS, 7 home runs, 166 WRC plus. When you look at that, you just say, hey, look, you're right. They had to do something. But you have to also take into consideration, as hot as J-Rod was going into that Astros series, he sprained his ankle going out of it. They don't know when they're going to get him back. The day after, Crawford breaks his pinky finger. They don't know when they're going to get him back. So now it's like addition and subtractions. You lost two more guys in your lineup. You add Arozarena, and you got to believe this is desperation time for a Mariners team that I know, over a 10-year span, they want to win 54% of their games with Dipoto and the things that they've said. But guess what? You have a legit chance yet again, and you can't trade your closer away for another year and say you're going for the big picture of 54%. You have to continue to do things because you don't get many of these opportunities, and you screwed it up the last couple times you had them.
Well, not only do you not know how many opportunities that you would get, but you would think, I guess this will probably only impact Julio Rodriguez. He's their big, obviously their big, only real big, super young, superstar piece that they have. I mean, I guess George Kirby, guys like that as well. but there's a very few players this would apply to, probably just George Kirby and Julio Rodriguez. But you would also, beyond, wasting opportunities like this that they could have to actually win, this also sends a terrible message to those guys, George Kirby and Julio Rodriguez, to where then when they run out of arbitration and hit the open market, if they've seen the front office and management take teams that were, near playoff level, teams that could have made a run at it, decide to sell off their closer, decide not to add the pieces they needed to get to the next step, why would they stay when their contracts are up?
Yeah, no.
I think that's what's at stake now for Seattle, not only trying to capitalize on a season where you're one back in the AL West, and I think like 3.5 or 4 games in the wild card, where you have a chance to actually do something because you're starting pitching so good if you're able to acquire a couple bats. But I think you also have to look, 3-4 years down the road, if we want to be able to keep guys that are the foundational pieces we want to build around, like Julio Rodriguez and George Kirby, we're going to have to show them that we're willing to do what it takes to compete.
Yeah, no, and I think that this tells you that unlike years past, they're not pulling the plug. They're not pressing the reset. They're going to do whatever they need to do to try and stay right on your tail. We know that the Rangers are going to get some help back depending on the pitchers that they can get back. They already got Scherzer back. I don't know if DeGrom's going to be back, and if he is, but when. But we know their offense is good enough, and they took 2 or 3 from you before the break. So you got 2 teams you're competing with, and that you're probably all 3 of those teams are probably out of the wild card right now. So it behooves you to do what you need to do. And I think on the bigger picture front, from a Dana Brown perspective, look, if they're pulling the plug in Tampa yet again, and they're geniuses at being able to acquire really good talent to kind of reset over time with a bunch of young talented players. If this is the start of it, there are players on that roster that should be enticing to the Astros, and they should be in attack mode to go get.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously talked a lot about Paredes, Peter Fairbanks. They're one of their back end of the bullpen guys I think would be interesting. Although I guess the question would be, what would you be willing to pay since you basically already have 7, 8, 9 and settled? So Fairbanks would probably be out of the picture, but he would still be someone I would at least call about to see if they'd be willing to deal. And then Yandy Diaz, their first baseman. Paredes could play first as well, although he's a natural third baseman. But I think those are kind of the next pieces I would call about. I would also inquire about Josh Lowe, although I don't think they would consider trading him because he still has like 4 years of team control left. But that would be another name, an outfielder who showed a lot of power and speed last year. He was hurt most of the first half of the season, started off slow when he came back, but he's starting to round into form a little bit. So those would be kind of the names I would inquire about, especially seeing, as you pointed out earlier, that the Rays or the Mariners were able to get a Rosarena for a package that I think a lot of people says, like, really, that's it?
That's what I thought.
So, I mean, I would expect Paredes to go for more because he has so much team control left. Certainly Josh Lowe, if they were to trade him, would go for a lot more because he has a lot of team control left. But I would at least call about Yandy Diaz and Peter Fairbanks, who, are a little bit older. I know Yandy Diaz is, like 32, 33 or somewhere around there. Obviously would have less team control left. So maybe, just maybe, they would give you a deal like they did for the Mariners with the Rosarena, where you get him for fewer prospects than you're expecting. And if you're able to do that, then that changes the game for the Astros. Instead of maybe only getting one big piece like we were kind of expecting going into the process, if you're able to get a deal from the Rays where you're not paying as much as you thought, then maybe you're able to add a couple of pieces and really start to strengthen the weakness spots on this team.
This is what I'm looking at because I think the 2 guys I'm focused on are Paredes and Diaz. The big thing to me is a Rosarena in years past has been the thumper in the middle of the lineup. That's the big bat for them. But I think that Paredes this year leads them in home runs, RBIs, and I think they probably are going to look. And he's under team control for, I think, 3 more years after this one. So I think that that's a guy that's price tag may even be higher than a Rosarena, though the resume of what you've done in the past for a Rosarena, especially on big stages, has been pretty good. I think Diaz might come up cheaper than that, and he would solve a problem for you at first base, as you mentioned, at least for the rest of this year, and then you can figure it out. But I think those are the 2 guys, if you're the Astros, and evidently they've already been in on calls with the Rays. I had heard early on it was Paredes, but now I'm hearing that they're kind of focused on Yandy, and maybe that's because the price would be less because they don't want to give up as much.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. So I'm pulling up Yandy Diaz's Spotrac page. So apparently he has He's under club control for next year for $10 million. Then there's a club option for 2026, and he's a restricted free agent or unrestricted free agent in 2027. So basically, he has 1 year left of team control, and he's right now he is 32 years old. So I would think a player like that, especially since I like him. There's obviously a lot of reasons I'd want to add him, mainly because he hits for a high average, won a batting title last year, but he doesn't hit for a ton of power. He's kind of a mid-teens home run type of guy. So I don't think, given that he's not a huge power hitter, given that he's a little bit older, I think you might be able to get him for a similar deal to what the Mariners got for Randy Arozarena. So I would definitely, considering the cost, considering that he's obviously very natural to the position, you don't have to move somebody from third to first. Yandy Diaz is a first baseman. He would definitely be the first name I would inquire about. That way, because I think you're going to have to pay more for Paredes. I'd rather have Yandy Diaz plus a starting pitcher rather than just, Paredes.
Sure.
And
Oh,
I think that could be the situation you'd be forced into, because Paredes is going to come with a higher price tag.
All right, we'll continue to kick a little bit this around. We've got lots more to discuss. Obviously, the Dodgers are in town for a 3-game series starting tonight on Apple TV that we will discuss as well, because I've seen some interesting things floating around and flying around with the quote-unquote rivalry and rematch between the Dodgers and the Astros. But we want to get your comments on everything, thoughts, which way you're leaning towards the trade deadline, as the next time you speak to us after today, a lot of things will probably have shaken themselves out as it relates to the trade deadline. 713-780-3776. Call or text. You can hit us up on Twitter, where it's @SackedByBMac, @PacManJoel with a K. Busy show today, as we are going to have Travis Johnson, the ex-Texan, on with us to talk a little bit about the red, white, and blue as we get closer to the start of the regular season. Lots more. Todd Callis with our regular visit.
Garrett Green.
To Todd Callis with our normal visit, the play-by-play voice of your Houston Astros, and Garrett Green, the voice of the Sugarland Space Cowboys, talking about some of those hot prospects that may be in trades, or maybe sometime we're looking to see up in the big leagues to get a look. All that on the Killer Bees today, so stay right where you are. We're just getting started. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out till Monday, enjoying some time off. BMAC in with me today, wrapping up a fun week of other Bees, with BMAC doing 3 days, Monday, Thursday, Friday. Barry Laminack did Tuesday and Wednesday. And, of course, B-Rod behind the glass. We were talking about this Astros situation, and now the Mariners, I guess the first domino has fallen as it relates to close to home with the Astros. What they could do, who could they be going after? If Tampa's selling, there are guys that are definitely attractive to a team like the Astros that would fill a need. But what do you want them to do, and how do you want them to do it? And then how much do you think you're going to spend to do it? Because, 0002 is sitting there throwing out, Melton and Jake Myers and, all these grandiose guys that I hopefully they're not going to gut the cupboards yet again. Hopefully, and it seems to me, BMAC, correct me if I'm wrong, but we already know they were going to be out of the top tier guys. They're not going after Crochet. They're not going to go after the guys that are going to cost you a ton, but they do like Fetty. And there's been some conversation there from what I've heard. They are looking at Jameson Taillon from the Cubs, a guy with local ties that, has a decent fastball, and he's having a pretty good year on a bad team, to where I don't think it's going to cost you as much. Maybe it is possible that you could pull off 2 deals to get a bat and a starting pitcher. And then the question after that is that enough? Is that enough with what they have and who you expect are coming back to do what you need to do?
If they get a starting pitcher and a relief pitcher?
Starting pitcher and a bat of some sort.
I mean, obviously it's going to depend on who the names
Sure.
are. Because, like you said, the starting pitcher and the bat aren't going to be, Garrett Crochet and Paredes. It's not going to be that. It would be, maybe Yandy Diaz and Eric Fetty. So let's just live in that world. Let's say the names are Yandy Diaz and Eric Fetty. I do think that gets them through the regular season as the division champs. Now, I don't think Fetty necessarily helps you out a ton in the postseason, because as to the second part of your question, if they get guys back and you have, Verlander, Fromber, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, maybe Luis Garcia, though, but probably not. I don't think Eric Fetty is in your top 4. Now, maybe he is the 4th instead of Blanco. We'll have to see how Blanco is on his pitch count, or if his velocity continues to drop, what is his performance over August and September, because maybe that's the spot. Maybe Fetty is the 4 because Blanco continues to trail off as he gets further and further past his previous high in innings pitched. But Yandy Diaz certainly is a big help, because I know John Singleton had a hot streak to start the month of July. Hitting obviously way above where he's ever hit before, because, I mean, look at his numbers, whether it be here the first time around or Milwaukee or last season, he was a guy that was hitting under 200 basically for his career. So what he did at the beginning of July, I don't think there's a lot of reason to believe that is a new norm from him. That's way above his previous level. So Yandy Diaz is someone who won a batting title last year. Sure, he's not going to provide you a ton of home run power, but let's be honest, neither is John Singleton right now.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
He looks like he could hit the ball 500 feet, but he doesn't. So I would take Yandy Diaz in a heartbeat. If that is the move, Yandy Diaz, Eric Fetty, I would be very excited about that. More so about Yandy Diaz, because I have questions about what Eric Fetty would be in the postseason. But there could be a spot.
What about Taillon? I think Taillon having a good year with an above-average fastball. If you transition into the bullpen,
it'd be the same thing.
I think in the bullpen, though, coming out with a guy that can...
Well, yeah, that's the same thing, though. Like, you would be acquiring them for basically the regular season as a starting pitcher, in knowing that once they got to the postseason, he might not have a spot in the rotation.
Right.
I think it's the same for both of them. So I would still probably prefer Fetty, but I'd be fine if it's Jameson Taillon. And it certainly would be cool to have the local kid back here. But in either situation, I'd be more excited about Yandy, because Yandy would have a role going into October, more so than the level of starting pitcher that you're probably acquiring.
Well, I think, too, from an offensive perspective, when you think about it, I think that the Astros offense already can compete with what the Rangers have done and not done this year. But I think that when you add a guy like Yandy Diaz to a lineup that you already have, assuming you're going to get Tucker back at a certain point, and he's going to be in the middle of your lineup.
Knock on wood about that.
Exactly. But even if it is September, hopefully you tread water till then, or you keep doing what you've been doing so that you're still in it, or you have a lead going into September. But whenever you get him back, if Yandy Diaz is your starting first baseman, whether he has enough pop or not doesn't matter, because you should have enough pop in that lineup and a lot of offensive capability in that lineup that you can do a whole lot of damage with that lineup heading into September in the postseason, assumably that you make it. And I would take that lineup against most teams in baseball.
I mean, yeah, think about a lineup. Let's say, you trade for Yandy Diaz. Kyle Tucker comes back, hopefully before September, but at least by September. And now you're rolling out a lineup where you got Altuve leading off, Bregman hitting second, who's obviously hitting much better in the second half, or really since middle of May. Jordan and Tucker 3 and 4. Diaz and Yandy Diaz 5 and 6. Then you roll into Jeremy Pena at 7, and I mean maybe Jake Myers at 8. That's starting to look like a really deep lineup.
And then whatever you do, left field or otherwise, that's your 9-hitter. If your 9-hitter is Chaz or Joey or
you
whoever,
can live with a 9-hitter maybe not producing.
They're still going to hit better than Maldonado did a year ago. So your 9-hitter is at least not an automatic out.
Right.
And you look at the potential offensively of that lineup, and I'll take that.
No, that starts to look like a lineup from their World Series winning teams.
Exactly.
Like when you get Tucker back, you add a guy like Yandy Diaz. Now you're looking at a lineup where 6, probably 7 deep in the lineup, you have hitters that when they come up to the bat, you have a reasonable expectation that they can make things happen, which at different points of the season because of injuries has not been the case so far this season.
But the bigger thing, Brian, is why I'm asking the question is, yes, I think offensively we both agree that would be a lineup worthy of going up against anybody. But if just adding Taillon or Fetty is the only move you can make from a starting pitcher perspective, we talked yesterday. I thought that whether you have to do it in a trade or you pick somebody up or however you go about it, I think they really could use 2 starting pitchers or 2 arms to add to this team. So if you just add 1, is that enough?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Like, okay, let's look at it from two parts of the season here for that question: regular season, postseason. For regular season, you're looking at, okay, let's say you add Eric Fetty, or it doesn't matter, or Jameson Taillon, one of those 2 guys.
Mm-hmm.
You got Frommer, you got Hunter Brown, you got Ronel Blanco, you got Fetty or Taillon, and then fill in the gap with, Bloss or Arrighetti till Verlander gets back. I think having 4 out of 5 in your starting rotation until Verlander gets back is good enough. And then you have Verlander back and you have 5 strong that you feel really good about. And then when you get to the postseason, you're going down to 4 starters. You got Verlander, Frommer, Hunter Brown, and then either Ronel Blanco or the guy you acquire. That's certainly good enough.
But they want to go to a 6-man at some point. They'd like to rest some of the arms.
I have no problem if Arrighetti or Bloss are the 6-man.
That's an issue for me because it all hinges on Verlander, without question. Like, when Verlander comes back, I agree with you. They're in a much better position.
You've got 5 guys you believe in.
I'll
at that
roll
point.
in those 5, right?
Yeah,
because then
exactly.
you can actually split a start between the 2 other guys.
That's my point.
And go hard at it.
Like Bloss and Arrighetti maybe not performing don't matter as much when they're maybe piggybacking a 6 start versus occupying the 4th and 5th spots. And, basically impacting 1 game versus 2.
And that's where I'm at, is the fact that watching those 2 guys, especially because this isn't just, set in stone that you're going to end up with a playoff position one way or another, whether you win the division or get a wild card, that you're going to be in a race and a fight down the stretch, and every start's going to matter. If I can piggyback those 2 guys, I'd feel a little better than having to rely on both those guys down the stretch. And that's why Verlander everything hinges on him so much, because I don't even care about the vested innings pitched for the contract for next year. I care about the fact that you need him maybe more so now than you did when you added him to win a World Series a couple of years back, because of all of the other factors that with injuries that are hovering around you that you're not going to have back to help you for the rest of the season. So you need him back. And, I saw him on one of the Astros pregame shows. Well, he was throwing and he got it up to 45, 50 pitches. Great. But I just need to know that sooner rather than later. I don't have a Tucker-type schedule for Justin Verlander. I got to have him back way sooner than that for me to feel a lot better about this team's pitching.
Yeah, because the plan you laid out where you're feeling like, okay, with Fromber and Verlander and Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco and let's say Eric Fetty, you're feeling great about that 5-man rotation. At least I am. I won't put the words in the mouth of you or any of the listeners. But that all falls apart if Verlander doesn't come back and pitch like Verlander. Then, okay, well, Verlander's not Verlander. We have concerns about, Blanco's innings pitch limit. We're going to a 6-man rotation, so now Arrighetti or Bloss are in there. And now you're starting to have question marks about maybe 3 of 6 of your starting pitchers, half. Yeah, so Verlander kind of is the pin that would hold everything together. If he comes back, answers the question that, 1, he's healthy, 2, he can be as effective as he was. If he could be like a mid-3s ERA type version of Justin Verlander, then I think everything falls into place. You have 5 starting pitchers that you feel great about. You piggyback your 6 so you can with Arrighetti and with Blas so that you can save innings on Ronel Blanco, and you feel great about it. And then when you get to the postseason, you only need 4 starting pitchers, and you got your 4. But if Verlander comes back and he's not at least the mid-3s ERA, then things are going to get dicey, and they would have needed a second arm. But the problem is, I don't know if they can afford 2 arms plus a Yandy Diaz.
Yeah,
I don't think they can do that.
That's why the Paxton deal maybe would have been like ideal for them.
Would have been.
All right, exactly. And we can get to that a little bit later on. But coming up next, we've got Garrett Green joining us. If you don't know him, you need to. He's the play-by-play voice of the Sugarland Space Cowboys. He is the expert on everything in terms of the prospects that maybe they're going to be calling up, maybe they're going to be trading, and who's playing well in Sugarland that might affect what they do between now and the deadline. Garrett comes up next. Don't go anywhere. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy out, BMAC in, taking you through a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Friend of the show now. He couldn't be any closer to us unless his name was Barrett Breen, but his name is Garrett Green. And if you don't know him, you need to know him because he is a talent. He is the play-by-play voice of the Space Cowboys in Sugar Land. And Garrett, great to have you with us on the show. You and I were texting the other day, and you are the guy that has all the information that we need to know heading up to the trade deadline in terms of some of these prospects where, you know, maybe the Astros fans aren't as informed as they need to be about some of the guys that are in the system, and you see them every single day. I'm curious, right off the top, a guy that we hear conflicting reports that we've seen throughout our times making stops at your stadium, but Pedro Leon is a guy that now you're hearing from some camps nationally, oh, he's out of the Astros plans. They're going to look to move him. But when you look at his numbers this year for you guys, he's been really damn good.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on, and I'll do my best to help out. But, yeah, this has been a real breakout season for Pedro Leon. And, you know, I know that a lot of his numbers, people look at him, they'll say, well, you know, how much of that is the Pacific Coast League, 21 doubles, you know, a couple of triples, 19 homers. Like, that's got to be inflated by the fact that they play in the PCL. No, it is not. Leon is actually hitting better at home this year in terms of his average than he is on the road this season. He's hitting .311 here at Constellation Field. Guys, he's got 7 doubles, a triple, 8 home runs, and 29 RBIs here in Sugar Land, which is just, it's not a hitter's park by any stretch of the imagination. So, you know, I think that, especially with a lot of guys on the team this year, there's a lot where people are going to say, well, it's the Pacific Coast League. You're playing at altitude. Those numbers are inflated. You can maybe give a little bit of credence to that, but for the most part, this is a team that, you know, up and down the lineup, the numbers are mostly real for what you're seeing out of their power numbers, their batting averages, things along those lines. But Leon really, you know, there's still swing and miss in what he does, but especially with 2 strikes on him this year, he's cut down on a lot of that. He's put the ball in play. He's come up with some of the biggest swings of the season. And I think that, you know, something that was talked about early in the year is the fact that this year he's just playing the outfield. You know, last season, Pedro Leon led the Space Cowboys in games started in center field and games started at second base. He was our most frequent second baseman last season. That's not been the case this year. He's only played the outfield or DH'd, and I think that's freed him up a lot. He plays really good defense. He's got good speed. He has an incredible arm out in the outfield. So he's checked all the boxes, and, you know, we just have been – look, we've enjoyed having him here in Sugar Land this year.
Garrett Green, the voice of the Sugar Land Space Cowboys, joining us on the Killer Bees. You can find him on Twitter at Garrett_Green with an E on the end. Garrett, another outfielder that just got up to Sugar Land from Corpus Christi, of course, the Astros' top overall prospect, Jacob Melton. I'm just curious, when a guy that heralded makes his way up to, you know, up another level, gets to you guys at Sugar Land, what is – I'm interested in kind of the difference in the excitement of, oh my God, here comes the number 1 overall prospect for the team versus the very real life scenario where someone who you obviously have called games for all year is now probably losing their job or not, or at least having a diminished role. What has been the excitement level around Jacob Melton getting up to AAA?
You know, it's great to have Melton here. Anytime you get the number 1 prospect added to a team, there's obviously juice to it. And Jacob walked into the clubhouse, and there's a lot of guys who he was coming up through the ranks with at Corpus that were excited to see him. So it's a familiar setting for him. He's not walking into a brand new clubhouse where he doesn't know anybody. And, you know, you say somebody's going to lose their job. Guys, he's our 4th outfielder. We've been rolling with 2 or 3 outfielders for the last over a month because of the fact that Kyle Tucker has been on the injured list, and so as a result, Joey Loperfido, Trey Cabbage, some of those guys have been up with the major league club. And so for a while there, we were rolling with 2 outfielders. So now it's not a case of somebody's losing their job. It's a case of, hey, you can finally get a day off now because we finally have 4 true outfielders on the roster that we can play. So, you know, we were in a spot where we were carrying a lot of pitchers and not as many position players. So now we actually have an honest-to-goodness bench to where guys can start to get a couple of days off after they push so hard through the first, 100 games of the season. Today's game, number 99 of the year for us. There's always buzz with a number 1 prospect, and it was fun to see Melton debut. The first ball that he hit last night was 110-mile-an-hour double to the left center field gap. Handled every ball in center, so I'm just looking forward to seeing him play more as the season progresses along, and he's here in Sugar Land now.
Garrett, it's interesting because you mentioned Joey Loperfido, and you got him on with us when he was still with you guys before they actually called him up, and then we've seen the kind of trials and tribulations as he's been up and down, and he was a massive power hitter for you guys. And now he comes to the big leagues. The average for quite a while was up, maybe a surprise to some folks, but the power numbers way down. Does that surprise you or concern you, or do you think eventually in the major leagues he'll have that kind of power like he did in Sugar Land?
You know, I think that that will come eventually as well, and it was just a point where his swing was in a really good groove, and just pretty much everything he hit was a home run, and he kind of felt like that wasn't going to sustain. Joey, whenever he talks with, when he talked with us in the past, he says he probably takes the least impressive batting practice that you'll see because he's not there trying to launch the ball and hit home runs during batting practice. He's really trying to hit line drives, hit the ball to all fields. And, he talked whenever he got to go up and was chatting with Joe Espada. I love this phrase, and we've used it throughout the course of the year for the bottom of the lineup. Just put another drop in the bucket. And so here in Sugar Land, Loperfido's hitting top of the lineup. He's a top RBI producer. He's in that spot. There with the Astros, he's not there to be a home run hitter. He's there to get on base, make plays happen with his legs. And so I think that as he adjusts to major league pitching, you'll see the power numbers come along because the exit velocity is still there. The pull power is still there. But I don't think it's his job right now to be a power hitter there at the major league level, and that might be part of why you're not seeing 13 home runs in 28 games. Also, the fact that it's the major leagues compared to the Pacific Coast League.
Garrett Green joining us here, the voice of the Sugar Land Space Cowboys. They have a 7:05 first pitch tonight versus the Sacramento River Cats at a Constellation Field, and it's Straw Hat night for the first 2,000 fans. Sunday, kids get free backpacks for the first 2,000 fans, plus Friday night fireworks tonight, so make sure you go out and watch that. A couple other names I wanted to mention that have played really well for you guys this year, Garrett. Joel brought up Pedro Leon, but Shea Whitcomb and Will Wagner having very good seasons. Will Wagner more of a contact guy, not hitting for as many home runs, but Whitcomb both this year and last year hitting a ton of bombs. Your thoughts overall on their season and when we can maybe expect to see them at the major league level? Where would they best fit on the major league level with the Houston Astros?
I don't know if either of them fit this season because if you're going to bring up one of those guys, I think it's that you're going to bring them up to play every day. And right now there's just not a spot. Alex Bregman's at third. You've got Jeremy Pena at short, Jose Altuve over at second. Wagner can play first base, but you're just bringing up another left-handed bat as an option at first. And it's my understanding that the Astros are probably looking for a right-hander over there more than anything. Wagner can play 3 of the 4 infield positions. The only spot that he doesn't play is short. Meanwhile, Whitcomb, he plays third, short, and second base. Both of them have had very impressive seasons for different reasons. Shea came into the season talking about the fact that he wanted to cut down on his strikeouts, which to him was better swing decisions and just really making sure that he didn't chase more than he did. And he's certainly cut down on those. Put together a 44-game on-base streak earlier in the season. That's the longest on-base streak at any level of baseball, in the minors or in the majors this season. He's cut down on his strikeouts. His power numbers are there. He's another guy who hits really well whenever we're here at home. It's not just us being on the road and him collecting a lot of stuff whenever we're away from Constellation Field and at altitude. And the other thing is he's come up with some of the biggest swings of the season. And actually, both of those guys have. We just have the Pacific Coast League leaderboard to look at. They're 2 of the top 15 hitters in the league with runners in scoring position this year. They're both hitting over 300. Whitcomb has hit a couple of go-ahead grand slams here in Sugar Land this season. He's hit some monster home runs, some big doubles for us. I really love both of those players. I don't know what the space is for them at the major league level this season, but I think both of them certainly are major league capable players, and I think that wherever you would ask Whitcomb to fill in second over, he'd be able to do it.
Garrett Green joining us, voice of the Sugar Land Space Cowboys. One more before we let you go, my man, because I know you got stuff to do before the game. We know the Astros are attacking starting pitching market as we get close to the trade deadline, but we've seen Arrighetti come up. We know what Blanco has meant to this team this year, and they've both come through you. I saw Blue Ball pitch. Is there someone else that we're missing? Is he a guy that if they don't go out and acquire 2 starting pitchers, or if they need another starting pitcher that they desperately want to throw, as a spot starter? Are there guys or a guy that you have your eye on that you say that's the next guy in line?
I mean, right now, just based on performance alone, the next guy is Ryan Gusto. And he's a guy who impressed in spring training this year, but I don't think a ton of people know about because he's not a top 30 prospect as it was. But he is truly, since June 6th, which was his first start that he made in June, since that day, he has been the best starter in this league. His ERA in that span over his last 8 starts is a 1.51. He's turned in a quality outing in 4 of his last 5 outings and 5 of his last 6. He's got a .92 whip in that span. He's given up a grand total of 8 runs in his last 47 in 2/3 innings. He is really throwing the baseball well, and he's going deep into games, and he's done it at altitude. He's done it here at Constellation Field. He's done it against some really good teams, and it just continues to roll along. So he's a guy that, based on performance, has really put himself in a spot where I think that if the Astros needed to dip into their minor league depth, Blue Ball is certainly the name to look at because he's also been very good this season. His schedule's been thrown off a little bit by going to the Futures game and then, Hurricane Barrel and then out of the All-Star break and everything like that. But outside of Blue Ball, Ryan Gusto is having an incredible season here in Sugar Land, and you just have to look at the numbers from June 6th to see what he has been doing over the last now almost 2 whole months.
Great stuff, as always. We appreciate you. We can look forward to the next time we can catch up in person, but always great to get you on the show and get your perspective on some of these young prospects. Have a great call tonight, and good luck to you guys this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Garrett Green, voice of the Space Cowboys. We're going to continue with a whole lot more. Let's talk a little bit about this rivalry, this Dodgers-Astros rivalry. Is it a rivalry? Is there bitterness? Is it both ways? How do you feel with the Dodgers coming into town tonight? And we know how the national media seems to want to build this thing. It's more of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Hey, before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, they are the best in the business at protecting, for most of us, what is our biggest investment, and that is our house. They do it in a variety of ways, but it's all spoken to you right in the name itself. It's siding, it's windows, and it's the way that they can protect you by getting that really solid, hard outer shell of protection on your house. I just replaced the windows in my house. I can tell you for days how great it's been to put the Allstate windows and siding windows on my house. Because initially when you pull up to the house, the curb appeal goes way up. It modernizes and gives a classy look to your house. It's a phenomenal, clean look. But more so than that, my energy bills have gone down like 35% in the last couple of months. And the fact is, right through Hurricane Barrel, they were durable, they were strong, they did what they were supposed to do. And on top of that, the siding does the same things. And you don't have to deal with things like repairing and painting and doing all the things you do with other options. The siding is durable. The siding it already comes pre-treated and colored, and it is ready for you to create that hard outer finish. Whether you're trying to keep the cool air in the summer or get warm in the winter or be durable in all the situations when the hurricanes hit, you need to have the right protection on your house. It's all about windows and siding with Allstate Windows and Siding, and they're the best in the business. Been doing it for almost 50 years. Mary handles everything at the headquarters. Her brother will come out and give you the free estimate, and that's what you really want because he comes out and tells you exactly how he can help and what he can do to help you. And that's the biggest thing because he'll tell you about the siding, the windows, the products, the sizes, and the timeline so that you know exactly what you're dealing with. But you realize you're dealing with people that know what they're talking about. And they're talking from products that they have been working with for years. And that's why you go to them, because they're Houstonians trying to help Houstonians, and they're trying to do it the right way. It's Allstate Siding and Windows.com. I encourage you to get with them because all you got to do is call them, and they are going to come to you, and they're going to give you a free estimate, no charge. 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936, Allstate Siding and Windows.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, flying through the first hour of the 3-hour extravaganza, as known as the Killer Bees. Jeremy on vacation, back on Monday. BMAC in for him today on a Friday, and we will still, of course, have our staples like Who Said It and Todd Callis, along with Travis Johnson, the former Texans first-round pick, who was at camp this week, who had some pretty interesting observations, and also is really damn good friends with the first Hall of Fame inductee from your Houston Texans, Andre Johnson. He's got some stories about that, so he'll be joining us while he's out in Los Angeles, and we'll catch up with him in a little bit. But speaking of Los Angeles, BMAC, it's interesting. I see the national billing for these games this weekend as the rematch. The rematch of 2017. I'm like, rematch?
I mean, yeah.
Like, yes, by names alone, right.
How many players are left from? So for the Astros, that would be
Altuve,
Bregman, and then Verlander and McCullers, but they're not. Neither one is playing.
Right.
So it's two names.
Right.
And then for the Dodgers, obviously Kershaw. But is that it?
Wasn't
is that
what's his name? Walker Buehler's not pitching.
Walker Buehler's not pitching, and I don't think
he's hurt.
Was he on that team?
I'm not sure. I think he was.
If he was, he wasn't a major part of it.
Yeah, but Mookie wasn't there because he won at 18 with the Red Sox.
Bellinger's gone.
Freeman wasn't there. Bellinger's gone. Jock Peterson's gone.
Will Smith wasn't up.
No.
So you're basically talking about Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman versus Clayton Kershaw.
Muncy, was Muncy there in 17?
I don't think so. And obviously
Teoscar wasn't.
Yeah, and Justin Turner's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, And so it's really just Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman versus Clayton Kershaw, and Clayton Kershaw won't be pitching in the series.
Yeah, he pitched last night.
So yeah, no, I get it. And look, even without the billing of 2017 World Series rematch next on Fox, even without that billing, it's still a sexy matchup.
It is,
because you're talking about a top 1 or 2 contender in the National League with either them or the Phillies, and then you're talking about top 2 or 3 contender in the American League. Astros along with, at least by record, the Orioles and the Yankees. So I get why I think it's a sexy billing even without or sexy matchup even without that billing. But yeah, the idea of 2017 World Series matchup, I was like, okay, cool. Are we when the Astros played the White Sox, were we hyping up 2005 World Series matchup?
But interesting, you also said it's a sexy matchup. It's a marquee type matchup. I'll go with all of that. But is it a rivalry? Because the interesting thing to me too is Dodger fans love to hate on the Astros, and they obviously hate because of what happened in 17, and they haven't forgotten it, and they always think that they should have won it, and they would have won it without the cheating, and they don't go deep enough on the dive to figure out that they wouldn't have, and there was so much more that said the Astros still legitimately won it
by over a month. Yeah,
but they can't let it go. I feel like from a Dodger fan perspective, it's a rivalry, and it's like a lot of angered emotion. I feel from an Astros perspective, it's more like, you know what? These guys, let's just shut them up again, because the only thing that I think Astros fans get annoyed with is just the excessive talking, whether it's Joe Kelly, whether it's, as you mentioned, Bellinger and Correa back in the day, or their fans. But I don't think from the standpoint of baseball, because we don't see them all that often, and now with the new schedule, you will see them at least more frequently.
Right.
But overall, I don't feel like from an Astros perspective, it's a rivalry. But I think from a Dodgers perspective, it is.
I think it's more of a rivalry for the fans than the players. I mean, I could see Jose Abreu and Alex Bregman, especially Bregman. I think Bregman is a player who lives with a chip on his shoulder, and maybe Altuve too.
Plays better with.
I mean, Altuve is a guy who was, as you read the stories about him trying out for the Astros, was sent away and had to come back and had to be talked into coming back. And obviously being dismissed for most of the first half of his career because of how short he is. I'm sure he also plays with quite a bit of a chip on his shoulder. So I do think there's, like, if Bregman hits a home run in the series, he might enjoy that more than the average home run. I'm sure there's some Dodgers players who might feel the same way. But the guys who are most vocal about it, like Carlos Correa, he's in Minnesota. Cody Bellinger, he's in Chicago. I mean, the bulk of these guys that would have animosity and hate towards each other are in different cities. So I think this is really now a rivalry of Astros Twitter versus Dodgers Twitter. That's what this is. Yeah. But
you remember the Dodgers fans a couple years ago, they had the big Dodger parade. They thought they were really doing something by coming in mass unison to take on the Astros, and Astros fans were like, okay, big deal.
I do think there's still a lot of Now, maybe it's less lessened in the I guess 4 years now that have followed the allegations becoming, national news. But I do think there's still some with Astros Twitter. I think Rangers fans, Yankees fans, Dodger fans are kind of the three groups of fans that our fan base likes to hate on the most. So I do think there is some extra juice in this series where if the Astros win the series, there's going to be a lot of smack talk
there's no
on
doubt there's
Twitter.
juice.
People digging up old tweets from Dodgers fans who are maybe celebrating and dancing on the Astros grave in May when the Astros are 10 games under 500. Astros Twitter will dig up those tweets and come at them this weekend if the Astros win the series. To your question, I think this is a rivalry of fans, not of the players.
I think the big thing is the one guy that will get under everybody's skin enough that you do want to see something happen to him is Joe Kelly. Because even after the scandal and everything, and he forgets he was part of the Red Sox team in 18 like Mookie Betts and all the different things. He had to stir it up. He stirred it up with Correa. He did the pouty face with the lip, and then the benches cleared, and everybody went at him. But I think if Joe Kelly comes into a game and gives up a bomb, that's going to ignite the Astros fans because that's one guy with a target on his back. Because other than that, I don't think there are guys on the Dodgers that will incite some kind of anger and negativity. Sure, you want to show up Shohei, but other than that, and Mookie Betts isn't even playing in the series, I just don't see that there's anything like what people want, like the media wants it to be, like it once was.
Exactly. This is not going to be a situation where you plunk Adolis Garcia and Adolis Garcia wants to charge them out, right? I don't think there's that sort of animosity between this group of players. There's so few players with any ties to 2017 that I don't think that hatred or that animosity has carried over, especially with the time for, everything, time heals all wounds, that sort of thing. With the time that's passed, with basically the entire roster turning over except for like 3 players, I don't think that animosity still exists. I mean, if Shohei hits a home run, what does that have to do with 2017? If Will Smith hits a home run, if Freddie Freeman hits a home run, sure, he played you in the World Series in 2021, but it was with a different team. There's no way. There's Astros Braves animosity, but that's from the 90s. That's not from the World Series matchup in 2021. So, yeah, there is definitely an element of rivalry to this, but you play them so infrequently. Most of the rosters turn over. I really think this is just a rivalry of fan bases on Twitter more than anything else.
No doubt about it. All right, we're getting to the top of the hour. We're gonna have Todd Callis joining us. We'll get him in here as soon as possible. He'll be there probably watching tonight as the first game of the series is on Apple TV. But TK and Blummer will be calling the Saturday-Sunday matchups on the Shin as we always catch up with TK on a Friday edition of the Killer Bees. So we're looking forward to that coming up to start off hour number 2. Stay right where you are. More Killer Bees right around the corner. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, it's that time as we do once a week. We catch up with the TV voice of your Houston Astros, Todd Callis, brought to you by Texas Star Grill Shops and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. TK, great to catch up with you. Big series now coming up, and I'm interested right off the top before we even talk Dodgers. The Mariners are making some moves, and I'm curious your thoughts as the Mariners seem to be a little bit more desperate right now, trying to do what they need to do to catch the Astros.
Yeah, that was an interesting move early this morning or late last night. Randy Arozarena going from Tampa Bay to the Mariners. That's certainly going to help them offensively. So now the Astros kind of have to counter. I told you guys 2 weeks ago, and I reiterated it last week, I really believe that the road to the playoffs goes through getting a starting pitcher at this trade deadline. I think if Dana Brown didn't feel the pressure before, he certainly feels more pressure now with that acquisition of Randy Arozarena. But he knew the Astros needed a starter before this. But that's going to help. I mean, Arozarena got off to a horrific start this year for the Rays, but he's been better lately, and he automatically becomes, with J-Rod and J.P. Crawford on the IL, he automatically becomes one of their top two hitters in that lineup, if not the best hitter in that lineup, as soon as he steps in there. So he'll make an impact.
Todd Callis, the voice of the TV voice of the Houston Astros, joining us here on the Killer Bees. Todd Callis brought to us by Texas Star Grill Shop and Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Start shopping for your new vehicle at lantzcars.com. Sticking with arms for a second here, Todd. Hunter Brown. I think Astros fans obviously remember that disaster that we're all trying to forget in Kansas City back in April. But really, since that point, and ever since May 5th, when he added the sinker, he's been absolutely dominant with, I believe, an ERA like mid-twos since the first part of May. Even getting Joe Espada to the point of talking about him having ace vibes. What have you made of Hunter Brown in this hot streak going back to May, and about his potential as a possible ace down the road?
Yeah, incredible. I think right now, without Hunter Brown in the last 2 months and without Ronel Blanco from opening day all the way through the All-Star break and into the second half, the Astros wouldn't even be thinking about the postseason right now. And I'm scared to think about where they would be, because those two guys have been absolutely huge. When you have no safety net and you have 5 starting pitchers, those guys have to produce. They can't have an off day. And for Hunter to go 12 straight starts of 6 innings or more, and he's been lately behind Jake Bloss, who has not given the team many innings, so he's really needed those innings to help out the bullpen. So you can't say enough good things about Hunter Brown. You can't say enough good things about Ronel Blanco for what he's done this year. Framber Valdez has been better lately, and sometimes he flies under the radar because the expectations are so high for him. But those three have really carried the team in the rotation during this recent stretch. I think Arrighetti's shown real improvements lately. I know sometimes the results haven't always matched, but I feel good about Spencer being in there, and that's where the Astros need to get another pitcher or 2. I think getting 2 would be great, but getting at least 1 starter to fill out the rotation would be paramount, getting to Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia getting healthy.
DK, I'm with you that ideally you'd like to get 2 arms. And I think both those guys are in their future in terms of Bloss and Arrighetti. For this season, because you're in such a dogfight with Seattle and Texas is right on your heels, if you were to try and attack and go at 2, and we go back to the Rays situation, well, if they're in a fire sale and they just traded Eflin and maybe they're not done, you look at a Yandy Diaz, you look at a Paredes, guys that are out there that really fit a need for the Astros as well. If we're going to get greedy and go away from just pitching, is there an opportunity and a chance you think to also look for a bat, or because of their less than farm system and assets to give, they got to just focus on the pitching?
It's a good question, because you do see those names bandied about, Paredes, Diaz, Yandy Diaz, and the Astros right before we came on, I guess, or earlier today, learned that the Rays traded Zach Eflin to Baltimore, so that was certainly one of the guys that had to be on their radar. There's not a lot of pitchers out there, and I think the only benefit to the Astros seeing James Paxton traded to Boston and Zach Eflin today traded to the Orioles is they see the price that they're working with, and they see that if they're going to go out and try to get a Jack Flaherty or an Eric Betty or Jameson Tyone, that they know what kind of the price point is for going pitchers right now. Yusei Kikuchi would be a possibility. He's kind of a rental. He's pitching tonight. There's a couple of guys for the Rockies that could be options too. But going back to your original question, if you find a way to get a position player, that would be bonus, gravy on top of getting a starting pitcher, but I think right now your focus has to be on getting a starter. And I don't really feel like the Astros have a ton of trading chips to work with, because I'm pretty sure that Dana Brown doesn't want to trade his first pick ever in the draft last year, Bryce Matthews. I don't think he wants to trade Jacob Melton, who he said he woke up last year having nightmares about trading. That's why he ended up trading Clifford and Gilbert instead to get Verlander. So I would say those two, it would be very surprising if he moved them. It would have to be a huge deal to get one of those guys involved. So if you're not going to trade one of those two stars in your minor leagues, you're probably only looking at being able to get one guy back, and that guy has to be a starting pitcher. So, yeah, I would be surprised if they got a position player before they got a starter.
TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis, joining us right now. Todd, I think the other big question for Astros fans, other than what they might do at Tuesday's trade deadline, is when are Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander coming back? Obviously, Kyle Tucker went out with an injury that initially people were thinking might just be a couple weeks. There wasn't even initially or right away put on the 10-day IL, and now this has turned to a point where Dana Brown was saying we're optimistic we're going to get him back, by September. So it's certainly turned into a longer ordeal than anyone expected. Or what are your thoughts and what are you hearing about when we might be able to see Verlander and Tucker back in Astros uniform?
Yeah, until they schedule a live BP for Justin Verlander, it's hard to really project when he's going to be able to make a rehab start. So that's a few weeks away, I would think, until you might see him in an Astros uniform at the big league level. Luis Garcia's kind of in that same boat, maybe just a tick behind JB, because Luis is recovering from TJ, whereas Justin's recovering from something that happened this season. In terms of Tucker, we really don't know. I mean, it's just like every day, Joe Espada says the same thing. He's getting better, but he's still not able to do everything they want him to do. So hopefully that news changes here the next few weeks. That's also part of the issue that Dana Brown's dealing with. If he knew he had Verlander coming back in a week and then Luis Garcia a week after that, he might not be as desperate to go after a starting pitcher. But he doesn't know exactly when those guys are going to be back. He knows it's going to be a few weeks because they each need a few rehab starts. Luis probably needs more than Justin. But, yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty with Verlander and Garcia and Tucker, and we really haven't had any real positive updates. Verlander's going slowly forward, and Garcia the same, but Tucker, we haven't had many positive updates lately.
TK, big series this weekend with the Dodgers in town. Regardless of what you think about the past and everybody trying to focus on 17, we were just talking about that, and if there's a rivalry or not. The main thing is that your rivals right now that are in your division are playing lesser thans, and you are playing one of the best teams in baseball, and the challenge is there. The pitching, at least for the first two games, matches up, but this is a very, very big series for the Astros, regardless of if it's the Dodgers or not.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you've got 60 games left, so it's kind of springtime right now. Not quite full sprint, maybe like the quarter mile, but it's still a race at this point to the finish line. The Mariners get the White Sox, and they get Randy Arozarena at some point. I didn't look to see if he's in the lineup today. I would doubt it since they just made the move in the wee hours of the morning. But, yeah, it's very important. I would love to see the Astros come out of this weekend in a share of first place. They're still ahead of the Mariners because they certainly have the advantage in the schedule. The Dodgers, even with all their injuries, still have their second-best record in the National League, and we all know the White Sox are the worst team by a wide margin in baseball. So advantage Mariners this weekend, and you hope they don't gain some ground. But you just have to play the schedule that's in front of you, and right now it's the L.A. Dodgers. You look for your best out of Framber Valdez today, and I'm definitely wishing we were on Space City Home Network. We have some Fridays off along the way, and this is one of them that I definitely wish we could call, but it'll be on Apple TV Plus tonight.
Well, that was my next question for you, TK. I mean, with a Friday night off in Houston, no less, because I think the last time you guys had an Apple TV game, you guys were on the road. I believe it was the Mets series. Yeah, it was the Mets series. So, obviously, back on Space City Home Network for you and Blummer on Saturday and Sunday. But what does Todd Callis do with an off day on a Friday night in H-Town?
Yeah, not much today weather-wise, so you couldn't really hit golf balls or use the pool or anything. But my wife and I are DVRing the opening ceremonies here from Paris, so we're going to probably watch that at some point. She actually spent some time over there this summer with some friends, so she's excited to watch the opening ceremony. And then we'll probably go out to a nice dinner. And even though normally I try to give her the full night of focus and attention, I will be watching the game tonight. It's just hard not to watch Dodgers-Astros when we're not working even.
Well, if you DVR it and watch the whole thing, TK, you're not going to get any sleep tonight because this thing's going on for about 8 hours right now.
Oh, the Olympics?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the opening ceremony started just under 4 hours ago, and it's still going.
All right, we'll have to zip through the boring parts.
LeBron was Washington crossing the Delaware at one point. It
Yeah,
was
he
coming
was
down
on a-
sideways, and he's fighting it at the front of the ship.
He was on a boat in the rain, yeah.
It was amazing. Well, enjoy your night off. I look forward to catching up and watching you guys this weekend. Get us some wins, and we'll talk to you next week.
Let's get a starting pitcher, too, in addition to some
Let's
wins.
do
Talk to
that.
you later.
That would
All
be
right.
outstanding. That's Todd Callis, TV voice of your Houston Astros, joining us every single week. We always appreciate him. We appreciate you guys as well. We got a lot more to get to on this show. We got to get into some Texans. We got to get into some football. How about Travis Johnson, the former first-round pick of the Houston Texans? He's coming up next. We're going to talk to him about everything at training camp and so much more, including Andre Johnson, right here on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy's out. B-Mac's in with me today as we catch up with one of my good friends, Travis Johnson. Well, a long time ago, far, far away, we once did a radio show, and always great to catch up with Trap J. And Trap, I heard you the other night talking at training camp. And, you know, we talk about the strength of schedule. We talk about all these things with the Houston Texans. But you got some pretty high hopes and aspirations for this team as you've seen it all unfold this offseason with where they are right now, don't you?
Oh, I mean, of course. I think anybody that's a fan of the Houston Texans should have pretty high aspirations. I think when you see what we've done, you know, behind the scenes, you see what we've done on the field, off the field, I think you have a high expectation because I think that's where this team is trending towards. I said, so, for us to go deep in the playoffs / go to the Super Bowl, I think that's more than just a fantasy of ours, with the personnel that we have. I mean, we have arguably a top 5, top 10 quarterback. I would say top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I think, when what comes with that is expectations. And I think, as long as we stay healthy, which I believe we can, but you never know. Football guys are the football guys. But if we can stay healthy, I think that'll go a long way into making sure we achieve the goals that we want to achieve.
Travis Johnson, former first-round pick of the Houston Texans, joining us on the Killer Bees. Travis, I can't have a first-round pick out of a defensive tackle out of Florida State on and not ask you about the defensive line. Obviously, they traded out their defensive tackles essentially with Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins gone, and now Foley and Tim Settle coming in. How do you like the look of these the interior defensive line right now? Maybe Danico Autry fits into that as well as on a rotational basis, but compared to last year, because I thought Rankins and Collins did a pretty good job. How are you liking the look of the interior defensive line so far in training camp?
I mean, they look good in practice. I think, with the addition of bringing in Mario Edwards Jr., I think that's probably going to be low key or high key. One of the best moves that anybody has made in the National Football League. I think he's a guy who can come in here right now and start for you or come off the bench, whatever you need from him. But he can give you it all the positions across the front. But I think, what he does in the attack defense is changed the look of everything. And I think for giving him that opportunity, being a vet, I think this might be Junior's 15th year. I mean, not 15th, but 10th year in the league. And for him, it might end up being his best one because of, where he's at and the position he's going to get put in. With Roderick Wright being, elevated to the head D-line coach, I think you can expect a lot from him and the things he's doing with his group. Watching practice the other day, he looked great and they look great. So, I'm excited about this whole team, man. So individually, I can't speak individually because, like I said, man, when I come to practice, I'm watching as a whole, man. I'm there to support, the McNair family. I'm there to support, D'Amico. I'm there to support the guys, and that's what I'm there for. And if I get a chance to watch D-line play in the process, I'm all excited for that too.
Yeah, Trap, and to that point, it's someone that you have had on the show with me when we used to do radio, but let's get to Andre Johnson a little bit too. One of your dear friends, and what it means to you to see someone that's meant so much to you throughout your life and your career be the first Houston Texan inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Well, I think it's only right that he is the first. I mean, he was the guy that we always knew would be a Hall of Famer. From the day, we ever played with him, playing against him in college, he knew he was special. And now it's a blessing that you get to see everybody else think he's just as special as you've always thought him to be, and all the people who played with him has thought him to be. So, it's always, everybody always says, it doesn't matter, if I get in or I don't get in. I think for, ones like him, it's important because it also validates what we all knew is that he's one of a kind, and he should be a part of the Galaxy team of which is the Hall of Fame. The guys are going to live on when everybody's gone. They still going to be here, and it's just awesome that he gets the chance to do that this year, and that we all get to share it with him. And we all get to be able to fellowship. We all get to get to see him, and it's a cool experience. I've waited to go. I've had other teammates. He's not my first teammate to get inducted. You know what I mean? But and I've said no to those other guys because I was always waiting on Andre to get in. And now that he's in, I can finally go and experience it the right way, and I'm totally excited.
Yeah, that's really awesome to hear. Travis Johnson is joining us here on the Killer Bees. Travis, from a guy that joined the Texans in year 2 of the franchise to one of the newer Texans, Kamari Lassiter has been someone D'Amico Ryans, seemingly in every video we've seen from the team Twitter account, just has been raving about just his mentality, his willingness to fight against Diggs in coverage and not back down from a guy as talented and as tenured as Stephon Diggs. It seems like everyone's really been impressed with the second-round pick out of Georgia. Your thoughts on Kamari Lassiter?
I mean, if Kirby co-signs for him, I co-sign for him. Me and Kirby go way back, man, when we were at Florida State together. It feels like forever ago, but I mean, at the same time, Kirby, he's one of Kirby's guys. He's a guy that Kirby loves, and I mean, it is only right that when he comes in here, that we feel the same way about him. So it's exciting because you see the potential in the kid and you see what he can become. And now it's just, I mean, as a rookie, you just got to go out there and take the drills to the field and continue to build every day and get better every day when I go to practice. I think he's doing that.
Well, and I want to give you credit because you know talent, you know ball, and you and I talk about it whenever we've always talked about it. But you were the first guy that told me when everybody was questioning C.J. Stroud and everybody saying, did they get the right guy? And you told me, bro, when you see him, you're going to know. And you were there watching him, and you said, no, he is legit. He is the real deal. And now we see what he's done just through year one of his football career. As we go forward, Trap, we hear the naysayers say, well, he's got to do it for year two and whatever. Is there any reason to believe that the sky is not the limit for this kid going forward?
No, there's no reason. I mean, I think this kid can be. I mean, right now he showed us. I mean, he had probably arguably the greatest rookie year for any quarterback of all time. And I'm talking about, you thinking about a team, you thinking about John Elway and Dan Marino. Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl as a rookie. You know what I'm saying? And never saw it again, but he still had a phenomenal rookie year. You know what I'm saying? We talk about John Elway and his rookie and his second-year campaign. Those guys, they put up numbers, and they still don't compare to what C.J. Stroud did in his rookie year. Yeah, I think, and he'll probably say the same thing. That year's dead and gone, and we're moving on to the next, and we're going to move on to this one. But I think that's what makes him great. If he has that mentality to say, you know what, last year was last year. This year's going to be this year. And I think he's going to be special either way. You know what I mean? I think he's going to put together because he has the mindset to beat them. I mean, this kid's the real deal. And to expect anything less from him, it's the game of football, man. And I think this kid, when it comes, he's genius level at the way he approaches the game. And he's a phenomenal young man with a good head on his shoulders, comes from a great family. And I'm excited to see what he becomes because I think we all know what he's on track to do. And I think year two is going to be another deposit down on that legacy.
Travis, last week on the show, I said I thought the Texans' defense was going to jump up from being, I believe, 11th in points scored to top 5, maybe even top 3. That was received as a bit of a hot take, but I'm curious, how high do you think the potential is for this defense in year two under DeMeco and adding guys like DeMeco Autry and Danielle Hunter?
Well, I mean, when you get those guys getting upfield and creating havoc and putting their foot in the ground, I think, of course, it's going to rival the all-time great. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, if you get a top 3 defense, you got a chance to win championships. You get a top defense, you definitely got a chance to win I'd say top 5. You know what I mean? So I think they're going to be top 3. They might even be the number 1 defense in all of the NFL next year. And I think that wouldn't surprise anybody with the young talent we have on the back end with Stingley, Petrie, and Lassiter, the rest of those guys. Now with the addition of Autry, of Mario Edwards Jr. and I know I'm missing one
Azeez Al-Shahir at linebacker.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So when you're talking about bringing and Danielle Hunter, when you talk about bringing those guys on, you know what I mean? The sky's the limit because now you got guys up front that can attack. You got guys on the back end. You know, this is a defense that's designed for the guys up front to make a bunch of plays. As long as you got guys on the back end that's gonna hold up and do their job, the sky's the limit. I mean, and I think they are a direct reflection of the type of coach that DeMeco Ryans is. He's attention to details. He's an intense guy. And I think you'll watch the team, swarm to the ball side on the sideline.
Trap, you read my mind. Lead me into the next question. The big thing for me is it's a former teammate of yours, but it doesn't matter how many. Obviously, it matters the talent you have on the field. But it means nothing if the culture is shot and the locker room is twisted and you don't have the right guy leading the troops. It seems like the glue that brought this whole thing together, even as it relates to Caserio on down through the locker room, was DeMeco, your ex-teammate, and the leadership that he's brought and the culture he's developed on top of the way he's coaching defense.
Well, I mean, yes and no. I think it all started with the McNairs. I think it started with Cal and Hannah McNair and their strive to want to put the best team on the field for the fans. And I think with that mindset of them saying no matter what, even through all of the naysayers, all of the critics to say, oh man, they keep firing black coaches. You know what I'm saying? And they kept hiring black coaches. And then for them to keep coming back and say, okay, we don't have it right. It's not the right person yet. It's not the right person yet. And then to sit there and keep striving to be better, I think that's where it starts. And then when you bring a guy in like D'Amico, now all of a sudden you start forging the bond between the former and the guys on the field. You start forging the bond between the community because they know what type of player he was. You start forging that bond through that, and I think now it only speaks to, like I said, the McNair family's always been great. It's just a matter of people giving them the opportunity to open up to see, the things that were in the process of getting done. You know what I'm saying? Just because you want to sit there and you want, Chateaubriand right now, or you want Wagyu steak, the steak ain't made in a day. You know what I mean? It took 9 months for the mother cow to develop this cow, and then it took some more months for you to develop this heifer or this bull, this bull calf into something that you can sell. And I think that's the whole process that goes into making a team what it is now. It's not an overnight thing. It's not a microwave organization. It's an organization that's built the right way with great roots, great foundation to continue to strive for years and years.
Travis, one more from you, from me. I'm curious what your thoughts on Stephon Diggs so far. Obviously, Stephon Diggs, the word from the national media from his time in Minnesota, from his time as Buffalo, was that, maybe he got in arguments with Josh Allen. Maybe he wasn't the best teammate. And obviously, he gets hit with the selfish label that a lot of star wide receivers do. But it seems like all the early reports from Texans training camp in the first week is that he's been an absolutely great teammate, that he's getting along. He's helping out guys like Kamari Lassiter, the young wide receivers. What have your thoughts been so far about how Stephon Diggs has fit in with his new teammates?
I mean, like I said, I never listen to media from other areas when it comes down to how a guy, a former player, is perceived, because it's all, we all know, news is going to be portrayed and done however, whatever information is given to the people that's supposed to report on it. You know what I mean? So I take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Like, you want to find out what type of teammate Diggs is, go ask his former teammates. You know what I'm saying? And rarely will you see guys in this business sit there and talk bad about a guy of that caliber, a guy who's, from the time he stepped in this league, has been a grinder. Whether you like it or not, whether you like his attitude every day, you can't tell a lion how he's supposed to go hunt. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna be there, whether it be a little bit of attitude towards it or just a nice, just always emotionally a certain way. But you can't ask guys to be exactly who you want them to be. The only thing you require is to be a good teammate, to be a good dude. And from what I hear is that he's a great teammate, he's a great dude. So I can't listen to everybody else, and I can't judge either way. All I know is man, the rules in the locker room, he follows them.
Well, you've
don't be a doofus, and I'm cleaning that up for the air.
Yes.
Don't be a thief, and just be a great dude, great teammate. And the reason why he's been the player he's been is because he's been all those guys. You said what?
You're a great teammate and a great friend, but I just have to get in this because I know more than most about your farming. The fact that your intelligence is way more than football, but the fact that you got in farming references because of your ability now to have this farm is very impressive.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it, Joe. That was just for you.
You're a great dude, man. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. If you don't know, Travis is out of town. He's traveling a lot, but he took some time out for you guys. We appreciate you, Trap. I'll catch up with you real soon.
I appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
There you go. Travis Johnson, former first-round pick of your Houston Texans.
Man, that was fun.
Oh, he's a great
Trap J99 on Twitter is a good follow. I think there was two things I took away. One, the Wagyu steak takes, like you were talking about, and two, in reference to Diggs, can't tell a lion how to hunt.
I can't.
I kind of want to
I'm going to legitimize this for you as much as I can.
Save that as a drop. Yeah, can't tell a lion how to hunt.
Travis is from Los Angeles. He was the number 2 player in all of high school football coming out, and he's a smart dude. He's got many businesses,
obviously,
all these things. He told me that he got on YouTube and learned about farming, bought a farm, got some cattle, and now he's a cattle farmer, and his neighbors are asking him questions on how to do things.
From learning it from YouTube.
Impressive stuff, man.
That's very impressive. Shout out to Trap J. That's amazing.
All right, Travis Johnson there. Coming up next, it's Who Said It? It's America's favorite game show. Coming up for the Friday 4:30 part of the program, Michael Carroll's going to join me. He better do better than Brandon did when he tried to help. Otherwise, I'm going to be mad at you, BMAC, for continuing to force feed me partners. It comes up next. It's Who Said It? It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. back on the Killer Bees. It's time for Who Said It. I'm already giving dirty looks to Brian McDonald because the last
Why, you think
time
I set you up?
Well, because the last time you and I were co-hosting and you elevate, then you, instead of like rewarding me, you punish me by giving me
I thought I rewarded you
Brandon.
But I gave you someone, I mean, who has a more intimate knowledge of Who Said It than the person who created it with Brendan Riley?
Yeah, but
So
Brendan
I thought I
Riley
gave
also
you
has like a very
great
scary
advantage.
affection for Paul Gallant that leads him askew from like really doing what we do, which is like breaking down the quotes to figure out like keywords and who might have really said
I mean,
it.
he did get the Paul quote right, though. So
Shocker, because I think he thinks Paul wrote the Bible too. I mean,
Well, he might have. We
He
don't
has
know.
Paul posters on his ceiling. Well, he did. I don't know if he still does.
I feel like a child caught between his parents arguing. Just so
Better than
everyone
you felt
knows.
with
Just
Dell,
know that
I'm
we will
sure.
still love you.
Aw,
I mean,
thanks.
you're going to have 2 Christmases,
Aw.
but we still love you, Michael.
Oh, thanks,
Michael
man.
Carroll, production extraordinaire, and also co-host of the Del Olaleye Show on Fridays.
I thought you were going
Joining
to. Okay, I
us.
thought you were going with his actual show.
I thought you were going with that, too.
Comic Cast heard on ESPN 97.5 weekly on Friday nights at 9 o'clock following Hall of Fame. Well, although this week is at 8 o'clock.
Yes, that's true.
But normally 9 o'clock's on Friday. Comic Cast, you and, of course, Zhang, formerly here of ESPN 97.5. And you can hear that same podcast on any of these super cool podcast
All the
platforms like
podcast
Spotify
platforms.
and Apple Podcasts.
All right,
You
well,
can.
without further ado, Michael, you
Yes.
better not drop the damn ball.
There's a lot of pressure on you here, Michael.
I will say I'm like the test audience for Brian a lot of weeks.
That's true.
So am I.
And Joel, you'll be happy to know that last week when he tested me on this, I went 1 for 5. So
Yeah. I usually run my my questions by him. I was like, is this too easy?
Yeah, it's true.
And it normally it is not too easy.
No.
All
I
right.
did okay once.
You've done okay. Yeah, you've done okay a few times. All right. Quote number 1. The Astros turned Lawrence Butler Jr. to T.Y. Hilton yesterday. Like, you know what? I'm going to throw out one of your guys to start the game, nearly go for the cycle, and dominate the baseball game. I mean, they turned him into the best player in baseball for a night. That's got to be a great feeling. You're among the throngs of like 500 people watching you play in Oakland.
The throngs, okay.
So I like the fact that you're at least trying to do what I like you to do, which
I
is
try.
look for the inside cues.
Yes,
into
I
the
try.
speech patterns, because you have to hear more of this crap than anybody with the way we speak.
I hear a lot of it.
I want to be.
hear a
I
lot
was
of
going
it.
to say B-Mac, read it again, but that thing was so long. I don't know that we
I
can
cut
afford
it in
the
half.
airtime.
You want to hear half of it? The first
Sure.
half? All
Yes,
right.
please.
The Astros turned Lawrence Butler Jr. to T.Y. Hilton yesterday. Like, you know what? I'm going to throw out one of your guys to start the game, nearly go for the cycle, and dominate the baseball game. I mean, they turned this guy into the best player in baseball for a night.
And then they did go on to say throngs.
Yes, throngs is at the end, but I was cutting in half for time.
But I think that's a key word. Because who would say throngs?
Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones is a very different show.
That's a very different show.
Yeah, but one you're familiar with. Lance?
House of Throngs.
I didn't say thongs, Michael. I said Game of Thrones.
No, one of these I would watch.
Lance could say that.
Okay, yeah. I could see
Joe
that.
would say. Joe knows baseball enough that Joe would say that.
I was kind of leaning that way,
Yeah?
just because I feel like throngs would be something he would throw in there. Also, there wasn't a lot of uhs and stuff like that.
Joe has tendencies.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's true. I guess. Yeah.
You know, this is what I'm going to do, Michael. This is going to be my barometer.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I'm going to trust you on this one.
Okay.
And I'm going to
Sounds
lean
like you
your
might
way.
get thrown under the bus.
We're going to
no.
put Joe on this one. And if
Okay.
you're right, I'm going to really be happy with the selection of you sitting here.
Are you going to hate me at the end of this segment?
How strong? No, that's never going to happen. How
Okay.
strong do you feel about Joe?
It's not very strong
think you're
anymore.
making him feel less confident now.
Joe, I think, can I lock it in? Is there a button?
Yeah, you can
Sure,
do the game show approach. If
put
you
on the
want to
crown
lock
when
it
you're
in,
sure.
lock it in.
Yeah, put on the crown when
I'll
you're
put
sure.
on the
There you go.
crown.
Now that means you're sure.
I'm sure.
It's not going to come back to haunt you at all if you're wrong.
Oh God! See the way you just said that.
All right, how do you? Oh man.
See, like now.
Yeah, now I'm worried.
All
because of throngs.
Well, that was a weird
You told
word.
him to dig into the wording.
Joe George, it is. Lock it
The
in.
Astros turned Lawrence Butler Jr. to T.Y. Hilton.
That makes sense now.
Like, you know what?
Great.
I'm
Great.
gonna
The
throw
guy
out
you would talk about Game of Thrones with, and that makes sense now.
Hindsight is always 2020.
That makes sense now. I could. Yeah, that is a Dell word.
down
That is the Dell word.
Down one.
Dell
Let's
word.
go.
All right, quote number 2. Definitely not as long. You're not having it because you're watching too much porn. If you spent more time making money, trying to make money, you might have more.
Who's watching too much porn, by the way?
People who watch
here
Game
comes
of
Brian
Thrones.
Straightface back again.
I mean, I can't give you the answer.
You can't give me the context of what they were, the subject matter? It's a legit question.
If I told you too much about it, it might give away what show it came from.
I would like you to read it one more time, please.
Just because you want to hear me say the word porn. All right. You're having it because you're watching too much porn. Or, I'm sorry, you're not having it because you're watching too much porn. If you spent more time making money, trying to make money, you might have more.
News of the Weird, maybe?
I went to John and Lance on that.
Okay.
One of them.
So John normally reads the story and Lance reacts, right?
Right. So you're not, because it starts off with you're not whatever. And John, usually is like doing that. Oh, you're not doing that thing. That's not a good John. Yeah, who does it?
To die for.
Cannoli. I don't know.
Now you're just saying hurtful stereotypes of Italian Americans.
I didn't. Let the record show. I didn't.
I'm never going to be allowed on this segment ever again.
There's a good chance of that.
I knew it. I went John and Lance, and I kind of leaned towards John as my initial impression.
Well, put on the crown.
No, I leaned Lance because I said John. I thought John would read it and Lance would.
I see what you're saying.
Well, now this is a real test between you two.
Yes, it is.
Which side are you going with?
Well, he botched the first one.
Yeah, so we should go with your decision.
We'll say Lance.
We'll say Lance.
You're not having it because you're watching too much porn. If you spent more time making money, trying to make money, you might have more.
You were right, Michael. I was wrong. And that pains me more.
As soon as it was locked in that we're going with Joel's, it's like, oh, this is going to cause some tension. Michael gets the first one wrong.
Well done, Michael.
We go away from Michael. Michael was right.
Joel's going to hate me by the end of this.
No, I hate myself
by
right
the end
now.
of this.
Well,
I think right now.
I think right now.
I mean, you got that one right. So, all right. You still have a chance to win the week. Quote number 3. Here we go, boys. Trading Lance McCullers would be awesome. It's never, ever, ever happening. He doesn't play baseball anymore. Jose Abreu can go up there and pretend to swing a bat at a fastball and never hit it. Rafael Montero can every 4 appearances give you a shutout inning. Lance McCullers, he's untradeable because he doesn't play.
How did he say the Rafael and Rafael Montero?
There's
a method in my bad.
Sure.
Yeah.
To be fair, honest, I don't remember if he said Rafael or I don't remember exactly how that.
I think this is the G's.
Yeah, I agree. I leaned towards Joe. That was my initial impression.
Of course, I lean towards Paul.
So boy!
Now here we go again.
All right, Austin.
Can I hear it one more time, please?
Please.
It might be a solo show.
This is very important right now.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll read it again one more time here. Trading Lance McCullers would be awesome. It's never, ever, ever happening. He doesn't play baseball anymore. Jose Abreu can go up there and pretend to swing a bat at a fastball and never hit it. Rafael Montero can every 4 appearances give you a shutout inning. Lance McCullers, he's untradeable because he doesn't play.
I'm going your way.
Joe?
Listening to it again, it's Joe.
Okay.
Joe,
We're locking it in.
Final answer.
Final answer.
You going to put on the crown?
Oh, yeah, I got to put on the crown. Joe.
Trading Lance McCullers would be awesome.
There's hope.
Never.
Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. And keep that damn crown on if we have to. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
You'd be up if you went with Michael.
You shut your mouth.
I'm trying to put some dissent in the ranks.
Yeah,
Stop dissenting.
To divide and conquer.
Go back to straight-faced Brian McDonald.
All right. You guys are 1 and 2. You still got the chance for the win. Quote number 4 here.
I told you about patronizing me with that stuff.
I'm not patronizing. It's the
you
truth.
still got a chance. Go ahead.
Well, you do. If you get the next 2 right,
Thanks.
you win.
Thanks, analytics guy.
All right, quote number 4. Here's a guy. I also learned yesterday that apparently the first time that it's documented that the wave was done at a baseball game was there at the Coliseum. I was just like, no wonder their fans suck.
Paul?
Give
me your initial thoughts.
My initial thought was Lance.
Okay.
That's where I went instantly. But, I mean, that's just my,
Do you need to hear it again?
It was a late game. Do you think Paul watched any of it?
No.
Because he hates baseball.
He hates baseball. I had zero chance.
Yeah, it's probably true. And he didn't use any history terminology or big words.
Yeah, no. If it didn't mention World War II, then I don't think it's
okay. So that legitimizes the fact that we're narrowing it down a little bit.
Mhm.
I don't think he'd go Joe back to back.
No. I don't think it was Dell either. I just that wording just didn't feel like Dell.
Okay.
I say that and I'm like,
I heard a little Adele in it, but I'm listening right now because you got the last one. So you think it's Lance? Shut up, Brian.
I mean, he's not wrong. Shut up, Michael. Okay. I'm sorry.
One more time, Brian?
Sure. I also learned yesterday that apparently the first time that it's documented that the wave was done at a baseball game was there at the Coliseum. I was just like, no wonder their fans suck.
I guess I could kind of see Dell now that you mention it, but
because he's always so positive.
Yeah, very, very positive. Dell, most positive
uplifting
person.
guy. Yeah.
Very, very much so.
Him or Lance? Have we narrowed it to those two?
I lean towards Lance because I don't think it's Joe. I don't think it's Paul.
We haven't used Lance yet, right?
No, we haven't used Lance yet. I mean, we guessed it, but
you want to go Lance?
We can go Lance.
We'll go Lance.
I also learned yesterday that apparently the first time
and you have used Lance.
It's documented.
We
that
did?
The
Yeah.
wave
No,
was
I'm saying,
done
but you
at a
haven't.
baseball-
Oh, no, I haven't.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Okay.
what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for you, Michael. Even
Dang.
though you're not here for me.
I mean, I was here.
You led the charge there, so Brian, put that in your little notebook.
I mean, he'd be 2-2 with the
We're
chance
gonna
to win.
shut up. Now we got one left, and it doesn't matter. But let's do it anyway.
All right.
do it.
Quote number 5. Okay, let's see if we can save a little dignity here. Come on, man.
Why'd you have to add that?
We were looking at 5-0.
I mean, just because I'm trying to add some intrigue to the end, just see if you guys can walk out of here without your tail tucked between your legs. I'm just saying. All right, we'll see.
Wow, that was
All right,
harsh.
quote number 5. It's all right, Michael. We still love you.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, man.
One of us.
Listen, I know everyone likes Whataburger. Don't get me started on Whataburger. There's a big menu. Congratulations on the big menu. Congratulations on the Texas toast. Get my order right.
Oh,
bitchy Paul Gallant.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right
see
now,
that.
I got a whole lot of I don't care because I know we can't win.
That's a good point. Yeah, I guess
You got a lot of effort right now?
Yeah, a lot of it.
You want to lock it in with Paul?
Put on the crown.
Yeah, get the one right. Put on the crown.
Paul Gallant.
Oh, now see, you've overstepped your bounds, and now you're locking it in.
Yeah, I thought we were good.
I thought you had effort. You were just going to go with it.
This crown is so hard to put on.
We call the guy up from Sugarland, and the first thing he does is start making all the calls. All right, Space Cowboy, we'll lock it in. Paul Gallant.
Yeehaw.
Come on, man. Listen, I know everyone likes Whataburger. Don't get me started on
See?
Whataburger.
I know.
There's a big menu. Congratulations on the big menu, and congratulations on the Texas toast. Get my order.
We do
saved
work well
some
together.
face. Yeah, we do. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
I take part of the blame because I went the wrong direction in a 50-50 call.
So
I'll own it.
you don't hate me?
I never have hated you.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I think that's the key from today. That we left it without hate. That was the key for the segment today. That we can leave it without you guys hitting each
Honestly,
other.
you guys started off.
Now, I don't know if we're going to leave Brian working and filling in for Jeremy without hate. But you, my friend, are still my friend.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
good.
You've
Well,
saved
that was not the outcome I was expecting.
Golly, man.
I mean, we're close.
I'm barking at Michael down the hall before this segment started. We're going 5-0 for the first time with Michael. Nope, not so much.
Well, I mean, Michael was 3-2.
I don't know what you just said, but what I do know is we lost and that I don't like it. All right, that does it for Who Said It.
I'm only
Special
doing
thanks
this
to
myself.
Michael
I still have to
Carroll.
go another hour.
We got one
Yeah, that's
segment
true.
left in the second hour, another whole hour after that. I'm not pleased. We'll have some fun.
Good luck, Brian.
Killer
I know you'll
Bees,
do well.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back for the final segment of hour number 2 of the big extravaganza before we get to the final hour and get you into your weekend. But we all want to remind you that the 2024 Hunters Extravaganza is here. It's going to be here all next week, and you get a chance to see the newest in hunting products, clothing, rifles, knives, and more. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza, August 2nd through the 4th. We're going to give away 2 pairs of tickets right now if you call 713-780-3776. If you go on Friday, make sure you find Gallant George, me, and Jeremy, as we're going to be broadcasting live from 12 to 6. We're going to get 2 winners. We're going to go caller 3 and caller 4. You each get a pair of tickets to the Hunters Extravaganza, and that's coming up the 2nd through the 4th. Good luck. I was checking on some of the text messages, and Keith, a loyal listener, said when
Keith from L.A.?
No, not Keith.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Keith from L.A. is going to be insufferable because the Dodgers are in town, so I'm not even touching that.
Until they drop that series?
Let's hope so. But Keith even mentioned, look, Travis's evaluation for talent is pretty above average. And I legitimately tell you, I had my doubts when the Texans were drafting CJ, and he was like, bro, I've been watching this kid. He's special. He's different. And I had reservations even after he said that to me, but he was the first guy I gave credit to. And Keith reminds me, he also said in that draft that they should have taken Khalil Mack that year.
Instead of Clowney?
Yeah, when everybody was talking about, well, he went to Buffalo. His only show tape was Ohio State. But, I mean, a player's a player.
Right.
And I thought that was pretty interesting that Keith would bring that one up as well because, he's a student of the game. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, especially I would take his opinion even more seriously when he's talking about defense alignment because, I mean, that's obviously what he's done his entire life, being a defensive tackle, pass rusher out of Florida State. So, yeah, Travis Johnson knows ball. And so if he likes the guy, then it definitely perks my ears up. You and I weren't on the same page as C.J. Stroud, although I think, Joe was still on the show at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But,
right.
yeah, if Travis sees a guy and thinks he can ball, then I'm generally going to at least be open to the idea that guy's going to be a really good player.
The Andre situation was interesting, too, because
he's turned down all the other opportunities to go to the Hall of Fame?
He played with because people were like, well,
I was trying to remember who else.
Well, he played with Junior Seau.
Okay.
And Junior wanted him there.
Yeah, because that's right. Travis went to the Chargers after the Texans.
Yes,
that's
he did.
Right.
He played Chargers, Raiders. But when Junior wanted him there, he was pretty adamant about the fact that as honored as he was that Junior wanted him there, he wanted the first time that he went to the Hall of Fame to be when Andre got in. So he did not go. And there's one other of his teammates, and I'm forgetting right now who it was, but same thing where he's like, no, I want to be there for Andre. And then the funny thing was Andre lied to him, like that everybody in the family knew and they didn't tell him. And so he's like calling Andre's mom and his brother, and he wants to know, and they're like, we don't know. And then when he got in, Andre was like, yeah, man, I kind of, and my mom and everything said they just couldn't tell. And he's like, bro, are you kidding me? And as close as we are, and he's like, yeah, we couldn't take the chance. We couldn't tell you.
That brings up a question. How early do these guys
I don't know if it
know?
was Andre that knew, but his mom and his brother, I believe, knew because they had to line up making sure he was home.
Right, because they always do that video of the guy showing up to your your hotel room and knocking on the door.
What if I showed up at the house to see what was going on today, and all of a sudden here's Chris Carter coming out of a minivan getting ready to give you a gold jacket?
Right, yeah, that's interesting because I've seen the videos in the past where they have the guy come and knock on your hotel room or whatever to tell you're going to be the Hall of Fame. So I guess they don't want you to know up until that moment, but they also, like you said, they got to make sure you're there. I mean, they got the camera.
Right.
They got the camera crew rolling. They got the other Hall of Famer, like you mentioned, like Chris Carter, taking time out of his day to come and talk to you. So, I'd be curious to know, like, because you want to save that moment and have the reaction of the player who's getting in be real and in time and authentic and raw and be in the moment, but you also got to make sure for the camera crew, everything is set up.
Better not swing and miss.
Right, exactly.
He's not home.
That's a tough balance to walk between how far in advance you tell a guy versus wanting to get that real authentic in the moment reaction.
I think the other thing too is as much as I just said how close friends Andre Johnson and Travis are, that whole team was very, very tight, and I think that what he was telling me was that the guys as a team are going to go, or they may have already gone to Jacoby Jones's funeral, and then a majority of the guys are then going to plan to travel together to be there for Andre Johnson. And they said, it was tough because as much as they knew now this day's coming for Dre, but the fact that Jacoby's sudden death had everybody reeling, because that was a really tight-knit team that ended up, losing one of their guys that was we talk about culture. That dude, they said in the locker room, was funny and everybody loved him, and he was a great guy.
Yeah, no, it's tough because obviously you want to be celebratory and revel in the moment of this long, because Andre obviously had to wait and obviously didn't get in as quick as his former teammates and us as Texans fans would like to see, and thought he deserved to be in quicker than he did. So you finally get the payoff of the moment and your boy's in and you want to celebrate, but you're just coming off of the death of one of your brothers. So that's a difficult thing to compartmentalize those two things, to keep the happiness and the grief on separate sides, so you can fully process both. But that's a lot of emotions to deal with in a short period of time.
No question about it. All right, we're going to get to the final hour of the show coming up next. Let's talk about Nick Caserio. Let's talk about a guy who has a lot to say in a lot of different ways, but there's been some comments about Nick Caserio and the confidence that the Texans are entering a long golden era similar to what the Astros are still riding in. We'll discuss that next as we open up the final hour of the program for the week on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, guys, final hour of the Killer Bees for the week. Jeremy's been out all week, comes back on Monday. Looking forward to getting him back. But in the meantime, we kept the band back together as BMAC and his part-time assistant, B-Rod, because of the fact that Jeremy always comments on how much time that Brian gets off. Have all been a part of the show.
Not as much as he does.
Fantastic. That's a good point. But we still have a pair of tickets to give away for the Hunters Extravaganza. We found out we had an extra pair in the prize closet. So again, let's just do this. We'll take the next caller that identifies who I'm co-hosting with this week. The 2024 Hunters Extravaganza, 2 tickets to you, 713-780-3776. Call now, get a pair, and go next week. That would be great. Right?
Yeah, that would be awesome. And especially if you come out on Friday, you can see the Killer G's and the Killer Bees live and in living color.
So with that being said, we were talking about the Texans quite a bit, and live and in living color, Nick Caserio, and Travis talked about it. You know, the fact that, yeah, a lot of people will point to the fact that the Texans swung and missed on their first two head coaches under Nick Caserio, but they obviously got the right one now. And now more so than ever, it seems like there was scrutiny on Caserio. There was the coaching situation. There were a lot of things where people were pointing fingers. Was he going to get the draft pick right when they won the last game of the year against the Colts? Why didn't they tell everybody to pull all the starters and not play them so that they could lose? And yet here we are, and now everybody is singing the praises of one Nick Caserio. Colin Cowherd had a lot of praise for Nick Caserio, and here's a guy that's been pretty critical of everybody, including ownership and the entire franchise. And he somehow turned it into blaming Bill Belichick for letting him leave New England.
Because that franchise was a joke in the league. And then Nick Caserio, who was the director of personnel in New England, took the job. 3.5 years ago, and has crushed the draft and crushed free agency. In 3 drafts, Houston now is a top 5 roster from a bottom 3 roster. Joke to playoff team in Houston. They just added a star edge, a star running back, and a star wide receiver in free agency. He has made almost no mistakes, Nick Caserio. He may have missed on an offensive lineman in 3 drafts, that's it. Yet New England's last 6 drafts, of which Caserio was in the building for a few of those, several of those, probably last 7 drafts, have all been putrid for New England. So either Nick Caserio suddenly got brilliant when he got on a plane and flew to Houston, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 of those drafts, because he was in New England for years. And the drafts kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse when Caserio was there.
So, what your thoughts on that? Because I think that
I think he's saying Bill Belichick overstepped his bounds and sucks at drafting.
Well, and basically because Belichick was such a dictator that, not uncommon to owners doing this, but Bill Belichick's the kind of guy that says, yeah, you guys can do all the due diligence and all the work, but at the end of the day, at a certain point, I'm just going to make the decisions that I want to make, regardless of what you think.
Right.
And doesn't that also, as a side note, say if you believe that Belichick screwed up by letting Caserio get out, that you have to give credit to Jack Easterby for being on that plane, to driving it to flying it to England to get the guy out?
Sure. Yeah, look, this was a team, this is a general manager that the Texans tried to get before they even got him, and obviously got their hands slapped when there was some allegations of tampering before they eventually ended up getting him in 2021. But as Cowherd lays out there, and he goes on, the clip's pretty long, so we couldn't play all of it. Right. But as he goes on to talk about, Bill Belichick, and he points to a couple other older coaches where it seems like these older, hard-nosed, hard-ass type guys that are coaches seem to want to take more and more control and not listen to the people around them. And it's either that Nick Caserio, as Cowherd pointed out, became a genius in the time it took to take a flight from New England to Houston, or Bill Belichick just wasn't listening to him in New England. Obviously, we know what the answer is. That's pretty obvious, because also, as Cowherd points out, which is a stark difference between the conversation people were having about Caserio up to the start of last season, where some people are talking about, let's start completely over. Let's not only fire Lovie Smith, let's start completely over. Let's hire a new GM too. And when you look at Caserio's time, other than the miss on Kenyon Green, which still has a very tiny chance,
it's more than tiny.
Okay, less than 50%, but it still has a chance to pay off. There's possible we could be talking about basically no misses that matter. But really, right now, is only the one miss that matters, with Kenyon Green trading down and taking him instead of taking the safety that the Ravens ended up taking, Justin Hamilton. So Kenyon or
Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, Kyle Hamilton. Sorry. Nick Caserio, whether it be with the draft with Derek Stingley, obviously Damian Pierce as a 4th-round pick was certainly great as his rookie year. Obviously hit it with Stroud.
Trade for Will Anderson.
Trade up for Will Anderson. The moves this offseason with Danico Autry and Daniil Hunter and Stephon Diggs. We think he's so far hit on the pick of Juice Scruggs. The trade for Shaq Mason. There's been
and if Lassiter pans out with all the corners that were passed over,
there was a lot of questions of Kamari Lassiter. Like, he doesn't have the long speed. He doesn't have the speed to stay with guys guys on the outside, and look, it's team reports and training camp, so grain of salt, sure. But all the reports so far is Lassiter is a dog who's going to wind up being a great pick and the Texans' second outside corner. So, yeah, I think, Bill, I'm sure there's some from Robert Kraft or whoever's left there in New England. I'm sure there's some hand wringing. I was like, man, we had the guy in our building, but we let Bill Belichick draft guys like N'Keal Harry in the first round, that wide receiver who was an absolute bust, and just completely run this roster into the ground while Nick Caserio, as Cowher
Mac
points
Jones.
out.
Think about Mac Jones. Think about the fact that everybody was giving Belichick all this credit. Hey, he didn't even have to trade up to get a guy like Mac Jones. And then the guy you got like Mac Jones turned out to be not so good of a guy like Mac Jones.
Yeah, rookie year, Mac Jones looked pretty decent, but then he fell apart really quickly after that. So, yeah, I mean, Bill Belichick will obviously go down, if not the greatest coach of all time, top 2 at worst. I think he's number 1 too. I'm just inviting some room for debate. But despite all that, like as Cowher points out, you look at his last 7 years or so of drafts, and it's littered with miss after miss after miss after miss. And I'm sure Patriots fans are obviously looking with hungry eyes at Nick Caserio, thinking what could have been.
Who sang "Hungry Eyes"?
Was that Duran Duran?
No, I don't think so. I think it was one dude, but it wasn't Patrick Swayze.
No, it could have been Patrick Swayze. He's not a music. Well, he's not a singer, right?
No, but he had. She's Like the Wind is the one that his one-hit wonder. No, but to your point,
I'm sure the text line will tell us.
Here's the funny thing about all this with Caserio, though: how quickly, when you get the quarterback right, people forget about everything that happened prior. Because to your point about when Nick was on the hot seat, it was, and if he screws this up and he doesn't get this quarterback right after the 2 coaches that he got wrong, and the fact that it seemed like it was an Easterby-led organization, and that because Easterby got him the job, he kept Jack around, and Jack kept getting more powerful and more powerful. And then you look at the miss on Green, and you think about everybody that was calling for his head. And I said, look, you got to give him one more year. And if one more year we're still having this conversation, it's legit, and he probably shouldn't be the GM for the rest of his contract. Instead, because he got CJ right, everything has changed. And then on top of it, to get D'Amico right, when you get coach and quarterback and you get them so
everything
close to
else
one
falls
another,
into place,
and everybody forgets about everything previous.
Yeah, because look, let's be honest. Even though I think maybe his quote unquote failures for the first 2 seasons were overstated. I mean, Jalen Petrie was a great pick in the 3rd round. Obviously, Nico Collins, amazing pick in the 3rd round. Davis Mills is not a starting caliber quarterback, but for a 3rd round depth piece, that's a fine pick. That was coming in a year where they didn't have a 1st or 2nd round pick. So I thought he had
Pierce for 1 year.
Yeah, Damian Pierce, obviously. So I thought Derek Stingley's rookie year was up and down, but I still thought even before the drafting of C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, he was still having more hits than misses in the draft. So I thought the criticism, while I understood it, was a little bit oversaid. But like with anything in the NFL, it always comes down to quarterback. You're right. If C.J. Stroud hadn't worked out, basically if he'd been Bryce Young, Nick Caserio would no longer be the GM of this team. He would have been run out. But C.J. Stroud hit, and now we talk about all the other hits that he's had, and he's a genius.
Well, because I think the other thing that people forget about is the fact that this was a guy that actually put himself on the headsets during games.
Yeah,
he did some things.
Look. It's not a great look.
But I think that if you look at it from the positive side of things, he probably knew that he made the wrong call on a head coach, as much as he had the plan in his head that, look, I've got so much work to do to get this team just back to common ground, digging out of the hole that O'Brien left for me, that it really doesn't matter who coaches this team. And I'd rather have a guy that's kind of like a placeholder than getting a guy that I think is going to be my long-term head coach and make them endure the losses and the aggravation of everything they went through. But he got so cute with Cully that it kind of just set everything back even more so than at least gaining ground while you were doing the Fighting Rex Burkheads and the short-term veteran players that just kind of treaded water for you. But once he got everything right, people forgot about even a general manager on the headsets during games. And now he's being, lauded as one of the guys that, if not the best general manager in this city, I don't know who is, but, people talking about he might be the best general manager in the history of the Texans.
I would say yes and yes. And I think it's almost without debate at this point. I mean, now, obviously, if Jeff Luhnow or James Click was still there, then there would be a debate. But, yeah, right now in the city, there's no question. I mean, Nick Caserio is the best GM in town, and I would definitely co-sign, greatest GM in Texans history. But I mean, getting back to kind of the 2021, 2022, with what you mentioned about him being on the headset with Coley, and kind of because people were upset, like, hey, you missed on 2 head coaches in a row. David Coley's one and done, Lovie Smith is one and done. But as you mentioned, like what is they knew they were going through a 2-year transition period where, to borrow the term that you and Jeremy always used to say, you embrace the
That's
suck.
my term.
Yeah. Okay, my bad.
I created it. That is my legendary creation.
My fault. The Joel trademarked embrace the suck.
T-shirts were coming.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's been a couple years. We need them. But I think they knew that. They didn't really have a choice. Like, well, now, twofold with D'Amico Ryans, and they probably didn't have the idea that D'Amico Ryans was going to be the guy in 2021. That was obviously a little too far out. But let's use the guy they hired, D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, I believe, was in his first year as San Francisco's defensive coordinator. He wasn't ready for the job
yet. He had just taken over from Saleh.
Right. He wasn't ready for the job yet. So you couldn't have brought him into that situation. And even if you had decided to jump the gun and elevate him way before he was ready to, you would have put him into a situation where he had no chance to win for the first 2 years. I think he would have won more games than Coley and Lovie Smith, but we're talking, 5 wins instead of 3. And now you're putting a losing record on D'Amico Ryans that he's going to be judged on that really wouldn't be fair to him, because he's not dealing with a full deck of cards. He's dealing with a roster that's intended to suck to acquire the draft picks needed to rebuild the roster. And so now he's starting, behind the 8 ball, where he's being judged on a crappy roster with a losing record for 2 seasons. And then now he's going to year 3 when he finally can win. He's on the hot seat, like right when he's finally having a chance to win. So I think it was wise to basically hire. It should have been one transition coach. That if you're blaming the Texans, we could have just done Coley or Lovie Smith and not done both of them. But I get and I support the idea of having the transition coach, because they weren't going to win for 2 years, and there's no reason to hire the guy that you want here long term when you know those first couple years that he has no chances to succeed.
Well, the name that we forget quickly about Nick Caserio's past is Josh McCown.
Yeah, that was obviously a Jack Easterby thing too.
Yeah, Easterby was driving it, but that was part of it too. That if Nick really was truly in control, that
would have been a disaster.
And let that happen, that would have been bad. So Nick has definitely dug himself out of more than the hole that Bill O'Brien left. Now Nick Caserio standing atop the mountaintop in terms of general managers in the city of Houston, Texas. So that's a big deal. All right, we're going to get to a break as we continue to roll on in the final hour of the show. Look, there's some controversies and some discussions and some competitions going on across the league right now in terms of the Week 1 starters for several teams in the NFL. We're going to let you call your shot right now. We'll call ours. We're going to try and figure out who we think is going to be the starting quarterback in multiple markets with multiple teams this year. Anybody seen the Pittsburgh situation lately? It's crazy. Okay, we'll talk about that and a whole lot more coming up on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
B-Mac and I taking you through the final show of the week as Jeremy's been on vacation back on Monday, and the band will be reunited, and it will feel so, well, you know. Checking the text line.
Good.
Yeah. Look, I mean, sitting in the B chair on a consistent basis, when you flip back over to the A chair, it's an adjustment. And and to me, it's like, you know me, I'm hard on myself that even if I screw up like the bumper out or say the wrong show, those are things that tick me off. But it's been fun, and obviously it'll be good to get Jeremy back on Monday. Some text messages from now the Killer Bees. For years now, the Killer Bees and I agreed. Y'all were saying that Nick needed more time. When Nick took over, there was absolutely no talent other than Grenard and Tunsil. OB put the Texans in a crater hole, and y'all were saying this job maybe took 5-year minimum to dig them out of that hole. It's true, but at the same time, you didn't expect, for all the positives that we're talking about now, you didn't expect that the hires of the two coaches and some of the moves that he made early were going to be moves that maybe added to the setbacks instead of the progression to get out of the hole.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think overall, if we're kind of recapping the Nick Caserio conversation, I think Nick Caserio, I mean, he started the first draft without a first or second round pick. He's in a situation where basically they've decided for 2 years they're going to suck. They don't have their quarterback on hand. So I think he was being graded, even though I thought he did pretty well actually in the first 2 years. Again, he drafted Nico Collins, he drafted Jalen Petrie, Damian Pierce. Obviously, Derek Stingley worked out really well. Obviously, John Mechie, for lots of reasons, hasn't worked out. So Christian Harris was a great pick for him. So he had a lot of hits in those first couple drafts. But I think he was just dealing with a situation where they weren't ready to win, so people were in it. I mean, not that they're completely unjustified. They can only grade what has happened. They can only grade him on what he's done so far. But they're in a situation where they weren't ready to win, so they were grading him kind of on an incomplete job so far. Like the rebuild wasn't done, and I get that patience is not something we have for NFL teams, but it was a 3-year process, and we were grading them and trying to rush to judgment after 1 year.
Yeah, no doubt about it. From the text line, Eric Carmen saying hungry eyes, by the way. So you were right. The text line would be the accurate people saying that. A lot of people saying, and multiple text messages as well, that Nick gets credit for CJ, but had they not won the Indianapolis game, we don't know if they would have taken CJ. It's what I've said in a lot of cases with Rafael Stone and his high draft picks. When there's 3 guys at the top of the draft, or in this case, there were 2 guys at the quarterback list. Maybe some people like Jeremy thought Levis might be in the conversation, but it was really either going to be one or the other.
It was a 2-person, yeah.
It's if you have the second or of the 2 picks, or the third in the case of the Rockets, you actually get less criticism because you end up taking who was left for you instead of who you might have already taken. So do you factor that in as well?
I get the point, because to a degree, it was a 2-person draft at the top, and so they were going to be stuck with whatever was second. If C.J. Stroud had gone 1 to the Panthers, which was what Vegas thought, initially at the start of the draft process, then they would have taken Bryce Young. Obviously, Panthers went with Bryce Young, so they took C.J. Stroud. It was a 2-person deal. But what we don't know, and why I think this sort of semi-criticism is unfair, is we don't know who the Texans viewed as the best quarterback in the draft. If they viewed C.J. Stroud as the best quarterback of the draft, the guy they wanted, and not Bryce Young, then it's not fair to say, well, the Panthers made the pick for you. Well, okay, the Panthers got it wrong, but if they viewed C.J. Stroud as the guy and would have taken him at 1, or obviously taken him at 2 if it fell to him, then you can't criticize Nick Caserio because he got the evaluation right, and you don't know which quarterback they had evaluated as number 1.
Well, yeah, you probably get a pretty solid feeling by the end of the process that you know which way Carolina's leading, but you also still have the ability to make a trade if you felt like, hey, I want to get above Carolina.
That's a sign too, right?
Yeah.
If they were so convinced that it was Bryce Young and Bryce Young only, you think you would have heard more chatter about whether they're really because they had the ammo to do it. I mean, they had the 12th pick in the draft that year. They obviously had the extra future picks from the remnants of the Deshaun Watson trade with Cleveland. So if they really thought, if you're criticizing Nick Caserio because, well, the Panthers made the pick for him, and maybe and also insinuating that the Texans liked Bryce Young more and CJ just fell into the lap, then I think we would have heard more chatter that the Texans were desperately trying to use those extra assets from the Watson trade to move up one spot, because they certainly could have. If they'd offered 12 and another pick, they would have been able to get the Panthers to trade down one spot, and that didn't happen.
Oh, no doubt about it. That's why I think there's arguments to be made on both sides, but the big takeaway is always going to be when you do finally get the quarterback right, and on top of it, though it took you your third chance, you got the coach right, that everything else is forgotten way quicker than otherwise. Because he would live in infamy, much like Bill O'Brien does with the D-Hop trade and the Tunsil trade and some of the moves that he made. If he had missed on one, if not both of the guys that he finally got right, he might never have outlived. He'd have been looked at as a negative.
If he'd missed on Stroud, he wouldn't be here right now.
That's probably true.
If Stroud had the rookie season,
or D'Amico, he misses on either one of those guys. I don't think he's still here.
I would agree with that. But mostly, like if let's flip flop them. If Stroud had the season that Bryce Young did, Nick Caserio would not be the Texans general manager right now.
No,
period. End of sentence. I mean, despite what we think about D'Amico Ryans, they would have still, praised D'Amico Ryans. Said, okay, you're great. Now let's get you another general manager who we think can evaluate talent better. Because if C.J. Stroud, if you flip-flop the numbers, he had that season that Bryce Young had, I think they would be trying to rebuild with D'Amico Ryans, but getting a different talent evaluator. Because even though he'd had some hits with Petrie and Nico Collins and some of those guys, although Nico Collins probably wouldn't have looked like he did because he would have had a quarterback who would have played, not as well. I think they would have tried to rebuild with a different talent evaluator.
But I think flip side, Brian, the same thing could be said about Stroud. If Stroud showed glimpses that he was good, but D'Amico was doing Lovey and or more so Cully type things, he probably would be fired as well, because they'd say, okay, now we got a quarterback, we got to get the right coach and look for a more offensive minded coach.
I don't know if I agree with that, because I think obviously Nick Caserio had a hand in the hiring, but I don't think he was the lead in that process. I do think he was the lead in the process of, okay, C.J. Stroud's our quarterback. They're trusting and delegating the responsibility of evaluating that talent to Nick Caserio.
You don't think he
was the
lead in D'Amico?
No, I think that was Callan Hanna. I'm not saying Callan Hanna says it has to be D'Amico. We don't care what your opinion is, Nick Caserio. Hire D'Amico no matter what. But what I am saying is this rebrand and kind of rebirth of the Houston Texans, the new era of the Houston Texans, obviously the new uniforms are coming down the pipe. They're trying to make us all forget about the Jack Easterby era, or trying to get us to forget about the Bill O'Brien era, the sucking, the Deshaun Watson. I shouldn't have said those two things so close together. But I think ownership with Cal and Hanna had identified D'Amico as a former Texan, someone who the entire fan base wanted, and that was the decision. And Nick Caserio would have had a really hard time trying to persuade them away from that pick.
I think that I would legit say if there were two or three candidates on the table that were all kind of evenly spread out.
There's Sean Payton.
But which was what I'm saying. So I said, I'll go with you if you think, hey, Hanna and Cal stepped in and said, of the three guys you've identified as finalists, there's no doubt in our mind for our franchise, we want D'Amico.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I can buy into that. Yeah, because otherwise I can't buy into Cal McNair analyzing any of the coaches and going, that guy ordered banana pudding and a steak. He's my head coach.
Well, we talk about Chaz McCormick. We know he likes banana pudding.
I mean, I'm saying I don't trust Cal on his own to make any kind of decision.
I think Cal would base the decision on who to hire, on who's most fun to play video games with.
Quite honestly, that's a possibility.
Who flips a burger best? Those are the things that Cal which, hey, I identify with. I also like burgers, and I also like video games.
Yeah, well, okay.
Which this show is really eating into my time to play NCAA football 25, as I know Austin will agree with. We've got
Austin and Sean.
We've got Dell too. We've got dynasties to build. We've got dynasties to build, Joel. Right now, I got recruits going out on visits to like Coastal Carolina. I don't know what's going on with those recruits. I got to get back to them, make sure they know they need to come and play for the Rice Owls.
Here's the sickest thing about all you guys that play this game is the people, because Pena.
I think he's about to judge us, Austin.
No, because Pena called in this morning with Dell as well and Sean on this and said he was really ticked off because he decided to be a two-star under recruited player that is working his way up to play at a Power 5 school. And they're like, well, you don't even get to play the game because you got to fight so hard to go to class and do it. If you have the amount of time to fight through hours and hours and you're not even playing an actual game on the field type game, what the hell's wrong with you people?
I'll say two things about that. One, I'm not playing that mode. That's called believe the Road to Glory. That's where you play.
That's called the no hobby mode.
That is the single hobby. If you're doing that, Road to Glory can be fun, but yeah, it's a little too much time. And I will say though, if your player hasn't built up to the level where they're starting yet, then it's also fast forwarding through that game. So you're not spending all this time watching games that you're not even playing it. It just sims through it. So it's not as much time invested as you would think, but I do prefer Dynasty over Road to Glory.
I prefer none of the above.
Austin, you a Dynasty or a Road to Glory guy? I think you're a Dynasty guy, right?
Yeah, more Dynasty.
Yeah, see, we're cool. We're cool. We're not seeking all that time into that you think we are.
So you're a Dynasty guy. So Victoria Principal and all those.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Wasn't that the show? I don't know. It's an old school show. You
Beats
guys wouldn't
me.
remember. It's way before your time. All right. Speaking of time, 30 minutes to go in the show. We've got a half hour left, so that means we've got a couple more things to get to. We promised you we were going to get into some of this in terms of the starters at quarterback for multiple teams and who you think and what you would bet on in terms of who you think is going to be the starting quarterback week one. We'll get to some of that. And then, of course, because it's the last segment of the show, that means we'll also have our car wreck of the day coming up. If you got nominations for car wreck, 713-780-3776. Call that number, text that number, hit us on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. We'll get you the nominations as we get to the final segment of the show. Final 30 minutes comes up next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out, BMAC in. Final less than 30 minutes of the show as we wrap up a strong week with the fill-ins. As Jeremy comes back on Monday, Lamont tweets us, does it worry y'all at most of the Texans' wins were one-score wins? No, you know what, Lamont? It doesn't worry me as much as the fact that if you want to put some worry, the games that they were supposed to win, they either didn't or those games were too close, like the Jets, like the Falcons, like Carolina.
Yeah.
Those are three games that come to mind right off the top of my head where I go, those are games you should have won and won convincingly and you didn't, as opposed to the way you actually fought back and beat Tampa Bay, and it was all CJ and his arm and his leadership and the things he was able to do late and throughout that game. So I don't think that bothers me as much as the losses, who they came to and how they looked. But I think that the offseason you have to factor in as well. No matter what they did a year ago, what they did in the offseason was maybe more impactful because of the guys they brought in and how they solidified almost every position they needed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What you hit on there at the end is why I'm not worried about one-score games from last year. And I don't give them as much flack for losing the Jets game because I get it. Zach Wilson torched you. That's hard to look at. But you're on the road. It's raining. It was one of the best defenses CJ faced. I can understand that loss, although it was definitely frustrating. The ones that I would kill them for, the Falcons and the Panthers loss. But back to the question. I'm not worried about one-score games from last year because they're not running out the same team from last year, as you pointed out there. I mean, they added Daniil Hunter. They added Danico Entree. They added Aziz Ashir at linebacker. They added Stephon Diggs. You get Tank Dell back, who wasn't there for the last 5-6 games. Obviously, there's the natural progression and maturation of C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans and the play caller Bobby Slowick in year 2. So I'm not really worried about one-score games from last year because it's not the same team as last year.
Right. I think the good thing about whether you won the one-score games or not was you knew what we were talking about earlier. You knew you had your quarterback. You knew you had your head coach. And you knew you had enough talent that you were going in the right direction. Then because of the one-score games that you won and the way that you not only made it to the playoffs, you won the big game you had to win at the end of the year to get in. Then you won a playoff game. It gave you everything you needed to know about the fact that this team was taking the step to the next level, and they weren't far away from being a team that could compete for much more. And then what they did in the offseason says, yeah, okay, sometimes, there's a little luck involved. Sometimes it's a little fluke.
Of course.
But at the end of the day, you got to win the games no matter how much you win by, and they found a way to win the amount of games they needed to.
Yeah, there's obviously some lucky wins in there. Like if Tyler Boyd catches the pass in Cincinnati, you lose that game to the Bengals.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm sure everyone remembers how the Week 18 game against the Colts ended with that, with the running back dropping the pass that would have resulted in a first down and a likely loss for the Houston Texans. So there were plenty of situations where, they were probably lucky to win. But look, I think when you're trying to judge this team in one-score games, I mean, for a rookie quarterback and a rookie coach, even though maybe some of it was luck, but luck, like you said, it's a part of sports. It happens in every sport. It happens for every team. I think it says something about a team with a rookie head coach, a rookie play caller, a rookie quarterback being able to succeed in those one-score games, because that's a tough situation for guys without a lot of experience to come into. And despite the lack of inexperience, they came in and they succeeded in most of those cases. Obviously not against Carolina, not against Atlanta.
But that's why I also bring up those 3 tough losses, because I think depending on what side of the argument you are on, you do have some legitimate ammunition to use.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Carolina and Atlanta losses, like I said, I'm a little dismissive of the concern over the Jets loss, but there's no doubt that the Carolina loss and the Atlanta loss for the people on that side of the argument are things that's hard for me to refute.
The Atlanta loss to me was you made Desmond Ridder look like a starting quarterback in the NFL.
And the same thing that happened in the Jets game. You made Zach Wilson, who had been a bum basically his entire career.
CJ was hurt, and he got hurt in that as well.
But Zach, but to the point, I mean, Zach Wilson thrown for 300 yards has nothing to do with CJ
in the
getting concussed. Right, exactly.
Yeah,
so it was disappointing for sure.
All right, speaking of Zach Wilson, speaking of quarterbacks, there's some odds that have come out for several teams and their starting quarterback for week 1 of the regular season. You get to call your shot, BMAC, right now, and I will give you my opinion as well. But who will be the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos Week 1? Bo Nix, who's a minus 300. Jared Stidham, who's a plus 400. Zach Wilson, who's a plus 550.
I'm going with the chalk here, the favorite. I'm going with Bo Nix. I can't imagine Sean Payton, is not on a short leash. He's Sean Payton. The Broncos paid him just obscene money to be there. But I can't see him hitching his future to a guy like Zach Wilson. He drafted Bo Nix, I believe, 12th overall for a reason.
He was handpicked by Sean Payton.
I believe he was the last of the quarterbacks in the first round, so I guess it could be in some ways the guy that fell to him. But yeah, I can't imagine Sean Payton hitching his wagon to Zach Wilson. I could see Jarrett Stidham being the Week 1 starter and letting Bo Nix ease into it. That wouldn't shock me, but if I had to place money on it, I would say Bo Nix.
Bo Nix would have to look so bad.
Not ready.
That he would have to go.
If he's not ready, if he's bad in preseason, then Jarrett Stidham will probably be your Week 1 starter. I can't see it being Zach Wilson, but I would bet on Bo Nix.
Giants starting quarterback Week 1. I feel the same way as I did about you're going chalk on Denver. Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, Tommy DeVito. To me, it's a no-brainer. I heard Locks look good, but you're paying Daniel Jones $40 million a year. Unless he's hurt, he's your starter Week 1, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, for anyone who's seen the offseason Hard Knocks with the Giants, I mean, all the conversations they've had have been, if we get Daniel Jones the right guys at receiver, or if we get him the right guys on the offensive line, which arguably they did not, then we're going to see a different level for Daniel Jones. So, obviously they've committed to him with the money, as you mentioned as well. So I think Daniel Jones is going to get every chance to be the starter. So much so that it's not really his job to win. It's more, Drew Lock would have to look like the next
They said he had looked good early.
Yeah,
but
he can't just look good. He's going to have to look
Daniel
like
Jones too much money to sit him down.
Right. Yeah. That's my point. I mean, if Drew Lock's going to win the job, he's going to have to look like Joe Montana. He can't just have a good camp, a good preseason. He's going to look like someone who's their franchise quarterback, and I can't see a world where that's the case for Drew Lock. So it's going to be Daniel Jones as the starter.
All right, some more interesting ones. Patriots starting quarterback Week 1, Jacoby Brissett, Drake May.
I'm leaning Brissett. The word out of training camp, from what we've heard from the Patriots, from Gerard Mayo, is they like what Brissett has been. Brissett. I think he's been underrated, honestly, in his NFL career. Obviously, he's been rushed. He was rushed into action a couple times with the Colts. I thought he actually looked pretty competent at times with Washington and with Cleveland. In every situation, those teams would then get whoever they had a quarterback back or draft a quarterback of their future and move on from him. But I thought Jacoby Brissett has looked competent. Patriots have about 5 million wide receiver threes, but so it's not no wide receiver ones, but the overall room isn't bad. I think they give Drake May a little bit of time to sit back and develop and learn and make Jacoby Brissett the Week 1 starter.
I look at Drake May and I say this is a situation where he's the quarterback of the future, but the future doesn't start now.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that he needs polish. He needs to get accustomed to the league maybe and take some little bit more time to get his feet wet. I think Brissett's the guy. I heard Mayo's comments as well, too. I think everything's pointing to Brissett in New England. Raiders starting quarterback is interesting. It's either Aiden O'Connell, who quarterbacked them last year, who they thought was their quarterback of the future, or they brought in Gardner Minshew, straight out of a really surprise good season with the Colts that led them to that final game of the regular season against the Texans.
I think it's going to be Gardner Minshew. I mean, Antonio Pierce, he kind of rode a wave over the second half where they caught fire a little bit and played pretty well, and it seemed to win the team over, and they kind of basically forced management into, this is our guy. If you don't hire Antonio Pierce, we're going to revolt. So I think Antonio Pierce is going to want to win right now. They've got a great defense led by Max Crosby. Obviously, Devontae Adams at wide receiver. So they've got some talent there for him to throw to as well. Drafted Brock Bowers with their first-round pick. So plenty of talent there to where they Look, they
They had Michael Mayer. That didn't work out so well.
Well, I mean, he was a rookie tight end. Rookie
Right.
tight ends don't often produce right away. Obviously, they can't win the division, so we know that. I mean, that's going to be Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. But I think the Raiders view themselves as a team that can win 9 games and sneak into the playoffs, and they can't do that with Aiden O'Connell. So I think Gardner Minshew is going to be the quarterback.
I'll go Minshew. Did you see what they did, by the way, today that's pissed off the Chiefs already?
No, I didn't
They
see
brought
it.
out a Kermit the Frog hand puppet, and they put long curly hair on it and a red headband.
Sure,
And
for
Mahomes
yeah.
got word of it, and he's like, not focusing on it now, but there's going to be plenty of time to focus on it. They're going to get at least one ass whooping from the Chiefs.
Oh yeah, well they were going to get one ass whooping from the Chiefs regardless. But I'm sure the touchdown celebration will involve Kermit in some way now for Patrick Mahomes.
Quite possibly. Steelers starting quarterback is interesting. You and I were talking about it during the break. Russell Wilson misses the last 2 days of practice because during conditioning tests he had to push a blocking sled and he tweaked his calf muscle.
So dumb. What are we doing,
But
Steelers?
because when he was out, Justin Fields connected on 2 long touchdown passes, and everybody's talking. Now Tomlin's upset, asking if he's going to have to answer this question every day. Yes, you are, because everybody's watching. Short of injury, there's no way in my mind I can see anybody but Russell Wilson starting the year at the quarterback of the Steelers.
Yeah, no, it's same. I mean, Mike Tomlin is a guy who's never had a losing record. He's a tough, hard-nosed head coach. I can't see him wanting to turn over the reins to Justin Fields day one. I could see if they are playing poorly halfway through the season, trying to get a look at Fields, see if he could possibly be their guy of the future, although, spoiler alert, he will not be. But they think they can. I mean, they won 10 games last year. They made the playoffs. They have plans that they're going to be able to do that again, and they did so last year with a quarterback far worse than Russell Wilson. So Russell Wilson's going to be the quarterback week 1 and for the entire season unless they fall out of it.
Or injury. I think
Or
Russell
injury,
Wilson
of
at a
course.
certain point, Russ could get hurt, and that's where you see
Sure.
Fields get his first opportunity. And the Vikings one's interesting too. Now you got the highly touted draft pick in J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan, or you got the veteran looking for yet another chance, Sam Darnold. With O'Connell and the guys at Minnesota, it's going to be a little bit more of a competition, I think, than the other ones we mentioned.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Sam Darnold to start, because when you look, and I'm pulling it up right now, when you look at Minnesota's opening stretch of schedule, it is frightening, and they don't even have it on here. Okay, but when you look at their opening stretch of schedules, like the first 6 weeks are just absolute.
Gauntlet of games.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to throw a rookie. I believe San Francisco is involved in that. A few others. I'm going to try to pull it up on another website since the first one I went to for some reason didn't even have it. But yeah, I think this is a situation where they basically throw Darnold in to the Wolves, let him deal with the tough stretch of schedule to open the season. And then around like week 6, week 7, when the schedule lightens up and Sam Darnold's looked awful for a few weeks, and they go ahead and okay, here's the schedule. Raiders to start the year. That's a tough defense.
Mm-hmm.
At the Browns, tough defense. At the Eagles, tough defense. At the Giants, okay, a little bit of a break there. Then home against the 49ers, home against the Texans.
Oof.
5 of the first 6 weeks are absolutely I'm sorry, actually some of those were preseason, but so we have Giants, 49ers, Texans, Packers, Jets before their bye.
2 more powerhouse teams.
Yeah, so Jets, Texans, 49ers are absolute defenses are going to skull crush you. Giants and Packers are both on the road, and those would be the lighter touches. So they're going to
Justin Jefferson got his money. You got a good offense. They wouldn't have brought in Aaron Jones if they weren't still trying to win football games.
That's
now.
part of it too. Sure.
You spent money on Grenard, so I think they're focused on winning. And as much as J.J. McCarthy, another guy that's going to be your quarterback of the future, I consider this more like the Drake May situation with the Patriots.
Yeah.
McCarthy needs some seasoning. He needs some time to understand the league, get his feet wet, and with a lot of things questioning his throwing. I think that they're going to, and with you now bringing in the schedule to that too, there's going to be a time where J.J. McCarthy is going to quarterback this team this year. But I think that early on they're going to go to Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the first 5 weeks. Your only 3 home games are 49ers, Texans, Jets, all killer defenses, and the other 2 games are on the road against the Giants and Packers and places that could be tough places to play weather-wise. There's no way they're throwing in J.J. McCarthy to that. They're going to let Sam Darnold take those hits, take those bullets, and then when he's proven that he's Sam Darnold and still sucks, they'll throw in J.J. McCarthy after the bye week when the schedule lightens up a little bit.
All right, there you go. We got nothing left to do except for the car wreck of the day. We're going to take a break, then wrap it up, put a bow on it, and put the week behind us as we wish you all a very happy weekend. But don't go away. Car wreck comes up next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out, BMAC in his final segment of the show for the week before Jeremy comes back on a Monday coming off a vacation. That is Framber Valdez's music, as he is going to be on the Hill tonight as he takes on the Los Angeles Dodgers in the first of 3 on Apple TV tonight, and then the final 2 on the Shin with TK and Blummer. And BMAC, as it's normally my job to do, but I will turn it over to you. What are you expecting to see from one Framber Valdez tonight against the LA Dodgers?
I'm expecting a pretty good line from Framber tonight, and partly because of this note from Chandler Rome. Shohei Ohtani has taken more plate appearances against Framber Valdez than any pitcher in baseball. And in those appearances, Ohtani is 4 for 34 against Framber Valdez with 1 home run, 6 walks, and 12 strikeouts. So 3 times as many strikeouts as he has hits, and 4 for 34 Ohtani lifetime against Framber Valdez. So if Framber can indeed neutralize Ohtani like these stats seem to indicate, I'm going to say 7 innings, 2 earned runs from Framber Valdez.
Take it. Book it now,
against the Dodgers.
Book that one. I'll take all of that. That means you got a legit chance to win that one.
Hell yeah, baby.
Rafael Stone's on the mound for the Dodgers.
Guaranteed W, Austin Rodriguez. We're going to put it on the board tonight.
Put it on the board. Yes. Let's hope it comes through for BMAC, because that would be great to start the series with a dub. I think winning this series would be huge for this team right now, especially with the fact that you're still fighting off so many injuries, but also because Sunday's game right now is scheduled to be Bloss, I believe.
Yeah, because Framber tonight, Blanco tomorrow, and then Sunday would either have to be Bloss or Arrighetti.
And neither one of them entices me.
No,
to
neither one. You definitely hope if you win the series, you get it Friday and Saturday.
Take the first 2.
Sunday's going to be difficult.
Let's hope for that, because that would be ideal. All right, so before we go any further, we're running out of time. Let's get to the car wreck of the day.
I'm not going to mention the one with the audio. We won't have time for it.
Car wreck of the day. Nominations, Brian McDonald's. We're running short on time. What you got for me today?
I'll give you a couple quick. One from the world of sports. Travis Kelce, apparently, I think this happened a little while ago, but people are just becoming aware of it. But he had some errant golf shots. They hit one guy in the arm, and apparently hit one lady square in the back of her head to the point that she was bleeding and nearly blacked out. So that was a scary situation. Travis Kelce's got to be better off the tee box. And then I'm going to nominate kind of a 2-pack here. One from our guest.
2-pack Shakur?
No, not that one. Okay. Although we're finding out now that maybe Puff Daddy had something to do with that. So maybe we can nominate Puff Daddy. But our guest, Travis Johnson, for making our man Boston Rodriguez hit the dump button early in that conversation. And then a nomination for myself for apparently not hearing Travis Johnson say, hey, don't ask me about individual players. And then I followed that up with a question about an individual player. So,
and Barry Laminack can't escape this week without being a car wreck of the day nominee for the fact that you and I were both adamant that Bill O'Brien never worked with Nick Caserio,
right?
And he was fighting the other side.
Yeah, which we were right on that one.
Yeah.
So what's winning? We got to get out pretty quickly here.
I know. The funny thing on that Travis Kelce thing is Barkley. I thought Kelce could play it. He's gotten very good at golf.
He might be, but he wasn't that day.
Barkley used to tee off on the first hole and tell everybody, "I'm going to tell you all right now to move." And therefore, I've done my part. If I hit you now, it's your fault, not mine. And there's a good chance I'm going to hit you. I'll say Kelce.
Yeah, I'll go with Kelce. I'll co-sign that.
All right, there you go. The Mr. Taylor Swift wins that one for this week. All right, it's been fun, Brian. Appreciate you and all your time and effort this week filling in for Jeremy. B-Rod, we appreciate you as well doing all the hard work. Hey, look, thanks for joining us. Jeremy's back on Monday. Killer Bees will be intact. Have a great weekend, everybody. Coming up next, we've got
Hall of Fame at 7.
And then we've got Space Cowboys baseball on 92.5 FM at 7 o'clock as well. Have a great weekend.